Bringing the Farm to Live in Another World Chapter 3651 to Chapter 3702. After everyone sat down, the meat was put into the pot. At the same time, baskets of wild vegetables were carried out. At the sight of those wild vegetables, the eyes of those who had just arrived at number 12 foothold turned green. Although these people have been staying in the stronghold, this didn't mean that they could eat vegetables there. In fact, they couldn't eat vegetables in the stronghold. Every time the sacred court sent them supplies, they would give them some vegetables. However, these vegetables were eaten by the elders. Now that they saw so many vegetables, it was natural for them to be surprised. At this time, Zhao stood up and looked at the newcomers. He cupped his fist and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 12th stronghold. I am Crane Grass. I think everyone already knows me. In order for Old One to invite everyone here, I had Old One say that we were all killed in battle. Haha, there was no other way. If I didn't do that, I wouldn't have been able to invite everyone here." The newcomers didn't say anything. Naturally, they knew who Zhao Hai was. However, they didn't know what Zhao Hai wanted to say. Therefore, they didn't say anything and just looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at everyone, then he smiled faintly and said, "Everyone must be curious about what we're doing and why we're doing this. I'm not afraid to tell you that what we're doing right now is very simple. We're going to establish a base for the anti-Holy Courtyard faction." When Zhao Hai said this, the crowd went into an uproar. Everyone looked at Zhao Hai in disbelief. Zhao Hai didn't say anything and just stood there. After some time, the crowd calmed down. However, the way they looked at Zhao Hai had changed. Their eyes were filled with excitement as they looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Everyone might think that we're talking nonsense. How can we fight the sacred court? Not to mention the sacred court, even if the elders of the stronghold came out together, we would still be defeated. Isn't that right?" Although the crowd didn't say anything, their eyes were filled with worry. Zhao Hai said, "Let me tell you why. Because we're united. The anti-sacred court occupies the majority in the secret realm. It's just that we weren't organized before. We didn't have a base, we didn't have a core. Therefore, we couldn't move together. Yes, they have 8 river-breaking realm experts, but are river-breaking realm experts really invincible? I don't think so. I've already killed 3 river-breaking realm experts. Moreover, how many people do we have in the anti-sacred court? Can those 8 breaking river tier experts deal with so many of us? You might say that the pro-sacred court faction has a lot of people, but how many people do they have? Can they compare to us? I can assure you that if all of us from the anti-sacred academy move together, we will definitely be able to defeat them. The 8 elders are also aware of this. That's why they are doing everything they can to weaken the anti-sacred academy's strength. That's why all of you were sent here. Zhao Hai paused for a moment before he continued, "Everyone might be wondering why we're still being suppressed by them even though we're stronger than them. Moreover, we don't dare to move. It's very simple, everyone isn't united. Everyone is still fighting for themselves. On the other hand, the anti-sacred court faction is very united. They have the 8 great elders as their leaders. Everything they do is to listen to the 8 great elders. This makes them look very strong." Everyone was thinking about Zhao Hai's words. They discovered that Zhao Hai's words were very reasonable. The reason why they were suppressed by the pro-sacred court faction was because they weren't united. When the pro-sacred court faction dealt with them, they didn't resist. Because of this, the pro-sacred court faction was able to suppress them. Zhao Hai said, "What we need to do now is to establish a base and unite the anti-sacred court faction. Then we'll overthrow them and take control of the secret realm." Everyone looked at Zhao Hai with excitement. They also hoped that one day, they would be able to take control of the secret realm. However, in the past, they could only think about it and didn't take any action. But now, Zhao Hai and the others had already begun to prepare. Zhao looked at the crowd and said, "Everyone, now that our base has just been established, we need manpower. So we had to think of a way to invite everyone here. I hope that everyone can work together with us and work towards a common goal." Zhao nodded and said, "Everyone, now that the base has just been established, we need manpower." Then Zhao Hai waved his hand towards Wen Hai. Wenhai immediately took out a lot of wooden bowls and distributed them to everyone. Then he opened a barrel of fruit wine and said, "Everyone, the boss has said what he wanted to say. Whether or not you want to work with us in the future, it's up to you. Now, let's eat something. Come, everyone, this is the fruit wine we brewed." Then he poured a bowl of wine and took a sip. When the others heard Wenhai's words, they became curious. They all went to the wooden barrel and looked at the dark red liquid inside. They didn't hold back and directly poured themselves a bowl and drank a mouthful. When they drank, they immediately felt that the taste of the wine was very good. It was very good. At this time, the meat was almost cooked. Wenhai, Tang Ming, and the other elders immediately called everyone over to drink and eat. This allowed everyone to relax in the shortest time possible. The reason why Zhao Hai was so polite to them was because he couldn't force them. Although these people were part of the anti-Sacred Academy faction, they were also very xenophobic. If Wenhai and the others didn't fight alongside Zhao Hai and were even saved by Zhao Hai, they wouldn't be willing to listen to Zhao Hai. After all, Zhao Hai was a newcomer. It wouldn't be easy for these people to listen to him. What Zhao Hai wanted to do was to give these people time. He wanted them to slowly understand him and feel the changes in the 12th stronghold. Only then would they slowly accept him and let him become their leader. After drinking 2 barrels of wine and eating all the meat and wild vegetables, everyone went to rest. Zhao Hai called Wenhai and Tang Ming to his room. When the two arrived at Zhao Hai's room, Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Old Wen, take a seat. Tell me about the situation. How is Boss Ho's situation?" Wenhai immediately replied, Boss Ho's matter is done. Here are the seeds." Then he gave a bag of seeds to Zhao Hai. At the same time, he took out a ring and handed it to Zhao Hai. Boss Ho also went to see Stone Hammer. Stone Hammer asked him to bring this. Zhao Hai received the ring and looked at it carefully. Then he nodded and said, "Good. I didn't expect Boss Ho to do it this quickly. This is good. Our base's construction will be more secure." While speaking, Zhao Hai put the ring on his finger. This made Wenhai and Tang Ming curious. Zhao Hai looked at the two, then he smiled faintly and said, "Aren't you curious? Hee, don't underestimate this ring. It's a good thing. Have you heard of summer mustard seed?" Wenhai and Tang Ming stared. Then Tang Ming and Wenhai looked at each other in confusion. Then they bowed their heads and thought about it. They felt that Zhao Di's words were very familiar to them. However, they couldn't remember what it meant. Tang Ming and Tang Ming stared. Then they looked at each other in confusion. Tang Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Boss, are you talking about the summer mustard seed used by the Heavenly Sword Empire?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Right, I'm talking about the summer mustard seed." "It seems like you know what I'm talking about, Tang Ming?" Tang Ming nodded excitedly and said, I know. I don't know which king of the Heavenly Sword Empire came up with this term. It only has one meaning, that is to store a mountain in a mustard seed. In other words, a mountain can be stored in a grain of sand. This is the summer mustard seed. Summer mustard seed can store a lot of things in a small object. I heard that this summer mustard seed can be made in the form of bracelets, rings, and even pouches. It's very magical. Hearing Tang Ming, Wenhai stared for a moment. Then his eyes lit up and he said, "Right, I remember. When I was studying the holy character, I heard about this summer mustard seed. However, it said that this kind of summer mustard seed has long disappeared. Moreover, the method to make it was also lost. Could it be?" Speaking up to here, Wenhai and Tang Ming looked at the ring on Zhao Hai's hand with excitement. Zhao Hai looked at the two and smiled faintly. "Right, this is the summer mustard seed. I call it the summer ring. Hee, now you know why Boss Ho only brought back this one ring." When Wenhai and Tang Ming were still looking at the ring on Zhao Hai's hand. When Wenhai said, "Boss, let's see how magical this thing is. I'm really curious." Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Then with a wave of his hand, a long saber suddenly appeared in his hand. This long saber was about 1.4 meters long. It had a 40-centimeter handle and a meter-long body. The saber had a scabbard on it, making it look very natural. Then with a flip of his hand, the long saber disappeared from Zhao Hai's hand. Then with another flip of his hand, a long spear appeared in Zhao Hai's hand. Then the long spear also disappeared from Zhao Hai's hand. When Wen Hai and Tang Ming stared blankly at Zhao Hai's hand, they could clearly feel that when something appeared in Zhao Hai's hand, there was an energy coming from it. They thought that it was because of this energy that these things appeared. Zhao Hai looked at the two and smiled faintly. This is a Sumera ring that I obtained by accident. Although it's not like the legends where a mountain can be placed inside, there are still a lot of things inside. When I knew that I would be entering the secret realm, I made some arrangements. This ring contains a lot of things. At the same time, it also has a set of coordinates. These coordinates were discovered by me. It's an abandoned base of the Heavenly Sword Empire. This base is located in the Lost Soul Mountain. Next, I'll go to our base and establish a transmission formation there. The transmission formation's coordinates will be placed in that base. This way, we can directly contact the spirit weapon realm. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Wen Hai and Tang Ming couldn't help but be excited. Tang Ming immediately said, "Boss, do you mean that as long as the transmission formation is completed, we can return to the spirit weapon realm? Then we can see our families?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right. As long as the transmission formation is built, you can return to the spirit weapon realm and see your family. Moreover, we can also transfer people from the spirit weapon realm to the secret realm. This way, we can slowly develop and expand. In the end, we can even occupy the entire secret realm and live here." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." When Wen Hai and Tang Ming stood up in excitement. However, the two only waved their arms and didn't make any noise. They knew that this wasn't a suitable time to cheer. But if we can borrow the power of the spirit weapon realm, we can bring things from the spirit weapon realm to the mystic realm. Then we can send the things we don't need back to the spirit weapon realm. This would form a cycle. Not only can we get what we want, we can also use the transmission formation to get the people we need. Your family can also be sent to the Lost Soul City State. This is very important for us. As long as we can use the things from the spirit weapon realm to develop, then we would have the qualifications to challenge the Holy Courtyard. Zhao Hai looked at the two of them and smiled faintly, then he said, "The mystic realm can be said to have just started, we need a lot of things. But in the mystic realm, we have to obtain everything we need. But if we can use the things from the spirit weapon realm to develop, then we would have the qualifications to challenge the Holy Courtyard." Zhao Hai looked at the two and smiled faintly. When Wen Hai and Tang Ming nodded excitedly. They knew what Zhao Hai meant. The base in the secret realm could be said to have been built by them along with Zhao Hai. However, they were very clear about how much effort was put into building this base. Although they didn't spend a lot of effort to renovate the cave, if they want to develop it in the future, then they would need a lot of things. If they can't get enough materials, then how can they resist the sacred court? Moreover, Tang Ming and Wen Hai were also very clear about one thing. All the materials in the secret realm were sent by the sacred court. If they really went against the sacred court, then it would be impossible for the sacred court to send things to the secret realm. Although they don't need to worry about food, what about salt? Clothes? Weapons? These things that they needed, could they solve them all by themselves? Can they solve all these problems with just the few of them? If they can't solve these problems, then they wouldn't be able to deal with the sacred court. Otherwise, if the sacred court doesn't provide them with supplies, then they would be trapped. However, if they have the transmission formation, then everything can be solved smoothly. They wouldn't need to worry about the sacred court cutting off their supplies. On the second day after when Wen Hai led the 300 people back to the 12th stronghold, Zhao Hai woke up early. The old people in the base also woke up. Some of them took out big pots and began to prepare breakfast. The others also went to wash up and do some exercise. In any case, everyone woke up. However, the newcomers to the 12th stronghold hadn't gotten up yet. The management of the secret realm was actually quite loose. Most people only needed to hand in 50 bone beads a year. The people in the secret realm didn't care about other things. Because of this, they didn't have the concept of going to bed early and getting up early. On the contrary, many of them developed the habit of sleeping in. However, the newcomers also slowly got up. Each and every one of them was in a daze. They were woken up by the people in the camp. In fact, very few people in the secret realm slept like a log. This was because they knew that if they slept like a log, they might really die. This was because the shadow snakes and other beasts like the shadow snakes weren't only found in the 12th stronghold, there were also many of them in other places. Every time the Saint Court sent newcomers to the secret realm, many of them would die under the sneak attack of the shadow snakes. Zhao Hai looked at the newcomers, then he smiled faintly and said, "You're all up? Then go and wash up. We're going to eat breakfast. After that, we still need to take action." When the newcomers heard Zhao Hai, they could only go and wash up. At this time, they completely understood that Zhao Hai was the commander of the 12th stronghold. When Wen Hai was appointed by the higher-ups and didn't care about anything. After everyone had washed up, breakfast was ready. After everyone had eaten breakfast, Zhao gathered everyone in the square. He looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, you have just arrived at the 12th stronghold, so you may not know much about the situation here. Today, you will be fine. I will leave 50 people behind to tell you about the situation here. As for the rest of you, go do what you need to do." The crowd nodded, then turned and left. Zhao looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, you have just arrived at the 12th stronghold, so you may not know much about the situation here." The newcomers to the 12th stronghold were also very curious. They looked at Zhao Hai leading 150 people out of the stronghold, leaving only 50 people behind. These 50 people were also busy with their own matters. But while they were busy, they still explained the situation to the newcomers. The newcomers also understood that the biggest enemy of the 12th stronghold was the Spirit Snake Valley. But the 100 Beast Peak hadn't attacked them for a long time. At the same time, they also told them that the 100 Beast Peak had already established a base outside the stronghold. It was their own base, but they didn't know about it. When the newcomers heard this, they were very surprised. They didn't think that the 12th stronghold would become like this. But what made them even more surprised was that these changes happened after Zhao Hai arrived. This made them even more surprised. The morning quickly passed by. At noon, Zhao Hai led his people back. Some of them brought wild vegetables, some of them brought game, and some of them brought medicinal herbs. After putting these things away, Zhao Hai and the others began to eat lunch. While eating, they also chatted with the newcomers. The newcomers were very curious about Zhao Hai. At the same time, they were also very curious about Zhao Hai's base. They wanted to know what was going on. However, Zhao Hai and the others didn't say much. When the newcomers looked at Zhao Hai's appearance, they knew that Zhao Hai didn't fully trust them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have told them these things. After eating lunch, Zhao Hai and the others rested for a while before they left. At night, they returned to the 12th stronghold. But this time, they only had dinner. Then Zhao Hai and the 100 people carried the medicinal herbs and wild vegetables that they obtained today as they used the portable transmission formation to leave. When Zhao Hai and the others left, they didn't avoid the newcomers. When the newcomers saw that Zhao Hai and the others used the portable transmission formation to leave, they were very surprised. They also knew that Zhao Hai and the others went to a new base. This made them even more curious. They kept asking the old people about the new base. The old people had already received Zhao Hai's approval, so they told the newcomers about the new base. This made the newcomers' hearts itch, but they couldn't do anything about it. This was because the old people's mouths were very tight, they couldn't ask anything that shouldn't be said. This made the newcomers even angrier, but they couldn't do anything about it. Naturally, some of them were acquaintances, so they couldn't help but laugh and curse them. Because of the departure of Zhao Hai and the others, many of the newcomers didn't sleep well. The next morning, they woke up early and waited outside for Zhao Hai and the others. However, they were destined to be disappointed. This was because Zhao Hai and the others didn't come back today. After they had their breakfast, some of the newcomers couldn't help but ask the old people when Zhao Hai and the others would come back. However, the answer they received made them very disappointed. This was because the old people said that they didn't know when Zhao Hai and the others would come back. It might take a few days, or it might take 10 to 15 days. The newcomers didn't understand what was going on. So the old people told them that the base had just been established. There were too many things that needed to be done. Therefore, Zhao Hai and the others would need to stay there for a long time. Usually, only a few people would be left in the stronghold. Moreover, these people would rotate. At this time, nobody wanted to stay in the stronghold because it wasn't as safe as the base. The newcomers naturally didn't say anything, but they were even more curious about the base. However, they also felt the change in the mentality of the old people. These people actually had the mentality of going through a lot in this secret territory because they were very clear that with their strength, it was almost impossible for them to become a breaking river expert. So even if they worked hard, it would be useless. Therefore, under normal circumstances, they wouldn't put too much effort into their cultivation. They didn't need to cultivate hard. Aside from finding a way to hand over 50 bone beads, they didn't have much to do. This way, they would have plenty of time to be lazy. Therefore, these people were actually very lazy. Moreover, when they did things, they were just muddling along without any ambition. However, the old people in the 12th stronghold were different. They now had hope. Therefore, they were very serious in their work. Even if Zhao Hai didn't come back today, they would still leave some people to guard the stronghold. Then they would send people out to hunt, dig vegetables, and gather herbs. Moreover, they had also learned a method, which was to not dig out the roots of the wild vegetables. When the wild vegetables were almost dug out, they would spend a few days watering them. Once they get enough water, the wild vegetables would start to grow crazily. Then they would be able to dig them out again. The same was true for the herb gatherers. However, the growth of the herbs was slower compared to the wild vegetables. However, it was still enough for them to use. What was even more surprising was the number of wild beasts in the secret realm. It was beyond their expectations. The people who went out to hunt every day would be able to catch some prey. It seemed like the prey here would never disappear. As for the newcomers, they were also sent out to work by the old people the next day. They also learned how to dig vegetables, gather herbs, and hunt. This made them busy as soon as possible. Zhao Hai and the others left for 3 days. After 3 days, Wen Hai returned to the stronghold with 50 people. When he arrived, he was immediately surrounded by people. After seeing Wen Hai, a person immediately scolded, "Tiger Wen, you dog. Why did you come back so late? Quickly tell the boss that I want to go to the base. Rest assured, from today onwards, I, Lu Yao, will follow the boss. But I want to go to the base." Wen Hai looked at Lu Yao. Lu Yao and Wen Hai were very familiar with each other. Their relationship was very good, they can be considered as good friends. When Wen Hai was sent to the 12th stronghold, Lu Yao made a big fuss and insisted on following Wen Hai. In the end, Wen Hai persuaded him to stay in the stronghold. This time, the stronghold transferred people to the 12th stronghold. Of course, Lu Yao was the first to be transferred. However, he didn't have much reaction to this result. On the contrary, he was very happy to be able to come with Wen Hai to the 12th stronghold. However, after arriving at the 12th stronghold, he discovered that the situation of the 12th stronghold was different from what he imagined. This made him very surprised. But then he became curious about Zhao Hai. In the past few days, he focused on learning about Zhao Hai. After learning about Wen Hai, Lu Yao was surprised. He didn't think that Zhao Hai's ability would be so strong. The 12th stronghold became like this because of Zhao Hai's contribution. This made him admire Zhao Hai very much. He had long wanted to see Zhao Hai and work together with him. Unfortunately, Zhao Hai didn't give him this opportunity. He left the next day and didn't come back. Now that he saw Wen Hai come back, Lu Yao was very happy. Therefore, he immediately went to greet Wen Hai. Seeing Lu Yao's appearance, Wen Hai couldn't help but laugh and said, "Old Lu, you're still in such a hurry. Don't worry, this time I came back. Boss gave me an order to bring 100 people to the base. Let's familiarize ourselves with the base first. If you want to follow, then you'll be part of the 100 people." When Lu Yao heard Wen Hai, he immediately replied, "All right, of course. I'm very curious about the base. I really want to know what the base looks like." When Wen Hai nodded, then he said, "Of course." When Wen Hai smiled faintly, then he turned his head to the others and said, "This time, I've been ordered by the chief to bring 100 people to the base. If anyone wants to go, then tell me. But I'll make it clear, if you go with us, then you'll be considered one of us. If anyone dares to betray us, then they will be hunted down by all of us. You should also understand that if the elders know about the existence of the base, then we won't have a good time. Therefore, you need to think carefully about whether you want to go with us or not. No one was a fool, especially those who survived in the secret plane. They knew very well that from the moment they entered the 12th stronghold, they had no way out. They had no other choice but to follow Zhao Hai's lead. As Wen Hai said, they must not let the elders in the headquarters know about the situation in stronghold number 12. If the elders knew about it, then the anti-Holy Academy faction would have no way to survive. Similarly, all the people involved in this matter wouldn't be able to do anything. To put it bluntly, they were also involved in this matter. That is to say, if the elders in the headquarters knew about this matter, then they would have no way to survive. In this case, Wen Hai telling them to make their own choice was bullshit. He was simply fooling them. Everyone knew this, so nobody took Wen Hai's words seriously. Everyone wanted to follow Wen Hai to the base. Wen Hai looked at these people and couldn't help but sigh. When he came back this time, he asked Zhao Hai what to do if these people didn't want to go to the base. At that time, Zhao Hai just smiled and told him not to worry. Now, Wen Hai understood that Zhao Hai had already guessed that this would happen. Wen Hai selected 100 people and then gave each of them a portable transmission formation. Then he activated the formation and took the 100 newcomers and 50 old people back to the base. Although the cave where the base was located wasn't small, it wasn't very big. It certainly couldn't accommodate so many people. However, Zhao Hai and the others weren't in a hurry. The base was relatively safe. They can build houses here and settle everyone down. When the 100 people arrived at the base, Zhao Hai led the rest of the people to greet them. Then he had Wen Hai show them around the base. At the same time, they were also given their benefits. Each of them was given a variety of pills. Lu Yao had been following Wen Hai the whole time. When he received the bottles of pills and knew the use of these pills, he couldn't help but stare blankly. He looked at the pills in his hand and said, "Old Wen, are these really for me? Why are there so many pills? Are they really for me?" When Wen Hai looked at Lu Yao and smiled, "Of course they're for you. What else do you think? Remember, the detoxification pill, hemostasis pill, and vitality recovery pill are for hunting, digging vegetables, and gathering herbs. I've already told you how to use them. If you run out, you can go and get another one. As for the vitality recovery pill, which is used for cultivation, you can eat it directly. Take 1 pill every 7 days, and I've given you 10 pills. Remember, don't eat them all at once. This vitality recovery pill is good stuff. 1 pill is enough for you to digest for 7 days. Lu Yao looked at Wen Hai and said, "Old Wen, tell me the truth. What's the matter with these pills? Where did you get so many pills? Did you really refine them yourself?" When Wen Hai heard Lu Yao, he couldn't help but shake his head. Then he looked at the others and saw that many of them were looking at him with pills in their hands. When Wen Hai didn't say anything, he just waved his hand and said, "Come with me, I'll take you there and you'll understand. Let's go." Then he led everyone into the cave and gave them a good tour. While Wen Hai was showing them around, Zhao Hai was in his own cave drawing. At this time, Zhao Hai had already handed over all matters related to alchemy. He was now in charge of the forging room. Many people were learning from him in the forging room. However, forging wasn't a simple matter. It wasn't like the pills that could be learned by memorizing the steps. Forging was more troublesome. Naturally, it wasn't that simple to refine pills. However, what Zhao Hai needed weren't high-quality pills, they were just ordinary pills. Therefore, it wasn't that difficult to refine them. At this time, Zhao Hai was forging a transmission formation, a spatial transmission formation that would lead to the Lost Soul Mountain base. This transmission formation wasn't that simple. Although it wasn't that difficult for Zhao Hai to make a transmission formation, Zhao Hai was still very careful. He had to draw the blueprint first before making the formation talisman. Finally, he had to assemble the formation talisman and then make some adjustments before completing the entire transmission formation. Zhao Hai already told Wen Wenhai to arrange for these people to not disturb him. Because of this, Wen Wenhai didn't bother Zhao Hai. After leading the group around, he also told them that the room belonged to Zhao Hai and that they shouldn't disturb Zhao Hai. After Lu Yao and the others visited the base, they couldn't help but stare blankly. They now understood why Wen Wenhai dared to challenge the headquarters. This base was really good. Weapons and pills can be produced by themselves. With this base, they can train countless experts. Naturally, they would have the qualifications to challenge the headquarters. After the tour, Wen Wenhai led Lu Yao and the others out of the cave. Outside the cave, Wen Wenhai glanced at the crowd and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, you've seen this base now. This is the foundation of our anti-Holy Academy faction. Everything here was built bit by the leader with us. Old Lu knows me, and everyone knows who I am. My name, Wen Wenhai, is considered number one in the headquarters. But here, I've learned carpentry, I've learned to dig wild vegetables, I've learned to weave baskets, and I've learned to make wooden barrels. These jobs, which in my eyes were incomparably lowly in the past, have improved our lives. We've eaten meat, we've drunk meat soup, we've had wild vegetables to eat, and we've had wine to drink. So brothers, whether you like to hear it or not, I have to say that when you're here, don't forget that you're a Wushu realm expert, and forget that you're a God's favored son of a big family. Here, we're just a group of people who want to control our own destiny. In the words of the leader, we're a group of ants that have just united. We don't have the ability to change the world yet, but we have to use our labor to slowly strengthen our team. Sooner or later, this group of ants will become an ant plague that will shock everyone." At this point, Wen Wenhai's face was filled with excitement. He looked at Lu Yao and the others and loudly said, "I know that some of you have high statuses. But so what? Boss is from the Lost Soul City, he's the most favored guest of the city. However, he still has a lot of things to do. Now, Boss is still thinking about the development of our base. Everyone, for us, for ourselves, for Boss, we must work hard." Lu Yao and the others were also excited. They weren't blockheads, they were very clear about the meaning behind Wen Wenhai's words. They were also very clear that they had no way out, they could only move forward. Fortunately, they had a good leader, this gave him hope. Wen Wenhai looked at Lu Yao and the others and let out a long breath. He calmed his emotions and then said, "Everyone can see that the cave can't accommodate so many people. Therefore, we can only live outside. You can cut down trees and build houses, or you can also go and pick stones to build houses. But in my opinion, building wooden houses is better, it's more convenient and comfortable. Moreover, our base doesn't have too many wild beasts, so it's almost impossible for them to attack the base. You don't need to worry too much. Moreover, even if the wild beasts attack the camp, the stone houses won't be able to stop them. Therefore, I suggest that we build wooden houses. Today's task is to build as many as possible. Later on, even if we need to change our positions, we can still let others live in it. I don't care about the size of the houses, you can do it as you see fit." Lu Yao and the others nodded, they didn't oppose Wen Wenhai's words. They also discovered that the cave couldn't accommodate so many people. Moreover, just as Wen Wenhai said, the stone houses couldn't stop the wild beasts. Therefore, they might as well build wooden houses. It would be more convenient to build them. Even if they were damaged, it wouldn't take much effort to rebuild them. Everyone's fighting spirit was aroused by Wen Wenhai's words. One by one, they began to work quickly. One must know that all of them were experts, so cutting down trees was very easy for them. However, Wen Wenhai was still by their side, telling them what kind of trees could be cut down and what kind of trees couldn't be cut down. Most of the trees that couldn't be cut down belonged to the descendants of the tree that Zhao was talking to. Although the big tree didn't care about this, after all, he was a tree. He had a lot of descendants, and even his descendants would fight for territory and sunlight. Because of this, the big tree didn't care if Wen Wenhai cut down the trees to build a wooden house. In any case, after the tree was cut down, it would be able to restore itself. Although building a wooden house wasn't very difficult, Lu Yao and the others didn't know how to do carpentry. Therefore, it wasn't easy to build a wooden house in a short time. Lu Yao and the others spent 2 days cutting down trees and then another 7 days to build the wooden houses. This speed was already very fast. Because Lu Yao and the others were very strong, they were able to deal with the trees very quickly. Moreover, the further they went, the more experience they had. Because of this, they were able to build a few dozen treehouses in a short time. Although there were less than 100, it was still easy for 2 or 3 people to live in a treehouse. 200 or 300 people living in a treehouse wasn't a problem at all. After the treehouses were built, Wen Wenhai sent Lu Yao and the others back to the 12th stronghold. Then he picked up 100 people from the stronghold. These people were similar to Lu Yao and the others. They lived in the base for about 10 days and built a few dozen treehouses before being sent back. Then the third group arrived, and they did the same. After building a dozen treehouses, they returned to the stronghold. This time, 150 people came from the stronghold, and all of them were newcomers. They built more treehouses, and after making sure that there were enough people to live in, they stopped. In this way, more than a month passed. The newcomers and the veterans slowly merged together and became Zhao Hai's most loyal subordinates. Zhao Hai was also busy these days. He was busy making talismans. When he had time, he would give pointers to the construction of wooden houses. There were even some wooden houses that he personally built. People like Lu Yao didn't know how to build a wooden house. And people like Wen Wenhai, although they had studied for a while, the things they had learned were still far from being able to build a wooden house. Therefore, the only one who could truly guide them was Zhao Hai. Lu Yao and the others also came in contact with Zhao Hai during this period of time. They were able to understand Zhao Hai's character. They discovered that Zhao Hai didn't put on airs at all. He was very versatile. Whether it was alchemy, refining, building wooden houses, or cooking, there was nothing that he couldn't do. This made Lu Yao and the others very surprised. During this time, the 12th stronghold was also attacked by the snakes of the Spirit Snake Valley. But now, there were more people in the stronghold. Moreover, these people all had detoxification pills. Even if they were bitten by the snakes, they wouldn't die immediately. On the contrary, most of the people could be saved, so their casualties weren't that big. However, what made Zhao Hai surprised was that the 12th stronghold was attacked by wild beasts. There were all kinds of beasts, but the leader wasn't a black tiger, but a black bear. When Zhao Hai heard that the 12th stronghold was attacked by wild beasts, he was really surprised. He didn't think that there would be wild beasts attacking the stronghold after receiving the black tiger's guarantee. He immediately led his people back. After killing the enemies, he personally followed the wild beasts back to their lair. The final result was similar to what Zhao Hai imagined. The wild beasts were also from the 100 Beast Peak. It was impossible for Zhao Hai to kill his way to the 100 Beast Peak, so he returned to the 12th stronghold. He also understood that the Black Tiger was just a small commander of the 100 Beast Peak. The 100 Beast Peak should have a lot of wild beasts that were stronger than the Black Tiger. Because of this, the Black Tiger said that he wouldn't attack. However, it was hard to say whether the others would attack Zhao Hai or not. After knowing this, Zhao Hai didn't care anymore. After all, this place was still under the Black Tiger's jurisdiction. It was reasonable for wild beasts to attack them once in a while, but if they attack them frequently, the Black Tiger wouldn't agree. Besides these two things, nothing else happened. After driving Wen Wenhai and the others back to the stronghold, they seemed to have completely forgotten about them. Aside from the regular delivery of supplies, nobody came to ask about their situation. To be honest, the people in the 12th stronghold didn't care about the supplies from the stronghold anymore. Aside from salt, the other supplies were dried meat and dry rations. Very few people would eat them now. Zhao Hai thought of a way to get some wild beasts that weren't very strong and mainly ate grass. Then he would raise them in captivity. In the secret realm, it was very easy to keep wild beasts in captivity. You just need to herd them to a place and then sprinkle some seeds around them. After watering the seeds, it wouldn't take long for the seeds to sprout and grow into short trees, forming a natural tree wall. This way, the wild beasts wouldn't be able to run away. All the herbivorous wild beasts had a special characteristic: their reproductive ability was very strong. Moreover, they lived in a relatively natural environment. Moreover, they didn't have any natural enemies. Zhao Hai would also send people to feed them. Because of this, these wild beasts were able to reproduce very quickly. Zhao now understood why there were so many wild beasts in the hidden realm. It seemed like there was no end to the wild beasts. He had only been keeping them in captivity for less than a month, but some of the rabbit-like wild beasts had already begun to give birth. Moreover, these cubs grew very fast, and their survival rate was very high. Zhao calculated that in less than 2 months, these cubs would be considered adults, and they would be able to breed. This was too amazing. Seeing this situation, Zhao Hai was very happy. The area that he circled this time was very big. In any case, they could now fly. Therefore, it didn't take much effort to look after these wild beasts. At the right time, they would just have to water the area where the wild beasts were. This way, the wild beasts wouldn't have to worry about food and wouldn't run around. When the number of wild beasts reached a certain level, Zhao Hai would be able to organize people to hunt them down. They would kill some of them and leave some behind. This way, they wouldn't have to worry about meat anymore. At the same time, they wouldn't have to worry about the bone beads. Although these wild beasts had a certain fighting strength, these herbivorous wild beasts were still very limited. Therefore, Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of these wild beasts overturning the sky. Now that more than a month had passed, Zhao Hai's transmission formation talisman was finally finished. He was already preparing to set up the transmission formation. After when Wen Hai and the others heard about this, they were very surprised. They all squeezed into the cave. The place where Zhao Hai wanted to set up the transmission formation was a relatively large cave. This cave also had an earth fire, and this earth fire was used by Zhao Hai. One must know that any transmission formation needed an energy source. Just like a car, if you want it to run, you need to refuel it. Transmission formations also needed an energy source. Only with an energy source would the transmission formation be able to display its usefulness. However, this energy source wasn't easy to obtain. For example, in mystic realms, the energy source of the transmission formation was bone beads. Using the transmission formation would require at least 1 bone bead. If there were too many people and things being transported, then more bone beads would be required. In the spirit weapon realm, the energy source of the transmission formation was spirit crystals. These spirit crystals were actually the same as the crystals that Zhao Hai saw outside. They were also consumables. However, there weren't a lot of spirit crystals in the spirit weapon realm. Therefore, the number of transmission formations used by the various city-states was very small. The Lost Mountain was an anomaly in the spirit weapon realm. Their transmission formation didn't use spirit crystals as its energy source, but traction crystals. However, what they used were small traction crystals, not big ones. They were only the size of a finger. The energy contained in these traction crystals wasn't very strong, but it wasn't a problem to use them in the transmission formation. Most importantly, the traction crystals could absorb energy and slowly replenish it. It could be used for a long time. Because of this, the Lost Mountain was able to do it. Naturally, Zhao Hai also used something else to build the transmission formation, and that was the blessing formation. The main purpose of using this formation was very simple. It could increase the power released by the crystal to a certain degree. As long as the crystal released a portion of its power, it would be able to do 50% or even 10% of the work. This time, Zhao Hai built the transmission formation in the cave for 2 reasons. The first was to keep it a secret. When the transmission formation is activated, it would flash with white light. But for this kind of cross-border transmission, the white light would be even stronger. This might attract the attention of other people or beasts. In that case, they might be attacked by the beasts. It was even possible for the headquarters to discover their situation. Therefore, Zhao Hai built the transmission formation in the cave. This way, even if there was light, it wouldn't be seen by others. The second reason wasn't because of the earth fire. The earth fire was the energy source that Zhao Hai wanted. The earth fire would continue to burn. This way, the transmission formation would never have to worry about energy issues. At this time, Zhao Hai had planted all kinds of spirit weapon realm plants in the cave. And just like in the spirit weapon realm, these plants would emit a faint light at night. This also provided the cave with a source of light. At this time, when Wen Hai and the others were all gathered in the cave. This cave was very big. If they just stood there, it wouldn't be a problem for 200 people to stand inside. Originally, Zhao Hai wanted to use this place as a warehouse. But because of the earth fire, Zhao Hai decided to build the transmission formation here. Zhao Hai was currently leading a few people from the forging room to draw lines all around the cave. They were preparing to place the formation talismans. As for Wen Hai and the others, they naturally didn't understand this. They could only stand to the side and watch. Cross-realm transmission formations were much more complicated than ordinary transmission formations. Moreover, the energy required was also much greater. Because of this reason, cross-realm transmission formations were lost after the fall of the Heavenly Sword Empire. After 2 hours, the lines were finally drawn. Then Zhao Hai immediately had people dig a hole and place the formation talismans inside. As the formation talismans were placed inside, the transmission formation slowly took shape. After the transmission formation was completed, Zhao Hai didn't have people bury the hole. Instead, he had everyone exit the transmission formation. Zhao Hai was building a transmission formation that could transport 100 people at a time. It wasn't very big, but it was enough. After everyone exited the transmission formation, Zhao Hai took out a beast skin and wrote some words on it. Then he placed the beast skin on the transmission formation and tried to activate it. With a flash of white light, the beast skin on the transmission formation disappeared. Everyone stared at the transmission formation nervously. They knew that Zhao Hai was testing the transmission formation to see if it could reach the predetermined coordinates. Zhao Hai was also looking at the transmission formation. This transmission formation was very important to him. As long as the transmission formation was activated, he would be able to officially establish contact with the Lost Soul City. This way, as the City Lord of the Lost Soul City, he would finally be able to return to the city. As for the beast skin that he placed on the transmission formation, there was a code written on it. If this beast skin really appeared in the base of the Lost Soul Mountain, then Jiani and the others would naturally know what the code meant. If the transmission formation didn't reach the predetermined coordinates, then even if the beast skin fell into someone else's hands, they wouldn't be able to understand what the code meant. Before long, less than 10 minutes later, a white light flashed on the transmission formation. Then a beast skin appeared on the transmission formation. Upon seeing the beast skin, Zhao Hai let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, Wen Hai and the others cheered. Although these people didn't know much about transmission formations, they weren't fools. They were very clear that being able to send the beast skins back in such a short time meant that the transmission formation wasn't sent to a place where no one was. Instead, it was sent to a place guarded by people. This meant that the transmission formation could be used. This also meant that the transmission formation was a success. Zhao Hai picked up the beast skin and looked at it. He saw that there was indeed a code message. Moreover, it was the code message that he had agreed with Jiani and the others. At this time, he was completely relieved. He looked at the transmission formation and then waved his hand. The soil that was dug up was immediately buried as if nothing had happened. Only the small formation that was used to operate the transmission formation was still exposed. Zhao Hai received the beast skin and then turned to Wen Hai and the others. Then he said, "Everyone, the transmission formation is a success. We can directly contact the spirit weapon realm. Don't worry, I'll go to the spirit weapon realm to take a look. Before I come back, don't use the transmission formation. Old Wen, look after this place. I know that everyone is very anxious, but the transmission formation needs to be tested. Don't be anxious." Wen Hai and the others nodded. However, all of them looked at the transmission formation with a fervent expression. It was as if they were looking at their wives. Zhao Hai looked at them and didn't say anything. He just smiled faintly. Then he sent his energy to the activation talisman. With a flash of white light, Zhao Hai disappeared from the transmission formation. Then in the next moment, Zhao Hai appeared in another transmission formation. As soon as he appeared in the transmission formation, he heard the people around him loudly greet him, "Greetings, young master." Zhao Hai looked around and saw that he was now standing in the base in the Lost Mountain range. Jiani and the others were waiting for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at them, then he nodded and said, "All right, you can dispense with the formalities. Go and prepare yourselves. After I come back, I'll lead you to the secret realm." Everyone nodded before they turned around and left. At the same time, Zhao Hai took out another transmission formation. Then a white light flashed as he disappeared from the base. Then he appeared in the Lost Mountain Range's Spirit Snake City's City Lord's Mansion. This was also the current capital of the Lost Mountain Range. The place where Zhao Hai appeared was a very remote courtyard in the City Lord's Mansion. Although this courtyard was very remote, there were people guarding it all year round. When Zhao Hai appeared in the courtyard, the guards immediately noticed him. When the guard saw Zhao Hai, he immediately knelt on the ground and loudly said, "Greetings, City Lord." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Get up and look after this place." The guard nodded, then Zhao Hai slowly walked out of the courtyard. When Zhao Hai left the courtyard, Stonemer and the others immediately ran over. Their residences weren't far from the courtyard. When they saw the white light in the courtyard, they immediately knew that Zhao Hai had returned. Therefore, they immediately went out to welcome him. "We have seen the young master." "Young master, you're finally back." Stonehammer and the others were excited as they followed Zhao Hai. They had never been separated from Zhao Hai for such a long time. Strictly speaking, they were all Zhao Hai's weapons. However, they were still very dependent on Zhao Hai. Therefore, when they saw Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but be excited. Zhao Hai looked at Stonehammer and the others, then he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "Right, I'm back." "Hee, how have you been?" Stonehammer immediately replied, "Good, we've been doing well." "Young master, do we want to go with you this time?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, you should prepare yourselves. You'll be coming with me this time." "Right, pass down my orders." "Pass down the order in Zhao Hai's name that I want to meet with the city lords." Stonehammer nodded, then he immediately went to pass down the order. At this time, Zhao Hai took off the transmission formation and returned to his original appearance. After receiving the news, Feng Lihua also came to see Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was very satisfied with Feng Lihua's performance. This was because Feng Lihua managed the Lost Soul City very well while he was gone. At this time, the news of the city lord coming out of seclusion spread. At the same time, the city lords of the Lost Soul City also came out. The city lords of the Lost Soul City also gathered in Spirit Snake City. Zhao Hai and the others held a meeting to understand the recent situation in the Lost Soul City. Everyone was doing well in the Lost Soul City. However, the outside world wasn't peaceful. At this time, there were only some small cities in the spiritual weapon realm that were still in conflict. The bigger cities were very quiet. However, this silence was a terrifying silence. It was like the calm before the storm. Everyone seemed to be waiting for something, brewing something. It's just that no one had made a move yet. Feng Lihua had also received some news. In fact, the main reason why the other city-states had suddenly become obedient was because they were sorting out their internal affairs. In the past few years, the Sacred Academy had used various methods to control the people inside the city-states. And these people controlled by the Sacred Academy were slowly seizing power from the city lords of the various city-states. This was something that the city lords of the various city-states couldn't tolerate. But in the past, the city lords of the various city-states were afraid of the Sacred Academy. However, ever since Zhao Hai crippled the Wen clan and the Dongfeng clan of the Sacred Institute and removed their names from the Sacred Institute, the city lords of the various city-states discovered that the Sacred Institute wasn't invincible. Instead of letting the Sacred Institute take away their power bit by bit, they might as well fight. Because of this idea, the various city-states stopped their wars and focused on sorting out their internal affairs. The people who were in favor of the Sacred Academy were being eliminated bit by bit. It wasn't difficult for the city lords to eliminate the people who were in favor of the Sacred Academy. They had the right to do so. At the same time, the Sacred Academy was also in a terrible state. They didn't dare to take care of these people. This was because there were too many city-states involved. If the Sacred Academy were to intervene, then all the city-states in the spiritual weapon realm would unite to deal with them. In that case, even the Sacred Academy wouldn't be able to withstand it. Now that the Sacred Institute was no longer supporting those people, the city lords of the various city-states could easily deal with them. The influence of the Sacred Institute had dropped to the lowest point in history. Although the Sacred Academy was aware of this situation, they also knew that they couldn't make a move at this time. Therefore, they were waiting. As long as the limelight was over, they would be able to train people and infiltrate them. At that time, they would be able to influence the other city-states. Although it would take a lot of effort, it was still the safest method. At this time, a lot of city-states had completed their internal cleanup. However, they didn't stop. In the spiritual weapon realm, there wasn't a single city lord who was an idiot. If you were an idiot, then you would have already been annexed by others. It was impossible for you to exist for such a long time. The city lords also saw that the reason why the Sacred Academy didn't make a move this time was because they were working together. In other words, they had reached a certain degree of unity. This made the Sacred Academy not dare to make a move on them. This also inspired the city lords. At this time, these city-states were sending people to secretly form an alliance. They wanted to form an alliance to deal with the Sacred Academy. The reason why they wanted to emphasize that this was an alliance to deal with the Sacred Academy was because the city lords knew that it was impossible for them to have peace for a long time. In the future, there would be war between them. If they really formed an alliance, then the alliance would naturally disperse. However, if they emphasized that this was an alliance to deal with the Sacred Academy, then it would be different. They could fight each other, but if the Sacred Academy wanted to get involved and make things difficult for them, then they would have to face the outside world. It had to be said that this proposal actually made some sense. After this incident, the city lords of the various city-states understood that the Sacred Academy was their biggest enemy. That was why they formed such an alliance. When Zhao Hai heard Feng Lihua talk about this alliance, he couldn't help but stare. Then he couldn't help but smile. This alliance was very interesting. Moreover, he thought that Lost Soul City could also join this alliance. In any case, this alliance would only work together to deal with the Holy Courtyard. Otherwise, they wouldn't have anything to do. Most importantly, Zhao Hai knew that with this alliance, they would be able to delay a portion of the Sacred Academy's strength. Like this, they would have more confidence in dealing with the secret realm in the future. After listening to Feng Lihua, the other city lords also arrived. Zhao Hai had a short meeting with the city lords before he led Stonemer and the others to leave Spirit Snake City and return to the base. Then with the people in the base, they immediately returned to the secret realm. Zhao Hai and the others also had a short meeting. At this time, Wen Hai and the others were anxiously waiting. They wanted to return to the spiritual weapon realm as soon as possible and see their family members. At this time, Zhao Hai returned. When Wen Hai saw the people behind Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but let out a long breath. He knew that the formation was now safe. Zhao Hai looked at Wen Hai and the others and said, "Old Wen, these are my subordinates in the Lost Soul City. Find a place for them to rest. After settling them down, come to my room. I have something to discuss with you." When Wen Hai nodded, then he led Stonemer and the others to leave. After settling Stonemer and the others, Wen Hai, Tang Ming, Lu Yao, and the other captains gathered in Zhao Hai's room. Lu Yao and the other captains were appointed by Zhao Hai, so each of them led 50 people. After everyone returned to their rooms, Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, you should know that our transmission formation with the spirit weapon realm has been completed. We can now directly contact the spirit weapon realm. For us, this is definitely a good thing. We don't need to worry about supplies anymore." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, let's go." When the crowd heard Zhao, they couldn't help but cheer. Zhao waved his hand, and the crowd slowly calmed down. Zhao looked at the crowd and said, "I know that everyone wants to go home and see your families. But I can't agree to your request right now. At the very least, I can't let everyone go home right away." Zhao nodded. Everyone was stunned. Zhao nodded. Everyone stared, then they looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Zhao Hai said, "I know that everyone is anxious. However, if we let you meet your family, then it would be very dangerous. Not only is it dangerous for you, it's also dangerous for the entire Anti-Sacred Academy faction. If the Sacred Academy discovers our movements, then they would report it to the elders of the headquarters. Then the elders of the headquarters would come and settle accounts with us." Everyone was startled, then their expressions couldn't help but sink. They knew that Zhao Hai was right. However, even if they knew, they were still very depressed. They wanted to see their family too much. Zhao Hai looked at them and knew what they were thinking. He opened his mouth and said, "I just Said that I can't let you see your family right away. I didn't say that I can't let you see your family. Everyone should know that I have some influence in the city. If you trust me, then you can tell me your family's situation. It's best if you give me 1 or 2 tokens. Then I'll have the people in the city find a way to get in touch with your family so that you can go back to your family. This way, when your family sees you, they wouldn't be exposed. Moreover, you can also give your family some transmission formations so that they can hide in the city when necessary. But don't let them go to the city immediately, otherwise our plan would be exposed. What do you think? What do you think? Upon hearing Zhao Hai, everyone couldn't help but stare. Then their faces lit up with joy. Zhao Hai's method was the most ideal one so far. They knew that if their family were to suddenly meet them, then they would certainly lose their composure. Moreover, if their family were to suddenly move to the Lost Soul City, then the people of the Holy Court would immediately know that something happened in the secret realm. In this case, if the Holy Court didn't know what happened, then they would be fools. Therefore, if they want to see their family, then it would be best if they could get in touch with the Lost Soul City. This way, their family would be able to get in touch with the Lost Soul City in the shortest time possible. This way, they wouldn't have any worries. Wen Hai and the others' eyes became brighter and brighter. They knew that Zhao Hai's method was the best. It was also the safest and fastest way to see their family. They had no reason to reject it. When Xianxia was sitting in his study, reading a book, he was very satisfied with his current life. The Wen family was not considered a big family, but it was considered a medium-sized family. The Deer City that they were in was a big city-state. The Deer City controlled 45 city-states and was very powerful. They were not afraid of the attacks of the surrounding city-states, so their life was relatively stable. Logically speaking, it was not difficult for the Wen family to develop in such a city-state. However, the Wen family had not developed. When Xianxia was very clear about the reason. It was because the Wen family had someone in the secret territory. Wen Hai. When he thought of his son, Wen Xianxia's heart could not help but ache. Wen Xianxia had 3 sons in total. The eldest was Wen Jiang, the second was Wen He, and the third was Wen Hai. Wen Hai was the smartest and the most talented. It was precisely because of this that Wen Xianxia sent Wen Hai to the Sacred Institute to study. He hoped that Wen Hai could bring glory to the family and make the Wen family stronger. However, Wen Xianxia did not expect that Wen Hai would not become a seeded player in the end. Instead, he was sent to the secret territory. At the same time, the Wen family was also taken care of by the secret territory to ensure their safety. Wen Xianxia was very happy about this matter. He also knew about the secret territory and he was very clear about the strength of the secret territory. He heard that there were Sky Dance Realm experts everywhere in the secret territory. The Wen family could be taken care of by the secret territory. For the Wen family, there were only benefits and no disadvantages. Originally, Wen Xianxia wanted to rely on the help of the secret territory to develop the Wen family. However, he soon discovered that this was simply impossible. Their family was protected by the secret territory, but they were suppressed by the Deer City. Although the Wen family had not declined in these years, they could only guard their current strength. It was difficult to expand even a little. Later on, Wen Xianxia saw a few families who had also gone to the secret realm. After their disciples died in the secret realm, their families slowly declined. Wen Xianxia understood that it was impossible to rely on the secret realm to support the development of the Wen family. Therefore, Wen Xianxia began to change his approach. He no longer expanded his strength, but worked hard to befriend the city lord of Deer City. His approach slowly gained the city lord of Deer City's trust. Although the Wen family had not developed in these years, they were no longer suppressed. Speaking of which, their strength was still stronger than before. However, Wen Xianxia was very clear that the reason why the Wen family was where it was today had a lot to do with Wen Hai. Although the Wen family was suppressed by Deer City because of Wen Hai, Wen Xianxia was also very clear that it was also because of Wen Hai that no one dared to really offend the Wen family for so many years. Now, the third generation of the Wen family had developed. The Wen family's peace for so many years was all because of Wen Hai. For a large city-state like Deer City, There were still many large forces and large families in the city-state, and there were even more medium-sized families like the Wen family. Although the Wen family had encountered some suppression over the years, they had not been suppressed excessively in some of the profitable businesses that they were involved in. This suppression only prevented their family's strength from increasing too much, but the money they earned was much more than before. Wen Chuanya was very clear that if it were not for Wen Wenhai, with the strength and wealth of the Wen family, their family would have been destroyed by those big families long ago. Now, their family was living so well because those big families did not dare to deal with them because they were afraid of the revenge of the secret realm. It was also because of this that Wen Chuanya felt even more sorry for Wen Wenhai. Fortunately, Wen Wenhai would send letters from the secret realm from time to time, letting them know that Wen Wenhai was still alive. This was enough for him. Just as Wen Chuanya was holding a book, but his thoughts were drifting, a voice suddenly sounded, "Father, the boss of the Spirit Mountain Medicinal Herb Shop is here to see us. He wants to discuss a medicinal herb business with us." Wen Chuanya heard this voice and knew that it was the voice of his eldest son, Wen Wenjiang. Wen Chuanya was very clear about the Spirit Mountain Medicinal Herb Shop that Wen Wenjiang mentioned. This was a very large medicinal herb shop. They did not treat patients, but only operated a large number of medicinal herbs business. They were the largest wholesaler of medicinal herbs in Deer City. Logically speaking, such a business was generally controlled by those big families because such a business was very profitable. How could those big families let go of such a fat piece of meat? However, no one could touch the Spirit Mountain Medicinal Herb Shop because the medicinal herbs that this medicinal herb shop dealt in were very special. The medicinal herbs that this medicinal herb shop dealt in were all unique to the Enchanted Mountain. These medicinal herbs could not be obtained by others, only the Spirit Mountain Medicinal Herb Shop could. Even those big families, if they wanted to use the medicinal herbs of the Enchanted Mountain, had to buy from them. Therefore, the business of the Spirit Mountain Medicinal Herb Shop had always been very good, and no one in Deer City dared to provoke them. Now, all the big families in the entire Deer City wanted to cooperate with the Spirit Mountain Medicinal Herb Shop to operate the medicinal herbs in their hands. This was a business that was guaranteed to be profitable. Some time ago, when Wenjiang met the shopkeeper of the Spirit Mountain Medicinal Herb Shop by chance and helped the shopkeeper a little. The shopkeeper was grateful and wanted to cooperate with the Wen family in the medicinal herb business. For such a good thing, the Wen family naturally would not refuse and immediately agreed. Moreover, in Wen Chuanya's view, it was obviously not enough for his son to talk to the other party, so he finally decided to talk to the other party himself. That was the reason why the shopkeeper of the Spirit Mountain Medicinal Herb Shop came to meet him today. Wen Chuanya put down the book in his hand and said in a deep voice, "Quickly invite Boss Tang in." After saying that, he stood up. At this time, the door of his study was also opened. A middle-aged man in his 30s, who looked a little weak, was leading a young man in his 30s, who looked heroic and vigorous, into the study. Although this person was young, Wen Chuanya was not weak at all. He immediately went up and cupped his fist to the man. "Greetings, Boss Tang. I am Wen Chuanlai." "Greetings." Boss Tang hurriedly returned the greeting. "Greetings, uncle. It's really too much for uncle to call me that. I am Tang Xing. Uncle can call me by my name. You don't have to call me Boss Tang. It's too distant. Brother Wenjiang and I can be considered friends, so naturally I am your junior." This Tang Xing was very polite. Wen Chuanya looked at Tang Xing with some surprise, but he immediately said, "Then this old man will be arrogant. Nephew Tang, please take a seat." After saying that, he led Tang Xing to the rest area and sat down. After Tang Xing thanked Wen Chuanya, he sat down with Wen Chuanya. Naturally, someone brought them tea. Tang Xing took a sip of the tea and looked around. Then he looked at Wen Chuanya and said, "Uncle, this nephew came today to discuss the medicinal herb business with uncle. There's also another matter that I want to discuss with uncle. However, this matter is very important, so I hope that uncle can talk to me alone." When Wen Chuanya heard Tang Xing, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Tang Xing with a puzzled expression. He saw that Tang Xing had a dignified expression, he didn't seem to be joking. Wen Chuanya couldn't help but frown. Then he turned to Wenjiang and said, "Even Wenjiang can't stay here?" Tang Xing shook his head and said, "Uncle, this matter is too important. I can only let uncle know right now. As for whether uncle will tell brother Wenjiang or not, I don't care. When Xianxia looked at Tangxing was still looking at him with a determined expression. When Xianxia nodded, then he turned to Wenjiang and said, Wenjiang, guard the door. Without my order, no one can come in, including you. Wenjiang was a very gentle person. Therefore, he didn't get angry at Tangxing's rude request. Although he didn't know Tangxing for a long time, he could see that Tangxing was a very sensible person. Since Tangxing said this, then it must be something important. Therefore, Wenjiang immediately nodded before he turned around and walked out. After sending the servants away, Wenjiang stood guard in front of the door. Seeing Wenjiang go out, Tangxing looked at Xianxia and said, Uncle, you should be able to see that I was able to get the herbs from Lost Soul City. This time, I came here on the orders of Lost Soul City's City Lord Zhao Hai. Lord Zhao Hai wanted me to deliver a letter to Uncle. Moreover, he also ordered me to deliver the letter to Uncle when you are alone. Xianxia nodded and said, Uncle, you should be able to see that I was able to get the herbs from Lost Soul City. After he said that, Tangxing took out a book from his chest. Then he tore open the cover of the book. Inside the cover was a hidden compartment with a letter inside. Tangxing took the letter out and handed it over to Xianxia. Xianxia looked at Tangxing's actions. From Tangxing's actions, he could see the importance of this letter. This made him even more curious. Xianxia didn't have any interaction with the city of Lost Soul City. So why did Zhao Hai suddenly send him a secret letter? What was going on? Although Xianxia didn't understand what was going on, he still reached out and took the letter that Tangxing handed over. There was an envelope outside the book collection, but there were no words on the envelope. Xianxia looked at the envelope and didn't see anything, so he directly opened the envelope and took out the few pieces of paper inside. When Xianxia opened the papers and saw the first line, he couldn't help but tremble. Then, he suddenly stood up and stuffed the letter into his arms. Then, he fixed his eyes on Tangxing. Tangxing looked at Xianxia and said, Uncle, there's no need to be like this. I was the one who brought this letter. I don't know the contents of the letter, and even if I did, I wouldn't reveal it. I don't want to be chased by the city lord. In this world, there's no one who can escape the city lord's pursuit. Uncle, this nephew will take his leave first. Then Tangxing stood up and gave Xianxia a salute. Then he turned around and left. Xianxia didn't stop him. He was still immersed in the shock brought to him by the first few words of the letter. At this time, he had almost lost his ability to think. He could only look at Tangxing leaving. Even when Wenjiang's voice sounded distant and unreal. Father, I wish you well. It was just a short line of words, but it made Xianxia's heart skip a beat. He was very familiar with this handwriting because he had seen it too many times. Every time he saw it, he would feel a burst of pain in his heart. Xianxia didn't expect that Tangxing would bring a letter from Wenhai. Moreover, Wenhai was currently inside the mystic realm. Because of Wenhai, Xianxia was very familiar with the situation inside the mystic realm. He was very clear that people who enter the mystic realm couldn't casually come out. Naturally, this letter couldn't be casually brought out. At this time, only eldest brother Ho, second brother Ho, and the other elders could enter and exit the mystic realm at will. However, it was impossible for the elders to bring a letter for others. Although eldest brother Ho and second brother Ho could bring a letter for others, it was impossible for them to give it to Tangxing. In other words, Wenhai's letter didn't come from the secret territory through normal channels. This was what surprised Xianxia the most. Xianxia was very clear that if the people of the sacred court knew that they had a way to enter the secret territory through other channels, the sacred court wouldn't hesitate to deal with them. Because of this, Xianxia was startled when he saw Wenhai's letter. He didn't even care about Tangxing's departure. After Tangxing left, Xianxia immediately took out the letter and carefully read it. The letter that Wenhai brought back this time wasn't short. It was more than 10 pages long, and the words were very small. Xianxia carefully read the letter that Wenhai sent back. The more he read, the more startled Xianxia was. He didn't think that Wenhai and the others would be living like this. The sacred court actually treated them as cannon fodder, using their hard-earned things to arm the people of the sacred court. This was too shameless. At the same time, Wenhai also said in the letter that they had already made contact with the City of Lost Souls. In the future, they would be able to cooperate with the City of Lost Souls. Moreover, the people of the City of Lost Souls would send him a teleportation formation. When necessary, he would be able to move his entire family to the City of Lost Souls. After reading the letter twice, Xianxia put it down and let out a long breath. He didn't think that things would turn out like this. Now he was sure that Tangxing was someone from the Lost City. Moreover, he was a spy from the Lost City. This time, he was under the order of the Lost City to contact Xianxia. At this time, there was a knock on the door of the study. When Xianxia was startled, he immediately put the letter away and said, "Who is it?" When Wenjiang's voice sounded, "Father, it's me. Are you all right? Can I come in?" When Xianxia heard that it was Wenjiang, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh and said, "Wenjiang, come in." When Wenjiang responded and pushed the door open. When Wenjiang looked at Xianxia's ugly expression and asked, "Father, what's wrong? Did Tangxing treat you rudely?" "What did he say?" Xianxia waved his hand and said, "It's nothing, he didn't treat me rudely. I'm just feeling a little uncomfortable. You don't need to worry. Because I'm not feeling well, Boss Tang went back first. 2 days later, you can go to Boss Tang's place and invite him over. We'll discuss the matter of the herb's business." When Wenjiang heard Xianxia, he couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately said, "Father, where are you feeling uncomfortable? Do you want to invite a doctor to take a look?" In the spirit weapon realm, there were also doctors, but they were very few. When Xianxia shook his head and said, "I'm fine, you don't need to worry about me. You can leave, I want to rest for a while." When Wenjiang looked at Xianxia with a puzzled expression. When he saw that Xianxia seemed to be fine, he nodded and then turned around to leave. Seeing Wenjiang leave, Xianxia sighed. Then he took out Wenhai's letter and carefully looked at it. In the end, Xianxia sighed as he took out a match and lit the letter. When the letter was completely burned, Xianxia disposed of the ashes. Then he opened the door to the study and let out the smell of smoke. At the same time, he walked out of the study. After walking around the mansion twice, Xianxia returned to his study room. He needed to think about it carefully, because Wenhai had said in the letter that after a period of time, he would be able to return to the mansion to see him. This made Xianxia happy, but also distressed. He was happy because his son, who had suffered for many years, was finally coming back. However, he was distressed because he was afraid that Wenhai would be seen by others when he returned. Moreover, he couldn't hide this matter from the other people in the mansion. If the people in the mansion suddenly knew that Wenhai had returned, then it would certainly be chaotic. At that time it would be easier for problems to arise. Xianxia sat in the study and thought for a while. In the end, he decided to tell Wenjiang and the others about this matter. This was because this matter was related to the entire Wen family. After thinking about this, Xianxia said, "Go and call the eldest young master to my study." Immediately, someone outside the door responded and turned around to leave. After Xianxia returned to his study, there were naturally servants waiting outside to listen to his orders. Xianxia didn't send the servants away, so naturally, there were people who could be used at this time. Before long, Wenjiang arrived at Xianxia's study. After Xianxia let Wenjiang in, Xianxia opened the door and windows of the study. Then he dismissed the servants and looked around. After seeing that there were no other movements, he turned around and sat opposite to Wenjiang. Wenjiang looked at Xianxia's actions and couldn't help but be puzzled. He was very clear that Xianxia had a reason for doing this. Moreover, he seemed to be more careful compared to when he was talking to Tangxing. Wenjiang looked at Xianxia and said, "Father, what's the matter?" Xianxia looked at Wenjiang and said, "Your little brother sent a letter. It was brought by Tangxing." When Wenjiang heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression suddenly changed. Then he looked at Xianxia and said, "How could my little brother's letter be in Tangxing's hands? What's going on?" Xianxia replied in a deep voice, "This matter is very complicated. We have to start from the sacred courtyard. The sacred courtyard treated your little brother as a death squad. Moreover, your little brother has been pushed aside and was sent to a very dangerous place, when Xianxia told Wen Wenjiang about the contents of Wen Wenhai's letter. After listening to Wen Xianxia, Wen Wenjiang's expression couldn't help but turn ashen. He looked at Wen Xianxia and said, "This is too hateful. I didn't expect the holy court to be such a place. Father, what should we do now?" Wen Xianxia replied, "We won't do anything. We can't do anything right now. If we do anything, the holy court would be suspicious. At that time, your little brother would be in even more danger. After some time, the people from the Lost Soul City would arrange for your little brother to come back and take a look. What we need to do now is to inform the most reliable people in the clan and have them meet your little brother. At the same time, we'll wait for the teleportation formation from the Lost Soul City to arrive. Then we'll selectively distribute the teleportation formations." When Wenjiang thought for a moment and said, "Then what about our family's business? Are we going to give up on it?" When Xianxia replied, "Family business is big, but it's not as important as life. How about this? I think Boss Tangxing should have some connections with the Lost Soul City. I think we can use him to transfer some of the family's assets. However, we have to wait until we see your little brother before making a decision. We can't be fooled." When Wenjiang replied, "All right, then let's do that. We'll inform the family in the next few days. After 2 days, I'll invite Tangxing over and ask him what's going on. He should know something." When Xianxia nodded, then he said, "Let's do it this way. Only you, your mother, and your little brother know about this matter. We don't need to inform anyone else." When Wenjiang nodded and said, "All right, father, you tell mother about this. I'll talk to second brother. I think we can use this time to investigate and see if there are people in the family that we can trust. When we leave, we can take them with us." When Xianxia said in a deep voice, "All right, this matter is settled." When Wenjiang nodded and said, "Father, then I'll go and prepare. I'll find time to tell my little brother tonight." When Xianxia nodded and waved his hand. When Wenjiang stood up and left. After when Wenjiang left, when Xianxia stood up and said, "Come, find the chief steward." The servant who had just returned from outside the door immediately responded and ran away. At this time, Tangxing had already returned to Spirit Mountain's medicinal herb store. When Wenhai's guess was not wrong. Tangxing was a spy from the Lost Soul City. He was sent to Deer City by the Soul City, but he was not from the Lost Soul City. On the contrary, he was from another city. On the surface, it seemed that he had nothing to do with the Lost Soul City. It was only later that he ran to the Lost Soul City to do business there that he was able to obtain the medicinal herbs of the Lost Soul City. In fact, these identities were true, but what no one knew was that Tangxing had already joined the Lost Soul City. His family had also obtained a portable transmission formation to the Lost Soul City. His family also had a house and other businesses in the Lost Soul City. It's just that no one knew about it. And the reason why his family had so many things in the City of Bewilderment was because he had become a spy of the City of Bewilderment. It was precisely because he had become a spy of the City of Bewilderment that the City of Bewilderment placed him in such an important position. And because Tangxing was a smart and capable person, he became a spy of the City of Bewilderment in Deer City. Tangxing was also aware of the contents of the Lost Soul Cities operation this time. To be honest, when he first learned of this news, Tangxing was very excited. He didn't expect that the Lost Soul City could get in touch with the secret territory and bring people out of the secret territory. For him, this was really incredible. Tangxing was no stranger to the secret territory. Their Tang family had also entered the secret territory and died inside. However, unlike the Wen family, the Tang family members died shortly after entering the secret territory. It could be said that their deaths were unclear. Therefore, the Tang family did not have a good impression of the secret territory. Although the secret territory had indeed protected the Tang family for 10 years, during those 10 years, the Tang family did not develop. After 10 years, the Tang family was immediately attacked by a group of people. The Tang family was almost exterminated. The Tang family had to pay a huge price to protect the Tang family, but at the same time, the Tang family's vitality was greatly damaged. It was precisely because of these reasons that the Tang family didn't have a good impression of the secret territory. On the contrary, their hatred towards the secret territory was very big. This was because they discovered that the protection of the secret territory wasn't real protection, but a kind of suppression, a kind of surveillance. Suppression, not allowing the Tang family to develop; surveillance, and not allowing the Tang family to move freely. This was the real protection of the secret territory. When Tangxing found out that the people of the Lost Soul City could not only get in touch with the secret territory, but also think of ways to deal with the people inside the secret territory, Tangxing didn't have a bit of disgust. Instead, he was very happy. He didn't decline the task given to him by the Lost Soul City and directly accepted it. Although he didn't know the content of the letter he sent to the Wen family, he was very clear about the operation of the Lost Soul City. After returning to the store, Tangxing immediately wrote down today's operation on a note and sent it to the Lost Soul City. He also wrote down the Wen family's reaction today. After sending the note, Tangxing immediately began to arrange for people to monitor the Wen family. He was afraid that the Wen family would reveal today's matter, which would be troublesome. Tangxing was very clear that the Lost Soul City was now under martial law. Although it couldn't be seen on the surface, the Lost Soul City had already entered a state of war. Fortunately, it didn't take long for Tangxing to receive a reply from the City of Lost Souls. The City of Lost Souls wanted him to monitor the Wen family and make preparations. After some time, they would send someone to the Wen family. They wanted him to cooperate and send the person to the Wen family. Tangxing didn't have any objections to this task. He immediately began to prepare. He really hoped that the people in the Lost Soul City would be able to deal with the people in the secret realm quickly. On the other hand, the Wen family was very calm. Wen Xianxia had already told his wife about Wen Wenhai's letter. When his wife heard Wen Wenhai, she was very surprised. Then tears started to flow down her face. However, his wife also knew that this matter couldn't be made known to outsiders. Otherwise, the entire Wen family would be in danger. In the evening, Wen Wenjiang called Wen Wenhai to his room and prepared a table full of food and wine. The two brothers didn't let anyone serve them as they drank and chatted. This wasn't the first or second time they had done this, so naturally, they didn't arouse anyone's suspicion. At the table, Wen Wenjiang told Wen Wenhai about Wen Wenhai's matter. After Wen Wenhai heard about it, he was startled. At the same time, he clenched his teeth. One must know that the three brothers were brothers and their relationship was very good. Now that they heard that their little brother was used as cannon fodder, how could they not be angry? How could they not be angry? When Wenhai stood in front of Zhao Hai with an excited expression. He looked at Zhao Hai and said with a trembling voice, "Boss, can I really go home? Can I really go home?" Zhao Hai looked at Wen Wenhai's expression and couldn't help but feel sour in his heart. In the end, he nodded and said, "Right, you can go home now. Come, take this with you. When you get home, take it off. But before you see your family, don't take it off. Also, when you arrive at Lost Soul City, you have to listen to their arrangements. You should know that what we're doing right now is something that could cost us our lives. Before we have absolute strength, we can't let the Holy Courtyard and the headquarters know about this, we can't reveal any flaws. I want you to go home to see your family, and also to make your family believe that the Lost Soul City can help them. Only then will they cooperate with the Lost Soul City's work. Later on, if they need help, they would go to the Lost Soul City to be safe. So when you go back, you have to make things clear to your family, understand? Do you understand?" When Wenhai immediately replied, "I understand, boss." "Rest assured, when will I go?" Zhao Hai said, "Go now. Remember, before you see your family, don't take it off. After you see them, immediately take it with you. Remember." When Wenhai nodded and said, "Yes, boss can rest assured." Then he took out a magic formation and put it on his body. Then he followed Zhao Hai to the transmission formation and stood on it. The people in the base looked at Wen Wenhai with envy. However, there was also hope in their eyes. This was because they knew that if Wen Wenhai went back today, then it would be their turn tomorrow. A white light flashed on the transmission formation before Wen Wenhai disappeared. The other people in the base looked at the transmission formation and didn't want to leave for a long time. They were now very envious of Wen Wenhai. On the transmission formation in the Lost Mountain base, a white light flashed as Wen Wenhai appeared. As soon as he came out, he saw Stonehammer. Zhao Hai brought Stonehammer to the secret realm and introduced him to everyone. Then he had Stonehammer stay in the Lost Mountain base. This way, Wen Wenhai and the others would know each other. This would also reduce their nervousness. Stonehammer looked at Wen Wenhai. Because of the magic formation, Wen Wenhai's appearance had changed. However, Stonehammer knew that it was Wen Wenhai who came today, so he said, "Old Wen, did the young master tell you everything?" Wen Wenhai nodded and said, "Yes, the boss has made it clear. We'll listen to your arrangements here." Stonehammer nodded, then he took out a portable transmission formation and gave it to Wen Wenhai and said, "Old Wen, take this." Wen Wenhai nodded, then he took the teleportation formation and brought it to his body. Seeing that he was ready, Stonehammer said, "Activate it." Then a white light appeared on Stonehammer's body. Wen Wenhai nodded and then activated the transmission formation. In the next moment, the two appeared in a small courtyard of the Spirit Snake City Lord's mansion. After the two arrived, a servant immediately came over. Stonehammer waved his hand, causing the servant to withdraw. Then Stonehammer looked at Wen Wenhai's transmission formation and said, "Give me your transmission formation." Wen Wenhai did as he was told, then he gave the transmission formation to Wen Wenhai. Stonehammer took the transmission formation and said, "After you arrive, someone will lead you to your family. Your family has already received the news. However, you can't stay with your family for too long. Otherwise, it would arouse suspicion. You might have to come back today. I know that the time is too short, but there's no other way. We can't fight against the Holy Court right now. So we can only do this." Wen Wenhai said, "I understand. Rest assured, I'm already very happy to see my family." Chui nodded, then he reset the coordinates of the teleportation formation and gave it to Wen Wenhai. Then he said, "I won't be going with you this time. You should be careful. Go." Chui nodded. Wen Wenhai took the transmission formation and hung it on his body. Then he cupped his fist towards Stonehammer and activated the transmission formation. With a flash of white light, he disappeared from the courtyard of the City Lord's mansion. The reason why Stonehammer and the others returned to the City Lord's mansion and didn't go directly to Deer City was because the base in the Soul Enchantment Mountain was too far away from Deer City. If the transmission formation was too far away, it might cause a certain coordinate error. In other words, you might not be able to teleport to the coordinates you set. Instead, you might be teleported to another place. The further the distance, the greater the error. It was precisely because of this that Stonehammer chose the City Lord's mansion as a transit station. It was safe here. Although there were many people paying attention to it, it was absolutely safe inside the mansion. The next moment, Wen Wenhai appeared in a room. This room wasn't big and was very dark. Wen Wenhai glanced around and found that there was only one door in this room. There were windows, but they were very small and weren't blocked. The light from the outside couldn't come in at all. Of course, the wires inside couldn't go out either. It was very good to cover the light of the transmission formation. Just as Wen Wenhai was looking around, a voice sounded, "You must be Mr. Wen. Follow me." Wen Wenhai looked towards the direction of the voice and found that the door of the room had been opened at some point. A man in his 30s, who looked very shrewd, was standing outside the door and looking at him. Wen Wenhai immediately walked out of the room. As soon as he left the room, he found that this room was behind a woodshed and was very safe. As the two of them walked out, the man in front opened his mouth and said, "I am Tangxing, the owner of the Spirit Mountain Medicinal Herb Store in Deer Cry City. This time, I'll have to ask Mr. Wen to be my servant first and follow me into the Wen Mansion." Now in the Wen Mansion, Uncle Wen, Auntie Wen, eldest brother Wen and second brother Wen already know that Mr. Wen is going back. But I asked Mr. Wen to be careful and not reveal any flaws. Wen Wenhai immediately said, "Yes, please rest assured Mr. Wen. I will be careful, definitely." Tangxing looked at Wen Wenhai and said solemnly, "The carriage has already been prepared. Mister, you will have to bear with it for a while and walk beside the carriage. That way, no one will suspect you. Also, I would like to ask Mister to control your speed, as your current strength is not even at the consolidating equipment stage yet. That will be up to you, Mister." This time, my contact with the Wen family has caused many of the large families to be extremely angry, and there are many people keeping an eye on the Wen family. If Mr. reveals any flaws, you might be discovered, so please be careful. Wen Wenhai nodded. He was very excited, but after listening to Tang Xing's words, he slowly regained control of his emotions. His years of life and death in the mystic realm weren't in vain. At the very least, he was still able to control his emotions. This was already very amazing. Wen Wenhai nodded. Tang Xing led Wen Wenhai out of the courtyard. There was already a carriage parked outside. Tang Xing got on the carriage and Wen Wenhai could only run beside the carriage. This way, he would appear to be a servant. However, Wen Wenhai did not have any dissatisfaction. Now, he only wanted to see his family. Nothing else mattered. The carriage moved forward. Wen Wenhai walked forward while observing the situation around him. He really did not expect that after leaving Deer City for so many years, Deer City did not seem to have changed much. Wen Wenhai was very familiar with the direction of his home. Seeing the carriage slowly approaching his home, his heart could not help but slowly become excited. For people like him who had been away from home for a long time, no one could compare to his longing for home. It was precisely because of this that he was so excited. However, after going through life and death for a long time, Wen Wenhai's mental strength had reached a very amazing degree. Although he was very excited, his steps were not messed up, and the expression on his face did not change much. Time passed by little and the carriage finally stopped. Wen Wenhai looked at the mansion in front of him. Looking at the plaque with the words Wen Mansion on the gate, his heart became even more excited. He clenched his fists tightly, but there was no expression on his face. At this time, Tang Xing also came down from the carriage. He glanced at Wen Wenhai and found that Wen Wenhai did not have any expression. Only then did he feel relieved. Then, he led Wen Wenhai into the mansion. As soon as they arrived at the gate of the Wen Mansion, a person came out of the mansion to welcome them. Upon seeing this person, Wen Wenhai became even more excited. His fists clenched even tighter, but he lowered his head. He was afraid that he would be too excited at this time and let others see his expression. When Wen Wenjiang came out of the mansion, he was also very excited. He received news from Tang Xing in advance that Wen Wenhai would be coming back today. When he thought of his brother that he had not seen for many years, his heart was very excited. However, he also knew that if people knew that Wen Wenhai was coming back, then the Wen family would be finished. Therefore, he didn't let Wen Xianxia and old Madam Wen come out. Instead, he came out to welcome Tang Xing. In fact, Wen Wenjiang also knew that he would be very excited if he came out. However, these years of experience made him mature a lot. Especially in the business world, he developed a skill of not showing his emotions. Besides his family, Wen Wenhai always maintained a very polite smile in front of others. This smile seemed to have solidified on his face, and now he was like this. However, when he saw Tang Xing, the muscles on his face twitched a few times. Especially when he saw that Tang Xing was accompanied by a servant, but when he didn't see his brother, the muscles on his face twitched even more. However, he still didn't say anything, he just cupped his fist towards Tang Xing and said, "Boss Tang, please come in. My father is waiting for you." Tang Xing smiled faintly and cupped his fist towards Wen Wenjiang. "I've come to your mansion to disturb you again. I'm really sorry, please." After saying that, he led Wen Wenhai and followed Wen Wenjiang into the Wen mansion. Wen Wenjiang also glanced at Wen Wenhai. At this time, Wen Wenhai's mood slowly calmed down. He lowered his head and followed behind Tang Xing. He looked just like an ordinary servant. Wen Wenjiang was unable to see any flaws in him. When Tang Xing and Wen Wenjiang entered the study, they found several people waiting for them. Tang Xing recognized all of them. They were Wen Xianxia, Madam Wen, and Wen Wenhe. Wen Wenjiang also followed Tang Xing into the study. After Wen Wenjiang closed the door, he immediately turned to Tang Xing and said, "Brother Tang, where's my little brother? Didn't you say that he's coming back today? How come I don't see him?" Upon hearing Wen Wenjiang, Wen Xianxia and the others immediately looked at Tang Xing. They had been waiting for Wen Wenhai for a long time. If Wen Wenhai didn't come back, then what were they waiting for? Tang Xing looked at them and smiled. Then, he said in a deep voice, "All Wen, bring the things in." Following his voice, someone outside the door responded. Then the door was pushed open and a person walked in. The members of the Wen family looked at the person who was dressed like a servant with some puzzlement. Wen Wenjiang was even more puzzled. This servant followed Tangxing into the Wen family and should be Tangxing's confidant. But why did he enter the study at this time? While they were still confused, when Wenhai took off the magic formation on his body, revealing his face. Although Wen Wenhai had been away from home for many years and his appearance and temperament had changed after years of fighting, Wen Xianxia and the others still recognized Wen Wenhai at a glance. As soon as she saw Wen Wenhai, Mrs. Wen immediately rushed over and hugged Wen Wenhai. She burst into tears. Wen Xianxia and Wen Wenjiang were also crying there. Fortunately, the servants in the courtyard had already been sent away. Therefore, nobody heard the commotion in the study. Otherwise, it would arouse the suspicion of some people. After some time, the Wen family slowly calmed down. Wen Wenhai's eyes were still red, but a smile could be seen on his face. At this time, Wen Xianxia immediately invited Tangxing to another room to rest. They wanted to talk to Wen Wenhai about this matter in detail. Naturally, Tangxing didn't have any objections. The family was reunited, so he followed Wen Wenjiang to another room to rest. Then Wen Wenjiang returned to the study. At this time, Wen Wenhai was also talking about his experiences in the sacred court and the secret realm. The Wen family didn't dare to imagine that Wen Wenhai had suffered so much and almost lost his life. When Madame Wen heard Wen Wenhai, she couldn't help but cry. One must know that Wen Wenhai was the youngest son of the family. Naturally, he was very favored. They thought that sending Wen Wenhai to the sacred court would give him the best future. They didn't expect that Wen Wenhai would be harmed in the end. Wen Wenhai wasn't angry at all, he kept comforting his mother. Finally, he finished explaining everything and said, "Father, Mother, we've already thought about it. We must overthrow the Sacred Academy's control over the secret realm. For so many years, the Sacred Academy has been using us as sacrificial soldiers. They used our lives in exchange for things to improve the strength of their disciples and buy a good reputation while we didn't get anything. Therefore, we must do this. But if we do this, we must declare war against the Sacred Academy. At that time, the Sacred Academy would be the first to deal with you. Because of this, you will be in great danger. Our leader has a say in the Lost Soul Mountains. He's the crane grasses that caused a stir in the spiritual weapon realm. Therefore, as long as you reach the Lost Soul Mountains, you will be safe." When Xianxia nodded and said, "All right, I'll arrange this. As long as we know your plan, we'll know what to do. As for you, there are a lot of experts in the secret realm. Will your operation succeed?" When Wenhai replied, "Father, you can rest assured. We will succeed. Now that we have a transmission formation that leads directly to the spiritual weapon realm, as well as the resources there. Moreover, we have the support of the Lost City. Therefore, there shouldn't be any problems. You can rest assured." When Xianxia nodded and said, "That's good. I'll slowly transfer the family's assets to the Lost City. When the time comes, we just need to go there. As for the other members of the family, we'll choose some trustworthy people. As for those who are disloyal, we won't be able to control them." When Wenhai said, "Father, Mother, you must be careful. You don't need to worry about money. With my current strength and the leader's skill, we won't lack money. You don't need to worry about it." When Wenhai had already received a notice from Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai told them that they don't need to worry about their family's assets. Even if they don't bring a single cent to the Lost City, they would still receive gold coins equivalent to their family's assets. Therefore, they didn't need to worry about anything. Naturally, when Wenhai didn't doubt Zhao Hai's words. Therefore, he told Wen Xianxia this. However, Wen Xianxia had his own plans. Therefore, he just nodded and didn't say anything. When Wenhai saw Wen Xianxia's expression, he knew that Wen Xianxia had other plans. He didn't say anything, when Wenhai already told him that if Wen Xianxia's family trusted him and wanted the people of Lost Soul City to transfer their assets, then Wenhai would do his best to help. Because of this, when Wenhai didn't say anything, he was afraid that Wen Xianxia would lose his life for money. When Wenhai didn't want to talk about this matter, so he turned his head to Wen Xianxia and said, "Father, Mother, I can't stay for too long this time. I still have to go back with Mr. Tang. If I stay in the mansion for too long, then it would arouse suspicion. Moreover, there are still several hundred brothers in the secret realm who haven't returned yet. I'm the first one, so I can't stay for too long. Father, Mother, you don't need to worry about me. I'm now following the leader and I'm doing very well. Maybe in the future, I'll have the opportunity to become a Breaking River realm expert. You don't need to worry about me. After hearing Wen Wenhai, Madame Wen cried even harder. However, Wen Xianxia and the others didn't cry. They were all men, so they were satisfied to know that Wen Wenhai was safe. Wen Xianxia glanced at Mrs. Wen and said in a low voice, "Well, don't cry. Wenhai is safe now, so we don't have to worry about anything. Let's just assume that Wenhai is working in another place and doesn't come back often. Well, let's wait for Wenhai to come back and have a meal together as a family. Wenjiang, go and make the arrangements and ask Mr. Tang to leave after the meal is set. We can't let them know about Wenhai." When Wenjiang nodded, then he turned around and left. It didn't take long for him to arrange everything. After dismissing all the servants, the Wen family and Tangxing went to the dining hall. The meal was very happy. Although Madame Wen's eyes were filled with tears, the smile on her face increased. After knowing that her son was safe, she felt relieved. However, she was still reluctant to part with her son. After the meal, Tangxing led Wen Wenhai out of the Wen mansion. Wen Xianxia and the others personally escorted the two to the mansion's gate. From the outside, it seemed like Wen Xianxia and the others were sending Tangxing off. However, they were actually sending Wen Wenhai off. After Wen Wenhai followed Tangxing back to the pharmacy, Tangxing led Wen Wenhai to a small room. Then Tangxing cupped his fist and said, "Mr. Wen, I can't send you off. You can rest assured that I will do my best to help the Wen family." When Wenhai nodded, then he cupped his fist towards Tangxing and said, "This one thanks Mr. This one has no way to repay you, but if there is an opportunity in the future, this one will certainly repay Mr. Tangxing smiled faintly and said, "Mr. Wen is too polite. This is the city lord's order, how could I dare to neglect it? Moreover, my Tang family also lost their lives in the secret realm. I don't have a good impression of the secret realm. If Mr. Wen can really deal with the secret realm as well as the sacred court, then this can be considered as my revenge." When Wenhai cupped his fist towards Tangxing and said, "Then we can be considered family. Mr. Tang, this one will take his leave. I'll leave the Wen family to you." Then when Wenhai cupped his fist towards Tangxing, then a white light flashed on his body as he disappeared from the room. In the next moment, when Wenhai appeared in the small courtyard of the city lord's mansion. Just as he appeared, Xianxia greeted him. Xianxia looked at Wen Wenhai and smiled. Faintly, "Old Wen, I didn't expect you to come back so quickly. I thought that you would stay there for 2 days." When Wenhai shook his head and said, "Although I wanted to stay for 2 more days, how could I? There are too many things going on in the secret realm. Moreover, there are still several hundred brothers who haven't returned yet. I'm already satisfied that I'm the first to return. I don't know how many people are envious of me. If I return late, then I would be letting my brothers down. Brother Sure, let's go back. The earlier we deal with the secret realm and the sacred court, the earlier we can reunite with our families." Xianxia looked at Wen Wenhai and nodded, "All right, Brother Wen, let's go. I'll do my best to arrange for everyone to return home as soon as possible. You can rest assured." When Wenhai nodded, then he said, "Then I'll leave it to Brother Sure." "Right, Brother Sure, are we currently in the city lord's mansion of the Lost Soul State?" Stonehammer nodded and said, "Right, it's the Lost Soul City lord's mansion. This is our transit station. Later on, those who want to go home will have to stop here before going home." "Alright, you don't need to worry about this, let's go." When Wenhai nodded. The reason why he asked Xianxia this question was to see how much influence Zhao Hai had in the Lost Soul State. If Zhao Hai's influence wasn't big, then it would be impossible for the transit point to be in the city lord's mansion. But after knowing that this was the city lord's mansion, Wen Wenhai had a new understanding of Zhao Hai's influence in the Lost Soul State. He discovered that he had underestimated Zhao Hai's influence in the city. A white light flashed as Wen Wenhai appeared on the transmission formation. Wen Wenhai looked at the small cave and let out a long breath. To be honest, he felt that the secret realm was much more comfortable. Although the secret realm was very dangerous, there was still light here. Here, black and white were distinct. Compared to the spirit weapon realm, this place was much better. In the spirit weapon realm, even if it was daytime, it was still the same as the secret realm's night. How could Wenwenhai, who was used to staying in the secret realm, endure this? While Wenwenhai was looking around, a voice was heard, "Old Wen, what are you looking at? Quickly go and see the boss." Wenwenhai looked towards the direction of the voice and discovered that it was Lu Yao. Wenwenhai nodded and said, "All right, I'll go." "Old Lu, why did you come here to watch the transmission formation?" Lu Yao stood at the side of the transmission formation. This position was generally reserved for those who were in charge of the formation. Usually, they would arrange for someone to be in charge of the formation. Lu Yao was now a squad leader, so he didn't need to come here to look at the transmission formation. When Lu Yao heard Wenwenhai, he couldn't help but chuckle and said, "Isn't it because of you? You're the first one to return. I just wanted to see when you'll be back." When Wenwenhai heard Lu Yao, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "How could I be late?" But this time everything went smoothly. "All right, I'll go see the boss." Lu Yao nodded, then he followed Wenwenhai out. He was originally waiting for Wenwenhai here. Now that Wenwenhai was back, he naturally couldn't stay in the transmission formation. Before long, the two arrived outside Zhao Hai's room. Before the two knocked on the door, they heard Zhao Hai's voice, "Old Wen, you're back. Come in." The two nodded before they pushed the door and went inside. Zhao Hai was sitting inside the room with a pen and paper in his hand. They didn't know what he was writing, but his room was very well decorated. There was even a burst of tea fragrance floating in the air. Seeing the two come in, Zhao Hai put down the tea in his hand and said, "Have a seat. Pour yourself a cup of tea." He had an earth fire well in his room that could be used to boil water and make tea. The two nodded and sat down. Then they each poured themselves a cup of tea. They haven't had tea for a long time because they didn't know how to process tea leaves. Therefore, they haven't had any tea since they arrived in the mystic realm. The tea they were drinking now was from Lost Soul City. After Zhao Hai sat down, he said to Wenwenhai, "How was it, Old Wen? Did the trip go smoothly?" Wenwenhai nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai with a grateful expression and said, "Boss, I have to thank you for this. This trip went very smoothly. Although I didn't spend much time with my family, at least I know that they're doing well. Moreover, I've done everything that needs to be done. Boss, thank you very much." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "All right, there's no need to be polite with me. Your family is fine. You should explain everything clearly so that you don't panic in the future. How about the arrangements in Lost Soul City?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, there's no need to be polite." When Wenhai nodded and said, "The arrangements were very good. Thank you, boss." "Right, boss, what's your status in Lost Soul City? How can you arrange a transit point in Lost Soul City's City Lord's mansion?" When Wenhai and Zhao Hai were people who had experienced life and death together, so they weren't too polite. They directly asked what they wanted to know. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "You used those formations, so why can't I use them?" "Hehe, I'm actually Lost Soul City's City Lord, Zhao Hai. When I said that I was going into seclusion, I actually used the formation to change my appearance. Then I left Lost Soul City to travel around. Who knew that I would cause so much trouble and end up here?" Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Wenwenhai and Lu Yao couldn't help but stare. Then their expressions changed. Wenwenhai's eyes lit up as he said, "Ha ha ha, that's great. Boss, you're the City Lord of Lost Soul City. That's even better. Originally, I was worried about moving my family to Lost Soul City. But now, I don't have to worry at all. Moreover, my brothers will have a place to go in the future." The same was true for Lu Yao. Zhao Hai looked at the two and smiled faintly. He didn't say anything. The reason why he told Wenwenhai about his identity was because he knew that his identity couldn't be kept a secret forever. If he didn't tell Wenwenhai about his identity, then it wouldn't be good if Wenwenhai and the others knew about it. Moreover, there was another advantage to telling Wenwenhai about his identity: it made Wenwenhai feel relieved. Just like what Wenwenhai said, if Zhao Hai only held a high position in Lost Soul City, then Wen Hai and the others wouldn't feel relieved. After all, Zhao Hai was only a high official, he wasn't the city lord of Lost Soul City. If one day, the city lord of Lost Soul City wants to deal with them, then wouldn't it be troublesome? But now that they knew that Zhao Hai was the city lord of Lost Soul City, the situation was completely different. Zhao Hai was the city lord of Lost Soul City, and they had gone through life and death with Zhao Hai. In this case, it wouldn't be a problem for them to bring their family to Lost Soul City. Naturally, Zhao Hai's idea was correct. Upon hearing that Zhao Hai was the city lord of Lost Soul City, Wen Hai and the others felt as if a heavy stone had been lifted off their hearts. Therefore, they were very happy. After the two were happy for a while, Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, "Old Wen, since you're back, then the other brothers can also go home and have a look. But pay attention, you can only tell your family about this. You can't stay at home for too long. You two can go and tell the other brothers." The two nodded, they didn't object to this, they just thought that this was what they should do. After the two left, Zhao Hai returned to his desk and looked at what he wrote. In fact, he was writing on his golden book in order to increase his attack methods. Zhao Hai has always felt that he didn't have enough attack methods. His strongest attack method was the Jade Doll. The destruction blade that the Jade Doll can transform into was definitely Zhao Hai's strongest attack method. It was stronger than his golden jade sword and golden shark sword. This was because the Jade Doll can also fly and attack like a flying sword. However, he can't casually take out the Jade Doll. It was a trump card against an enemy. If he casually took it out, then people would know about it. And any trump card can be broken. Once people figure out how to break it, then the trump card would no longer be a trump card. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't use the Jade Doll. Zhao Hai's second strongest attacks should be the golden jade sword and the golden shark sword. However, these two flying swords can't be casually taken out, especially in the spirit weapon realm. In the past, the Heavenly Sword Empire appeared in the spirit weapon realm. And in this Heavenly Sword Empire, there were also people who used flying swords. It can be said that the Heavenly Sword Empire got its name because of its flying swords. If Zhao Hai were to use flying swords to attack, then people would think that he obtained the inheritance of the Heavenly Sword Empire. At that time, he would become the enemy of the entire spirit weapon realm. The Heavenly Sword Empire did appear in the spirit weapon realm, but that was a very long time ago. The spirit weapon realm had a city-state system for a very long time. City lords wouldn't easily give up their authority. If people knew that Zhao Hai obtained the inheritance of the Heavenly Sword Empire, then the city lords would think of the Heavenly Sword Empire and unify the entire spirit weapon realm. This wasn't something that they wanted to see. At that time, Zhao Hai would be more eye-catching than the Sacred Court. All the city-states would target him, especially when he had the Lost Soul City-State. These city-states would be even more worried. They would think that the Lost Soul City-State was just an experiment of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai wanted to unify the entire spirit weapon realm. At that time, Zhao Hai would be waiting to be attacked by the entire spirit weapon realm. At this time, Zhao Hai was dealing with the Sacred Court. He didn't want to do something more eye-catching than the Sacred Court. If the Sacred Court knew that he had the flying swords, then the Sacred Court could use this as an excuse to regain control of the city lords. That would be troublesome. Besides these two attacks, Zhao Hai's remaining means were close combat, the Golden Book, and the Variant Seed. There's no need to talk about the Variant Seed. This was because the strongest Variant Seed was the Bean Soldier. The Bean Soldier's attack power would only be revealed when it explodes. Similarly, it would also take some time. After all, even if you want to cast the Bean Soldier, it would still take some time. There's no need to talk about close combat. Zhao Hai's close combat strength was very formidable. However, he could only deal with a few dozen people at once. And this was also because of his excellent movement technique. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to do this. But if he had to face powerful experts, then close combat would be a bad idea. They were now facing the Sacred Court. The Sacred Court had a lot of experts. Similarly, if they were to fight against the Sacred Court, then the Sacred Court would certainly send a lot of troops. But at present, the only true expert they had was Zhao Hai. Once he was entangled by the Sacred Court, then what would Wen Hai and the others do? Wait for death, Although Zhao Hai's anti-holy faction had more people than the pro-holy faction in the mystic realm, and seemed to have the upper hand, the pro-holy faction still had several Breaking River level experts. On the other hand, only Zhao Hai could compete with a Breaking River level expert. The others didn't have the strength to do so. Moreover, behind the pro-sacred court was the sacred court. The sacred court had been operating in the spiritual weapon world for so many years. How could they have few Skydance realm experts? There were countless clans in the sacred court. And in the sacred court, which clan didn't have hundreds of Skydance realm experts? It was only because of these people that the Sacred Academy could have such a great influence on the entire spirit weapon world. If not, why would those city-states in the spirit weapon world tolerate the Sacred Academy's actions of poaching their students? Wasn't it because of the Academy's strength? It was still fine now. But once Zhao Hai really clashed with the pro-sacred court, then the sacred court would certainly send reinforcements. At that time, the ratio of military strength would be reversed. Yes, there was a method to cut off the sacred court's passage to the secret territory. But this method could only stay in the theoretical stage. It was almost impossible to put it into practice. The 8 great elders weren't fools. Would they just watch Zhao Hai cut off the passage? Don't forget that the passage was in the headquarters. And the headquarters was guarded by the 8 great elders. At any time, one shouldn't underestimate the strength of the 8 Broken River realm experts. Once the 8 great elders went all out to defend the passage, then Zhao Hai and the others could only fight against the sacred court's experts. The ratio of military strength would be reversed. At that time, Zhao Hai's advantage would become a disadvantage. At that time, what would Zhao Hai do? Would he still fight in close combat? Then he would only be able to block a few dozen people at most. And this was in the best-case scenario. If his opponent was a Broken River realm expert, then not to mention even a few of them would be enough to make Zhao Hai suffer. Because of this, Zhao Hai, who was like a commander, would personally go into battle. Because of this, Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to use too much close combat. In this way, Zhao Hai's only means of attack were the Golden Book and the Golden Pen. The Golden Book was very convenient to use. When it was opened, the contents of the book would appear and help Zhao Hai in battle. As long as Zhao Hai wrote enough things in the book, then he would have enough means to attack. Although the more things that were released, the more energy Zhao Hai would need to provide. However, this wasn't a problem for Zhao Hai. His space had a lot of energy. If all of this energy were to be released, then the destructive power would be unimaginable. But there was also a problem: it was impossible for Zhao Hai to release all of his energy at once. Even if Zhao Hai's strongest attack was the Jade Doll, it was impossible for it to release all of Zhao Hai's energy at once. Because of this, Zhao Hai's energy was most suitable for the Golden Book. The Golden Book can convert a large amount of energy into fighting strength. This was very important. Because of this, Zhao Hai had already developed a habit of writing things in the Golden Book whenever he has time. While Zhao Hai was writing things in the Golden Book, when Wenhai's return caused a huge shock in the base. Everyone knew that when Wenhai had returned home. Everyone was looking forward to Wenhai's return. This was because if Wenhai returned safely, then it would mean that he had seen his family. In other words, they would be able to return home. However, they didn't expect Wenhai to return so quickly. In their minds, even if Wenhai couldn't stay with his family for a long time, he should still have spent a lot of time on the road. In this case, it was impossible for Wenhai to return so quickly. Because of this, they were surprised to see Wenhai return. However, after learning about Wenhai's return, everyone couldn't help but feel relieved. At the same time, they admired Zhao Hai even more. Naturally, they were also looking forward to the day when they would return home. At this time, the situation in the cave base was very good. Zhao Hai had already arranged for several groups of people to visit their families. The first group was only Wenhai, the second group was 5 people, the third group was 20 people, and the fourth group was 50 people. The reason why so many people could be arranged to visit their families was because the Lost Soul City had already understood how to contact the families of the people in the base. Because of this, the arrangements became much easier. Besides arranging for these people to visit their families, Zhao Hai also did something else, and that was to train them. Zhao Hai had already discovered that although the people in the secret realm weren't weak, their training was very limited. Although they were divided into captains, commanders, and other positions, these positions didn't care much about training. Although they did undergo some training, in Zhao Hai's opinion, this training was too simple. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to retrain the people in the base. The training this time was actually very simple, it was military training. Zhao Hai didn't just do military training for cultivators once or twice. Therefore, he was very familiar with it. First of all, he wanted the cultivators to understand the benefits of this training. Their training was completely different from the training of ordinary soldiers. This was because the cultivators were very strong, their speed was very fast, and their attack power was also very strong. Most importantly, they could all fly. Because of this, the content of this training was very special. Wenhai didn't have any aversion towards Zhao Hai's training of them. They were very clear that Zhao Hai wouldn't harm them. Training them was just to make sure that they have a better chance of surviving. Therefore, they didn't reject the training at all. In addition to training, Zhao was also making defensive tools for Wenhai and the others, such as armor and shields. These were all things that needed to be made. Zhao Hai also knew from Wenhai and the others that in the spirit weapon realm, it wasn't that there weren't people who used formations on weapons. It was just that there were very few people who did this. And now, there were even fewer people who could use formations on weapons. However, this made Zhao Hai feel relieved. Wenhai and the others weren't weak, but compared to Zhao Hai's requirements, they weren't that strong. Therefore, improving Wenhai and the others' fighting strength became Zhao Hai's main task. But how can he improve Wenhai and the others' fighting strength? Bone beads, pills, these were naturally necessary. Suitable fighting was also necessary. However, weapons and equipment were also very important. If you let a person with a dagger attack a person with a spear, then unless there were some special circumstances, the person with the dagger would die. This was the importance of weapons and equipment. Zhao Hai and the others' weapons and equipment didn't have formations. In Zhao Hai's view, such weapons were just tools. They couldn't be compared to the weapons used by cultivators. Therefore, what Zhao Hai wanted to do the most right now was to add formations to all of their weapons. The reason why Zhao Hai didn't dare to use this method before was because he didn't know that the people of the spirit weapon realm used weapons with formations. He thought that the people here wouldn't use this method. If he used this method, then it would be too conspicuous. In order to keep a low profile, he didn't add formations to his weapons. Even the chain hammer and saber that he used were ordinary weapons without any formations. But when he heard from Wenhai and the others that the spirit weapon realm had these kinds of enchantment formations, Zhao Hai relaxed. In his opinion, he can now remove the restriction and add enchantment formations to his weapons. However, after he carefully understood the situation, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Although the spiritual weapon realm had weapons that were blessed with formations, this method was still immature. The power of these weapons was very small. There were some powerful weapons that were blessed with formations, but these weapons were generally left behind by the Heavenly Sword Empire. Moreover, these weapons had already become legends. As for who had them, nobody knew. Currently, the only weapon left behind by the Heavenly Sword Empire in the continent was the Iron Scroll of the Sacred Academy. The Iron Pill Scroll of the Holy Institute was a very powerful weapon. This weapon could be used for both offense and defense. However, no one knew how powerful it was because the Holy Institute almost never used this weapon. However, this weapon was indeed in the Holy Institute. Moreover, it had been kept by the Holy Institute and was very well preserved. When Zhao Hai heard this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was because he didn't expect the Holy Institute to have an artifact. That's right, in Zhao Hai's view, the weapons they were using now could only be called weapons. And weapons with formations should be called artifacts. However, this wasn't something that Zhao Hai cared about, he just needed to know about it. Moreover, in the spiritual weapon realm, although there were problems with enchantments, these weapons were still very rare. Everyone wanted to get their hands on these weapons. However, there weren't many people in the spiritual weapon realm who knew how to make them. Almost all of the people who knew how to make these weapons were in the sacred courtyard. After hearing this information, Zhao Hai's disgust towards the Holy Institute deepened. The Holy Institute was clearly carrying out a technological blockade. This was very disadvantageous to the development of the spirit weapon realm. However, the Holy Institute's actions allowed the Holy Institute to stay ahead of the other spirit weapon realms. Zhao Hai didn't care about the Holy Institute. He only knew that he could now openly add formations to his weapons. Because of this, Zhao Hai immediately began to experiment. Actually, he didn't need to experiment. However, he still wanted to test it out. This was because he wanted to give people the impression that he didn't know how to do it and that he was slowly researching it. This way, people wouldn't doubt him. Although he was still forging weapons, he didn't slack off on his training. Zhao Hai's training for Wen Hai and the others was still focused on magic formations. In the outside world, Zhao Hai didn't use magic formations much. This was because he had three-dimensional formations. Moreover, his troops had undergone a long period of training and were proficient in using three-dimensional formations. Because of this, magic formations were almost eliminated. However, in the secret realm, cube formations were very suitable. This was because Wen Hai and the others had very little military training. Moreover, their understanding of magic formations was also very limited. If they were to learn three-dimensional magic formations, then it would be very difficult for them. Therefore, what they needed to do now was to train in magic formations. In fact, there were still a lot of variations in large magic formations, so it wasn't easy to use a large cube formation. However, large magic formations didn't have the same effect as three-dimensional magic formations, so Zhao slowly gave up on them. In fact, in a real battle, the power of large magic formations was still very strong. In the beginning, Zhao Hai had Wen Hai and the others form a magic formation. However, Wen Hai and the others couldn't line up properly. This was because the magic formation had a lot of variations. The distance between each person was very strict. In addition to the distance, the magic formation also had strict requirements. The horizontal and vertical lines had to be flat. The magic formation had to be arranged like a square. Wen Hai and the others weren't used to Zhao's request. They had undergone training before, but generally, it was just ordinary training. In battle, their cooperation generally relied on their tacit understanding. But this kind of formal battle formation, not to mention such a complex cube formation, was something that they had never experienced before. However, Zhao Hai was very ruthless this time. Everyone had to participate. Moreover, they had to start from the very beginning. Just the formation of the magic formation took Zhao Hai more than a month. After more than a month, the magic formation was finally formed. It finally met Zhao Hai's requirements. However, Zhao Hai didn't immediately start training the magic formation. He started to mess up the positions of the people and then had them form the magic formation. At the same time, he also increased the speed of their formation. This training continued for another month. In the end, as long as Zhao Hai gave the order, the 500 people would be able to form the magic formation within 20 breaths of time. At this time, Zhao Hai thought that they were qualified to learn the magic formation. Because of this training, it was inevitable that the people in the base wouldn't have time to do anything else. Hunting, gathering herbs, digging vegetables, and other things were all stopped. However, they now have a transmission formation with the Lost Soul City State. Although Zhao Hai and the others were training, the Lost Soul City State had selected some people and sent them to the Mystic Realm. Their purpose in coming to the Mystic Realm was to dig herbs, dig vegetables, and do logistics for the base. These people were the most trusted people in the Lost Soul City State. At the same time, the base also had its own income. This income mainly came from herbs. The herbs in the Mystic Realm were different from the herbs in the Spirit Weapon Realm. If they were to directly sell them in the Spirit Weapon Realm, then they would certainly be discovered. Therefore, Zhao Hai thought of a way to turn these herbs into medicine and then sell them in the Spirit Weapon Realm. Turning herbs into medicine wasn't a difficult matter for the base. However, if they wanted to sell them in the Spirit Weapon Realm, then the choice of medicine would be very particular. Zhao Hai wouldn't directly sell the essence pills, essence recovery pills, detoxification pills, and blood replenishing pills to the Spirit Weapon Realm. That would attract too much attention. This time, Zhao Hai chose to go the civilian route. He would sell some pills that were commonly used by civilians, as well as some pills that were used to treat civilians. These pills didn't have to be too strong. This way, they could produce a lot of medicine and reduce the cost of production. Moreover, it wouldn't attract too much attention. Zhao Hai's method was very feasible. Even the pills produced in the base didn't need to be sold outside. These pills were all digested by the bewitching Soul City. There was even a situation where the supply couldn't meet the demand. Although these pills were all produced by Zhao Hai still settled the accounts with the bewitching Soul City. Moreover, every account was calculated very clearly. Then he gave all the money he earned to Wen Hai and the others. Wen Hai and the others could use this money to buy things in the bewitching Soul City. They could also save it for their families. Although Wen Hai and the others declined in every way, in the end, Zhao Hai still allowed them to accept it. This made Wen Hai and the others even more grateful to Zhao Hai. What they didn't know was that Zhao Hai had a reason for doing this. What was the name of Zhao Hai's organization? The Anti-Sacred Academy faction. In other words, their main goal was to oppose the academy. Their main goal was to fight against the Sacred Academy. However, it was impossible to fight against the Sacred Academy for a lifetime. If Zhao Hai's group could really control the secret realm, then would this organization still exist? And if it did, then who would be in charge of it? All of these were problems. Yes, the people of this organization were under Zhao Hai's management. They were also very close to the Lost Soul City. However, Zhao Hai was very clear that people's hearts can change. If these people think that their lives in the Lost Soul City weren't good, then would they still listen to the Lost Soul City? One must know that they originally had their own homes. If they really wanted to leave the Lost Soul City, then it wouldn't be good news for the Lost Soul City. Using feelings to keep these people in the Lost Soul City was actually the best thing to do. This was because feelings can change. Even if you always help a person, then there would be a situation where you would be grateful for one thing and hate for another. Because of this, using feelings to tie people down wasn't the best method. Because of this, Zhao Hai thought of another point, and that was benefits. Zhao Hai gave Wen Hai and the others money to spend in the Lost Soul City. This was using benefits to win them over. At the same time, Zhao Hai wanted Wen Hai and the others to regard the Lost Soul City as their home. This would make Wen Hai and the others feel a sense of belonging. This way, Wen Hai and the others would be able to follow the Lost Soul City in the future. It was impossible for Zhao Hai to stay in the Lost Soul City for the rest of his life. If he left and didn't use this method to tie Wen Hai and the others to the Lost Soul City, then it would be hard to say how much of a sense of belonging Wen Hai and the others would have. In order for the Lost Soul City to continue to develop, this method was necessary. Facts proved that Zhao Hai's method was very useful. After Wen Hai and the others received the money, they also went to the Lost Soul City to buy things. They also saw the situation of the Lost Soul City. To be honest, they were very shocked. Before they entered the Sacred Academy, they lived in different cities. However, none of them could compare to the situation of the Lost Soul City. To be honest, when they saw the lives of the people in the Lost Soul City, they couldn't help but feel envious. After so many times of contact, Wen Hai and the others' sense of belonging towards the Lost Soul City became stronger and stronger. This was what Zhao Hai wanted to see. As time passed by, Wen Hai and the others finally started to learn the transformations of the cube formation. When they learned the transformations of the cube formation, they understood the might of the formation. The formation's transformations, the various attacks, and even the various defenses made Wen Hai and the others surprised. However, they were also very happy. They now understood that the training they received before couldn't be compared to Zhao Hai's training. They didn't suffer in vain. However, it wasn't easy to learn all of these transformations. But because they felt the might of the cube formation, Wen Hai and the others became more diligent in their training. When Zhao Hai taught Wen Hai and the others the transformations of the formation, it was the same as when they were in formation. Each transformation was practiced to perfection before the next one was taught. In this way, Zhao Hai didn't have to watch over Wen Hai and the others every day. He had more time to do his own things. Zhao Hai was still studying how to engrave formations into weapons every day. At this time, there were more than 20 people in the forging room who were learning from him. These people weren't from the Sacred Academy. They were very strong and didn't want to keep forging. Because of this, aside from 3 people who were from the Sacred Academy, the others were all from the Lost Soul City. After several months of research, Zhao Hai and the others made great progress. They finally found a way to engrave formations into weapons. For them, this was a major breakthrough. One must know that this was also a breakthrough for Zhao Hai. In the past, Zhao Hai would use his spiritual force to directly engrave formations into weapons. This method was very convenient. However, the people of the spirit weapon realm couldn't use it because their spiritual force was too weak. They couldn't use their spiritual force to engrave formations into weapons. But now, Zhao Hai and the others were using the forging method to engrave formations into weapons. This wasn't a simple matter. Zhao Hai hadn't done this before, so it took him a long time. One must know that in the Sacred Academy, there were only a few people who were able to engrave formations into weapons. Moreover, this method wasn't very mature. The weapons that they made had flaws. On the other hand, the weapons that Zhao Hai made didn't have that many flaws. Aside from the fact that there were fewer formations engraved on the weapons, there weren't many flaws. There were 2 main reasons for this. One was that the materials used by Zhao Hai were very good. The materials used by Zhao Hai were the fruits that were harvested from the metal forest. These fruits were equal to the essence of metal. They were the fruits that the trees absorbed from the metal ores. This was equivalent to purifying the metal ores. Such materials were much more advanced compared to the materials used by the Sacred Academy. The other reason was Zhao Hai's computing ability. If one were to say that Zhao Hai's biggest gain after coming to the spirit weapon realm was the improvement of his soul source, then his other big gain was his biological brain. Zhao Hai's biological brain could grow infinitely, and it was still growing. And along with the growth of his biological brain, his computing ability, reasoning ability, and so on were all greatly improved. In other words, he was becoming more and more intelligent. Even his biological brain's computing speed was much faster than the computers that Zhao Hai knew. It was precisely because of this powerful computing ability that Zhao Hai was able to research the method of making artifacts in such a short time. As for the people of the Sacred Academy, although they had been researching this method for a long time, they didn't have the computing ability of Zhao Hai. The result of this was that after the research of the predecessors, they could only write down notes. If the later generations wanted to research, they would need to thoroughly understand the notes of the predecessors. This would take a long time. And what one person wrote down, it was almost impossible for another person to completely understand it. After all, 2 people had different ideas, so it was easy to make mistakes. Because of this, the progress of the Sacred Academy's research wasn't very big. On the other hand, Zhao Hai was the only one doing research. This was equivalent to having a train of thought. If he found out that this path didn't work, then he would immediately choose another path. He wasn't like those people who used a generation of research only to have the second generation discover that this was a wrong path. They could only start from scratch and do other research. However, it was impossible for them to remember all of their predecessors' research results. This caused them to take a lot of detours. Zhao Hai was different. Zhao Hai's research was all about him. If one path didn't work, then he could just take another. But on this path, he would always find something useful. And these things would be used in the next experiment. This saved him a lot of trouble, so his research was naturally faster. After several months of hard work, Zhao Hai finally made his first artifact. And this artifact wasn't any other artifact, it was Zhao Hai's flail. Zhao Hai's flail wasn't originally an artifact. But now, both of the hammerheads have become artifacts. The reason why Zhao Hai made the flail was because the hammerheads were very big. It was very suitable for experiments. Experimenting on large weapons and accumulating experience, then using it on smaller weapons would naturally lead to success. Zhao Hai's 2 flail hammerheads had 5 formations engraved on each hammerhead. One was to strengthen the energy transmission, and at the same time, one was to make the hammerhead harder, one was to increase the hammerhead's destructive power, one was to reduce the hammerhead's weight, and one was to increase the hammerhead's weight. The energy transmission and enhancement formations were necessary. This would increase the hammerhead's energy, allowing the user to activate all the formations in the hammerhead as long as they put in a small amount of energy. Making the hammerhead harder was also necessary. This way, the hammerhead wouldn't be easily damaged in battle. As for the rest of the formations, it would depend on the user's preference. Zhao Hai's hammerheads had increased destructive power. This was also a kind of vibrational force. When hitting an enemy, Zhao Hai's hammerhead would produce a certain amount of vibrational force, further damaging the enemy. As for the formation to reduce the hammerhead's weight, it would be used when retrieving the hammerhead. Think about it, if you threw your hammer and it fell to the ground, then when you wanted to retrieve it, the hammerhead's weight would increase from 20 kilograms to 2 kilograms. How much strength would this save? The same was true for the formation to increase the weight. When you attack an enemy and activate the formation, then your hammer would suddenly become several times heavier. What would happen then? Or when you're fighting an enemy and the enemy thinks that your hammer is heavy, then your hammer would suddenly become heavier. This would be a fatal blow. After Zhao Hai finished making the flail, he looked at the flail that didn't seem to have changed much. He let out a long breath. In the past few months, he had been busy with this. Even when he was sleeping at night, he was still thinking about it. Now that he finally made his first product, he could try it out. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai took the flail and walked out. The people in the forging room immediately followed him. They also wanted to know how powerful this hammer was. Zhao Hai's movements also attracted the attention of Wen Hai and the others. Wen Hai and the others had already finished their training for the day. They also knew that Zhao Hai was researching artifacts. So when they saw Zhao Hai come out and the others in the forging room following him, they knew that it was a success. Because of this, they all gathered around, wanting to see the results. Zhao Hai also saw Wen Hai and the others coming over, but he didn't say anything. He knew what Wen Hai and the others were thinking. Artifacts were something that everyone in the world of spirit weapons yearned for. Wen Hai and the others also knew that Zhao Hai wanted to make artifacts. Now that he finally made a finished product, Wen Hai and the others naturally wanted to see it. Zhao Hai took his flail and went to a small hill. There were a lot of trees on this hill, but Zhao Hai's team had cut down a lot of them, revealing the stones inside. Therefore, this place was the most suitable place to test the weapon. Zhao Hai took the flail and swung it forward, smashing it on a stone. With a bang, the stone immediately turned into dust. When the dust settled, everyone saw that Zhao Hai's hammer was embedded in the stone. This made everyone stare, but then they were disappointed. The hammer was embedded in the stone, but the stone didn't seem to be affected. This meant that the hammer's power wasn't that great. But at this time, Zhao Hai shook his wrist and the flail immediately flew back to his hand. The hammer seemed to be very light, as if it didn't have any weight. When the hammer flew back to Zhao Hai's hand, the stone suddenly turned into powder. That's right, it was stone powder. The stone turned into fine powder like flour. Upon seeing this, Wen Hai and the others were stunned. Then they couldn't help but cheer. One must know that with this kind of ability, not to mention using chain hammers, even if they directly used their own energy, they wouldn't be able to produce this kind of effect. Moreover, they were very clear that Zhao Hai was here to test the weapon. It was impossible for him to use his own energy. In other words, this strike was completely caused by the hammer's instincts. Zhao Hai looked at the pile of stone powder and nodded. Then he turned to Wen Hai and said, "Old Wen, try using your weapon to cut this hammer." When Wen Hai heard Zhao Hai, he didn't hesitate as he took out his long sword and slashed at the hammer. His long sword flashed with light, it was clear that he used energy. On the other hand, Zhao Hai's hammer didn't use any energy. In the end, a clang was heard as Wen Hai's long sword broke. Then everyone looked at Wen Hai's long sword and saw that Zhao Hai's flail was completely fine. Zhao Hai nodded with satisfaction. Then he explained the formation of the hammer to everyone. At the same time, he had everyone try it out. Naturally, they couldn't control the formation as easily as Zhao Hai. They could even use their spiritual force to observe the formation. However, this didn't mean that they couldn't use formations. They could use formations, but they could only forcibly remember the order of the formation and its use. Then when they used it, they would have to use their own energy to control the formation. This was very different from when Zhao Hai used the formation. When Zhao Hai used the formation, he used his eyes to observe the formation before using it. When Wen Hai and the others closed their eyes and relied on their own memory to use the formation. Naturally, the difference between the two was obvious. When Wen Hai and the others tried the flail, they weren't used to it. Most importantly, they didn't remember the use of the formation. Because of this, they were a bit flustered. When Zhao Hai saw Wen Hai and the others, he also discovered the problem. He discovered that he had placed too many formations in the flail. This made it difficult for Wen Hai and the others to use it. Now that Zhao Hai thought about it, Wen Hai and the others were different from the cultivators outside. Cultivators outside had strong spiritual force. Moreover, they had a good understanding of formations. Because of this, they had an innate advantage when it came to controlling artifacts. However, Wen Hai and the others didn't have spiritual force. Moreover, they didn't know much about formations. In this case, they were at a disadvantage when using artifacts. This discovery also gave Zhao Hai a reminder. It seems like when he makes weapons in the future, he must pay attention to the number of formations. It would be best if he didn't engrave too many formations in the artifacts. Otherwise, Wen Hai and the others wouldn't be able to use them. Fortunately, although there were 5 formations in the flail, there were only 4 that needed to be controlled in battle. Of these 4 formations, only 3 of them could be used selectively. The other 3 formations had completely different functions. Because of this, Wen Hai and the others didn't take long to remember them. After everyone tried the hammer, a few hours had passed. Although they stayed on the hill for a few hours, none of them felt impatient. This was because the hammer was very useful to them. With this hammer, their combat strength increased by at least 3 times. Naturally, for those who were good at using hammers, this hammer could increase their combat strength by 4 to 5 times. This wasn't an exaggeration. The main reason for this was because the hammer had a very strong destructive formation. This formation was called the vibration formation. This formation was a very good thing. When Zhao Hai first started making weapons, they didn't lack the power of vibration. After learning this formation, the strength of his weapons naturally increased. However, this formation had a very high requirement for the materials used. This was because when you want to use the power of vibration to destroy an enemy's weapon or body, the weapon itself would need to produce a very strong vibration. Because of this, this formation had a very high requirement for the materials used to make it. Fortunately, the materials that Zhao Hai used to make weapons were the essences of various metals. Because of this, he didn't need to worry about this situation. After everyone had tried their weapons, Zhao Hai led them back to the base. Looking at the excited faces of the group, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Alright, don't be too happy. Now that I've learned how to add formations to your weapons, you should seize the time to train. At the same time, you should tell me what weapons you like to use so that I can help you make them." Zhao Hai nodded. Everyone cheered. They were all warriors, and there was no warrior who didn't like good weapons, not to mention legendary artifacts. Because of this, everyone was very happy. Zhao Hai didn't care about them. In fact, he was already thinking about how to get out of this matter. He wasn't the logistics leader of these people, so there was no need for him to personally make weapons for them. In fact, using the forging method to make artifacts wasn't very difficult. As long as some problems were solved, then the process would be much easier. Moreover, the artifacts that Zhao Hai and the others were making could be said to be the simplest artifacts. This was because there were only a few formations in their artifacts. For the makers, this was very simple. Zhao Hai's apprentices had been studying with Zhao Hai for a long time. They were already familiar with the steps. As long as Zhao Hai gave them some pointers, then they would be able to learn this method. When people talked about forging, they would think that it was a very long process. Just like making a sword, if one used the forging method, it would take a very long time. This was especially true when it came to making fine swords and swords, the time needed would be even longer. But what was the most difficult part of forging? In fact, it was the purification of the metal and the forging method. After heating the metal, they would repeatedly forge it. During this process, the impurities in the metal would be eliminated. At the same time, various forging methods would be used to make the metal tougher. However, this problem wasn't a problem for Zhao Hai and the others. First of all, the metal that they used was very good. The metal that they used was the essence of various metals. Even without any forging, the strength of the metal itself was already very strong. After going through forging, it would be even more amazing. The purification of the metal was the most difficult process. As long as this process was eliminated, then the forging time would be greatly reduced. However, the weapons that Zhao Hai and the others were making needed formations. Therefore, the process might take a long time, but it also wouldn't be too long. After Zhao Hai finished talking to everyone immediately ran back to their rooms. They prepared to write down their requirements for the weapons and then give them to Zhao Hai. This was something that couldn't be helped. Right now, they were still lacking in manpower. Therefore, it would be impossible to change all of their equipment in a short period of time. In the following period of time, Zhao Hai began to teach the apprentices how to make artifacts. At the same time, he also watched Wen Hai and the others practice the cube formation. Zhao Hai was very clear that if Wen Hai and the others were trained into an army, then they would be invincible. One must know that Wen Hai and the others were very strong. Moreover, they had been in the secret realm for a long time. During this time, they had experienced a lot of fierce battles. It can be said that their fighting strength couldn't be underestimated. However, in the end, they weren't an army. What kind of army was a good army? Tens of millions of people were like a single person. Wen Hai and the others weren't able to do this. In their previous battles, they only knew some simple coordination. They couldn't reach the standard of a real army. However, Zhao Hai's training made them reach the standard of a real army. This was equal to twisting the fighting strength of several hundred people together. In this case, their fighting strength could be maximized. Because of this, Zhao Hai attached great importance to the cube formation training. The reason why Zhao Hai made them practice the cube formation was to make Wen Hai and the others improve their strength faster. At the same time, he also wanted to use this army to fight against the river-breaking realm experts of the Sacred Academy. Zhao Hai was the only one who could fight against river-breaking realm experts. However, he could only fight against 3 of them at most. This was already his limit. However, if Wen Hai and the others were trained, then they would be able to fight against river-breaking realm experts. With their fighting strength of 500 people, as long as there weren't more than 100 river-breaking realm experts attacking them at the same time, then they would be able to win. Wen Hai and the others didn't know about this. However, they were now very surprised by the cube formation. The cube formation had a lot of changes, and the changes were wonderful. It was completely beyond their expectations. Because of this, Wen Hai and the others were very enthusiastic about their training. Naturally, the main reason was that they wanted to get their own tailor-made weapons as soon as possible. For them, this was very important. This was also a method that Zhao Hai came up with. He already told Wen Hai and the others that whoever performed well in the training would be given priority to get their tailor-made weapons. With such a candy placed in front of them, Wen Hai and the others would naturally train as hard as they could. Because of this, their training speed increased a lot. In addition to this matter, Zhao Hai also had another thing to do. That was to make sure that the headquarters of the secret realm didn't know about the changes here. Because of this, Zhao Hai left less than 200 people in the 12th stronghold. However, the leader was still Wen Hai. If people from the headquarters came to check, then they would directly tell them that the others had died in battle. In any case, the 12th stronghold had suffered a lot of casualties, so nobody would suspect anything. However, while Zhao Hai and the others were still working hard to develop the base, a crisis occurred in the 12th stronghold. Now, there were less than 200 people left in the stronghold. However, the stronghold's defense didn't relax. Zhao Hai and the others also used a rotation system. Generally, they would rotate once a month. The first rotation was always around 100 people. Even during the rotation, they still needed to train. Zhao Hai had already explained the various changes of the cube formation to the people. Therefore, even if they were in the stronghold, they could still train. It didn't matter if there were fewer people. Zhao Hai's cube formation was able to be divided and combined. A large cube formation was composed of countless small formations. Even if there were fewer people, they could still train. Moreover, all kinds of changes could be trained. Zhao Hai mainly wanted them to be familiar with the cube formation's changes. Now, it was Tang Ming's turn to be stationed in the 12th stronghold. Tang Ming was a veteran of the stronghold. He knew that the stronghold wasn't safe at all. The snakes of the Spirit Snake Valley and the beasts of the 100 Beasts Peak might attack them. Although Black Tiger and Zhao Hai had reached an agreement and wouldn't attack them, Black Tiger only represented himself. If the beasts of the 100 Beasts Peak attacked them, then Tang Ming wouldn't care. On the other hand, Tang Ming was very clear that Black Tiger was only a minor commander in the 100 Beast Peak. There were a lot of senior commanders above him, and there were also a lot of minor commanders who were on the same level as him. Therefore, although they reached an agreement with Black Tiger, this didn't mean that they were safe. If they were careless, then they would certainly die an ugly death. Tang Ming also used Zhao Hai's method. The team of less than 200 people was divided into 4 teams. He led less than 50 people to guard the stronghold while the other 150 went out to hunt, dig for vegetables, and dig for herbs. Although they didn't need to do these things in the base, they still needed to do it in the stronghold. Naturally, they wouldn't go out to do these things for more than half a day. The rest of the time would be spent on training. At this time, Tang Ming was in a good mood as he fiddled with the herbs. He and the others had already learned how to process herbs. This was also taught by Zhao Hai. Since they were able to process the herbs, Zhao Hai and the others would be able to refine pills without losing too much of their medicinal properties. The reason why Tang Ming was in such a good mood was because he now had his own weapon. Tang Ming's weapon was a heavy sword, a 2-handed heavy sword. His previous sword was quite good, it was custom-made and was very easy to use. But this time, Zhao Hai made a tailor-made heavy sword for him. Not only was the weight and length of the sword exactly the same as his original sword, there were also formations on the sword. One formation was to make the sword more durable, the other was a vibration formation that increased the sword's destructive power. The last formation was quite special, it was a wind-type formation that increased the sword's speed. Generally, these formations that increase the sword's speed were used on flying swords. But this time, Zhao Hai used this method on Tang Ming's heavy sword. This wind-type formation wouldn't make the sword in Tang Ming's hand lighter. This was because Tang Ming wouldn't be able to get used to it. When a person uses a weapon, they would develop a habit. For people like Tang Ming, once their weapon's weight and size change, they wouldn't be able to get used to it. Because of this, the wind-type formation wouldn't change the sword's weight, but it would have a better wind-breaking effect. Moreover, when the sword is swung, it would produce a pushing force that would make the sword's speed faster. Naturally, Tang Ming wouldn't be able to get used to this change, but it wouldn't be too serious. As long as he slowly got used to it, the change would be very big for Tang Ming. Tang Ming had already gotten used to the changes in his sword. It was precisely because of this that he was very happy. Even when he was processing the herbs, he was humming a little tune. But at this time, in the distant forest, a white light suddenly shot towards the sky. This white light was very dazzling, it could be seen from far away. Upon seeing this white light, Tang Ming's expression couldn't help but change. He immediately shouted, "Everyone, gather. Quick, let's go and provide support." The people guarding the camp immediately moved. They quickly gathered around Tang Ming and flew straight to the place where the white light flashed. At the same time, Tang Ming also used his portable teleportation array to send a note. These slips of paper were prepared by Tang Ming in advance. These slips of paper were sent directly to Zhao Hai. There was only one thing on these slips of paper, it was a request for help. This was also Zhao Hai's request. Zhao Hai said that no matter what happened in the 12th stronghold, they must be notified immediately. Because of this, Tang Ming immediately sent out a request for help. Not long after the note was sent, Tang Ming and the others arrived at the place where the white light flashed. Once they arrived, Tang Ming's expression changed. This was because the hunting team was besieged by wild beasts. What worried Tang Ming the most was that among the wild beasts, there were a lot of snakes. These snakes were obviously from the Spirit Snake Valley. In other words, they were being besieged by the 100 Beasts Peak and the Spirit Snake Valley. Upon seeing this, Tang Ming's expression changed. He immediately took out his sword and shouted, "Formation!" The formation he was talking about was naturally the cube formation. He had been practicing this for a long time. Moreover, it had almost become his instinct. Because of this, Tang Ming immediately shouted the command. When they heard Tang Ming's shout, the besieged people also reacted. They were used to fighting on the ground when they fought with the beasts. Therefore, when they were suddenly attacked, they didn't have time to react. But now that they heard Tang Ming's command, they immediately reacted. One of them flew up and quickly set up a Rubik's Cube formation. At this time, the bones of the beast shot towards Tang Ming and the others. However, Tang Ming and the others were already prepared. They had paid attention to this during their training. Zhao Hai was very clear that in the future, not only would they have to fight against the people from the Holy Academy, they would also have to fight against the beasts. And whether it was against the people from the Holy Academy or the beasts, the defense of the outermost part of the cube formation must be strong. This was because the other party would certainly use long-range attacks. Therefore, the defense of the cube formation must be strong. Originally, Zhao Hai wanted to equip them with armor and shields. However, he didn't have the time to make these things. Ordinary armor and shields simply couldn't block the bone fragments. As for shields and armors, Zhao Hai didn't have the time to make them. Because of this, Zhao Hai could only use this method of defense. This method was actually very simple. It was to have people with high attack frequency stand at the outermost part of the cube formation. If the attack frequency was fast, then their reaction speed would also be fast. This way, when the bone fragments and arrows were shot, they would be able to block them in order to ensure the safety of the people behind them. Because of this, the bone fragments shot by the wild beasts were quickly blocked. Tang Ming and the others didn't suffer any injuries. From this point, one could see the advantage of the cube formation. Because the cube formation was three-dimensional, the bone fragments shot by the wild beasts could only come from one direction. Because of this, the people in front of them could block the bone fragments while the people behind them would be fine. This was because the cube formation's front area was smaller than an ordinary formation, making the defense much simpler. The bone fragments of the wild beasts couldn't be shot out continuously. Therefore, after a few rounds of bone fragments, the wild beasts stopped. Then the wild beasts all flew up and prepared to attack Tang Ming and the others. Tang Ming and the others had been fighting with these wild beasts for a long time. They were very familiar with their attacks. Although these wild beasts usually ran on the ground, if they really flew, their fighting strength wouldn't be weak. Because of this, when they saw the wild beasts flying, Tang Ming and the others became even more careful. At this time, the other two teams also arrived at Tang Ming's side. Tang Ming's cube formation was bigger, so Tang Ming was prepared to attack as well. However, Tang Ming didn't expect the wild beasts to attack first. This was exactly what Tang Ming wanted. When the wild beasts attacked, Tang Ming's cube formation immediately moved. The two sides of the cube formation were like two arms. Two small teams rushed out and attacked the wild beasts. At the same time, the central army also began to press forward. Although the wild beasts were ferocious, they didn't receive any military training. Because of this, they were stunned by Tang Ming's sudden attack. However, the number of wild beasts was much higher than Tang Ming's group. Because of this, the troops that Tang Ming sent to attack the wild beasts quickly retreated. This was because the wild beasts were already pressing forward. If they continued to attack, then they would be surrounded by the wild beasts. Then they would never be able to return. When Tang Ming saw the wild beasts surrounding them, his expression didn't change. Then he looked at the wild beasts and said, "Change the formation, circle formation." Along with Tang Ming's voice, the entire cube formation changed. The cube formation slowly turned into a sphere. This sphere was constantly rotating. The wild beasts were completely blocked by Tang Ming and the others. The wild beasts discovered that no matter where they attacked, they would have to face several enemies. This was something that they couldn't understand. At this time, white lights flashed in the 12th stronghold. Then one by one, Zhao Hai and the others appeared. As soon as Zhao Hai and the others appeared in the 12th stronghold, Zhao Hai immediately ordered them to form a cube formation. Then they rushed towards Tang Ming and the others. Tang Ming and the others were fighting in the sky. Therefore, when Zhao Hai and the others arrived at the 12th stronghold, they were immediately discovered. However, they still arranged their formation before rushing towards the stronghold. This was because Zhao Hai saw that Tang Ming and the others were already in a defensive formation. Zhao Hai was very confident in the cube formation. As long as they were in a defensive formation, then they would be able to hold on. The reason why Zhao arranged the formation to attack was to let Wen Hai and the others thoroughly understand the strength of the cube formation. So he arranged the formation so that the cube formation would slowly turn into a cone formation, and the tip of the cone would be him. Then they would rush straight towards the beasts. Zhao Hai's cone formation wasn't dead, it was alive. It was like an all that wasn't moving. The tip of Zhao Hai's cone formation wouldn't move, but the body behind it would. The wild beasts hadn't encountered such an attack before. Therefore, when Zhao Hai and the others rushed over, the wild beasts also noticed them. However, some of the wild beasts immediately rushed towards Zhao Hai and the others. However, the wild beasts that rushed towards Zhao Hai and the others weren't able to fight for a long time before they were eliminated by Zhao Hai. However, the cone formation didn't stop. Instead, it kept rushing back and forth between the wild beasts. With Zhao Hai as the tip, the entire cone formation could be said to be very smooth. It caused a lot of casualties to the wild beasts. The wild beasts also knew fear, especially those with high intelligence. Naturally, they knew fear. Now that they saw Zhao Hai and the others rushing over, many of the wild beasts immediately ran away. Zhao Hai rushed forward while observing the wild beasts. He wanted to know where their leader was. Zhao Hai also discovered the characteristics of these wild beasts. These wild beasts could be said to be an alliance formed by the 100 Beasts Peak and the Spirit Snake Valley. And from what Zhao Hai knew, this kind of alliance wasn't common in the secret realm. This was because the wild beasts weren't very peaceful. There were also conflicts between them. Because of this, there were very few alliances. Now that they formed an alliance, Zhao Hai couldn't help but worry. It was also because of this that Zhao Hai wanted to find the leader of this alliance. He wanted to see what kind of wild beast could command such an alliance. Before long, Zhao Hai locked onto his target. He discovered that behind the wild beast army, there were some wild beasts that hadn't moved. These wild beasts were mostly made up of snakes. In the middle of these wild beasts, there was a slender snake that was coiled up. It was a very thin snake, thin and long. It should be no less than 10 meters long, but it was only as thick as an egg. This was very abnormal. In addition to its body shape, the snake also had another characteristic, and that was its color. This snake was white, pure white, without any other colors. This was also very strange. However, Zhao Hai was certain that this snake was the commander of the beasts. This was because the beasts and snakes around the snake were protecting it. Zhao Hai's figure moved as he rushed straight towards the snake. Moreover, the cone formation had always been with Zhao Hai as the tip. Wherever Zhao Hai went, they would follow. Now that Zhao Hai was heading towards the snake, they would naturally follow him. Zhao Hai's figure moved and rushed straight towards the snake. The white snake also saw Zhao Hai's movements. It hissed, and the surrounding snakes immediately rushed towards Zhao Hai's group. However, Zhao Hai didn't stop. He rushed forward, but the weapon in his hand changed from a hammer to a saber. The white snake underestimated the strength of Zhao Hai's cone formation. He thought that the snakes he sent out would be enough to deal with Zhao Hai's group. At the very least, they would be able to block Zhao Hai's group. However, he was quickly disappointed. The snakes weren't able to block Zhao Hai's group. Zhao Hai's cone formation was like a sharp awl. It pierced through the snakes in front of them and went straight towards the white snake. The white snake was startled, its eyes flashed with fear. Then its body suddenly faded and disappeared. When it reappeared, it was already 1 li away from Zhao Hai's group. Moreover, it wasn't in the path of Zhao Hai's charge. Moreover, before Zhao Hai could chase after it, the snake turned around and ran away. Along the way, the beasts immediately scattered and didn't attack Tang Ming's group. After the beasts left, Zhao Hai's group immediately turned into a cube formation. Then their cube formation slowly flew towards Tang Ming's group. At this time, Tang Ming's group also turned into a cube formation and flew towards Zhao Hai's group. The two sides quickly merged and turned into an even bigger cube formation. After changing positions several times, Zhao Hai, Tang Ming, and Wen Hai gathered together. Zhao Hai looked around and said, "This time, it's an alliance army. It seems to be the alliance army of the 100 Beast Peak and the Spirit Snake Valley. Have you encountered this situation before?" The reason why Zhao Hai didn't disperse the group was because he was afraid that the beasts would attack again. Therefore, he wanted to wait until he contacted the surrounding plants and confirmed that the beasts had left. Then it wouldn't be too late to disperse the group. However, this didn't prevent him from talking to Tang Ming and the others. Tang Ming replied, "We encountered it once. That time, we suffered heavy losses. This is the second time." Zhao Hai nodded. At this time, he finished communicating with the surrounding plants and confirmed that the beasts had left. Therefore, he waved his hand and said, "Disperse and clean up the battlefield. The beasts have left." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Tang Ming and the others felt relieved. Then the cube formation dispersed and everyone began to clean up the battlefield. Zhao Hai, Tang Ming, Wen Hai, and the other officials gathered together. Zhao Hai looked at Tang Ming and said, "How did you find out that those fellows were coming?" Tang Ming replied, "The 5th squad discovered it. They were attacked by those guys. I think those guys wanted to attack the 12th base, but the 5th squad happened to bump into them. They wanted to deal with the 5th squad first. The 5th squad immediately sent out an alarm, so we rushed over to support them. We also immediately sent you a letter." Tang Ming nodded, "That's right." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Good job. I didn't think that the 100 Beast Peak and the Spirit Snake Valley would join forces. This is the situation that I don't want to see. Foothold 12 is our communication channel with the headquarters, so we can't give it up. But if the 100 Beast Peak and the Spirit Snake Valley really join forces, then our agreement with the Black Tiger would be nullified. Foothold 12 would return to its previous state, which wouldn't be good news for us." "That wouldn't be good for us." Everyone nodded with an ugly expression. They can't give up on the 12th stronghold. If they do so, then the headquarters would know about it. When the time comes, the elders of the headquarters would come to the 12th stronghold. Therefore, the 12th stronghold couldn't be abandoned. However, this would pose a problem. If they want to defend the 12th stronghold, then they would have to face the constant attacks of the beasts. In that case, their casualties would be very heavy. But if they don't defend it, then their communication with the headquarters would be cut off. This would make the 12th stronghold useless. This would have a great impact on their future operations. Zhao Hai looked at everyone, then he suddenly smiled and said, "What's wrong? Why are your expressions so ugly? Are you afraid of them?" Zhao Hai knew that this wasn't the time to attack these people. He needed to make them more confident. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to fight against the Holy Court. Zhao Hai looked at them, then he smiled faintly and said, "You don't need to be too worried. In my opinion, this isn't a big deal. Today, you used the cube formation to fight against the beasts. What do you think?" Although they didn't understand why Zhao Hai suddenly changed the topic from the 12th stronghold to the cube formation, everyone still nodded excitedly. To be honest, today's battle allowed them to see the might of the cube formation. In addition to some people being injured, they didn't suffer any losses in repelling the beasts. This was something that they didn't even dare to think about in the past. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and smiled. "The cube formation has infinite changes, but you're still not very familiar with it. But don't you think that the 12th stronghold is the best place to train? If everyone only trains their own cube formations, then it's inevitable that some mistakes will occur in battle. But if we go through battle and train in battle, then the might of our cube formations will be even greater. Don't you think that's reasonable?" When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare, then they couldn't help but think. They had never thought about this before, because they had been in the mystic realm for too long. They had never thought about using the beasts as a training ground, because in the mystic realm, the beasts were the dominant force. In the mystic realm, under normal circumstances, the beasts would launch large-scale battles, while people could only passively defend. Even if people went to hunt beasts, they would only look for the ones that were alone. Because of this mentality, they didn't think about it. But now that Zhao Hai said this, they had to think about it carefully. Zhao Hai and the others chatted as they flew towards the 12th stronghold. Before long, they arrived at the stronghold. At this time, the people who were cleaning up the battlefield also returned. Everyone was very happy. This was because they obtained a lot of good things today. Ever since the base was able to contact the Lost Soul City, everyone cleaned up the battlefield even more thoroughly. Those beasts, whether it was their skin or bones, they didn't leave anything behind. The meat was kept for consumption, the bone beads were kept for cultivation, and the skin that they couldn't use could be exchanged for money in the Lost Soul City. After the beasts in the mystic realm died, the bone fragments on their bodies would disappear. All of the beast skins looked no different from the beast skins in the spirit weapon realm. Therefore, they weren't afraid of being discovered by others when they took these beast skins out to sell. Zhao Hai was very happy to see this situation. Now that the others had learned from him, they wouldn't waste things. Everything was good in their eyes. This was also a good thing for them. Everyone didn't plan to leave the stronghold today. They directly set up a big pot and stewed the beast's meat. Wine was also brought out. After the battle, it was natural for everyone to drink and relax. Zhao Hai, Wen Hai, and the others ate while chatting. They mainly talked about the stronghold. They couldn't give up on the stronghold, but Zhao Hai didn't plan to increase the number of people here. Less than 200 people were already enough. And just as Zhao Hai said, he wanted to turn the stronghold into a training ground. Wen Hai and the others now agreed with Zhao. Stronghold 12 was a very suitable training ground. Although they felt the strength of the magic cube formation, they also felt that they weren't very familiar with it. Today, some people were injured because they weren't familiar with the magic cube formation. Because of this, the beasts took advantage of this opportunity to injure people. Today, the beasts they faced weren't very smart. If they faced smart beasts or people, then today's losses would have been even greater. The casualties might have been very heavy. The battlefield was completely different from normal training. During normal training, perhaps everyone did a good job maintaining the formation, the distance, and the speed were just right. But on the battlefield, with the tense atmosphere and the enemy's attacks, it was inevitable that their movements and speed would change. As a result, the distance between the people in the front and the people behind would also change. If they were familiar with the battlefield, then they would be able to make adjustments on their own so that there wouldn't be any flaws in the formation. This way, the formation would be able to maintain its normal operation. And a normal formation would be very difficult to break. However, because they were not familiar with the changes on the battlefield, when they were attacked by the enemy, the changes in their movements, speed, and distance would cause flaws to appear in a perfect battle formation. Such flaws could be easily exploited by the enemy. The wild beasts they had fought today were not the strongest. If it had been a group of strong wild beasts, they would have definitely suffered casualties. And don't forget that Zhao Hai's main enemy in the future would be the people from the Sacred Academy. They would be experts at the Breaking River level. Breaking River experts were much more difficult to deal with compared to the beasts. Boss Ho hasn't received any news from the 12th stronghold for a long time. Wen Hai also didn't have any news. This made Boss Ho very worried. Boss Ho didn't suspect that Wen Hai was lying to him. He and Wen Hai had been through life and death together, so it was impossible for Wen Hai to lie to him. What he was worried about was Wen Hai and the others. After all, the 12th stronghold's reputation was still fresh in his mind. Boss Ho hadn't been to the 12th stronghold, he only heard about it from Wen Hai. He believed that Wen Hai wouldn't lie to him. However, he still didn't feel at ease since he hadn't seen the stronghold. Now that Wen Hai and the others had been gone for a few months, there was no news about them at all. This made Boss Ho anxious. But when Wen Hai came back, he had been in contact with Wen Hai a lot. This made some people dissatisfied. Because of this, Boss Ho was very honest. He was afraid that people would find out that he was still in contact with Wen Hai. But after a few months, this rumor couldn't be too early. Boss Ho was also preparing to go to the 12th stronghold to see what Wen Hai said about it. The opportunity came quickly. The weather in the secret realm wasn't very good. Every once in a while, there would be heavy rain. But in the past few months, there wasn't much rain. This kind of weather wasn't common in the secret realm. But this day, the weather suddenly turned gloomy. Then heavy rain poured down. Anyone who lived in the secret realm knew that it was best not to go out in this kind of weather. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous. However, Boss Ho thought that this heavy rain came at the right time. While the rain was pouring, he led Boss Ho to Che Xiaoguang's room. Because Che Xiaoguang's room was very remote, most people wouldn't go out in this kind of weather. Therefore, nobody paid attention to them when they went out. Che Xiaoguang didn't expect Boss Ho and Boss Ho to suddenly come. He looked at the two in confusion and said, "Why did you two come here? Why is it raining so heavily?" Boss Ho replied, "Old Che, I'm going to see Old Wen. He went back for a few months, but there's still no news. I'm a bit worried. If he dies there won't be anyone to send him a letter. What do you think? Are you going or not?" When Che Bai heard Boss Ho's words, he nodded and said, "To be honest, I'm also worried. I wanted to go and take a look. Even if you didn't come looking for me today, I'll still go look for you when the weather clears. What do you plan to do?" "From there?" Boss Ho said in a deep voice, "We'll go from here. Call a few of your trusted subordinates and keep an eye on the surroundings. If anyone asks, tell them that you went out. It's best not to let anyone enter the house." Che Xiaoguang nodded and said in a deep voice, "You two take a seat first. I'll be right back." Then he pushed the door open and walked out. After a while, Che Xiaoguang came back. He had already arranged for someone to cover for them so that no one would enter his house. After explaining the situation to Boss Ho, the two immediately activated the teleportation array. Then, Boss Ho and second brother Ho disappeared from Che Xiaoguang's room. Portable teleportation arrays can also transport people. However, most portable teleportation arrays can only transport 5 people at most. Because of this, Boss Ho and second brother Ho didn't mind. At this time, it was raining in the 12th stronghold. Moreover, the rain was heavier than the stronghold. Coincidentally, the person who was guarding the stronghold this time was Wen Wenhai. Because of the heavy rain, Wen Wenhai was resting in his room. It was rare for them to rest. Every day was either hunting or training. This kind of rest day was very rare. At this time, Wen Wenhai suddenly heard a knock on the door. Wen Wenhai was stunned, but he immediately said, "Who is it? It's raining so heavily, why aren't you in your room? Why are you here?" Then he opened the door. When he opened the door, Wen Wenhai stared. He didn't expect to see Boss Ho, second brother Ho, and Che Xiaoguang. Behind the three of them was a person from the stronghold. Wen Wenhai stared for a moment before he was pleasantly surprised. "Old Ho? Little Ho, Old Che, why are you here? Come on in." "Ha ha ha. I didn't expect you to come here in such a heavy rain." When Boss Ho and the others entered Wen Wenhai's room, they couldn't help but frown. This was because Wen Wenhai's room was very simple. Most of the things inside were made of wood and stone. It was very simple. However, Boss Ho didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at Wen Wenhai and said, "Old Wen, you've been gone for a few months. This old Lu thought that you died here. We were worried about you, so we came to take a look. Coincidentally, it was raining and we didn't have anything to do. So we decided to come and take a look. You're living a hard life here, no wonder no one was willing to come to the 12th stronghold." Wen Wenhai laughed and said, "This place is just a temporary place to rest. There's no need to make it so good. You two came just in time, I'll take you to the stronghold." After he said that, Wen Wenhai turned his head to the person who was guarding the stronghold and said, "Look after this place. If the beasts attack, form a formation to meet them." Then Wen Wenhai turned his head to Boss Ho and the others and said, come to my side." The three knew that Wen Wenhai wanted to take them to the stronghold. Therefore, they immediately went to Wen Wenhai's side. Wen Wenhai immediately activated the transmission formation. In the next moment, they appeared in the cave. However, they didn't appear in the cave's transmission formation. Instead, they appeared next to the cave's pond. As soon as the three of them appeared, they were immediately noticed by the people inside the cave. However, the people inside the cave only greeted Wen Wenhai. Then, they curiously looked at eldest brother Ho and second brother Ho before turning around and going about their own business. At this time, Zhao Hai came out of his room. When he saw Boss Ho and second Ho, he couldn't help but stare. Then he laughed and said, Boss Ho, second Ho, convoy captain. Ha ha ha. I didn't think that you would actually come. Welcome, welcome. Boss Ho and the others knew Zhao Hai. They were the ones who brought Zhao Hai to the secret realm. Later on, they also heard about what Zhao Hai did from Wen Hai and the others. Therefore, when they saw Zhao Hai, they immediately felt relieved. Zhao Hai asked Wen Hai to lead the three to his room. Upon entering, Boss Ho and the others couldn't help but stare. This was because the layout of Zhao Hai's room was very good. There were many things inside the room that didn't exist in the secret realm. Although these things looked ordinary, they were things that ordinary people could use. However, in the secret realm, there weren't many of them, just like porcelain. Porcelain wasn't a lot in the secret realm. Even if there were some, they would be in the hands of the elders. On the other hand, Zhao Hai had a lot of them. Teapots, teacups, pen holders, and other things were all made of porcelain. Zhao Hai looked at the two and couldn't help but smile. After inviting them to sit down, he gave each of them a cup of tea and said, I didn't think that the three of you would actually come. Old Wen, go tell them to prepare a few dishes and send some wine over. Zhao Hai smiled and said, I didn't think that the three of you would actually come. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Boss Ho quickly replied, There's no need to trouble Mr. Tian. We came here mainly to take a look. We'll be going back soon. If we don't go back for a long time, people might find out that we're drinking. Zhao Hai smiled and said, It's fine. We have our own fruit wine. You might not know, but this fruit wine is very popular in the spirit weapon realm. At this time, Wen Hai also greeted the three before he went out to prepare a meal. He was very familiar with Boss Ho and the others. Naturally, he didn't need to care about unnecessary etiquette. However, Boss Ho and the others didn't notice Wen Hai's departure. They were now stunned by Zhao Hai's words. The three looked at Zhao Hai with surprise. In the end, Boss Ho was the first to react. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, Mister, you're saying that the wine here is very popular in the spirit weapon realm? How did you know? How did you deliver the wine? Can you get in touch with the spirit weapon realm? Zhao Hai looked at the three and couldn't help but chuckle, Old Ho, you don't need to be surprised. Didn't Old Wen tell you last time? We want to establish a transmission formation here that can connect with the spirit weapon realm. This transmission formation has already been built. Moreover, many people in the base have already returned to the spirit weapon realm. Boss Ho and the others were startled. Che Xiaoguang's breathing became heavy as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Mr. Tian, is what you said true? Can you really return to the spirit weapon realm? Zhao Hai smiled and said, Of course. If we don't return to the spirit weapon realm, then where would the things in this room come from? Moreover, there are already a lot of people in the base. They're newcomers from the spirit weapon realm. In a while I'll have Old Wen take you on a tour of our base. When Boss Ho heard Zhao Hai, he immediately applauded. At this time, Wen Hai also returned. Zhao Hai had Wen Hai take Boss Ho and the others to the base for a tour. Wen Hai also agreed. This base can be said to have been built by these people. Although most of the credit was given to Zhao Hai, these people had also been by Zhao Hai's side. They also helped Zhao Hai a lot. Because of this, they were very proud of this base. Naturally, Wen Hai wanted his friends to take a good look at the base. Wen Hai first led Boss Ho and the others around the cave, showing them the situation inside. At this time, the forging room and the alchemy room were very complete. The people inside were all from the spirit weapon realm. Although they weren't very strong, they were proficient in alchemy and forging. When these people first came here to work, they weren't very happy. But after coming here, they didn't want to leave. Each and every one of them worked hard, afraid that Zhao Hai would send them back to the spirit weapon realm. And the main reason why these people were willing to stay in the secret realm was because of the sunlight. For people who had been living in the dark, being able to live under the sunlight was a very good feeling. After seeing the forging room and the alchemy room, Boss Ho and the others were very surprised. They didn't think that the base would be able to make weapons. One must know that when Wen Hai said that they were going to make defensive equipment, Boss Ho and the others didn't believe him. But now that they saw the forging room, they were completely convinced. Boss Ho and the others also saw the situation inside the alchemy room. Wen Hai also told them that the pills made in the alchemy room were to be taken to the spirit weapon realm. This made Boss Ho and the others even more surprised. In addition to the forging room and the alchemy room, there was also another important place inside the cave, the dining hall. Everyone lived in the wooden house outside the cave, but the warehouse and dining hall were inside the cave. Moreover, Zhao Hai had brought some people from the spirit weapon realm to cook for them. Because of this, Wen Hai and the others' lives were very good. They ate very well, unlike before when they drank meat soup and ate stewed meat as if they were celebrating the new year. After introducing the situation inside the cave to Boss Ho and the others, Wen Hai led them to the entrance of the cave. At this time, the entrance was already closed. When Wen Hai opened the door, Boss Ho and the others couldn't help but be surprised. Outside the cave, it was still raining heavily. However, in this heavy rain, wooden houses could be seen. These wooden houses were very beautiful. In the heavy rain, they actually had a trace of hazy beauty. On the other hand, when Wen Hai looked at the situation outside the base and let out a long breath, they knew that the plants in the mystic realm would grow crazily in water. Because of this, the wooden houses they built were paved with stones. Moreover, after being cleaned up, there wouldn't be any plants growing. Otherwise, some of the wooden houses would have already been crushed by the newly grown trees. Boss Ho looked at the situation outside and said, "It's too beautiful. Old Wen, your place is too beautiful. But why are there wooden houses here? If the beasts attack, can these wooden houses block them?" When Wen Hai chuckled and said, "We didn't think about using these wooden houses to block the beasts. Old Ho, to be honest, if the beasts really attack the base, then even the stone houses would be useless. Therefore, these wooden houses are for people to live in." Wait a moment. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." After he said that, Wen Hai immediately stood there and loudly said, "Old Tang, Old Lu, come to the cave. Old Ho is here." His voice was loud enough that the entire base could hear him. Boss Ho and the others were startled by Wen Hai's response. But before long, they discovered that a lot of people were braving the rain and heading towards the cave. When these people arrived, Boss Ho and the others discovered that these people were people they knew from the stronghold. The ones leading them were Tang Ming and Lu Yao. When first brother Ho saw the two, he immediately laughed and hugged them. Then second brother Ho and Che Xiaoguang did the same. After that, the group went to the cavern. The cavern was recently built. Originally, there wasn't a cavern, but now that everyone found a place to eat, they decided to build a cavern. It just so happened that a lot of people had new weapons, and they wanted to try them out. So Zhao had them use their weapons to open a new cavern and use it as a cavern. After a while, the cavern was built. After everyone sat down in the dining hall, Wen Hai and the others chatted with Boss Ho and the others. Everyone was familiar with each other. Therefore, it was natural for them to feel relaxed while chatting. On the other hand, Boss Ho and the others had excited expressions on their faces. They were very happy that Zhao Hai's base was more perfect than they imagined. At this time, Zhao Hai also arrived at the dining hall. Then all kinds of dishes were served along with fruit wine. Everyone sat on the dining table. Seeing that the dishes were served, Zhao Hai picked up his wine glass and looked at everyone before he said, "Everyone, let's welcome the arrival of Boss Ho, second Boss Ho, and Mr. Che. Hee. You might find my introduction strange, but I don't think Boss Ho will be angry." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, everyone laughed. Not only did Boss Ho and the others not get angry, they even laughed. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "The reason why I called Boss Ho and the others that way is because they aren't outsiders, they are our people. When Old One went to the headquarters to ask for troops, Boss Ho and Mr. Che helped us. Moreover, Boss Ho personally returned to the spirit weapon realm and gave us the coordinates of the spirit weapon realm. Because of this, we were able to make the transmission formation. Therefore, Boss Ho and the others are our own people." Everyone nodded, then they looked at Boss Ho and the others with gratitude in their eyes. This made Boss Ho and the others feel embarrassed. Boss Ho wanted to say a few modest words, but Zhao Hai waved his hand and didn't allow Boss Ho to stand up. Then he continued, "We established this base in order to get rid of the Holy Courtyard's rule. The Holy Courtyard can no longer be called rule, it should be called oppression. We're here to risk our lives while they reap benefits without sowing. They even bully our family members. This is something that we absolutely cannot agree to. But with our current strength, we still aren't an opponent of the holy courtyard. Therefore, we must endure. At this point, Zhao Hai paused, then he let out a long breath and said, I know that everyone wants to clean up the holy courtyard, but we can't be impulsive. Impulsive actions are the actions of reckless people. We can't joke around with our lives. Before we are sure, we can't act recklessly. Otherwise, it wouldn't only be us who would suffer, our families would also suffer. Most importantly, we can't overthrow the holy courtyard. Therefore, we have to endure for now. When the time is right, we will overthrow the holy courtyard in one fell swoop. From then on, the secret realm will be ours. Everyone's faces were filled with excitement. Their eyes were filled with a glimmer of hope. It was precisely because of this hope that they would do all of this. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, Old Ho, you've helped me this time. Otherwise, I would have to contact you again. Old Ho, nobody in the headquarters knows about the situation here, and it's even more impossible for the elders to know about it. We can't give up on the 12th foothold, it's a bridge to the headquarters. I want more people to know about the existence of the camp. Although a lot of people know about the camp, only the 3 of you know about it in the headquarters. Therefore, I hope that the 3 of you can keep it a secret. Zhao Hai looked at the group and said, You're right, Old Ho, 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 Old Boss Ho and the other 2 suddenly stood up. Then they cupped their fists towards Zhao Hai and said, Yes, boss. We promise to do it well. Boss Ho and the others already knew how when Wen Hai and the others addressed Zhao Hai. Therefore, they also addressed Zhao Hai as boss. It was clear that they recognized Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Then he laughed and said, All right. Then I'll have to trouble you 3. But there's one more thing, it's about Mr. Che. Mr. Che, everyone in the stronghold has returned to the spiritual weapon realm, except for Mr. Che. When Mr. Che comes to the stronghold, we'll arrange for you to visit your family in the spiritual weapon realm. Right, it's best if you give me your address so that I can send someone to contact your family. Che Xiaoguang's hand trembled as he held the glass. Then he slowly put it down as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Mister, are you serious? When Zhao Hai saw Che Xiaoguang's expression, he couldn't help but laugh and said, Of course I'm serious. Old Che, you're now a brother of mine. Since we're already dead, we can't return to the stronghold. Therefore, I'll leave the stronghold to you. You can't eat these things in the stronghold, but you still have to deal with the people from the Sacred Academy. You have to work harder than us. So Old Che, if you still treat yourself as an outsider, then we won't agree. Che Xiaoguang's eyes turned red. Then he stood up and cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai as he said, Boss, I won't say anything else. This Che Xiaoguang's life is yours. Zhao Hai smiled and said, Come on, I don't want your life. Why would I want it? You should keep it for yourself. Right, Old Che, after we eat, tell Old One about your family's situation. Old One will arrange it. Che Xiaoguang nodded, then he cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai before sitting down. However, his mood was still surging. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to be so thoughtful. Zhao Hai turned his head to the 2 brothers and said, I know about your situation. I know that you don't have any family, and you often go outside. I don't want to say anything. I just want to tell you that the good days are still ahead of you. Let's work hard to create them together. Xiaohai nodded and said, you too, I know about your situation. I know that the two of you don't have any family. Eldest brother Ho and second brother Ho cupped their fists and gave Xiaohai a salute. Xiaohai raised his cup and looked at the crowd as he loudly said, brothers, let us drink to our future. To our future. Everyone shouted in unison. Then they drank the wine in their glasses. Although the wine wasn't strong, everyone was still very happy. After Xiaohai drank his glass, he also sat down. Everyone began to talk and laugh loudly as they ate and drank. The atmosphere of the restaurant was very lively. After 2 hours, everyone finished eating and drinking. Then Che Xiaoguang told Wenhai about his family's situation. Then he used the transmission formation and left with the two brothers. Naturally, Zhao Hai also gave the second brother a transmission formation and told him to take it with him. A white light flashed as Boss Ho and the others appeared in Che Xiaoguang's room. Che Xiaoguang and the others looked at their simple room, but they didn't seem angry at all. Instead, their faces were filled with excitement. Boss Ho let out a long breath as he calmed himself down. Then he turned to Che Xiaoguang and said, Old Che, you heard Boss's words. What do you think? Che Xiaoguang replied, no. What the boss wants me to do is also what I want to do. Old Ho, the boss, and the others are doing very well. We can't fall behind. If we drag the boss down, then you and I would be sinners. Che Xiaoguang replied. Boss Ho nodded and said, right. If we drag boss down, then we'll be sinners. Alright, we'll go back. We'll take action ourselves. The same goes for you. Boss just gave us a limit. How we do things depends on us. But remember, confidentiality is the most important thing. Che Xiaoguang nodded and said, don't worry, you should be careful when you go back. Right, get close to those guys from the Holy Courtyard faction. Ha ha ha. Let those fools have a better relationship with you. This way, you can get more information. As long as boss and the others develop, there's nothing wrong with using those fools. If you need anything, just tell boss. If you need something outside, just go to Lost Soul City State. Boss Ho nodded and said, I know what I'm doing. You don't need to worry about it. But you still have to go out and hunt. Be careful. Che Xiaoguang nodded. Then Boss Ho and second Boss Ho cupped their fists and then left. After the two left, Che Xiaoguang excitedly walked around the room. He really wanted to go home. In fact, his family was also a big one. Moreover, it was located in the Yalong city. The Che family was very famous in the city. It was almost the same as Zhao Hai's enemy, the Zhe family. However, Che Xiaoguang wasn't a direct descendant of the Che clan. He was a collateral descendant of the Che clan. His family wasn't very prosperous. Besides his parents, he only had a younger brother. Although a great clan like the Che clan would send people to the sacred court to study, their disciples were generally valued. They wouldn't come to the secret realm. Unfortunately, Che Xiaoguang was accompanied by another Che family disciple. This Che family disciple was called Che Xiaolei. Although Che Xiaolei's name was very ordinary, he was actually a direct descendant of the Che family. Because of this, Che Xiaolei became a key disciple while Che Xiaoguang became a cannon fodder and was sent to the secret realm. After so many years, Che Xiaoguang didn't know how his family was doing. He also didn't know how his parents and younger brother were doing. Now that he finally had the opportunity to go home, Che Xiaoguang was very happy and excited. One must know that although the Che family was a big family, Che Xiaoguang's family wasn't a direct descendant. They weren't valued by the Che family, they might even be pushed aside. Although Che Xiaoguang's family was protected by the mystic realm, he was still very worried. He hoped that he could return home as soon as possible. The Lost Soul City State had always attached great importance to intelligence. This was also because of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai had experienced a lot of battles, so he was very clear about the importance of intelligence in war. It meant that you can be one step ahead of everything. It also meant that the enemy can walk into your trap. And since the Yalong city-state was the largest city-state in the entire spirit weapon realm, how could Zhao Hai not pay attention to its intelligence? In fact, there were a lot of spies in the Yalong city-state. Naturally, the Yalong city-state also had its own enemies. The Zhao family could be said to be Zhao Hai's first enemy. This was because the reason why Zhao Hai was able to establish the Lost Soul City-state was because he eliminated the Zhao family's influence in the Lost Soul City-state. In the beginning, the Zhao family wanted to retaliate against Zhao Hai. But then things changed. Zhao Hai managed to unify the Lost Soul City-state in a short time. This meant that the Zhao family would have to deal with the entire Lost Soul City-state if they wanted to deal with Zhao Hai. Although the Zhao family wasn't a small family, it was still impossible for them to deal with the Lost Soul City-state. Because of this, the Zhao family became well-behaved. However, Zhao Hai didn't think that the Zhao family would be so well-behaved. The reason why the Zhao family didn't retaliate against him was because he was too strong. The Zhao family didn't have the confidence to deal with him. Even if they weren't confident, the Zhao family didn't stop. They had sent spies to the Lost Soul City-state several times and even wanted to assassinate Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai suddenly went into seclusion, making their plans unable to proceed. Moreover, the Zhao family didn't know that Zhao Hai had already sent spies to the Yalong city-state. Zhao Hai was very clear about the Zhao family's actions. He even knew how many spies the Zhao family sent to the Lost Soul City-state. The Zhao family was too arrogant. They thought that the Yalong city-state was the biggest city-state in the spirit weapon realm. And since the Zhao family was a great clan in the Yalong city-state, it was natural for them to look down on barbarians. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to send spies to the Lost Soul City-state. Zhao Hai didn't deal with the Zhao family, he didn't even deal with the Zhao family's spies in the Lost Soul City-state. This was because Zhao Hai was waiting for an opportunity to deal with the Zhao family in one fell swoop. When the time comes, he would deal with the spies as well. The Zhao family was a colossus in the Yalong Empire. They had branches in many cities. If one wanted to know about the Zhao family's movements and monitor the Zhao family, then one would need to set up an intelligence station in those cities. Because of this, the Lost Soul City-state had a lot of intelligence stations in the Yalong city-state. The Che family was a great clan that wasn't any weaker than the Zhao family. They also had their own branches in the Yalong city-state. The Che family's main branch was in the Yalong city-state's main city, the Yalong city. Umo was the head of the intelligence station in the Yalong city. He was 50 years old and managed a restaurant in the city. His restaurant was very famous in the Yalong city, it was one of the biggest restaurants in the city. Unlike other intelligence agents, Umo wasn't an outsider. He was a native of Yalong city. It can be said that he had lived in Yalong city for the past 53 years. He was born and raised in Yalong city, so no one would suspect him. The reason why Umo became a spy in the Lost Soul City-state was a coincidence. Some time ago, Umo's restaurant was suppressed by a small family in the Yalong city. Although Umo was born in the city, this didn't mean that he had his own family. In fact, Umo's family could only be regarded as a middle-class family, they couldn't be considered a family at all. Although the small family that suppressed the Yu family wasn't much in the Yalong city, they were still much stronger than the Yu family. Because of the suppression of the small family, Umo's family almost went bankrupt. But even so, Umo didn't give in. In the end, he steeled his heart and directly went to the Lost Soul City-state through the transmission formation. At that time, the news about the Lost Soul City-state had already spread throughout the entire spirit weapon world. Everyone knew that going to the Lost Soul City-state could make a fortune. Umo wanted to go to the Lost Soul City-state to see if there was an opportunity to make a fortune. After arriving at the Lost Soul City-state, Umo discovered that the Lost Soul City-state was very good. He wanted to do business in the Lost Soul City-state. When he went to the City Lord's mansion to fill in the information, he was noticed by the City Lord's mansion. In the end, he agreed to the City Lord's mansion's request and became a spy in the Lost Soul City-state. His main task was to monitor the Zhao family and collect information about the Yalong city. In return, the Lost Soul City-state would help him solve his problems. After Umo received the help of Lost Soul City, he received a large amount of money. Umo was a smart person, so he took this money and bribed some people from the Zhao family. Then the Zhao family came forward and dealt with the small family. Not only did this solve his problems, but it also allowed him to establish a connection with the Xia family, making it easier for him to know about the Xia family. Without a doubt, Yumo's plan was very successful. He successfully used his own money to resolve this crisis. At the same time, the Lost Soul City-State also sent someone to wipe out the small family. This way, other people would think that the Xia family was supporting Yumo. Moreover, Yumo also gave all the benefits he received from the small family to the Xia family. Because of this, the Xia family didn't blame Yumo. On the contrary, they looked at Yumo in a new light. For a large city-state like the Asian Dragon City, the benefits of the city-state had already been divided. Naturally, the great clans occupied the majority of the benefits while the small and medium-sized clans also occupied a lot of benefits. However, because of the long period of peace, it was very difficult for the great clans to occupy more benefits. For example, the Xia clan, wanting to expand their strength in the Asian Dragon City was very difficult. Just like how they dealt with Yumo's small clan, they couldn't easily make a move because doing so would only cause the other small clans to retaliate. But Yumo's actions helped the Xia family, allowing the Xia family to gain a lot of benefits. On the surface, this matter wasn't done by the Xia family. Therefore, other people couldn't say anything. Naturally, no one would stand up for the small family. Naturally, the other small families were also careful. They were afraid that the Xia family would make a move against them after tasting the benefits. But what they didn't know was that this matter wasn't done by the Xia family. Therefore, since the Xia family didn't make a move, the other small families wouldn't do anything to the Xia family. The Xia family took advantage of the situation and established their prestige. Naturally, they wouldn't blame Yumo. Because of this matter, the relationship between Yumo and the Xia family improved. Yumo even told the Xia family that he wanted to do business in the Lost Soul City-State, but in the end, he failed. The Xia family was very interested in Yumo's story. They had Yumo send people to the Lost Soul City-State to do business, as well as to help them collect information about the Lost Soul City-State. Naturally, Yumo agreed. He also sent some of his family's capable people. Naturally, the Xia family didn't know that Yumo did this deliberately. He wanted to send his family to the Lost Soul City-State. This way, even if the Xia family found out that something was wrong with his family, he would still be able to run away. Yumo didn't want to be a double agent. He didn't have the guts to do such a thing. This was because he knew that the Lost Soul City-State wouldn't just send him as a spy. If he made any movements, he would immediately be killed. This wasn't difficult for Yumo to guess. With the Xia family's identity, Yumo's actions became more convenient. However, at the same time, there were also some inconveniences. Because of this, although he had contact with the other spies in the Lost Soul City-State, he didn't have any direct contact with them. Although the Xia family was a great family in the Lesser Dragon City, they still couldn't dominate the Lesser Dragon City. They also had enemies. Therefore, although it was more convenient to wear the Xia family's identity, there were still some inconveniences. Those who had enmity with the Xia family would be even more wary of them. When Yumo received a message from the Lost Soul City-State, telling him to find a way to contact the Che family, Yumo let out a long breath. This wasn't because this matter was difficult to handle. On the contrary, this matter was very easy to handle. This was because the Che family and the Xia family weren't enemies. On the contrary, the two families were allies. This made it easier for Yumo to act. However, Yumo didn't act rashly. Because of the good relationship between the Che family and the Xia family, it was much easier for Yumo to collect information about the Che family. However, he didn't know about Che Xiaoguang's parents. This was because Che Xiaoguang was too inconspicuous in the Che family. Therefore, Yumo decided to collect some information about the Che family first, especially about Che Xiaoguang's parents. Then he would have Che Xiaoguang visit his family. However, when Yumo received information about Che Xiaoguang's father, he was startled. This was because the information he received about Che Xiaoguang's parents wasn't good. On the contrary, it was bad news. Che Xiaoguang's parents were dead. Although Che Xiaoguang's younger brother wasn't dead, he was blind and had broken his leg. He had become a beggar in the Lesser Dragon City. Now, he was plagued with illness and wasn't far from death. To be honest, when Yumo received this information, he was startled. This wasn't the first time Umo collected such information. He had also arranged for people to visit their families in the secret realm. However, this was the first time he encountered a situation like Xiaoguang's. This was because everyone knew that the families of those who entered the secret realm would be protected. Even if the family couldn't grow stronger, it wouldn't be a problem to protect the entire family. How could something like this happen to Xiaoguang's family? Umo didn't know what was going on, so he immediately began to collect information. In the end, he found out that this matter was related to Xiaoguang. Xiaoguang and Xiaolei joined the Sacred Academy together. Xiaoguang's performance was actually better than Xiaolei's. However, Xiaolei's status was higher than Xiaoguang's. Therefore, the Sacred Academy decided to focus on training Xiaolei. However, before Xiaolei was focused on training Xiaolei, Xiaoguang had been competing with Xiaolei. This wasn't a big deal, it was a normal competition. Xiaoguang didn't use any improper means. However, Xiaolei wasn't a broad-minded person. Moreover, his talent wasn't as good as Xiaoguang. Because of this, he held a grudge against Xiaoguang. Later on, Xiaoguang entered the secret realm while Xiaolei became a sky dance expert. He returned to his home with glory. After returning home, Xiaolei suppressed Xiaoguang's parents in every way possible. In the end, he forced Xiaoguang's parents to commit suicide. What was even more hateful was that he didn't even spare Xiaoguang's younger brother. Not only did he break his legs, he also poisoned his eyes, turning him into a beggar in Yalong City. If Xiaoguang's family was treated like this, then the people in the secret realm would certainly take care of it. Unfortunately, the one who did this was Xiaolei. Xiaolei was a student of the sacred court, so the people in the secret realm wouldn't do anything to him. Even if Xiaoguang knew about this, he could say that it was the Che family's internal affairs, it was inconvenient for them to intervene. However, nobody told Xiaoguang about this matter. Boss Ho and the others went to visit Xiaoguang's parents several times, but they weren't actually Xiaoguang's real parents. In any case, Boss Ho didn't see Xiaoguang's parents, so he just listened to what the Che family said. When Umo heard about this, he couldn't help but be surprised. He didn't think that things would turn out like this, it was too shocking. Umo immediately did two things. First, he beat up a child beggar who looked like Xiaoguang's younger brother. Then he suffocated him, making it look like he was sick. Then he replaced Xiaoguang's younger brother and rescued him. The other thing he did was to report this matter to Zhao Hai and the others as soon as possible. The efficiency of Lost Soul City was very fast. It didn't take long before Zhao Hai received the news. When Zhao Hai saw the news, he couldn't help but be shocked. He didn't think that Xiaoguang's family would be ruined. Moreover, the person who ruined his family was actually someone from his own family. What was most hateful was that the people who controlled the mystic realm were working together with the Che family to conceal this matter. They even concealed it from Boss Ho and second brother Ho, making them think that Xiaoguang's family was still alive. In order to deceive Boss Ho, they didn't hesitate to use a fake Xiaoguang's family. Zhao Hai put down the letter, then he turned around and walked out of his room. Then he went to find Tang Ming and Lu Yao. Tang Ming and Lu Yao were currently training. Both of them were confused when they came to Zhao Hai's side. However, they found that Zhao Hai's expression was very ugly, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Tang Ming and Lu Yao already had some understanding of Zhao Hai. When they saw Zhao Hai's expression, they knew that Zhao Hai was angry. Moreover, he was ready to kill. The two looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. They didn't know what made Zhao Hai angry. Zhao Hai looked at the two and said, "I'm going to the stronghold. I'll leave the headquarters to you guys." When Tang Ming heard Zhao Hai, his heart couldn't help but shake. He thought that something had happened in the stronghold, so he immediately said, "Boss, what's wrong? Did something happen in the stronghold? If so, then I'll immediately go to the stronghold. Everyone has been training for a long time, it should be time for us to move." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "The stronghold is fine. It's old Che's family. Something happened to old Che's family." Lu Yao stared, then he looked at Zhao Hai in confusion and said, "Boss, what can happen to old Che's family? Isn't the Che family a great family in the Yalong City? There shouldn't be any problems, right?" Zhao Hai replied, the Che family is fine, but something happened to old Che's family. Then Zhao Hai explained the situation to the two. When the two heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but get angry. Tang Ming's eyes flashed with anger as he said, Boss, we can't let the Che family off. We must kill them. Zhao Hai said, you can rest assured, leave this matter to me. You stay here and look after the base. I'll go to the stronghold. Then I'll have Old One return to the stronghold and see old Che. Tell him the news and find a way to bring him here. This way, old Che won't be able to go home. When Tang Ming and Lu Yao heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then their expressions couldn't help but change. They knew very well what would happen if little Guang knew about this matter and sent him back to the spiritual weapon realm. Zhao Hai looked at the two and knew what they were thinking. He looked at the two and said, old Che is now our brother. If we don't tell him about this matter and prevent him from taking revenge, then he will hate us for the rest of his life. Dealing with the Holy Academy is important, but our brother is more important. Now that our cube formation is almost ready to be used in battle, the 8 elders of the headquarters wouldn't be able to do anything to us. If we are discovered by the 8 elders, then we will act in advance. Old Tang, remember, after I leave, make them refine more pills and prepare for battle. Zhao Hai nodded and said, don't worry, the 8 elders of the headquarters can't do anything to us. When Tang Ming and Lu Yao heard Zhao Hai, they immediately nodded. Zhao Hai nodded to them before his figure disappeared. In the next moment, Zhao Hai appeared at the stronghold. At this time, Wen Hai was still there. He was sorting out the herbs that he collected. Because of the heavy rain, all kinds of plants were growing rapidly. The herbs were also harvested. Because of this, they collected a lot of herbs. When Zhao Hai appeared, Wen Hai couldn't help but stare. Although the 12th stronghold wasn't abandoned, their main focus was no longer here. Because of this, Zhao Hai rarely came here. Wen Hai didn't think that Zhao Hai would come at this time. This made him startled. Wen Hai quickly greeted him. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Boss, why are you here? Did something happen? Zhao Hai calmly said, let's talk inside. Then he turned around and entered the house. Wen Hai quickly followed. After the two sat down inside the stone house, Zhao Hai looked at Wen Hai and said, Old Wen, you pack up and immediately go to the headquarters. Remember, don't get discovered. When you arrive, have old Che come here immediately. Wen Hai nodded and said, don't worry. When Wen Hai heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately asked, what's wrong, boss? Did something happen? Zhao nodded, then he told Wen Hai about Che Xiaoguang's family. When Wen Hai heard Zhao, he couldn't help but get angry. His eyes were spitting fire as he said, hateful, the people in the mystic realm actually deceived us. It's too hateful. Boss, rest assured, I'll go. The last time I went back to the headquarters, I went to the wilderness and wrote down a set of coordinates. It just so happens that it's useful. Zhao Hai nodded. Wen Hai immediately went outside the house. Then a white light flashed on his body as he disappeared from the stronghold. In the next moment, he appeared in a cave not far from the stronghold. This cave was discovered by Wen Hai by accident. There was a big tree outside the cave, blocking most of the entrance. If an average person didn't pay attention, then they wouldn't be able to find the cave. After Wen Hai appeared in the cave, he immediately looked around. Seeing that there was no one else, he walked out of the cave and slowly approached the stronghold. Wen Hai knew where Che Xiaoguang lived. Che Xiaoguang lived in a remote area, so under normal circumstances, no one would go there. Therefore, Wen Hai planned to sneak into Che Xiaoguang's place. Wen Hai was very familiar with the stronghold, so he quickly arrived outside of Che Xiaoguang's residence. Then he carefully observed the surroundings. At the same time, he also wanted to see if Che Xiaoguang was in his room. After careful observation, Wen Hai determined that Che Xiaoguang wasn't there. The reason why he was so sure was because Che Xiaoguang had a habit. Every time Che Xiaoguang went out, he would clip a leaf on the front of his carriage. This leaf was very well hidden, so most people wouldn't be able to notice it. If someone entered his room while he was away, then the leaf would fall down, and Che Xiaoguang would notice it when he returned. The reason why Che Xiaoguang did this wasn't because there was something good in his room, but because he was afraid that a beast would enter his room and suddenly attack him. The shadow snake wasn't the only beast that knew how to ambush, other beasts also knew how to do it. However, there were a lot of beasts that couldn't directly turn into nothingness like the shadow snake and enter the room. Therefore, they would open the door and enter the room to ambush. Many people had a habit of thinking that their room was the safest. Therefore, when they returned to their room, they would be very relaxed and their vigilance would be at its lowest. At this time, if they were to suddenly encounter a beast's attack, then they would very likely be injured or even killed. Che Xiaoguang's room was on the edge of the stronghold, making him more vulnerable to such attacks. Because of this, every time he went out, he would clip a leaf on the door. Not many people knew about this habit, but Wen Wenhai happened to be one of them. Seeing that Che Xiaoguang wasn't in his room, Wen Wenhai didn't enter the stronghold. Instead, he found a place outside the stronghold to hide. This place was very close to Che Xiaoguang's room. As long as Che Xiaoguang returned, Wen Wenhai would immediately discover him. Wen Wenhai waited for more than 2 hours before he realized that Che Xiaoguang had led a few people back to the area where they lived. After that, those people went back to their rooms. Che Xiaoguang also went back to his own room. Wen Wenhai still didn't move. He looked at Che Xiaoguang as he carefully opened the door and entered the room. Wen Wenhai carefully looked around. When he saw that no one was looking, he immediately used his movement technique and quickly arrived outside Che Xiaoguang's room. Then he gently knocked on the door. Che Xiaoguang's voice was heard, "Who is it?" Wen Wenhai lowered his voice and said, "Old Che, it's me. Open the door." Wen Wenhai believed that Che Xiaoguang would be able to recognize his voice. Sure enough, Che Xiaoguang immediately opened the door. Wen Wenhai took advantage of this opportunity to enter his room. Che Xiaoguang didn't close the door. He first looked around and saw that no one was paying attention to him. Then he closed the door and said to Wen Wenhai, "Old Wen, why are you here? Did something happen?" Wen Wenhai looked at Che Xiaoguang. He didn't know how to explain this matter to Che Xiaoguang. This matter was too cruel for Che Xiaoguang. In fact, these people who had lived in the secret realm for such a long time were able to persevere because of their families. Even if they knew that it would be difficult for them to get out in this lifetime, they would still continue to fight because they wanted their families to be protected by the secret realm for a period of time. If Che Xiaoguang knew that his parents had been forced to their deaths, and that his younger brother's legs had been broken and his eyes had been blinded by poison, how would he feel? Wen Wenhai didn't dare to think about it. Seeing Wen Wenhai's hesitant expression, Che Xiaoguang couldn't help but stare. Then he frowned and said, "Old Wen, what's going on? What's wrong with you today? Why are you being so wishy-washy? If you have something to say, just say it." Wen Wenhai looked at Che Xiaoguang and said, "Old Che, come with me to the meeting point. The boss is waiting for you. He has something to tell you." Wen Wenhai thought for a long time before he finally decided to hand this matter over to Zhao Hai. He couldn't bear to see Che Xiaoguang's expression after hearing this news. Che Xiaoguang looked at Wen Wenhai and couldn't help but stare. Then he nodded and said, "All right, then let's go." Wen Wenhai said, "Do we need to greet the others?" Che Xiaoguang replied, "No need. Our harvest this time wasn't small. Everyone wants to rest for a few days. During this time, no one will come to my room. Let's go." Wen Wenhai nodded. Then he and Che Xiaoguang activated the transmission formation. Then the two disappeared from Che Xiaoguang's room and appeared in the 12th base. Zhao Hai was waiting for them in the base. When he saw the two arrive, he nodded and said, "Let's talk inside." Then he turned around and walked towards the room. Che Xiaoguang was confused as he followed Zhao Hai into the room. After sitting down in the room, Zhao Hai looked at Che Xiaoguang and said, "Old Che, I've already sent people to contact your family. But your family had an accident. You might not be able to accept what I'm about to tell you. You need to be prepared. Do you understand what I'm saying?" When Che Xiaoguang heard Zhao Hai, his expression couldn't help but change. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Boss, did something happen to my family? Is that right?" Zhao Hai looked at Che Xiaoguang and nodded, "Yes, something happened. Calm down first." Che Xiaoguang's face was pale. Fortunately, he had seen a lot of storms in these years. He closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths. Then he opened his eyes and looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Boss, just tell me. I can handle it." Zhao Hai looked at Che Xiaoguang and nodded. Then he slowly told Che Xiaoguang about what happened to his family. Che Xiaoguang listened to Zhao Hai's words. His face slowly turned pale before it turned blue. His eyes were filled with killing intent, it looked like he wanted to eat someone. Zhao Hai looked at Che Xiaoguang and said, "Now that your brother has been rescued, I plan to have the people of Lost Soul City send him to the secret realm. I guarantee that his legs will recover, but whether or not his eyes will recover will depend on what kind of poison he has. However, I will do my best to help him recover. Old Che, now it's up to you. I'm going to send you back to the spirit weapon realm so that you can personally take your revenge." Che Xiaoguang nodded and said, "All right." When Che Xiaoguang heard Zhao Hai, his eyes couldn't help but shine. He suddenly stood up and was about to open his mouth, but then he suddenly stopped and closed his eyes. After some time, he slowly opened his eyes and looked at Zhao Hai. "Boss, there's no need. As long as you can take care of my brother, I'll be satisfied. If you let me go now, then our plan would be ruined. My brother's efforts would be wasted. I can't just take revenge for myself and let my brother's efforts go to waste." Che Xiaoguang nodded and said, "Brother, you don't have to do that. I'm content as long as you can take care of my brother." Upon hearing Che Xiaoguang, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then his eyes couldn't help but light up. Then he suddenly laughed and said, "Good, good Che Xiaoguang. You're really good. I didn't misjudge you. But this time, you can still get your revenge. Let's go back to the base." After he said that, Zhao Hai stood up and led Che Xiaoguang and Wen Hai out. After arriving outside, Zhao Hai immediately had everyone pack up the herbs. Then everyone brought some of them back to the base. Upon arriving at the base, Zhao Hai immediately gathered Tang Ming and the other captains. After everyone arrived at Zhao Hai's room, Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "I think you should have heard about Old Che's family. Old Che is our brother, we can't not take revenge. So this time, I'm going to take everyone out to avenge Old Che." When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Everyone stared at Zhao Hai. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to say this. This was too shocking. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "We're all brothers. Anyone's enmity is our enmity. Therefore, Old Che's enmity is everyone's enmity. We must avenge him." Zhao Hai nodded. At this time, everyone finally reacted. Their eyes flashed as they looked at Zhao Hai. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to make such a decision. But to be honest, they really liked Zhao Hai's decision. At this time, Che Xiaoguang's face was already covered in tears. He stood up and looked at Zhao Hai, "Boss." But before he could say anything, Zhao Hai waved his hand and interrupted him, "Old Che, you don't need to say anything. This matter is settled. But as for revenge, you have to listen to me." When Che Xiaoguang saw Zhao Hai's expression, he knew that there was nothing else he could say. He cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and then sat down. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, what do you think is the easiest way to kill someone?" When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they stared. They looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. They didn't know why Zhao Hai asked this question. This was because there were too many people who knew the answer to this question. But in general, everyone thought that it was the easiest way for a breaking river expert to kill someone. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and smiled faintly. "Do you think that it's the easiest way for a breaking river expert to kill someone?" Wrong, it's not easy for a breaking river expert to kill someone. Even a breaking river expert would have to spend a lot of effort to kill someone at the Skydance realm. However, there are some people who can kill people with ease. These people are alchemists. Everyone was puzzled as they looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Alchemists can save people. Alchemists can also kill people. Alchemists can concoct medicine to cure illnesses, but they can also concoct poisons to kill people. But poisons are invisible when it comes to killing people." Everyone reacted. When Wen Hai looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Boss, you mean to poison the Che family?" Zhao Hai turned to Che Xiaoguang and said, "Old Che, this is up to you to decide. Are you going to take revenge on Che Xiaolei and not implicate the other members of the Che family? Or are you going to kill everyone in the car? This is up to you. Xiaoguang stared, then his eyes flashed with a cold light as he said, I want everyone in the Che family to be buried with my parents. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, I understand. Since you've made your choice, then I won't be polite. I'll prepare a colorless and odorless poison and place it in the Che family's water source. As long as the Che family drinks the water, they would immediately be poisoned. As for the rest of us, we just need to surround the Che family. If the Che family escapes the net and isn't poisoned, then we'll take care of them. Don't let anyone escape. As soon as everyone heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would really deal with the Che family. One must know that in everyone's opinion, this was impossible. This was because the Che family was too strong. The Che family was one of the most powerful families in the Yalong city. Even ordinary city-states wouldn't be able to deal with the Che family. But now, the Che family wanted to deal with the entire Che family. This was too shocking. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, when we go out this time, no one is allowed to use their original weapons. Use the same swords and sabers. Everyone must wear the same clothes and cover their faces. Moreover, this time, we'll focus on poisoning. When they discover us or when the Che family's experts try to resist, we'll go all out to deal with them. This time, it's not only us who will make a move, I'll also have all the experts of Lost Soul City make a move. If we're going to play, then we'll play big. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, all right. Everyone's blood began to boil because of Zhao Hai. Needless to say, Che Xiaoguang hated the Che family to the bone. He didn't think that he would enter the secret realm for the sake of the Che family. But in the end, the Che family actually treated him like this. How could he not hate them? At this moment, the one who wanted to exterminate the Che family the most was Che Xiaoguang. Zhao Hai looked at Che Xiaoguang and said, Old Che, go back to the headquarters and make arrangements. Give me 10 days to prepare. After 10 days, come back here and we'll move together. Che Xiaoguang nodded and said, all right. Che Xiaoguang stood up and nodded, yes, boss. Then I'll go. Then he turned around and walked outside. Then a white light flashed on his body as he disappeared. After Che Xiaoguang left, Zhao Hai turned to the others and said, all right, everyone go and rest. Don't stop cultivating for the next 10 days. After 10 days, we'll make our move. Everyone nodded and then turned to leave. After they left, Zhao Hai's body flashed with white light before he disappeared from the room. The next moment, he returned to the Lost Soul City state. Zhao Hai's transmission formation was already a transmission formation that could cross space. However, the others weren't. As soon as Zhao Hai returned to the Lost Soul City state, he immediately had the spies in the Lost Soul City state take action. These spies had been collecting information about the Che clan for some time. Therefore, it didn't take much time for them to prepare. At the same time, Zhao Hai also needed to do a few things in the Lost Soul City state. First, he needed to prepare the clothes and weapons that everyone would wear. These clothes and weapons couldn't have any markings on them, they couldn't even have any special features. Second, Zhao Hai needed to prepare a poison. The poison that Zhao Hai wanted to concoct was mainly snake venom. Naturally, this snake venom wasn't from the secret realm. Zhao Hai wouldn't use any herbs from the secret realm. This was because once they deal with the Che clan, it would certainly cause a huge sensation. At that time, the Holy Court would certainly send people to investigate. If they found out that the Che clan was poisoned, then they would be exposed. However, there was a problem. If they used poison from the spirit weapon realm, then the toxicity wouldn't be enough. They would need to mix the poison together. Only then would they be able to make a high-quality poison that could poison the Che clan. Besides instructing people to prepare the clothes and weapons, Zhao Hai was also refining the poison. This time, Zhao Hai wanted to refine the highest quality poison and then deal with the Che clan in one fell swoop. Besides the Che clan, Zhao Hai also wanted to deal with the Shi clan. However, now wasn't the time. He had enmity with the Shi clan. This was something that many people in the spirit weapon realm knew. If he were to deal with the Shi clan now, then he would be bringing the fire to himself. Zhao Hai wasn't that stupid. time passed by bit. 7 days after Zhao Hai returned to the Lost Soul City, the poison that he concocted was finally successful. Zhao Hai also tested the effect of the poison. A little bit of poison in water was enough to kill nearly 1,000 beasts. Naturally, the antidote was also concocted by Zhao Hai. When he discovered that the beasts were about to die, Zhao Hai immediately gave them the antidote. Otherwise, the matter of 1,000 beasts dying in the Lost Soul City would definitely be spread out. Although it wouldn't be a big deal now, once the Che clan was in trouble, then this matter would be remembered. At that time, people would naturally suspect them. The poison was prepared, the clothes and weapons were also prepared. The spies were also prepared. All that was left was to wait for the operation to begin. Zhao Hai returned to the mystic realm and waited for the operation to begin. Before long, Zhao Hai returned to the mystic realm. The mystic realm was guarded by Wen Hai, Tang Ming, and the others, so nothing happened. Everyone was still practicing the cube formation every day. However, they were now anxious. For them, waiting for 10 days was definitely torture. 3 days passed by quickly. On the day that Zhao Hai and Che Xiaoguang agreed to meet, Che Xiaoguang, eldest brother Ho, and second brother Ho arrived at the base early in the morning. The arrival of eldest brother Ho and second brother Ho surprised Zhao Hai. He looked at the two and said, "Why are you here? Aren't you afraid of being discovered?" Eldest brother Ho's expression was gloomy as he said, "This time, I'm here to take revenge for old Che. How can I not come? The Che family has been deceiving me for so long, how can I not come? I must make the Che family pay the price." In fact, eldest brother Ho was blaming himself. He believed that Che Xiaoguang's current situation had a lot to do with him. This was especially true when he heard that Che Xiaoguang's younger brother had been blinded by poison, his legs were broken, and he became a child beggar. Although it was said that the spies in the mystic realm had colluded with the Che family to deceive him, eldest brother Ho was still blaming himself. Zhao Hai was also aware of eldest brother Ho's feelings. Therefore, he didn't oppose. Instead, he nodded and said, "All right, then let's go. Old Wen, have everyone gather. Then we'll go to the transmission formation. Once we reach the other side, there will naturally be people to receive us." Wen Hai nodded before he went to prepare. The Lost Soul Mountain base was very lively today. With hundreds of people, it was naturally very lively. After Zhao Hai and the others arrived, Shi Chui and the others immediately gave them clothes and weapons. At the same time, there were also some illusion formations that could change one's physique. These illusion formations were prepared for people with special physiques. They were afraid that people would be able to see through their physiques. The clothes that Zhao Hai prepared for everyone were very simple. They wore black clothes and black masks. There was nothing else. The weapons were also very simple. They were the most common long swords, there were no other weapons. After distributing the things to everyone, Zhao Hai made everyone rest and prepare to wait until the sky turned dark. Although the spirit weapon realm wasn't very bright during the day, it was still very dark. Especially in the city, it was even darker. This made it more convenient for them to move. Although everyone had experienced countless battles, they were still very excited and couldn't sleep. This was because this was their first time carrying out a large-scale operation in the spirit weapon realm. However, they were also very clear that they had to ensure that they were in their best condition. Therefore, they forced themselves to sleep in order to be in their best condition. Before long, the sky turned dark. Naturally, they were now in the mountains. Although the light was a bit dark, it wasn't that dark. After all, there were too many plants. However, Zhao Hai immediately received everyone. Then they opened their own transmission formations. With a flash of light, they disappeared from the base. In the next moment, they appeared in an abandoned military camp in the Lost Soul City. After arriving here, Wen Hai and the others discovered that there were already people waiting for them. These people were all wearing black clothes. The weapons in their hands were all ordinary long swords. Just as Zhao Hai and the others appeared, a black-cloaked person arrived in front of Zhao Hai and said, "City Lord, everything is ready. The poison has been administered. After waiting for an hour, the poison will take effect. This is the time when the Che family's water consumption is at its peak. The Che family is currently preparing a meal. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Alright, everyone get ready to move. This time, we'll send 400 people to Lesser Dragon City." The Che family doesn't only have people in Lesser Dragon City, they also have people in other cities. The rest of the people will be sent to the other cities. After arriving there, we'll hide for an hour before we make our move. Everyone, this time, we'll take revenge for old Che as well as establish our prestige. Remember, during the entire operation, nobody is allowed to make a sound. Alright, let's move out. Everyone responded in unison. Then, they immediately got to work. At this moment, white lights flashed in the abandoned barracks and everyone disappeared from the barracks. In the next moment, they appeared in their respective positions. The place where Zhao Hai and the others appeared was a remote warehouse in Lesser Dragon City. This warehouse was bought by Umo a long time ago. When he bought this place, he would usually store things here. This warehouse was prepared for today's operation. When Zhao Hai and the others appeared in the warehouse, Umo immediately greeted them. Today's operation was too important, Umo didn't feel at ease leaving it to others. Therefore, he decided to take care of everything himself. Today, Umo was also wearing black clothes. He didn't say a word in the warehouse. When he saw Zhao Hai and the others appear, he immediately handed a map to Zhao Hai and then retreated to the side. Zhao Hai spread the map on the ground. With the help of the lights in the warehouse, he looked at the map. The map wasn't very big, it was the entire Che family. On the outside of the Che family, there were a lot of red dots. Zhao Hai pointed at the dots, then at the others. Everyone understood what Zhao Hai meant. These dots were where they should be. Seeing that everyone understood, Zhao Hai nodded. Then he pointed at Che Xiaoguang and then at a dot on the map. When everyone saw this, they couldn't help but think about Zhao Hai's arrangement. Zhao Hai arranged for Che Xiaoguang to be outside of the Che family's main entrance. It was clear that Zhao Hai wanted Che Xiaoguang to watch the destruction of the Che family. Then Zhao Hai gave everyone their positions. Then he received the map and waved his hand. At this time, Umo helped Zhao Hai and the others open the warehouse. After Zhao Hai left, Umo closed the warehouse. However, he didn't leave, he just stayed inside the warehouse. The map that Umo had prepared was very detailed. It showed the situation of the streets around the Che family. Therefore, as long as everyone looked at the map and compared it to the terrain, they would know where to hide. This wasn't a difficult task for Wen Hai and the others. Wen Hai and the others didn't have any problems with this. Needless to say, Che Xiaoguang was a member of the Che family, so he was naturally more familiar with the place. Therefore, he went to the Che family's main entrance and found a place to hide. At the same time, he looked at the Che family's main entrance with hatred in his eyes. The Che family was a great family. Their main entrance was very beautiful. There was also a large decorated archway, making it look extraordinary. Moreover, at the main entrance of the Che clan, there were 4 guards standing guard there all year round. Che Xiaoguang was quietly lying on the roof of a house about 100 meters away from the main entrance. This house was also very rich. The house behind it was used to store things. Therefore, nobody noticed Che Xiaoguang lying there. From this point, it can be seen that the Lost Soul City-State's preparations were very good. Che Xiaoguang was lying there. At the same time, he was also calculating the time. They had been delayed in the warehouse for quite some time, so an hour was almost up. However, he was also very clear that he needed to be calm. He needed to wait for Zhao Hai's signal before acting together. As time passed by, Che Xiaoguang's heart became more and more anxious. At this time, the 4 guards in front of the Che family's main entrance swayed before they fell to the ground. Seeing this, Che Xiaoguang couldn't help but stare. Che Xiaoguang had seen what it was like to be poisoned. In his impression, after a person was poisoned, they would be in great pain for a period of time. They would even scream and make all sorts of noises. How could these 4 people not make a single sound and just fall to the ground? This didn't make sense. Could it be that they weren't poisoned? While Che Xiaoguang was thinking about these things, a whistling sound was suddenly heard. Che Xiaoguang stared, then his eyes flashed with a cold light. Then he stood up and flew towards the Che family's main entrance. Before long, Che Xiaoguang arrived in front of the Che family's main entrance. He carefully looked at the four people. With the help of the lanterns in front of the Che family's main entrance, Che Xiaoguang could clearly see that the four people's faces were ashen. 7 roars had bled to death, and the blood that flowed out of their orifices was blue. It looked very terrifying. However, upon seeing this, Che Xiaoguang wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he was very happy, even excited. He didn't look at the 4 corpses as he flew towards the Che family's main entrance. Upon entering the Che family's main entrance, there was an open space. This open space was used for parking. At the same time, behind the open space was a row of houses for the servants to live in. Che Xiaoguang landed in the courtyard and went straight to the servants' room. Then he opened the door to a servant's room. This room was very big, it could accommodate 10 people. There was a big bed, it was the kind of bunk bed. Che Xiaoguang looked at the people on the bunk bed, they were all servants of the Che mansion. They looked like they were sleeping, but if one looked carefully, they would find that they were all dead on the Kong bed, and the way they died was the same as the 4 guards. Then Che Xiaoguang came out of the room. As soon as he came out, he saw a person come out of the room. Che Xiaoguang was about to attack, but he saw that the person was wearing black clothes. Although he didn't know who it was, he was sure that it was one of his own people. Therefore, Che Xiaoguang stopped. The black-clothed person was the same. The two looked at each other and nodded. Then they flew towards the Che family's main entrance. They wanted to see how many people were still alive. But just as the two flew up, they heard a loud shout, "Roll out! Roll out for me! Who dares to poison my Che family? Roll out for me if you have the guts." This voice was very loud, especially in such a quiet night. The sound spread far and wide. The people around the Che family lit up their lights. However, the person's shout also exposed his position. In fact, even if he didn't shout, it wasn't only Che Xiaoguang who saw him. This was because this person was wearing pajamas and ran out. Moreover, his complexion was very ugly. Although he wasn't as pale as the poisoned servants, his complexion wasn't good either. It was obvious that he was poisoned. Just as the person shouted these words, Che Xiaoguang and the others immediately rushed over. They remembered Zhao Hai's words. Today, all of their attacks were to use their long swords. Because of this, when Che Xiaoguang and the others rushed over, they also took out their long swords. However, it wasn't only Che Xiaoguang and the others who moved together. Suddenly, several shadows appeared around the person. These people also brandished their swords and rushed towards the person. Naturally, the person also saw Che Xiaoguang and the others. He roared and greeted them. At the same time, his hand shook as a soft sword appeared in his hand. This soft sword could be regarded as a strange weapon. If it wasn't used well, it would hurt the user first. The person obviously used the soft sword as his main weapon. The soft sword seemed to be alive in his hand. It was like a snake as it attacked Che Xiaoguang and the others. However, the person underestimated Che Xiaoguang's strength. His soft sword was very powerful, but Che Xiaoguang and the others were using ordinary swords. However, they were outnumbered. Moreover, their strength wasn't any worse than the person from the Che family. Moreover, the person from the Che family was poisoned. Therefore, the person from the Che family simply couldn't last more than a few rounds before he was chopped to death. The Che clan didn't only have one survivor, there were still a lot of experts alive. Although these experts were poisoned, they could still use their abilities to suppress the poison. Then they could attack Zhao Hai's group. However, because they were poisoned, they didn't have much fighting strength left. Now that they met Zhao Hai's group, they could only die. Moreover, the Che clan didn't have a lot of experts. Adding on to the fact that they were poisoned to death, it can be said that the Che clan was finished. Zhao Hai's group's movements were very fast. All the people who resisted were killed. Then they swept through the entire Che clan. Those who were alive, regardless of whether they were poisoned or not, were all killed. Finally, Zhao Hai led the team to see if there were any secret passages in the Che clan before they chased after them. Not to mention, the Che clan did have a secret passage. But because the poison came too suddenly, the Che clan didn't have the opportunity to enter it. Because of this, there were no people in the passage at all. In less than an hour, the Che clan was destroyed. Then Zhao Hai's group flashed with white light before they disappeared. At this time, the experts in the city didn't react. Because it was night and the location was the Che clan's residence, everyone's reaction was somewhat slow. Even if some people arrived outside the Che clan's residence, they didn't dare to rashly enter. Zhao Hai's group didn't fly in the sky all the time. Although they were flying, they didn't fly very high. At most, they were flying about 1 meter above the ground. Moreover, it was night time. Zhao Hai's group wore black clothes. At the same time, they also extinguished the lights in the Che clan's residence. The entire residence was dark. In this case, even the experts didn't dare to rashly enter the Che clan's residence. When Zhao Hai and the others found a few big rooms in the Che family, they activated the transmission formation and left. Nobody noticed this because Zhao Hai and the others left from the Che family's rooms. Zhao Hai and the others immediately activated the transmission formation and returned to Lost Soul City's barracks. After returning to the barracks, Zhao Hai saw that everyone had returned, including the people from Lost Soul City. Zhao Hai immediately waved his hand as the people from Lost Soul City activated their transmission formations and left. Then Zhao Hai and the others also activated their own transmission formations and returned to Lost Soul City's base. Zhao Hai and the others also activated their own transmission formations and returned to Lost Soul City's base. After they arrived at the base, everyone changed their clothes and handed over their weapons to Shi Chui. Shi Chui then destroyed the clothes and weapons. Actually, there was no need to destroy them. However, these things weren't worth much, so there was no point in keeping them. Therefore, Zhao Hai had Shi Chui destroy them. Zhao Hai looked at Che Xiaoguang and saw that he didn't have any expression on his face. Zhao Hai patted Che Xiaoguang's shoulder and said, "Old Che, you can be considered to have your revenge now. Although we didn't talk to the people from Lost Soul City today, I can tell you that they have succeeded. If they didn't, then they would have told me. In other words, starting today, the Che family's name has been removed from the spirit weapon realm. After some time, I will have someone send your brother over and I will personally treat him." "Right, what's your brother's name?" Che Xiaoguang nodded and said, "All right, I'll take my revenge. Although we didn't talk to the people from Lost Soul City today, I can tell you that they have succeeded." Che Xiaoguang's eyes lit up. Then he cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Leader, thank you. My brother is called Che Xiaoyang. I'll have to trouble Leader to take care of him." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "There's no need to be polite. All right, you can go back. Don't let anyone find out. Boss, second brother, you two can go back as well." The three nodded. Then they cupped their fists towards Zhao Hai before activating the transmission formation and leaving. Zhao Hai looked at the others. They were excited at this time. Although this wasn't their first time working together, it was their first time participating in such an operation. During the entire operation, they didn't say a word. Moreover, the operation was very fast and smooth. This made them very happy. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and smiled faintly, informed the kitchen to prepare good wine and dishes. "Let's have a good drink. Old Che and the others can't participate because they're afraid of being found out. But we're not afraid. Today, we must have a good drink." Everyone applauded. Wen Hai immediately went to make arrangements. At this time, the dawn of the Che family appeared. After daybreak, the light in Lesser Dragon City became a lot brighter. A large number of experts suddenly entered the Che clan. Upon entering the Che clan, they discovered that the Che clan was already finished. There were no survivors. Aside from a few experts who resisted and were killed, the rest were all poisoned to death. The Che family's treasury was opened. All the treasures inside were swept clean. Nothing was left behind. However, nobody touched the treasury. Following this, news came from all over that all of the Che family's cities had been attacked. All of the Che family's families had been attacked, and all of them had been killed. None of them had survived. When this news came out, the entire Yalong city was shaken. They really didn't know what happened. Where did such a force come from and directly annihilate the Che family? This was too shocking. Then the people of the Lesser Dragon City ordered the entire city to investigate the whereabouts of the murderer. Although they knew that this was futile, the murderer had already destroyed the Che family. Naturally, it was impossible for the murderer to leave any traces behind. However, the great clans of the Lesser Dragon City were still investigating this matter. This was because they were too afraid. They thought that since they were the great clans of the Lesser Dragon City, nothing could threaten them. Whether it was the city lord of the Lesser Dragon City or the Sacred Institute, they would be courteous to them. Now that they had the city lord under their control, the city lord had no way to order them around. They were completely safe. But when this matter came out, they suddenly felt that they weren't safe. There were still people who could deal with them and even destroy them. This was too terrifying. However, when these clans investigated, they found that they couldn't find any clues. When they investigated the Che family, they found out that it was a poison that they had never seen before. When they investigated the Che family's water source, they found out that the Che family had their own water source. The Che family's water source was the wells in their courtyard. However, these wells were all in the Che family's courtyard. Was it done by the Che family's own people? But soon, they found out that this wasn't the case. They found out that the Che family, from the servants to the guards, were all inside the Che family. It was impossible for someone inside to poison them. But an outsider came to the Che family's courtyard and poisoned them? Was this possible? The Che family wasn't a vegetable market where anyone could enter. How did the poison come about? Actually, this was all thanks to Mr. Insect. Mr. Insect's skill in controlling insects wasn't very good. This time, it was Mr. Insect who poisoned the Che family. Naturally, nobody knew about it. On the other hand, the people of Yalong City didn't know how the Che family was poisoned. They also didn't know what kind of poison it was. Those who were poisoned had pale complexions and died with blood flowing out of their 7 orifices. However, they had never seen this poison before. The Yalong City invited a lot of people who were good at using poisons, but none of them had seen this poison before. In the end, they found this poison in the Che family's water tank. However, this poison was colorless and odorless, so they didn't have any place to study it. Finally, there were people who attacked the Che family. Last night, there were people who tried to enter the Che family's residence. However, all of them were killed. Among them, there were a lot of void experts. But after they entered the Che family's residence, they didn't go out. Because of this, nobody dared to enter the Che family's residence last night. In other words, among the people who attacked the Che family, there were at least void experts. And from the corpses of those who were killed, it can be seen that they were killed with ordinary long swords. The wounds on their bodies were the same. Moreover, they were besieged to death. In other words, there were a lot of experts who attacked the Che family. However, nobody knew how many there were. Finally, there was the whereabouts of these people. After the Che family's incident, the Che family's residence was surrounded by people from other forces. However, these people didn't go out of the Che family's residence. Instead, they directly disappeared from the Che family's residence. At the same time, the Che family's secret passage was found and opened. In other words, the murderers might have escaped from the Che family's secret passage, or they might have used a portable transmission formation to leave. The result of the investigation in the city was the same. No one found anything special. Although some people in the city had seen the black-clothed men, they were all wearing black night clothes. Their faces were also tightly covered. No one could see their appearance. It could be said that they had no clue, let alone where to start. Investigating. When the people of the Yalong City state saw that they couldn't find anything in the city, they could only go out of the city to investigate. This so-called going out of the city to investigate didn't mean going out of the city. Naturally, they still needed to investigate outside the city. However, they still needed to investigate the enemies of the Che family. At the same time, they also needed to investigate the movements of the other city-states in order to see if they could find any clues. This investigation gave the people of the Yalong City state a headache. This was because they discovered that the Che family had too many enemies. This was also normal. For a great clan like the Che family, which one of them didn't have more enemies than friends? If they didn't have so many enemies, then it would be impossible for them to become a great clan. However, among these enemies, none of them had the ability to carry out such an attack. This was because almost all of the enemies of the Che family had been destroyed by them. Although the Che clan also had enmity with some city-states, it was still too much to say that these city-states were the ones who did it. This was because if these city-states were to do this, then they would have to send all of their elites. This was impossible. The Che clan didn't dare to do this. The investigation of the other forces in the spirit weapon realm was also left unsettled. This was because there were no clues. All of the experts in the city-states didn't leave or disappear. This made it even harder for people to investigate. It wasn't that the people of the Yalong city-state didn't investigate the Lost Soul city-state. However, the Lost Soul city-state wasn't the focus. This was because the Lost Soul city-state had no enmity with the Che family. Instead, they had enmity with the Xia family, but they had nothing to do with the Che family. Additionally, all of the experts of the Lost Soul city-state stayed in their own city. Nobody left, nor did they make any movements. Naturally, the people of the Yalong city-state had no way to investigate. The Yalong city-state's investigation lasted for more than a month. However, in the end, they still didn't find anything. Moreover, they also suffered a lot of losses. This was because they had to deal with some of the spies that they placed in the various city-states. And these spies might be exposed. In the end, after losing a lot of spies, the people of the Yalong city-state had no choice but to stop the investigation. Nobody knew that while the people of the Yalong city-state were desperately investigating the culprit, an old man took several boxes of goods to the Lost Soul city-state. A few days later, he came back with more goods. Because the Lost Soul city-state had a complete variety of goods, and there were a lot of people who went there to do business. Therefore, the old man's actions didn't attract anyone's attention. Nobody knew that among the boxes, there was a person inside. This old man was naturally UMO. And the person inside the box was naturally Che Xiaoliang. The reason why UMO didn't send Che Xiaoliang to the Lost Soul city-state was because the Che clan was still there. He was afraid that the Che clan would discover Che Xiaoliang. If the Che clan discovered Che Xiaoliang, then it would be troublesome. At the same time, UMO also did this for Che Xiaoliang. Che Xiaoliang's legs were broken and his eyes were blind. Even if he was a child beggar, he was still bullied. He was already very lucky that he didn't die of hunger or cold. But even so, his body was still in a terrible condition. After UMO rescued Che Xiaoliang, he immediately took care of his body. After several days of recuperation, Che Xiaoliang's body finally got better. But what made UMO feel strange was that Che Xiaoliang didn't speak. Finally, UMO discovered that Che Xiaoliang had been poisoned mute. To be honest, when he saw Che Xiaoliang's condition, UMO couldn't help but have his killing intent rise. The Che clan had gone too far. Che Xiaoliang was also a member of the Che clan. Did they really need to deal with him like this? Moreover, UMO also knew about the enmity between Che Xiaolei and Che Xiaoguang. It was just a dispute of personal feelings. Che Xiaolei's talent wasn't as good as Che Xiaoguang's. In the end, he used his status to snatch Che Xiaoguang's place of cultivation, allowing him to enter the secret realm. This was something that Che Xiaoguang should hate him for. But now, Che Xiaoguang was the one who hated him. Moreover, he even launched such a crazy revenge. This was simply inhumane. UMO really couldn't understand the thoughts of the disciples of the great clans. They were all from the same clan, so just because of a small dispute, it was too much. What was even more outrageous was that the other party was from the same clan. This was too unreasonable, it was too hard to understand. Che Xiaoliang felt a little dizzy. Then he arrived at a place. He couldn't see, so he didn't know where he was. However, he could hear the people around him talking. A steady voice was heard, "This is old Che's younger brother, Che Xiaoliang. Hee, this kid looks good, he's much better than old Che." Another energetic voice sounded, "Boss, I've heard that this kid was poison blind, mute, and his leg is broken. Mother *Cur, those bastards from the Che family are *King inhumane. Boss, old Che won't be able to come over for a while, what should we do?" The voice that spoke before said, "Take him to my room. I'll treat him." What's the point of talking about that? The Che family has already been destroyed by us. Old Che's hatred can be considered avenged. That energetic voice said, "All right, boss. Is there a cure for this? The steady voice was heard again, his leg can be cured. His leg was broken, but it wasn't reconnected. The bone was dislocated. It can only be broken again and then reconnected. Although the process is painful, there shouldn't be any problems once he's healed. It's just that he's been poisoned for a long time, so the poison needs to be slowly removed. It seems like there's nothing wrong with his ears, he can still hear. The voice replied, all right, boss. I'll send him to your room. Right, where will he live in the future? It's not convenient for him to stay in your room. How about I arrange a room for him and have someone take care of him? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, forget it, leave him to me. I'll take care of him. Have someone send a bed to my room. I'll take care of him. I won't feel at ease if someone else takes care of him. Go. The voice nodded. Then Xiaoyang felt his body being carried by someone. Then he was brought to a warm place before being put down. At this time a steady voice was heard, kid, you can hear me, so don't play dead. I'm your brother's friend, we rescued you. Now, I'm going to treat your leg injury. Your leg injury is very serious, I'll have to break your bones and reconnect them. This process might be very painful, but I believe that you'll be able to get through it. Kid, you've already endured so many hardships, this time won't make a difference. Rest assured, I'll try my best to alleviate your pain. Xiaoyang finally nodded. He wasn't an idiot. On the contrary, he was very smart. He knew that the other party didn't need to lie to him. He was just a blind and mute cripple. If the other party wanted to deal with him, then there was no need to use this method. Therefore, he nodded. Then Xiaoyang felt someone poke his body a few times. Then he felt that he couldn't move at all. Then Xiaoyang felt a sharp pain in his leg. He wanted to scream, but he couldn't. He wanted to move, but he couldn't. Therefore, he could only clench his teeth. But at this moment, he felt a warm current flowing into his legs. Then, his legs felt lighter than ever before, and he let out a long sigh of relief. After an unknown amount of time, the warm current disappeared. Then a burst of pain came from his legs. However, this pain was still bearable. Moreover, his legs couldn't move at all. However, his upper body could move. Then the voice was heard again, kid, open your mouth and eat the pill. You'll get better soon. When the time comes, you'll be able to run and jump. Xiaoyang opened his mouth. Then he felt a pill being placed in his mouth. When the pill entered his mouth, it melted and went directly into his stomach. Then he felt that his legs weren't as painful as before. His stomach also felt a burst of warmth. It was very comfortable and relaxing. Then, Xiaoyang felt tired and fell into a deep slumber. Zhao Hai looked at Xiaoyang who was lying on the bed. Xiaoyang didn't look young, but because of long-term malnutrition, he looked very thin. This was also the reason why when Wenhai and Zhao Hai called Xiaoyang kid. While Zhao Hai was treating Xiaoyang's legs, he also looked at the poison in Xiaoyang's body. Xiaoyang's poison was very deep, it wouldn't be easy to remove it, it would take a long time. But there was one good thing, Xiaoyang was a soul implanter, this was a good thing for Zhao Hai. He can teach Xiaoyang the cultivation method of natural energy and have him practice it himself, removing the poison in his body bit by bit. Zhao Hai let out a long breath. Fortunately, the poison that Xiaolei used on Xiaoyang wasn't very strong. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome. But thinking about it, if Xiaolei's poison was very strong, then Xiaoyang would have died a long time ago. It wouldn't be as simple as being blind and mute. Looking at the child on the bed who suffered a lot, Zhao Hai couldn't help but let out a long breath. To be honest, Zhao Hai and Umo had the same thoughts. They couldn't understand what Xiaolei was thinking. Why would he be so cruel to Xiaoyang? But since Xiaolei was already dead, he was killed by Xiaoyang. Therefore, this matter could be considered over. Zhao Hai let out a long breath as he left his room. After leaving the cave, he strolled around the base. At this time, Wenhai also came over. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, Boss, how is Xiaoyang? Do you want me to send a message to Xiaoguang? Zhao Hai nodded and said, Go, tell Xiaoguang that I've already brought him here. I'm currently treating him. After a while, Xiaoyang's legs should be healed. Although his eyes and mouth are slow, he should be able to recover completely. Tell him not to worry. If he wants to see Xiaoyang, then let him come. When Wenhai nodded, then he turned around and sent the message to Xiaoguang. This time, he didn't need to personally deliver the message. Last time, he had to contact Xiaoguang personally, the risk was too great. Because of this, when Wenhai and Xiaoguang made an agreement, Zhao Hai would give Xiaoguang a transmission formation. Then Xiaoguang would place the transmission formation in the cave that appeared when Wenhai went to the stronghold. The location of the transmission formation was very secretive, nobody knew about it. Moreover, the transmission formation would be underground. When Wenhai wanted to send a message to Xiaoguang, so he wrote it on a piece of animal skin and then sent it to the cave. This way, Xiaoguang would be able to take the animal skin and see the message written on it. When Wenhai sent the message, Zhao Hai naturally didn't need to worry about him. At this time, Zhao Hai was still thinking about the Holy Court. Although the Yalong city was investigating the Che family, they didn't ask the Holy Court for help. One must know that in the past, they would certainly ask the Holy Court for help. But this time, they didn't. Even if they couldn't find any clues, they still didn't ask the Holy Court for help. Even the great clans of the Yalong city seemed to be on guard against the Holy Court. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. However, after thinking about it, Zhao Hai understood the thoughts of the great clans of the Yalong city. The great clans of the Yalong city weren't able to find any problems in the spirit weapon realm. Because of this, they turned their attention to the Holy Court. Although the Holy Court was also in the spirit weapon realm, it was located in a mountainous area. Moreover, the mountainous area was under the control of the Holy Court. Most importantly, the Holy Court didn't allow people to casually enter. Because of this, no matter which force in the spirit weapon realm, almost all of their knowledge about the Holy Court came from their family members who had participated in the Holy Court. Although these people had participated in the Holy Court, they were still able to study after joining the Holy Court. However, they couldn't walk around the Holy Court as they wished. Because of this, nobody knew about the situation and strength of the Holy Court. The annihilation of the Che clan was a huge matter. It wasn't something that ordinary forces could do. The poison used to annihilate the Che clan was something that the spirit weapon realm had never seen before. Moreover, when the Che clan was annihilated, a lot of experts were dispatched. There weren't many forces that could do this. From what the clans of the Yalong city knew, the number of forces that could do this in the entire spirit weapon realm could be counted on one's fingers. And this included the Holy Court. The Holy Court was mysterious to the point that it made people feel afraid. It was precisely because of this mystery that the great clans were afraid of the Holy Court. Even if the spirit weapon realm was dissatisfied with the Holy Court, they still didn't dare to do anything to the Holy Court. However, Zhao Hai's previous conflict with the Holy Court gave everyone a bit of courage. They discovered that the Holy Court wasn't invincible. It was precisely because of this mentality that the spirit weapon realm had always been on guard against the Holy Court. Although the Che clan and the Holy Court didn't seem to have any enmity, after some analysis, they discovered that the Holy Court had a reason to deal with the Che clan. And this reason was very laughable. This reason was none other than Xiaoguang. Although Xiaoguang was inside the secret realm, the entrance to the secret realm was inside the Holy Court. If one were to say that the secret realm wasn't under the control of the Holy Court, nobody would believe it. Moreover, the great clans knew how Xiaoguang entered the secret realm. As for what happened to Xiaoguang's family, everyone also knew. Xiaolei dealt with Xiaoguang's family. This was a form of disobedience to the Holy Court. Although the Holy Court didn't seem to want to deal with the Che clan, this was before. In the past, the Holy Court could still control the situation in the spirit weapon realm. But now, they couldn't do so. Perhaps because of this reason, the Holy Court decided to kill the Che clan in order to establish their prestige in the continent. The reason why people were suspicious was because they discovered that other than the Sacred Institute, the other powers didn't have the ability to deal with the Che clan. This was because they discovered that nobody had walked through the secret passage of the Che clan. This was because the exit of the passage didn't have any traces of being opened. In other words, the people who attacked the Che clan didn't leave through the secret passage. Instead, they used a portable transmission formation to leave. And as far as these people knew, there weren't any powers in the spirit weapon realm that could take out so many portable transmission formations except for the Holy Court. They didn't know if the Holy Court could take out so many portable transmission formations. However, this didn't stop them from thinking about it. It can be said that this time, the Sacred Court had made Xiao Hai the scapegoat. This was because the people of the spiritual weapon realm didn't know about Xiao Hai. They also investigated Xiao Hai's background but they couldn't find anything. They didn't know that Xiao Hai could make portable transmission formations. They also didn't know that Xiao Hai was able to contact the Lost Soul City. It was precisely because they didn't know that the Lost Soul City was the culprit. In the minds of the people, the Lost Soul City was a very poor place. How could there be so many portable teleportation arrays there? This was impossible. Although the people of the Lost Soul City were living a good life, they didn't do anything other than restoring the transmission formations. The only thing they did was the city lord taking out money to improve the lives of the people. Therefore, in the eyes of these people, the Lost Soul City didn't have the ability to attack the Che clan. Although the Sacred Court was the scapegoat, they didn't know that the confrontation between Xiao Hai and the Sacred Court didn't only cause the Sacred Court's prestige to suffer a huge loss. At the same time, the Sacred Court's influence in the various city-states was also greatly suppressed. This made it even more difficult for the Sacred Court to obtain information from the various city-states. Because the various city-states didn't dare to confront the Sacred Court, they were very arrogant. The forces that they supported in the various city-states weren't concealed at all. In other words, these forces were all in the open. Perhaps in the eyes of the Sacred Court, the various city-states didn't dare to do anything to them. Even if they knew that these forces were supported by the Sacred Court, they wouldn't dare to say anything. Because of this, there was no need to conceal anything. However, the people of the Sacred Court didn't expect that Xiao Hai would suddenly challenge the Sacred Court. Most importantly, Xiao Hai won. In this case, the various city-states broke away from the control of the Sacred Court. The forces supported by the Sacred Court were all suppressed. This caused the Sacred Court's strength to suffer a huge loss. It was impossible for the Sacred Court to restore their control over the various city-states. Moreover, if they want to support forces in the various city-states, they can only go from the open to the dark. However, this wasn't something that could be done in a day or two. Especially at this time, the various city-states were very secretive about the 10 people guarding the Sacred Court. If the Sacred Court wanted to deal with the various city-states at this time, it would certainly cause a fierce backlash. Because of this, the Sacred Court couldn't place their spies in the various city-states. At the same time, their previous forces were suppressed. Because of this, it was very difficult for them to know the situation of the various city-states. Because of this, the Sacred Court didn't know the current situation of the various city-states. Because of this, the Sacred Court didn't know what the major clans in the Yalong city thought of them. They also didn't know that they had unknowingly become Xiao Hai's scapegoat. Because of this, the Sacred Court made a wrong decision. They sent people to the Yalong city to investigate the matter of the Che family's destruction. Originally, the great clans in the Yalong city were already suspicious of the Sacred Court. Now that they heard the Sacred Court's request, they were almost certain that this matter was done by the Sacred Court. In the eyes of these great clans, the Sacred Court wanted to investigate the matter of the Che family. However, these great clans didn't reject the Sacred Court's request. Instead, they agreed to the Sacred Court sending people to investigate the matter of the Che family's destruction. It didn't take long for the Holy Court to send people over. However, Xiao Hai's actions this time were too clean. And since the incident happened some time ago, the Che family's place had already been destroyed. Naturally, the people from the Holy Court couldn't see anything. In the end, the people from the Holy Court could only tell the great clans of Lesser Dragon City that they couldn't find anything. At this time, the great clans in the Yalong city were certain that this matter was done by the Sacred Court. Otherwise, the Sacred Court wouldn't be unable to find anything. Although they didn't find anything, the great clans didn't believe the Sacred Court's words. On the contrary, they thought that the Sacred Court was here to clean up the mess. Sometimes, people are like this. Once you have doubts about something, no matter what the other party does, you would think that they are trying to harm you. The great clans in the Yalong city were like this. They suspected that the sacred court was the mastermind behind this matter. So no matter what the sacred court did, they would think that the sacred court was covering up their crimes. However, the sacred court didn't know about this. This time, they really wanted to investigate the matter of the Che clan's destruction. Moreover, they didn't find anything. Unfortunately, they didn't know that this matter had backfired. Instead, they became the scapegoat for the Che clan. Zhao Hai was very happy to see the sacred court become the scapegoat. The reason why Zhao Hai wanted to deal with the Che family this time was to win the hearts of the people. The reason why he was able to become the leader of Wen Hai and the others was because of his ability. But for people like Che Xiaoguang, even if they treated him as their leader, it was hard to say how much they would acknowledge him in their hearts. But this time, Zhao Hai decided to deal with the Che family for Che Xiaoguang. He didn't even hesitate to expose them. This won the hearts of everyone. The hearts of the people were very complicated. Even if they recognized your ability, it didn't mean that they would be loyal to you. Even if your ability wasn't good enough, as long as you treat them well, they would still be loyal to you. Che Xiaoguang was like this. This time, Zhao Hai wanted to use Che Xiaoguang's matter to show everyone that he was sincere. For the sake of everyone, he was willing to give up his own plans. He really treated everyone as his brothers. Zhao Hai's plan was very successful. At this time, Wen Hai and the others had absolute respect for him. This was what Zhao Hai wanted. Zhao Hai didn't do this to control Wen Hai and the others. He just wanted Wen Hai and the others to listen to him. If Wen Hai and the others don't follow his orders, then it would be more troublesome. In Zhao Hai's view, this matter of the Holy Court being the scapegoat was another opportunity. This was a very important opportunity. He can use this opportunity to attack the Holy Court and make the relationship between the city-states and the Holy Court worse. It might even reach an irreversible point. Because of this, Zhao Hai had Umo and the others investigate the Yalong city-state. They wanted to see if there were any forces in the Yalong city-state that were close to the Holy Court. And if there were any forces that had enmity with the Holy Court, then Zhao Hai was ready to make a move on the Yalong city-state. The Yalong city-state was the largest city-state in the entire spirit weapon world. However, due to internal and external troubles, the Yalong city-state was no longer as glorious as it was in the past. Although it still had its territory, its power and influence weren't as great as before. But in any case, the Yalong city-state was still the largest city-state in the spirit weapon world. Although the Yalong city-state was weak, the great clans knew that as long as the Yalong city-state was maintained, they would still be able to obtain benefits. If the Yalong city-state were to be destroyed one day, then these great clans wouldn't be able to live a good life. Because of this, the great clans wouldn't allow the Yalong city-state to be destroyed. And what Zhao Hai wanted to do was to destroy the Yalong city-state. There were two reasons why Zhao Hai did this. First, the Yalong city-state was the largest city-state in the spirit weapon world. If the Yalong city-state wasn't destroyed, then no matter what happened in the future, the Lost Soul city-state would have to face the Yalong city-state. For Zhao Hai, this wasn't a good thing. Second, Zhao Hai wanted to push the blame of the Yalong city-state's destruction onto the Holy Court. If he succeeded, then it would arouse the hatred of the other city-states towards the Holy Court. At that time, the Holy Court and the other city-states wouldn't be able to reconcile. The inferior Dragon City was the #1 city-state in the spirit weapon world. If the other city-states in the spirit weapon world were to see that the inferior Dragon City was destroyed by the Sacred Institution scheme, what would they think of the Sacred Institution? At that time, it wouldn't be as simple as not listening to the Holy Court. They would completely regard the Holy Court as their enemy. And for Zhao Hai, this was definitely a good thing. However, it was still difficult to succeed in this matter. At this time, the Holy Court also felt the hostility of the other city-states towards them. Because of this, they didn't express much about the other city-states supporting them. This was a sign of weakness. The Holy Court wanted the other city-states to think that they didn't want to be enemies with them. This way, the city-states wouldn't go too far with the Holy Court. At the same time, the Holy Court could use this time to rest, and at the same time, set up hidden chess pieces in the other city-states and restore the spirit weapon world to its original state. It was precisely because of this method of showing weakness that the Holy Court became more honest. This also made them unable to get the information that they should have. However, this also had its benefits. The other city-states would be less wary of the Holy Court. But for Zhao Hai, this wasn't good news. Zhao Hai wanted the Yalong city-state to be destroyed. Moreover, he wanted people to think that this matter was instigated by the Holy Court. The best way to do this was to have the forces controlled by the Holy Court overthrow the Yalong city-state and bring it to its destruction. This way, people would naturally think that this matter was instigated by the Holy Court. However, the Holy Court was currently keeping a low profile and acting pitiful. They would certainly inform the forces under their control about what to do. This way, it would be more difficult for Zhao Hai to encourage these people to take the lead in overthrowing the Yalong city-state. It would be more troublesome if these people were to show their loyalty and patriotism. Because of this, Zhao Hai was now thinking about this matter. He wanted to see what method he could use to force the forces controlled by the holy character to overthrow the Yalong city-state. Only in this way would it be more advantageous for him. However, Zhao Hai couldn't do anything at this time. After all, his time in the spirit weapon realm was too short. The establishment of the Lost Soul city-state was also too short. Although he had arranged some spies in the various city-states, the status of these spies wasn't very high. They weren't able to incite the forces controlled by the Holy Court. If things go wrong, these spies would be exposed and the Holy Court would know who was behind them. Therefore, what Zhao Hai could do now was to collect as much information about the Yalong city-state as possible and then slowly think of a way. A white light flashed as Che Xiaoguang's figure appeared in the base. As soon as he appeared, he saw Zhao Hai and the others. He quickly walked towards Zhao Hai and stared at Zhao Hai. His lips moved, but he didn't know what to say. Zhao Hai looked at Che Xiaoguang and smiled faintly. "Let's go take a look." "They're in my room." Che Xiaoguang didn't say anything as he directly ran towards the cave. Wenhai was about to follow when Zhao Hai stopped him and said, "What are you going to do?" "Let the two brothers get together." When Wenhai heard Zhao Hai, he stared for a moment before he stopped. At this time, Che Xiaoguang rushed into Zhao Hai's room and saw Che Xiaoyang sitting on the bed. Che Xiaoyang's eyes couldn't see anything, so he just sat there in a daze. His eyes weren't focused at all. Che Xiaoguang looked at the thin Che Xiaoyang and burst into tears. He hugged Che Xiaoyang and burst into tears. Che Xiaoyang was stunned, he didn't know what was going on. Therefore, he struggled with all his might. However, how could a person like him escape from Che Xiaoguang's embrace? On the contrary, Che Xiaoguang hugged him even tighter. Che Xiaoguang also felt Che Xiaoyang's struggle, so he immediately said, "Xiaoyang, it's me. I'm your brother. Xiaoyang, my little naughty." Che Xiaoyang was still struggling, but when he heard Che Xiaoguang's voice, his body couldn't help but shake. Then when he heard Che Xiaoguang calling him little naughty, his body softened as he fainted in Che Xiaoguang's arms. This scared Che Xiaoguang. He immediately said, "Xiaoyang, what's wrong?" "Xiaoyang, don't scare me." "Xiaoyang? Boss, come and take a look." What happened to Xiaoyang? At this time, Zhao Hai also heard the commotion and came in. He looked at Che Xiaoyang who was in Che Xiaoguang's arms and said, "He's fine. Maybe he was too excited and fainted. Come, give it to me." After saying that, Zhao Hai walked over and picked up Che Xiaoyang. He slowly transferred his nature energy into Che Xiaoyang's body. Che Xiaoyang coughed and woke up. Che Xiaoguang immediately hugged Che Xiaoyang and said, "Xiaoyang, don't be afraid. Big brother is here. Big brother is here. As long as Big brother is here, nobody can bully you." Zhao Hai looked at Che Xiaoguang and waved his hand. Then he led Wenhai and the others outside. Wenhai and the others' eyes were red. It was clear that Che Xiaoguang and Che Xiaoyang's appearance had deeply stimulated them. When Zhao Hai and Wenhai arrived outside the cave, Wenhai turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Boss, when are we going to deal with the holy courtyard? I can't wait to slaughter those fellows." Zhao Hai looked at Wenhai and smiled faintly. "This kind of thing can't be rushed. Do you think that the Sacred Institute has been in the spiritual weapon realm for so many years for nothing? They're very strong. Although we're not weak, we're still far from being able to face the Sacred Institute head-on. Therefore, we need to be careful. Wen Wenhai let out a long breath and said, I know, but I can't help it. Boss, I really want to kill those fellows from the Sacred Institute. I want to kill them right now. Zhao Hai patted his shoulder and said, a little impatience spoils great plans. You want to kill those people from the Sacred Institute. Think about Old Che's mood. Old Che can still see those people from the Sacred Institute every day. How would he feel? Bear with it, don't let Old Che's painstaking efforts go to waste. When Wenhai nodded, then he coldly said, just wait. Sooner or later, I will make those people from the Sacred Institute pay the price. They want us to work for them, but they want to protect our families. Hateful, too hateful. Those heartless and unscrupulous bastards. Zhao Hai took a deep breath and said, all right, it's useless to say these words. Let's think about what we should do next. Because of the Che families matter, it can be said that the undercurrents of the spirit weapon realm are surging. I heard from the people of Lost Soul City that the people of Lesser Dragon City are suspecting that the Holy Courtyard was behind this matter. Hee, this is good news for us. When Wenhai stared, then he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, suspecting the Sacred Institute? Ha ha ha, interesting, very interesting. How about it? Did they retaliate against the Sacred Institute? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, it won't be that fast. It's impossible for them to retaliate against the Sacred Institute. They don't have the courage to do so right now. However, their hatred towards the Sacred Institute has increased. This is also our goal. When Wenhai heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he quickly turned to Zhao Hai and said, Boss, do you have a plan? Let's hear it. Zhao Hai shook his head, then he said, I don't have a plan right now. I'm just waiting for news. At this time, the spies in the Lost Soul City are doing their best to gather information about the Lesser Dragon City. Let's wait for the information to be gathered. When Wenhai looked at Zhao Hai and said, that's not right. Boss, you must have a plan. Tell me, what's wrong? You don't even trust me. It has to be said that when Wenhai understood Zhao Hai very well. He knew that the more Zhao Hai behaved like this, the more it meant that he had a plan. Therefore, when Wenhai said this, Zhao Hai looked at when Wenhai and smiled, I really didn't lie to you. I really don't have a plan. I originally wanted to push some people who were supported by the Sacred Institute to cause a ruckus. I didn't think that those people would be so well behaved. It might be because the Sacred Institute gave them an order. When Wenhai heard Zhao Hai, he immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. Then he said, Boss, you want those people to cause a ruckus and make the spirit weapon realms more wary of the Sacred Institute? Zhao Hai nodded and said, right, that's what I meant. If those people cause a ruckus, the spirit weapon realms would be more wary of the Sacred Institute. When the time comes, we would have a chance to act. When Wenhai nodded and said, the plan is good, but isn't it too slow? Even if the spirit weapon realms are wary of the Sacred Institute, they wouldn't necessarily attack the Sacred Institute. If they don't attack the Sacred Institute, then what can we do? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, although it's a bit slow, this method is the safest. I want to see if we can get a few Breaking River grade experts. As long as we can get a few Breaking River grade experts, then we can immediately turn against the Holy Courtyard. Right now, we're still lacking in confidence. When Wenhai understood what Zhao Hai meant. When Wenhai knew that it was impossible for the Sacred Academy to only have 8 river-breaking experts. If they were to fight the Sacred Academy, then those river-breaking experts wouldn't just stand by and watch. And with their current strength, it was simply impossible for them to deal with so many river-breaking experts. In order to reduce casualties, Zhao Hai didn't directly attack the Sacred Academy. This was the reason why Zhao Hai didn't directly attack the Sacred Academy. Although they had learned the Rubik's Cube array, to be honest, when Wenhai wasn't very confident in it. He didn't think that they could sweep through the entire Rubik's Cube continent. After all, Rubik's Cube continent had given people the impression of being invincible for a long time. People like Wenhai and the others, upon hearing that the other party was a Rubik's Cube continent, would generally be scared before even fighting. They would only be able to display 60% of their strength. In this case, it was impossible for them to be a match for a Rubik's Cube continent. When Zhao Hai saw that when Wen Hai didn't speak, he smiled faintly and said, "Don't think too much. We must deal with the Sacred Institute, but the key is our own strength. As long as we have enough strength, dealing with the Sacred Institute wouldn't be difficult. If we're not strong enough, then we'll just increase our casualties." When Wen Hai nodded and didn't say anything. At this time, Che Xiaoguang came out of the room with Che Bu Liang on his back. When Zhao Hai saw Che Xiaoguang, he quickly said, "Be careful, Xiao Liang's leg isn't completely healed yet. Don't let his leg bones get dislocated. Otherwise, my efforts would be in vain." Che Xiaoguang quickly replied, "Don't worry, boss. I'll be very careful." Then he placed Che Xiaoliang on a wooden chair. Che Xiaoliang was still holding Che Xiaoguang's hand. Che Xiaoguang didn't let go of Che Xiaoguang's hand. Seeing the two like this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. He knew that Che Xiaoliang was dependent on Che Xiaoguang. Therefore, he wasn't surprised to see them like this. Che Xiaoguang looked at Che Xiaoliang and didn't see anything wrong with him. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Boss, thank you. Thank you for saving Xiaoliang. Thank you." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "We brothers don't need to talk about this. It's just that we didn't know about this before. Otherwise, I would have already sent people to save little Liang. Forget it, let's not talk about this now. Little Liang should stay here and recuperate. His legs should be fine after some time, but the poison in his body is quite troublesome. Fortunately, little Liang is a soul implanter, and I am also a soul implanter. I can teach little Liang my own cultivation method, and little Liang can use it to cultivate. At the same time, he can slowly detoxify himself." Che Xiaoguang nodded and said, "All right. Then I'll have to trouble boss. Boss, I can't stay here for too long. Otherwise, I'll be suspected. I'll have to go back in a while. I'll have to trouble you to take care of Xiaoliang." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "There's no need to talk about this now. Even if you want to take Xiaoliang away, I won't agree. Xiaoliang's treatment is at a critical point. How can we leave him here? Go do your thing, leave Xiaoliang to me." Che Xiaoguang nodded. Then he turned his head to look at Che Xiaoliang. Che Xiaoliang was currently pulling Che Xiaoguang's clothes. Seeing Che Xiaoliang's appearance, Che Xiaoguang couldn't help but feel pain in his heart. He whispered to Che Xiaoliang, "Xiaoliang, you stay here. Boss will take care of you. You don't need to worry. Just focus on your treatment." Che Xiaoliang nodded sensibly. Then Che Xiaoguang turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Boss, I'll take Xiaoliang around to have a look." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Go, it's safe here. You can go and have a look." "All right, go." Che Xiaoguang nodded, then he carried Che Xiaoliang out of the camp. Zhao Hai and Wen Hai looked at the two until they went out of the camp and into the woods. Wen Hai then sighed and said, "Old Che and his brother haven't seen each other for more than 10 years. If it's not 12 years, then it's 11 years. I didn't expect to see them in this place. Moreover, Xiaoliang has become like this. I think old Che must be feeling bad." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It's normal. In this case, no one would feel good. Let them stay here for a while. Have the kitchen prepare some delicious food and let the two brothers have a good meal together." When Wen Hai nodded. Then he looked at the direction where the two brothers disappeared inside. Then he turned around and went back to the cave. Zhao Hai didn't go back to the cave. Instead, he stood there and looked at the woods in the distance. Then he let out a long breath and muttered, "Time, we have to wait for time. As long as we have more time, the Sacred Academy will be doomed." At this time, shouts could be heard from the distance. Zhao Hai didn't need to look to know that it was the people in the base who were training. Zhao Hai didn't care, it was good that everyone liked to train. However, he also thought that training alone wasn't enough. They should focus on actual combat. It seems like they have to fight. 2 hours later, Che Xiaoguang returned to the base with Che Xiaoliang on his back. When it was time to eat, Zhao had Che Xiaoguang and Che Xiaoliang go to his room to eat. Zhao had everyone eat in the cafeteria. He wanted to give the two brothers some alone time to get closer to each other. After all, they hadn't seen each other for a long time, so it was important to get closer to each other. Giving the two brothers some alone time to get closer to each other was important. After eating, Xiaoguang reluctantly left the base and returned to the headquarters. After Xiaoguang left, Zhao Hai gave Xiaoyang some treatment. Then he summoned everyone to the dining hall. After everyone sat down in the dining hall, Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Today, I called everyone here to discuss the matter of training. Recently, everyone has been very enthusiastic about training. However, training like this isn't enough. Training like this won't yield any results. Originally, I thought that the 12th stronghold would become a real combat training ground. However, who would have thought that the beasts wouldn't attack? Because of this, I decided that we will take the initiative to attack. We will take revenge for being attacked by them for a long time." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, everyone roared. They had wanted to deal with the beasts for a long time. Unfortunately, they didn't have a lot of people. Moreover, they had been training. Because of this, they were afraid that Zhao Hai wouldn't agree. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would take the initiative to do so. This made them very happy. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and smiled faintly. "Alright, then I'll talk about our next target. Our next target is the Spirit Snake Valley." When everyone heard Zhao Hai say the word Spirit Snake Valley, they stared for a moment before cheering. If Wen Hai and the others were asked which organization they hated the most, Wen Hai and the others wouldn't hesitate to answer, 100 Beast Peak and Spirit Snake Valley. The 100 Beast Peak had been good recently, they didn't attack them. After all, the 12th stronghold was the Black Tiger's territory. If the other beasts of the 100 Beast Peak wanted to attack them, it would be equivalent to fighting in the Black Tiger's territory. Whether they won or lost, they wouldn't be giving the Black Tiger any face. But the 100 Beast Peak wasn't necessarily harmonious. If they really offended the Black Tiger, then a fight might break out. Moreover, the Black Tiger's strength in the 100 Beast Peak was quite good, nobody wanted to fight with him. On the other hand, the Spirit Snake Valley had gone overboard recently. The recent attacks on the 12th stronghold were all related to the Spirit Snake Valley. This made everyone very angry with the Spirit Snake Valley. Now that Zhao Hai was going to deal with the Spirit Snake Valley, they immediately felt happy. Then everyone felt their blood boil, they couldn't wait to fight. Zhao Hai looked at everyone, then he smiled faintly and said, "Alright, everyone shouldn't be happy too early. Our next target is the Spirit Snake Valley. In the past few years, the Spirit Snake Valley has been sneak attacking us. Recently, they've changed from sneak attacks to attacks. But this made me curious, the 12th stronghold is the Black Tiger's territory. When the Spirit Snake Valley attacked us, the Black Tiger didn't seem to have any reaction. Last time, there were other beasts that participated, making it look like an alliance. I suspect that the Black Tiger's shadow is behind this." When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then they looked at Zhao Hai in disbelief. When Wen Hai said, "Boss, could you be wrong? The Black Tiger's shadow? Is the Black Tiger really that smart?" Zhao Hai said, "Even if this matter doesn't have anything to do with the Black Tiger, it's still an enemy of the Black Tiger. In any case, the 100 Beast Peak and the Spirit Snake Valley's Vipers have joined forces." Everyone nodded, they believed this point. If the 100 Beasts Peak and the Spirit Serpent Valley hadn't joined forces, then the Spirit Serpent Valley's Vipers wouldn't have been able to command the other beasts. The Spirit Serpent Valley's Vipers had always been independent, they rarely interacted with other beasts. In the past, when they attacked, it was only a single viper that attacked. Even when they attacked in groups, they rarely attacked. Because of this, when the previous alliance appeared, when Wen Hai and the others immediately knew that the Spirit Snake Valley's Vipers and the 100 Beast Peak's beasts had joined forces. This was because this kind of situation had happened before, and it should be no exception this time. Zhao Hai replied, "No matter what, the Spirit Snake Valley is our enemy. This time, we need to attack them. If we can really hurt them and scare them, then the beasts from the 100 Beast Peak who colluded with the Spirit Snake Valley will certainly come out. When the time comes, we can deal with both sides together." Zhao Hai nodded. When Wen Hai heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but frown and said, "Boss, if we do that, then wouldn't we also offend the 100 Beast Peak? When the time comes, we'll have to face two enemies." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "If we have to face two enemies, then so be it." Hee hee, Weren't we already prepared to use the 12th stronghold as a battlefield? Are we going to face these two enemies in the 12th stronghold? Now that they're going to attack us, isn't that better? Moreover, now that we have a portable transmission formation, we can return to the base at any time to rest and then attack them. Even if we wear them down, we can still wear them down. When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they nodded. They felt that what Zhao Hai said was reasonable. Now that they have a base and a portable transmission formation, it was equivalent to having an escape route. If they want to fight or leave, then it's up to them. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Moreover, this time, I have a request for everyone to deal with the Spirit Snake Valley. In addition to familiarizing yourself with the cube formation during battle, you must also not neglect individual battles. You must even focus on individual battles." Everyone stared. They knew that Zhao Hai was very opposed to them fighting alone. This was why he made them practice the cube formation. Moreover, they had to practice with all their might. Why did he want them to fight alone now? Why was this so? It can be said that most of the energy and pills in the bone beads have been absorbed by you. However, there is still a lot of energy that has yet to be absorbed. If we form a cube formation and fight, then although you will be fighting as a whole, it would be impossible to force out 100% of your potential. On the other hand, if you fight alone, you will have to face a lot of enemies. You will have to fight with all your strength. You might even experience life and death situations in order to force out 100% of your potential. This way, you will be able to completely absorb the energy and pills that have been deposited in your body. Do you understand? Understood. Everyone naturally understood. They were also cultivators. How could they not understand, especially when Wen Hai and the others? These days, they had been absorbing bone pearls non-stop, and they had been eating dawn non-stop. Their current strength had increased by a large margin. If it was said that they were only at the 1000 dancing realm and the sky dance realm before, then they were now at the sky dance realm. As long as they accumulated for a period of time, they could definitely rush to the southern Broken River realm. But now, they also discovered that they were absorbing bone pearls and eating pills. The accumulation of energy in their bodies was very small. They wanted to reach the southern Broken River realm, but it was still far away. But if it was really like what Zhao Hai said, that they had accumulated some energy and medicinal strength in their bodies, then their strength would certainly increase by a level. They would also be one step closer to the southern Broken River realm. In fact, people like Wen Hai and the others, compared to Zhao Hai who was a real cultivator, their knowledge was too far behind. Why were there so many pills among cultivators? Because sometimes, people would eat too many pills and develop resistance. However, it was impossible for the human body to absorb all the energy in the pill. The better the pill, the more medicinal strength would be stored in the human body in the end. This medicinal strength would even turn into a very diverse energy. This was not only not beneficial to the cultivation of cultivators, but also harmful. It was precisely because of this reason that a lot of cultivators, after eating pills for a period of time, would go out and train in order to absorb all the medicinal strength in their bodies. Of course, some people from big clans would use other pills to remove the excess medicinal strength. But that would be too wasteful. For ordinary cultivators who didn't have the support of a clan, it was more cost-effective to use trials to digest the medicinal strength. This was because not only would they be able to absorb the medicinal strength, but they would also be able to solve their own problems and improve their strength. Of course, Zhao Hai could also make pills to remove the medicinal strength, but he didn't do so. He wanted to use this kind of fighting method to let everyone absorb and digest the medicinal strength. This would force out everyone's potential, which would be very beneficial for them to become Southern Broken River realm experts in the future. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Alright, since it's decided, then there's nothing else to say. Everyone, prepare your things. Now that you've changed your weapons, bring your chi recovery pills, blood detoxification pills, and blood clotting pills. If we really fight, then I won't have time to treat your injuries. When the time comes, you'll have to rely on these pills. If you don't bring enough and die in the hands of the Spirit Snake Valley's vipers, then don't blame me." Everyone nodded. Zhao Hai then said, "Everyone, don't think that I'm joking. I'm not joking. Why is the Spirit Snake Valley called a forbidden area? Isn't it because of the vipers that even Southern Broken River realm experts are afraid of? this time, we'll go out and fight. It's very likely that we'll attract those powerful vipers from the Spirit Snake Valley. When the time comes, I'll have to deal with those vipers. As for you guys, good luck." Everyone stared, then their faces turned serious. When Wenhai said, "Boss, you can rest assured. We've been dealing with those beasts for a long time. Even if we don't have the cube formation, it wouldn't be easy for those beasts to deal with us. Moreover, this time, we're taking the initiative to attack. The initiative is in our hands. If we want to fight, then we'll fight. If we want to leave, then we'll leave. If they want to deal with us, then they'll have a hard time." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Old One is right. This time, we're taking the initiative to attack. If we want to fight, then we'll fight. If we want to leave, then we'll leave. If they want to deal with us, then it won't be easy. Moreover, we'll be using those spirit snakes as training targets. We don't need to fight to the death with them. But you must remember, don't think of leaving once you encounter the Viper's counterattack. Remember, hold on. You can only leave when I tell you to. If I don't tell you to leave, no one is allowed to leave. Otherwise, don't blame me for not caring about our brotherhood. Normally, we can talk and laugh as much as we want, but on the battlefield, if anyone dares to disobey my orders, don't blame me for being rude." They believed Zhao Hai's words, because Zhao Hai had always been a man of his word. If they retreated without Zhao Hai's order, then Zhao Hai wouldn't be polite to them. Zhao Hai was a man of his word, and if they retreated without Zhao Hai's order, then Zhao Hai wouldn't be polite. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Today, we'll treat the snakes in the Spirit Snake Valley as tools for our training. Once our strength increases, our next enemy will be the Holy Courtyard. The Spirit Snake Valley is just an appetizer. If we can't even eat an appetizer, then how can we deal with the Holy Courtyard in the future? The Holy Courtyard is a main course, but this main course isn't that delicious. Alright, let's go, we'll go to the 12th stronghold and gather everyone. Then we'll attack the Spirit Snake Valley." The people in the 12th stronghold didn't know about Zhao Hai's decision. They were still doing their own things, which was to dig herbs and hunt. Only a few people would dig for wild herbs since they didn't need to eat them anymore. While they were waiting, Zhao Hai's group suddenly appeared in the 12th stronghold. This made the people in the 12th stronghold feel very surprised. At this time, the person in charge of the 12th stronghold was Lu Yao. Lu Yao didn't go back to the meeting today, and Zhao Hai didn't call him either. In any case, since they were going to the 12th stronghold, it didn't matter if they called Lu Yao or not. When Lu Yao saw that Zhao Hai and the others had arrived, he stared for a moment. Then he immediately went to greet them. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Leader, what's going on? Why is everyone here?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Today, I had a meeting with everyone. We decided that from now on, we will attack the beasts and practice the cube formation. At the same time, we need to practice individual combat skills. This will force out everyone's potential. This time, our target is the Spirit Snake Valley. You can call everyone back. We'll take a break and tell you the contents of the meeting. Then we'll attack." Lu Yao stared, then he became happy. He immediately said, "Alright, leader. Wait a moment." After he said that, Lu Yao immediately took out a formation and used his energy to activate it. A red light immediately shot up to the sky from the formation. This formation didn't have any other function other than emitting light. When the people outside were hunting and digging for herbs, their formation would emit white light. On the other hand, Lu Yao and the others had red formations on their bodies. Once the red formation was activated, it would tell the people outside to come back as soon as possible. Not long after the formation was activated, a white light appeared in the stronghold. When these people came back, they saw Zhao Hai and the others. They stared for a moment before Zhao Hai told them to rest. Then he told them about the contents of the meeting. Everyone wasn't afraid. Although some of them were newcomers to the 12th stronghold and didn't experience many battles, they were still in the stronghold. Because of this, they weren't afraid of dealing with beasts. After everyone rested for an hour and ate a bit of food, Zhao Hai led the group towards the direction of the Spirit Snake Valley, officially setting off for the Spirit Snake Valley. There wasn't a single person in the 12th stronghold who didn't know about the location of the Spirit Snake Valley. This was because when the stronghold was established, there were already people who explored the 3 forbidden areas. Moreover, everyone who came to the stronghold was told about the location of the 3 forbidden areas. Because of this, there wasn't a single person who didn't know about the location of the Spirit Snake Valley. Zhao Hai and the others flew towards the direction of the Spirit Snake Valley. When they were about 20 li away from the Spirit Snake Valley, Zhao Hai waved his hand. Everyone stopped and looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Formation." Everyone immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. Then they quickly formed a cube formation. Zhao Hai then said, "Everyone, take a detoxification pill." Everyone obeyed and took the detoxification pill. This was for their own good. Inside the Spirit Snake Valley, even the air was poisonous. If they didn't take the detoxification pill, then they would certainly be affected. If their fighting strength was affected, then it would be troublesome. After everyone took the detoxification pill, Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "We saw a lot of snakes on the way. Those snakes must be from the Spirit Snake Valley. Now that the Spirit Snake Valley has received the news, we don't need to hide anymore. Let's go." Then Zhao Hai took the lead and flew towards the Spirit Snake Valley. A distance of 20 li wasn't far for Zhao Hai and the others. Before long, everyone arrived at the Spirit Snake Valley. From afar, they could see a valley shrouded in grayish-black fog. This valley was very big, one couldn't see the end of it. Inside the valley, hissing sounds could be heard, just like the hissing of a poisonous snake. Zhao Hai looked at the valley and quietly said, "Brothers, in front of us is the Spirit Snake Valley. This is the forbidden area of the mystic realm. Today, let's go and see if this forbidden area can stop us. Maintain your formation and follow me to kill our way in." Everyone nodded, but the formation of the magic cube formation didn't become chaotic. Only Zhao Hai stood outside the formation. After he finished speaking, his body slowly entered the formation, but he was now standing in the outermost row of the formation. Zhao Hai was the only one who stood outside the formation. After he finished speaking, his body slowly entered the formation, but he was now standing in the outermost row. After that, the entire cube formation slowly flew into the valley. Slowly, the entire cube formation was swallowed up by the grayish-black smoke in the valley. When Zhao Hai and the others entered the valley, hissing sounds could be heard all around. However, they didn't see any poisonous snakes. Moreover, the light in the valley was very dim. This greatly affected their visibility. However, this effect wasn't too big for them. They were born in a dark world like the spirit weapon realm. The light there was much darker than the valley. If they could live there, then there was no need to talk about the valley. However, they didn't see any snakes. Instead, the hissing sounds of snakes could be heard. This sound made everyone restless. Zhao Hai didn't move. Instead, he led everyone forward. At this time, a fishy wind suddenly blew. Then everyone saw arrows flying towards them. Zhao Hai immediately said, "Circle formation." Along with his command, the entire cube formation immediately turned into a sphere formation. At this time, the arrows were already in front of Zhao Hai and the others. At this time, everyone could see that these weren't arrows, but poisonous snakes. These poisonous snakes were grayish-black. They weren't very long, only about half a meter long. They were as thick as a finger. Looking at them coldly, one would think that they were arrows. The snakes all opened their mouths and bit towards Zhao Hai and the others. But now that the circle formation was rotating, as long as the snakes got close to it, they would immediately be crushed. However, those small snakes seemed to be endless. They kept flying out of the black fog and pouncing towards their formation without stopping for even a moment. Because of this, Zhao Hai and the others couldn't stop. Fortunately, they had been practicing the cube formation for some time. They had already learned how to deal with this kind of protracted battle. The people on the periphery were the most vulnerable to injuries. But once they were injured or felt that their strength wasn't enough, they would immediately switch places with the people inside. They would go inside the formation to rest while the people inside would immediately come up to protect them. At the same time, they would immediately take pills to heal their injuries and restore their strength. This attack lasted for about half an hour before the small snakes finally stopped appearing. Just as Zhao Hai and the others were about to relax, several thick shadows suddenly crashed into the formation. The thunderous impact made everyone feel pressured. Zhao Hai looked at the situation and knew that if they wanted to block the impact, the formation would be in chaos. Therefore, he immediately shouted, "Divide into 4 formations." This order was very simple. Everyone understood that Zhao Hai wanted them to change from 1 large formation to 4 small formations. Everyone immediately followed their usual practice and divided themselves into 4 small formations in the shortest time possible. But now, they were no longer in a circular formation. Instead, they were divided into 4 small cube formations. When they split the formation, the large shadows hit empty air. This allowed Zhao Hai and the others to see what these shadows were. They were actually large snakes, very large snakes. These large snakes had a diameter of about 10 meters. Their bodies were covered with black scales. These scales were like shields and looked very thick. At first glance, one could see that their defense was very strong. Most importantly, on the heads of these snakes, there was a 2-meter-long horn. This horn looked like a long spear. After letting the snakes pass, Zhao Hai immediately said, "Vortex formation, cover." Following Zhao Hai's command, the 4 small square formations merged together to form a large square formation. Then the square formation turned into a whirlpool-like battle formation. The whirlpool-like battle formation looked like a real whirlpool, but the inside of the whirlpool was empty. Then the center of the whirlpool covered a large snake. Then the whirlpool began to rotate. The snake that was covered by the whirlpool issued bursts of roars, as if it was in great pain. With a clanking sound, the snake's body stopped rolling. The vortex formation that Zhao Hai and the others had formed also moved along with the snake. It was as if a meat grinder had been placed on the outside of the snake. After some time, Zhao Hai's voice was heard, "Divide into 4 formations." Following his order, the vortex formation was divided into 4 small cube formations. The big snake that was surrounded by them rolled a few more times at this time, and finally fell from the sky directly. It was obviously dead. Vortex formation, cover. Once again, Zhao issued the same command as before. The 4 square formations merged together and turned into a whirlpool formation. Then the whirlpool formation moved towards the snake. At this time, the snake suddenly coiled up in the air. At the same time, the snake also stood up. If Zhao Hai and the others were to continue, they wouldn't be able to cover the snake. When Zhao Hai saw this, he immediately said, "Retreat, formation." Following his command, the whirlpool array slowly retreated and turned into a Rubik's Cube array. At this time, several other snakes surrounded them. They all coiled up and coldly looked at Zhao Hai and the others. At the same time, they surrounded Zhao Hai's cube formation. Zhao Hai noticed that there were a total of 7 snakes. The first one was about 50 meters long and had a diameter of about 10 meters. It was definitely a huge monster. When Zhao Hai saw this, he immediately said, "Divide into 8 formations, go." Following his order, the cube formation instantly turned into 8 small formations. Then they split into 8 directions and rushed out of the encirclement of the 7 snakes. This was the essence of the Rubik's Cube Grand Formation. To be honest, this type of grand formation was the most suitable for cultivators to use. This was because the transformations of this grand formation could be done by humans, but it would require a long period of training. As for using the formation to face the enemy, it would take a long time to train. If one didn't join a large force, then it would be impossible to do it. A few people could cooperate, but if there were a lot of people, then it would be very difficult to control the formation. On the other hand, large magic formations weren't the same. After Zhao's changes, the center of the magic formation wasn't actually that neat. This allowed the magic formation to be formed no matter how many people there were, as long as they cooperated well with each other. This was something that a lot of people could do. Zhao Hai divided the cube formation into 8 formations and directly rushed out of the encirclement of the snakes. After getting out of the encirclement, Zhao Hai immediately shouted, "Octagonal cone formation, strangle." Upon hearing Zhao Hai's command, the formations immediately understood what was going on. They immediately turned into 8 small cone formations in the shortest time possible. Then they rotated and went towards the 7 snakes to strangle them. Although the 7 snakes were very smart, they had never seen this kind of fighting style before. They were somewhat confused. Then they encountered Zhao Hai and the others who were continuously strangling them. Because Zhao Hai's group had already rushed to the outside of the snakes and surrounded them, the strangle became a siege. Zhao Hai's group began to surround the 7 snakes. But just as Zhao Hai's group was about to surround the snakes, a sudden hissing sound was heard. Then countless poisonous snakes rushed towards Zhao Hai's group. Seeing this situation, Zhao Hai knew that the Spirit Snake Valley's army had arrived. Therefore, he immediately said, "Combine." Along with his words, the 8 cone formations came together and formed a cube formation. Then Zhao Hai loudly said, "Cone formation, let's go." After he said that, everyone immediately formed a cone formation. The tip of the cone was Zhao Hai. Then Zhao Hai recognized the direction and immediately rushed out of the Spirit Snake Valley. They hadn't gone too far into the Spirit Snake Valley. Therefore, before long, Zhao Hai's group rushed out. The snakes also rushed out of the valley and chased after Zhao Hai's group. Zhao Hai didn't immediately form the cube formation. Instead, he led everyone to fly forward. Finally, he saw a dense forest in front of him. He immediately shouted, "Enter the forest and activate the transmission formation." "Let's go." Everyone immediately understood Zhao Hai's meaning. Then they followed Zhao Hai. After they entered the forest, they immediately dispersed. Then everyone activated the transmission formation. White light flashed in the forest. When the snakes entered the forest, they discovered that there was no one there. At this time, Zhao Hai's group had already returned to the 12th stronghold. After arriving at the stronghold, Zhao Hai and the others activated the transmission formation and returned to the base. This time, they didn't leave anyone to guard the stronghold. This was because the snakes would certainly go there for revenge. If they left anyone there, then they would be in danger. After everyone returned to the base, they let out a long breath. To be honest, when they saw the overwhelming number of snakes, they were very nervous. Fortunately, they were all back. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Everyone is back. Do a head count and see if anyone didn't make it back." The team leaders immediately did a head count. In the end, they discovered that aside from a few injuries, nobody died. Nobody was left behind. Everyone returned safely to the base. Zhao Hai looked at everyone who let out a sigh of relief, then he laughed and said, "Good, it's good that you're all back. This time, we've vented our anger. In the future, we'll attack the Spirit Snake Valley again. But no matter what, we've won a big victory today. Old Wen, go and have the kitchen prepare some delicious food. We must eat a big meal today." Wenhai happily complied. Then he ran towards the cave. Everyone also cheered. They looked very excited. This was the excitement after a big battle. At the same time, they were also excited after venting their anger. Speaking of which, the people who came to the 12th foothold always felt very vexed. In other footholds, they basically went out to hunt. Even if they were attacked by wild beasts, there wouldn't be many casualties, and the number of wild beasts would also be small. Only foothold number 12 was always in the position of being attacked. How could they not feel vexed about this? However, today's operation was the first time that they attacked a wild beast's territory. Attacking a forbidden area was something that no one in the secret realm had ever thought about before. One must know that even if there were 8 elders in the stronghold, they wouldn't dare to attack a forbidden area. Generally, they would go around the forbidden area. There were almost no attacks on forbidden areas. Even if there were, it would be the elders at the river-breaking grade who would make a move. Moreover, they would only attack for a short while. Like Zhao Hai's group, there were no large-scale attacks on forbidden areas. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and smiled faintly. He could understand their feelings, so he didn't say anything. Instead, he waved his hand and said, "Go and wash up. Then we'll gather at the dining hall." Then everyone nodded and dispersed. Zhao Hai also returned to his room. Che Xiaoliang was still sitting there. Zhao Hai looked at Che Xiaoliang and chuckled, "Xiaoliang, how are you feeling today?" "Today, we went to attack the forbidden area, the Spirit Snake Valley. My goodness, there are a lot of snakes there. Today, we killed so many snakes that we don't even know how many we killed. You have to get better quickly. When you get better, I will teach you some skills." At that time, you can also follow us to attack those wild beasts. That's what a real man is. Xiaoyang nodded. Although he couldn't see and couldn't speak, he could still feel that Zhao Hai really cared about him. Therefore, he was very grateful to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai washed himself while chatting with Xiaoyang. After he finished washing himself, he carried Xiaoyang to a wheelchair-like chair and then pushed him towards the dining hall. At this time, everyone finished washing up and arrived at the dining hall. When they saw Zhao Hai pushing Xiaoyang, they immediately surrounded him and chatted with him. Although Xiaoyang couldn't speak and couldn't see, he could still hear that everyone was very happy. His face couldn't help but reveal a smile. Before long, the food and drinks were brought to the dining hall. Everyone ate heartily. Today, they drank a lot of wine. All of them seemed to be in high spirits. After eating, everyone went back to rest. Zhao Hai didn't immediately rest. He pushed Xiaoyang out of the cave and let him breathe in the fresh air. After chatting with him for a while, he pushed Xiaoyang back to his room to rest. The next morning, everyone woke up early. It must be said that they were very tired yesterday. Although they were very excited when they came back and forgot about their fatigue, they still drank a little wine. When they returned to their rooms, exhaustion immediately hit them. Because of this, they quickly fell asleep. However, it was precisely because they slept that they were able to sleep well. The next morning, each and every one of them seemed to be in high spirits. Even those who were injured woke up early. Their injuries weren't heavy, and after being treated with pills, they were already fine. Since they slept well last night, they were naturally in good spirits today. Zhao Hai also came out of the cave early. When he saw everyone come out, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "How was it? Did everyone sleep well last night?" Everyone laughed out loud. When Wenhai went to Zhao Hai's side and said, "Boss, it seems like you slept well last night. When should we go again?" Wenhai and the others were very happy. They wanted to go back and attack the Spirit Serpent Valley again. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "We can't go back so quickly. We just attacked them yesterday. Their defense should be very strong right now. Moreover, they will certainly go to the 12th stronghold to attack us. If they find out that we aren't there, they will certainly go crazy and attack us. Now that they are in high spirits, we can't go back and provoke them." When Wenhai nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Boss, what should we do next?" This was what everyone wanted to ask. Therefore, when Wenhai asked, everyone looked at Zhao Hai and waited for his answer. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and smiled faintly. "What's the hurry? When we fought yesterday, we already discovered the use of the cube formation. Next, we will train for a while. Everyone should practice the separation and combination technique. At the same time, we should also seize the time to cultivate. Do you know why I didn't let you face the snakes alone yesterday?" Everyone nodded. When Wenhai said, "I know, there are a lot of snakes. If we face them alone, it's very likely that we would be entangled. If that's the case, it would be very difficult for us to come back." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Indeed, that's the reason. We only have so many people now, and before we can think of a way to get more people from the main camp, we have to cherish every single one of them. We must not let any accidents happen." Everyone nodded. Zhao Hai continued, "How about this? I will transfer some people from the Lost Soul City state into the secret realm. These people don't need to be at the Void Dance stage, they just need to be at the Consolidated Equipment stage. They can cultivate here, and perhaps their cultivation speed will be faster. As long as they reach the Void Dance stage, we can immediately start training them in the cube formation. What do you all think?" Tang Ming said solemnly, "Good, boss's suggestion is good. Right now, the main camp won't easily send people to us. I'm afraid that the Holy Court won't easily replenish our manpower either. Right now, in the spiritual weapon world, there are already some conflicts between the various city-states and the Holy Court. It's hard to say whether the Holy Court can still recruit as many people as before. If the Holy Court can't recruit people, it's impossible for them to send people to the secret realm. Right now, there aren't many people in the main camp, and under such circumstances, it's very difficult for the main camp to send people to us. Therefore, transferring people from the Lost Soul City state here can increase our military strength. This secret realm is more suitable for cultivation than the spiritual weapon world, and we can also refine more medicinal pills and bone pearls, so their strength should increase very quickly. This is a good thing for us. Everyone nodded. They felt that Tang Ming's words were very reasonable. They were currently lacking people, and now that they knew that Zhao Hai was the city lord of the Lost Soul City-State, this meant that the Lost Soul City-State belonged to Zhao Hai. Naturally, the Lost Soul City-State would be on the same side as them. Using the people of the Lost Soul City-State would make them feel relieved. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, it's good that everyone agrees. Then it's settled. You can relax for 2 days. After 2 days, you can start training in the cube formation. I'll be heading back to the Lost Soul City-State. Old Wen, Old Tang, you two take care of little Liang. Talk to him every day and take him out for a stroll." Wen Wenhai and Tang Ming nodded. At this time, breakfast was already prepared. After everyone had their breakfast, Zhao Hai told Xiaoliang that he would be leaving. Then he activated the transmission formation and returned to the Lost Soul Mountain base before returning to Spirit Snake City. Although Stonehammer and the others knew about the existence of the secret realm, they still stayed in the Lost Soul City-State most of the time. First, they had their own missions. Second, they were now very famous in the Lost Soul City-State. If people were to find out that they weren't in the Lost Soul City-State for a long time, then it might arouse suspicion. After Zhao Hai returned to the Lost Soul City-State, he immediately summoned the city lords of the various cities to the Spirit Snake City's mansion. Zhao Hai wanted to know what was going on in the Lost Soul City-State. Also, regarding the Che family's matter, the Spirit Weapon Realm's reaction as well as the Sacred Courtyard's reaction. He also wanted to know if they already knew about the Lesser Dragon City and suspected them. After hearing the reports from the various city lords, Zhao Hai had a very direct understanding of the situation in the Lost Soul City-State and the Spirit Weapon Realm. There was no need to talk about the Lost Soul City-State, they had nothing to do here. It must be said that there were no forces in the vicinity that could threaten them. One must know that although the Lost Soul City-State's population was small due to years of conquest, the people here were very fierce. Now that they were treated well, naturally they were willing to sacrifice their lives. Because of this, the Lost Soul City-State was now the largest force in the vicinity. It was already good that they didn't provoke others, those people wouldn't dare to provoke them. And now, the problem of population in the Lost Soul City has been solved. In the Spirit Weapon Realm, it wasn't only the Lost Soul City that was at war all year round. The other cities weren't safe either. Because of this, other than the nobles, ordinary civilians didn't have a good time. In this case, when the civilians of the other cities knew about the situation in the Lost Soul City, they immediately wanted to run over. Recently, the number of immigrants in the Lost Soul City had greatly increased. Because of this, the Lost Soul City didn't need to worry about its population problem. The surrounding cities were already worried about the population problem. The rapid development of the city-state was beyond everyone's expectations. Actually, the reason why the city-state was able to develop was due to several factors. First, the city-state had been in constant warfare for many years, so its population wasn't a lot. This made it very convenient to take care of them. Second, Zhao Hai had a lot of money. Zhao Hai had a lot of gold coins in his space. With the support of this money, it wouldn't be difficult for him to make the city-state better. Third, Zhao Hai's policy was right. The Lost Soul City-State used the advanced management experience of other countries. Because of this, the Lost Soul City-State was able to recover in a short period of time. Now that the city-state was fully developed, it had become a business-oriented country. There were a lot of people doing business in the country. This caused the tax on the city-state to increase by a lot. Additionally, the city-state had a lot of goods that other city-states didn't have. Because of this, the economic development of the city-state was very smooth. Originally, the population of the Lost Soul City-State was their shortcoming. But as the situation of the Lost Soul City-State spread to the other city-states of the Spirit Weapon Realm, a large number of low-level immigrants arrived. This allowed the Lost Soul City-State to develop quickly, and the population problem was solved. Especially the city-states near the Lost Soul City-State. A large number of people fled to the Lost Soul City-State. Some of these people fled through the transmission formation. But when the people of these city-states discovered that the loss of population was too fast, they immediately gave the order to block the transmission formation. Aside from some merchants, ordinary people can go to the Lost Soul city-state. But at most, each family can only send one person. If that person doesn't return from the Lost Soul city-state, then the rest of the family can't go. In this case, it was indeed a way for the commoners to enter the Lost Soul city-state. However, the people from the city-states thought of another way, which was to smuggle themselves in. Although the city-states had sealed their borders, the border was still too long. Because of this, the commoners took the risk to cross the mountains and enter the Lost Soul city-state. But the city-state wouldn't drive these people out. Although there were a lot of mountains in the city-state, there was also a lot of land. After many years of war, a lot of the land had become barren. The arrival of these people allowed them to cultivate the land and make good use of it. The city-state's approach was to give the land to the commoners. Every year, the commoners only needed to hand over a certain amount of food or taxes in order to have the land forever. In addition to the land, the city-state also had various workshops. The commoners could also go to the workshops to work. Some people were even organized to enter the mountains to dig for herbs and plant them. In any case, there were a lot of things to do in the city-state. As long as you are willing to work, you certainly wouldn't starve. The city-states that were close to the city-state were both in pain and happiness. Pain was heartache. Seeing the loss of a large number of commoners, they were truly distressed. On the other hand, they were happy because the prosperity of the city-state also brought prosperity to the surrounding city-states. Their business also became prosperous, and their tax revenue also increased a lot. For them, this was a good thing. However, the other city-states weren't happy because of this. However, Zhao Hai didn't care about these matters. What he wanted to know was the Lesser Dragon city-state's situation. He also wanted to know what happened to the Che family. At this time, the Lesser Dragon city-state was no longer discussing the Che family's matter. This was because they had already determined that this matter was done by the Sacred Institute. Therefore, they had tightened their defenses around the Sacred Institute. The Sacred Institute's attitude towards this matter also made Zhao Hai laugh. The Sacred Institute first sent people to the Lesser Dragon city-state to help investigate the Che family's matter. But the result of this was that not only did they not find anything, they also made the Lesser Dragon city-state believe that this matter was done by the Sacred Institute. Then the people from the Sacred Institute knew that the Lesser Dragon city-state was suspecting them. The method they used was to directly announce that this matter had nothing to do with them. However, in the eyes of the Lesser Dragon city-state and even the entire spirit weapon realm, the Sacred Institute's people felt that they were trying to hide something. To be honest, Zhao Hai didn't know whether to laugh or cry about the Sacred Institute's ability to deal with crises. At this time, the Sacred Institute actually made such a statement. This was their biggest mistake. Perhaps the people from the Sacred Institute also discovered their mistake. Therefore, they began to investigate this matter in the spirit weapon realm. It seemed like they wouldn't give up until they found the culprit. The more you do, the more mistakes you make. Now, the sacred courtyard was the same. With their actions, the other city-states in the spirit weapon realm thought that the sacred courtyard was using this matter as an excuse to make a move against the other city-states. Not only did they confirm that the Che family was behind this matter, it also intensified the conflict between the sacred courtyard and the other city-states. Originally, Zhao Hai was thinking about how to make the Lesser Dragon city-state fall into chaos and blame this matter on the sacred courtyard. This would intensify the conflict between the city-states and the sacred courtyard. This would make the city-states no longer listen to the sacred courtyard. It might even reach the point where they would be irreconcilable with the sacred courtyard. Originally, Zhao Hai didn't have any idea about this matter. He didn't even have any certainty. However, he didn't expect that the Sacred Institute would make a move and solve this matter. This was completely out of Zhao Hai's expectations. At the same time, Zhao Hai was overjoyed. The people sent by the Sacred Institute were already on their way. However, they still haven't made contact with any city-states. However, Zhao Hai thought that this was an opportunity. Zhao Hai was sitting in the conference room. Feng Lihua and the others were also sitting there, looking at Zhao Hai. They were waiting for Zhao Hai's instructions. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Send orders to all the spies to monitor the people sent by the Sacred Institute. We must grasp their whereabouts." Everyone nodded, then Zhao Hai continued, "After you get their information, you can inform me about it. I'm going to take people from the mystic realm and deal with these guys when the time is right." This way, the Holy Court would certainly be angry. They might even order the other city-states to investigate this matter. This would further aggravate the relationship between the Holy Court and the other city-states. If the Holy Court comes to our Lost Soul City to investigate this matter, then don't be polite to them. We need to show the other city-states in the continent that our Lost Soul City doesn't care about the Holy Court's account. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "All right." Everyone nodded. Then Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "In the next period of time, the situation in the continent might become unstable. You need to be careful and prepare for battle. Also, the spies that the Holy Courtyard and the other city-states sent to Lost Soul City State must be controlled. However, don't let them discover you. Do you understand?" Everyone nodded. In fact, they already knew about the spies sent to the Lost Soul City. However, they didn't make a move on them. This was because doing so would only alert the enemy. Now, the situation was the same as before. The reason why the Lost Soul City was able to find all of the spies was because of the current situation. The people of the Lost Soul City lived a hard life. It was hard to imagine that they were able to live such a life because of Zhao Hai and the others. Because of this, the people of the Lost Soul City were very loyal to Zhao Hai. The Lost Soul City's government had already given orders to the people of the Lost Soul City to pay attention to suspicious people. And in this situation where almost everyone was a soldier, it wasn't difficult to find a few spies. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "As for the surrounding city-states, you need to find a way to infiltrate them. At the same time, you need to store more food, salt, and other war supplies." Although the population of the Lost Soul City has been restored, because the Lost Soul City is still mountainous, we have less farmland compared to the other city-states. Because of this, food is a big problem. Infiltrating the surrounding city-states is not only about stealing people, but also about instigating the defection of their city lords. Our Lost Soul City won't take the initiative to expand our territory, but if they take the initiative to join us, then we have no reason to disagree, right? However, this matter must be done well, and not let anyone find out. At least, before it's done, we must not let anyone find out. Otherwise, what awaits us will be war. You will have to take care of this matter yourselves. Remember, it's better to be slow than to be discovered. As soon as everyone heard Zhao Hai's words, their eyes lit up, and they all nodded in agreement. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled faintly, saying, "All right, I'm very relieved to leave the city-state to you all. However, this time, I have one more thing to do. You all need to select a group of consolidating equipment stage experts from the Lost Soul City. These people must be reliable, and will not betray us. I'm preparing to bring them to the secret territory to cultivate. The secret territory is very suitable for cultivation, and there will be many benefits for them to cultivate there. Furthermore, there are also medicinal pills. Most importantly, the secret territory is currently lacking people, and if they can cultivate there, it will be of great benefit to us." Everyone nodded in agreement. This matter was not difficult for them. There were many experts in the Lost Soul City, and many of them were loyal to Zhao Hai. Therefore, it was not difficult to select a few consolidating equipment stage experts to enter the secret territory. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "All right, I've said all that I need to say. You all can leave now. Remember, take care of your own city. If we really want to go to war with the Saint Court, they may send people to deal with you. So, you must pay attention to your own safety. You must bring your portable teleportation array with you. If necessary, even if you can't use it to escape, you can still use it to ask for help. Also, add more guards, and communicate with each other in code every 3 days. Do you all understand?" Those people cupped their fists towards Zhao Hai and said, "Yes, young master, we will remember." Zhao Hai nodded and waved his hand. Those people bowed to Zhao Hai and left. Zhao Hai asked Feng Lihua to stay behind. He looked at Feng Lihua and said, "Feng Lihua, when I'm not here, you've worked hard. You've taken good care of the Lost Soul City. In the future, I'll be spending most of my time in the secret territory, so I'll still leave the Lost Soul City to you. When Feng Lihua heard Zhao Hai, she quickly replied, young master is too kind. This is what I should do. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, although it's easy for me to return to the secret realm, it would still take some time. Therefore, I'm prepared to give you full authority. If you think it's necessary, you can command the entire Lost Soul City. Everyone in the city will listen to your command. When the time comes, I'll leave word to Stonehammer and the others to cooperate with you. Do you understand? Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, all right, I'll go back to the secret realm. Feng Lihua immediately understood Zhao Hai's meaning. Zhao Hai was doing this just in case. Zhao Hai might encounter something in the secret realm. What if something happens in the Lost Soul City that requires Feng Lihua to make a decision and Zhao Hai can't leave? Because of this, Zhao Hai gave Feng Lihua the authority to make decisions on the spot. If necessary, Feng Lihua can even represent the Lost Soul City to make important decisions. In other words, Feng Lihua can represent the Lost Soul City to wage war against other city-states. This authority wasn't small. In fact, this was equivalent to Zhao Hai handing over the authority of the city to Feng Lihua. This authority was something that Feng Lihua didn't have before. Feng Lihua cupped her fist towards Zhao Hai and said, yes. Young master can rest assured, I'll do my best. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, remember two things. First, infiltrate the surrounding cities. Second, be on guard against the Holy Courtyard. If the Holy Courtyard sends people to Lost Soul City to investigate the attack on the Che family, then don't be polite. Just directly attack them. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. Feng Lihua nodded and said, yes, young master, I understand. But young master, wouldn't the Holy Court say that we were the ones who attacked the Che family? Wouldn't they push this matter onto us? Zhao Hai sneered and said, if they were investigating Lesser Dragon City and pushed this matter to us, then some people might believe it. But now that they're pushing this matter to us, nobody would believe it. So you don't need to worry. Naturally, if you're worried about this, then you can invite the people from the Holy Courtyard to Lost Soul City and then drive them away. When the time comes, you can just casually find an excuse. It would be best if you can find an excuse that would make the other city-states feel the same way. Do you understand? Zhao Hai sneered and said, but if you're worried about this, then you can invite the people from the Holy Courtyard to Lost Soul City and then drive them away. Feng Lihua nodded and said, yes, young master, I understand. Zhao Hai nodded, then he stood up and walked outside. Then he activated the transmission formation and returned to the base in the Lost Soul Mountain before returning to the secret realm. Nothing happened in the secret realm. Everyone was still training and eating. Originally, Zhao Hai gave Wen Hai and the others a day off so that they could take a good rest. However, he didn't expect that when he returned to the base, Wen Hai and the others were still training. Although the intensity of their training wasn't great, they were still training and didn't relax. This made Zhao Hai somewhat surprised. When Wen Hai and the others saw Zhao Hai return, they immediately dispersed. Then Wen Hai and the others went to Zhao Hai's side. Wen Hai looked at Zhao Hai in confusion and said, boss, why did you come back so quickly? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, since there's nothing to do in the Lost Soul City, I naturally came back. Hee, did you guys change your personality? You actually went to train by yourself. How rare. Wen Hai smiled and said, I'm used to training. If I don't train for a day, I feel like I'm missing something. Right, boss, I sent a letter to old Che. I told him not to go to the 12th base for a while, lest he gets bitten by the snakes. That would be troublesome. When everyone heard this, they laughed. Zhao Hai smiled and nodded, right, I forgot about this. You're right. Let's go in and have a seat. I have something to tell everyone. Everyone nodded, then they followed Zhao Hai to the dining hall. After sitting down in the dining hall, Zhao Hai looked at everyone and smiled faintly. When I went to Lost Soul City, I heard some good news. The Holy Court has sent people to the cities to investigate the Che family's extermination. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at everyone and smiled faintly. When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then they looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. They didn't know what Zhao Hai meant. This matter shouldn't be good news for the Holy Court, right? Why did Zhao Hai say that it was good news? Was he being sarcastic? Zhao Hai looked at everyone, then he smiled faintly and said, in the past, the Holy Courtyard went to Lesser Dragon City to investigate the Che family. However, they couldn't find anything. This made the city-states suspect that the Holy Courtyard was behind this. Now that the Holy Courtyard has sent people to investigate this matter, what do you think the city-states would think? Zhao Hai looked at everyone and smiled faintly. The Holy Courtyard sent people to investigate this matter. Haha, do you know that the people of the various city-states have already regarded the Sacred Academy as their enemy? They think that the Sacred Academy sent people to investigate the Che clan in order to deal with them. It can be said that the Sacred Academy's actions this time have completely severed the relationship between the Sacred Academy and the various city-states. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the group immediately understood what he meant. They couldn't help but be happy. Then when Wen Hai opened his mouth and said, "Boss, would the other city-states fight with the Holy Court?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "What about the other city-states?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "They won't. The other city-states might be cold towards the Holy Court, but it wouldn't be easy for them to fight. Whether it's the Holy Court or the other city-states, they wouldn't dare to go to war. However, I've already left a message to the Lost Soul City. If the Holy Court sends people to investigate this matter, then they can kick them out of the city-state at the right time. There's no need to be polite." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Wen Hai and the others couldn't help but stare. Then Wen Hai and the others' faces lit up as they laughed. They had been angered by the Holy Court for a long time. Now that they heard that Zhao Hai wanted to kick the Holy Court out, they couldn't help but be happy. Zhao Hai looked at everyone, then he smiled faintly and said, "All right, don't be happy too early. If the Holy Court really goes to war with the other city-states, then it's possible for them to send people back to the secret realm. Therefore, I think that we should proceed to the next step. Old Wen, send a message to Boss Ho and Old Che. Tell them to think of a way to use the excuse of dying in battle to send those who are willing to follow us back to the base." When Wen Hai heard Zhao Hai, he stared, then he nodded and said, "Boss, you mean to say that those who are outside won't be able to return and then say that they died in battle? Will this work?" Zhao Hai replied, "This is the only way now. If they're transferred back to the Holy Court, then it would be more troublesome. When that time comes, it would be difficult to save them. Also, the base needs to make some preparations. After some time, Lost Soul City State would send people over. We need to be prepared." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Everyone nodded. They all felt that Zhao Hai's method was the most appropriate. They needed troops right now, but they also needed to save their brothers who opposed the Holy Court. Therefore, the 2 points that Zhao Hai proposed should be done immediately. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "There's one more thing I want to tell you. Even if the Holy Court doesn't enter the Lost Soul City, I'm still prepared to deal with them. I've already made the Lost Soul City pay attention to their whereabouts. As long as we find the right opportunity, I'll take everyone out and deal with them. This will arouse the conflict between the Holy Court and the other cities, making it impossible for them to reconcile." When Wen Hai and the others' eyes lit up. Although they were happy that Zhao Hai said that the Lost Soul City would deal with the Holy Court's investigation team, they still felt a bit of regret. This was because they wanted to deal with the Holy Court's people themselves. They didn't think that this opportunity would come so easily. Zhao Hai looked at Wen Hai and the others, then he smiled and said, "Don't be happy too early. What I said is that we can only deal with them when we have the right opportunity. If we don't have the right opportunity, then we can't make a move. Otherwise, things would backfire." Everyone nodded, but their faces were still smiling. Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to them. Instead, he said, "Everyone should take a good rest. Brothers who are injured, you should heal first. Then we'll have the ability to deal with the Holy Court. Old Wen, go send a letter to Old Che and the others." Everyone nodded, then they turned around and left. After everyone left, Zhao Hai returned to his room. Then he pushed Che Xiaoyang outside the cave and chatted with him for a while before returning to his room. After Zhao Hai returned to his room, he examined Che Xiaoyang's legs. Che Xiaoyang's legs were almost completely healed. It can be said that Che Xiaoyang can run and jump like a normal person. Even if he practiced martial arts, it wouldn't be a problem. Moreover, if Che Xiaoyang could move now, it would be good for his recovery. But the problem now was that Xiaoyang's legs had been broken for too long. He had almost forgotten how to walk. Although his bones had been reconnected and his muscles had been restored by Zhao Hai's natural energy, he still couldn't walk. He was still sitting in a wheelchair. In Zhao Hai's opinion, this wasn't good. Xiaoyang must learn to walk as soon as possible. Once he learned how to walk, he would be able to cultivate and slowly remove the toxins in his body. This way, he would be able to return to normal. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai looked at Xiaoyang and said, "Xiaoyang, now that your legs are healed, you have to learn how to walk from tomorrow onwards. You might not be able to adapt to it at first, but you must learn because you can't sit in a wheelchair for the rest of your life. So from tomorrow onwards, you have to learn how to walk. Understand?" When Xiaoyang heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then his face showed an excited expression. The next morning, everyone woke up early. After moving their bodies, they began to cultivate. They knew that with their current strength, it would be very difficult for them to deal with the sacred court. They needed to improve their strength. Zhao Hai also woke up early. He looked at everyone and smiled. He didn't say anything as he watched everyone cultivate. When breakfast was ready, he called everyone over. After eating breakfast, Zhao Hai returned to his room and pushed Xiaoyang out. After Xiaoyang came out, Zhao Hai immediately began to prepare. He first made 2 parallel bars. However, these parallel bars weren't very high. When people hold them, their legs can be placed on the ground. This way, Xiaoyang can hold the 2 bars with his hands and practice walking. These 2 things weren't difficult to make, especially for Zhao Hai. It didn't take long for the things to be done. Since when Wen Hai and the others didn't have any training tasks in the past few days, they came over to watch. They didn't know what Zhao Hai wanted to do. After Zhao Hai finished making the things, Wen Hai couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai and said, "Boss, what are you making?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "This is for Xiaoyang. His legs are already healed. But because he hasn't walked for a long time, he has already forgotten how to walk. Therefore, I want him to learn how to walk again." Then he went to Xiaoyang's side and pushed Xiaoyang to the parallel bars. Then he said, "Xiaoyang, from today onwards, you need to learn how to walk. Once you learn how to walk, you can walk and jump. Then I'll teach you how to cultivate. As long as you succeed, you'll be able to see and speak. Is that okay?" Xiaoyang nodded and said, "All right." Xiaoyang nodded vigorously. No one could understand how painful it was for a person to not be able to walk, speak, and see. In fact, it was a miracle that he could live until now and not die. The reason why he could live until now was because he still wanted to see Xiaoyang one day, and he finally waited for this day. It can be said that Xiaoyang was very strong. If it was someone else, they would have already collapsed. Now that he knew that he could walk, how could he not be excited? Zhao Hai looked at Xiaoyang and smiled. Then he reached out and picked Xiaoyang up and placed him in the middle of the bars. Then he said, "Xiaoyang, your legs are fine now. You can run and jump. What you lack now is a feeling. So you don't need to be afraid. You just need to think about how to control your legs. Now, think about how to straighten your legs." Following Zhao Hai's words, Xiaoyang was very obedient. He tried to control his legs. In fact, these days, he could already feel his legs. Moreover, his legs didn't have the previous numbness and pain. He could feel that his legs were very strong. In fact, walking was also a human instinct. It was just that Xiaoyang had been injured for too long, so he had almost forgotten this instinct. Although his muscles had recovered, his spirit had not fully recovered. Therefore, he needed to train so that he could fully control his legs and regain the feeling of walking. Xiaoyang straightened his legs. When Zhao Hai saw him straighten his legs, he smiled and said, "Put your hands on both sides. Do you feel the 2 bars? Yes, hold on to the pole. Now your feet are about to touch the ground. You have to believe that you can stand up. Your legs are very strong. Yes, good. You can stand up now." Actually, when Zhao Hai said these words, he used a certain amount of spiritual force to induce Xiaoyang. This was a kind of hypnosis. Xiaoliang didn't practice it, so how could he resist Zhao Hai's spiritual force? So now that he was standing in the middle of the bars, although his body was still shaking, he was able to stand up. Moreover, he was able to stand more and more steadily. When Wen Hai and the others had been watching from the side, they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. To them, Xiaoliang was like their little brother. They really hoped that Xiaoliang could get better as soon as possible. Now that Xiaoliang had finally stood up, they were naturally very happy. Xiaoliang's face also showed a big smile. However, he was still standing steadily. He didn't know how many years he hadn't had this feeling. He was like a baby who learned to stand for the first time. This feeling was really good. Zhao Hai looked at Xiaoliang and smiled faintly. Then he said, "All right, Xiaoliang. Now try to take a step forward. I'll let go. Remember, your legs are very strong. You can walk, you can do it." Xiaoliang nodded. Xiaoliang nodded. Then when he felt Zhao Hai let go, his heart couldn't help but panic. At this time, Zhao Hai's voice was heard again, "Xiaoliang, go, you can walk forward. You can, you can. You are a brave man, you can walk forward." Xiaoliang nodded. Then he slowly took a step forward. No, it shouldn't be called a step, it should be called a move. He took a step forward. His feet didn't leave the ground, he just took a step forward. However, after taking this step, he felt his legs go soft. Zhao Hai's voice was heard again, "Xiaoliang, good job. You have to believe in yourself. You can, you can. Your legs are very strong. You can run, you can jump, you can do it." Upon hearing Zhao Hai's voice, Xiaoliang didn't know why, but he felt that his legs were full of strength. He took another step forward. Although his steps weren't big, he still took a step forward. When Wen Hai and the others gave another round of applause, Xiaoliang was also encouraged. He tried to take another step forward. His steps were still very clumsy, just like a baby who just learned how to walk. However, he still took a step forward. This was a good start. When Wen Hai and the others applauded again, Xiaoliang took another step forward, step by step. His footsteps were still clumsy, but each step was firm and steady. Zhao Hai's parallel bars weren't very wide, they were only a few meters long. Before long, Xiaoliang reached the end. Because Xiaoliang couldn't see in front, Zhao Hai's parallel bars were blocked. In other words, there was a horizontal bar that blocked the end of the parallel bars. When Xiaoliang felt that the front was blocked, he couldn't help but stare. At this time, Zhao Hai immediately said, "All right, Xiaoliang, turn around and go back." Xiaoliang nodded. Then he touched the parallel bars and turned around. He turned very slowly, and his hands didn't leave the parallel bars. It was as if he would fall down if his hands left the parallel bars. However, Zhao Hai also understood that Xiaoliang was still blind. There were still some problems with his sense of balance. Moreover, he had just learned how to walk, so it would take some time for him to adapt. Xiaoliang finally turned around. Then he began to walk forward step by step. Seeing that he was in a hurry, Zhao Hai quickly said, "Xiaoliang, don't be anxious. Don't be anxious. Walk slowly. You can do it." Xiaoliang suppressed his excitement and began to walk forward slowly. This day, when Wen Hai and the others didn't do anything else, they just stood on the side and watched Xiaoliang walk. This was a very boring thing to do, but when Wen Hai and the others watched with great interest, it was as if this was the most interesting thing in the world. Time passed by little by little. Xiaoliang had been practicing walking all day. He was now walking very well. At the very least, when he slowly walked forward, his steps were very stable. In the end, he could even use the parallel bars to slowly walk forward. Xiaoliang's age was still there. After all, he wasn't a child who didn't know anything. Naturally, he wouldn't be slow to learn human instincts like walking. However, this day was also very tiring for him. At night, he went to bed early. After Xiaoliang fell asleep, Zhao Hai gathered Wen Hai and the others. When Wen Hai and the others had smiles on their faces, Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Old Wen, did old Che and the others reply?" How about this, you send a letter to old Che and tell him about Xiaoyang learning how to walk. When Wenhai nodded and said, don't worry, boss. I've already told old Che. I believe that he will be very happy. Right, boss, do you think that Xiaoyang's poison can be cured? He's been poisoned for more than 10 years. That's too long. Can it really be cured? Jiao Hai nodded and said, you can rest assured, this poison can be detoxified. I'm a soul implanter after all. Moreover, the energy that I cultivate is very different from the energy that everyone else cultivates. My energy might be lacking in attack power, but in terms of healing and detoxification, you can't compare to me. Don't worry. When Wenhai and the others nodded. Naturally, they believed in Jiao Hai. Jiao Hai had created too many miracles. They didn't have any reason to not believe in Jiao Hai. Jiao Hai looked at everyone and said, right now, we need to be prepared to receive people from the headquarters. Tell old Che and the others not to go too far and not to be anxious. If the casualties in the headquarters suddenly increase, it might arouse the suspicion of the elders. Also, tell them to be careful when using the transmission formation. Although the elders are in the tower on the island, the tower is very tall. Moreover, I can see that the island isn't simple, it seems to be a formation. The tower is also not simple, it seems to have been built for a long time. I don't know if there's anything special about the tower. Therefore, tell old Che and the others to not go too far and not be anxious. If the casualties in the headquarters suddenly increase, it might arouse the suspicion of the elders. Also, tell them to be careful when using the transmission formation. Although the elders are in the tower on the island, the tower is very tall. Moreover, I can see that the island isn't simple. It seems to have been built for a long time. When Wenhai nodded, then he said, I've heard about the island before. I heard that when the secret realm was discovered, there was already a tower on the island. However, it seems like it has been abandoned for a long time. But even so, the tower is still very sturdy. Later on, several elders cleaned it up and moved in. The island also became a forbidden area. Ordinary people can't enter the island without being summoned. I heard that the main camp was on the island, and everyone can freely enter and leave the island. Later on, after the elders moved in, the island became a forbidden area. Jiao Hai nodded and said, it seems like the elders discovered the island's secrets and decided to control it. The last time I went to the island, I found out that there was a very complex formation on the island. The density of spiritual chi on the island was also much higher compared to the outside world. It might be because of this that the elders decided to list the island as a forbidden area. If too many people were to cultivate on the island, then the spiritual chi on the island would be weak. This would affect the elders' cultivation on the island. With their strength, unless they were refining high-level pills, ordinary pills and bone beads wouldn't be of much use to them. Therefore, they could only cultivate on their own. A place with rich spiritual chi is very important for them. Jiao Hai nodded and said, that's because the island has a very complex formation. Moreover, the density of spiritual chi on the island is also very high compared to the outside world. It might be because of this that the elders decided to list the island as a forbidden area. As soon as Wenhai and the others heard Jiao Hai, their expressions couldn't help but change. Wenhai coldly snorted and said, those selfish old men are really hateful. We're fighting for our lives, but they're occupying a good place. They don't even want to let us know about it. They're too hateful, too selfish. Jiao Hai smiled faintly and said, you can't blame them too much. Old Wen, what if you become a river-breaking expert? Pills are useless to you, and your cultivation speed is also very slow. But if you suddenly find a place where you can increase your cultivation speed by several times, would you still share that place with others? Jiao Hai smiled faintly and said, you can't blame them too much. Old Wen, what if you become a river-breaking expert? When Wenhai stared, then he didn't say anything. He knew that it was impossible for him to share that place with others. It was only because the elders were now their enemies that they had such a big reaction. The weak are prey to the strong. Cultivators like them had a deeper understanding of this phrase. Therefore, there was no need for him to get angry. Jiao Hai looked at the others and said, actually, the Sacred Institute is fundamentally wrong. The Sacred Institute should have a lot of information, And this information should have been preserved from the era of the Heavenly Sword Empire. This information must be very precious. It's just that the people of the Sacred Institute didn't reveal it. They've been studying this information and using their superior abilities to stand above the entire spiritual weapon world. If they're really selfless, then they should have released this information from the very beginning and let others study it. One person's brain is short, two people's brain is long. If the entire spiritual weapon world knows about this information, then perhaps the strength of the spiritual weapon world would be a lot stronger than it is now. Everyone nodded. However, they also understood that anyone who obtained this information would make the same choice as the Sacred Institute. After all, saints weren't often seen in this world. It could even be said that they weren't seen at all. Therefore, the Sacred Institute's choice couldn't be said to be wrong. But now that the Sacred Institute was their enemy, they naturally wouldn't speak for the Sacred Institute. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "The reason why I said that is because I know how to make some medicinal pills. I even know how to make medicinal pills used by some Breaking River stage experts. If the Holy Court can be a little more selfless, they won't lose anything. They can also get what I know. Unfortunately, the Holy Court is too selfish. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Let's talk about us. After some time, the Lost Soul City State will send people over. We need to think of a way to train them. Those people have reached the Dancing Void stage, so they can't learn the Rubik's Cube formation. However, we can let you guys learn some battle formation rehearsals first, so they can cooperate better with each other. This way, when they learn the Rubik's Cube formation in the future, it will be easier for them." Everyone nodded. However, they remembered Zhao Hai's words. Zhao Hai said that he could make medicinal pills that could be used by Breaking River stage experts. This made Wen Hai and the others excited. Breaking River stage, that was a stage that they dreamed of reaching. Although they didn't know when they could enter the Breaking River stage, Zhao Hai's words were equivalent to telling them that when they entered the Breaking River stage in the future, they wouldn't have to worry about cultivation anymore. Of course, they were happy. Zhao Hai looked at them and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, let's talk about how to train those newcomers. It's not enough to just train them. We need to find a place for them to train." Everyone nodded. They knew very well that Zhao Hai was right. If a cultivator wanted to improve their strength, they couldn't do it without actual combat. Especially after the consolidated equipment stage, they needed to fight even more. When Wen Hai thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, "Boss, do you think we can send them to the 12th foothold? There's no lack of battles there." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "No, the 12th foothold is too dangerous. After all, they can still communicate with the main camp. Once the main camp sends people to the 12th foothold and they see those people, what should we do? By then, it will only be more troublesome. We can't let them go to foothold number 12. Tang Ming thought for a moment, then he said, "Boss, we've been here for a long time. With our current strength, I think we should go around the base. Although the area around the base is safe, I'm afraid that it won't be safe if we go further. We can find a place to build a stronghold and put them there to train. As long as we can find a place where the attack power isn't too strong, then they can train there. What do you think?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment, then he nodded and said, "That's a good idea. Alright, I'll go out and take a look tomorrow. I've been here for a long time, I've been thinking about the construction of the base. It's time for me to go out and take a look." Tang Ming said, "Boss, I think it's better if we go. The camp can't do without you." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Why can't you leave me? Don't worry, I'll go out and take a look. I'll be back soon. You stay here and pay attention to the letter from Lost Soul City State as well as Old Che's movements. Alright, it's already late, everyone should go back and rest. Old Wen, you should look after little Liang tomorrow and teach him how to walk, run, and jump. Once he learns all of these, it would mean that the meridians in his legs would be completely opened. At that time, we can teach him cultivation." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Don't worry." When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they knew that this matter couldn't be changed. Therefore, they nodded and went back to rest. Zhao Hai also returned to his room. He looked at Xiaoyang and then lay down to rest. The next morning, after eating breakfast, Zhao Hai led Xiaoyang outside the cave. Xiaoliang didn't need a wheelchair now, but he still couldn't walk too fast. He still needed to practice for a while. However, this made Xiaoliang very happy. This was because he finally had hope. After bringing Xiaoliang to the parallel bars, Zhao Hai turned to Xiaoliang and said, "Xiaoliang, you still need to practice walking today. First, walk on the parallel bars. When you can walk fast, you can come out. Then you can walk around the camp. But remember, don't be in a hurry, take your time. Understand?" Xiaoliang immediately nodded. "I have to go out for a while. I might come back today, or maybe in a few days. You have to practice well. When I come back, I will check on you. While I'm gone, Old One will take care of you. You have to be obedient." Xiaoliang nodded. Be obedient. When Xiaoliang heard that Zhao Hai was leaving, his expression couldn't help but change. However, he still nodded. Xiaoliang really didn't want Zhao Hai to leave. This was because Zhao Hai was very important to him. Since he was rescued in the secret realm, he had been living with Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was like a father and a brother to him. This made Xiaoliang regard Zhao Hai as one of his newest people. To be honest, he really couldn't leave Zhao Hai. Now that Zhao Hai was leaving, Xiaoliang was very afraid. He was afraid that Zhao Hai wouldn't come back. But then he thought that with Wen Hai and the others here, Zhao Hai would definitely come back. Therefore, he nodded and agreed. Zhao Hai has been paying attention to Xiaoliang's expression. Although Xiaoliang's face was somewhat pale, he still nodded. Seeing this, Zhao Hai felt relieved. Zhao Hai knew that Xiaoliang had suffered. He also knew that people like Xiaoliang were the most insecure. If Xiaoliang didn't let him go, then he wouldn't be able to leave today. If he stood up, then it would only make Xiaoliang restless. For Xiaoliang, this wasn't good. If Xiaoliang didn't go through so much, then Zhao Hai wouldn't be so polite. Instead, he would teach Xiaoliang a lesson. He would teach Xiaoliang how to be strong and leave him. But now wasn't the time. Xiaoliang hadn't fully recovered, especially the damage he received. If Zhao Hai taught Xiaoliang a lesson, then it would only make his injury worse. What Xiaoliang needed right now was comfort. Fortunately, Xiaoliang was stronger than he imagined. Zhao Hai was finally relieved. He now felt that Xiaoliang was very suitable to become a cultivator. This was because Xiaoliang's spirit was what cultivators needed the most. Zhao Hai patted Xiaoliang's head, then he smiled and said, "All right, Xiaoliang. You need to practice well. I'll be leaving." Xiaoliang nodded. Zhao Hai looked at him for a moment before flying out of the base. Before long, Zhao Hai left the base. Then he immediately flew towards the direction of 100 Beast Peak. He wanted to see what the situation was like. While flying forward, Zhao Hai communicated with Big Tree. However, Big Tree didn't know a lot. After all, he was a tree, so he knew a lot about what was happening in his domain. Outside of his domain, he didn't know a lot about what was going on. However, there was one thing that Zhao Hai found strange. He wanted to know why there weren't any other beasts in the giant tree's territory. The giant tree didn't seem to be aggressive, so the beast should be able to settle down here. The giant tree didn't hide anything from Zhao Hai. He told Zhao Hai that the reason why the beasts didn't settle down here was because of the giant tree's scent. Normally, the giant tree didn't have a scent. But after the rain, his body would emit a strange scent. This scent couldn't be smelled by humans, but the beasts could. Although this scent wasn't harmful to the beasts, it would make them feel uncomfortable. It was very pungent. Because of this, the beasts didn't establish their influence here. Zhao Hai finally understood what was going on. This made him happy. He felt that the giant tree's characteristic was a good thing for them. If they want to expand their territory in the future, they would need the giant tree's help. Zhao Hai increased his speed. At the same time, he also began to collect the plants in the secret realm. Although Zhao Hai collected some plants in the secret realm before, he didn't collect a lot. This was because he was very busy in the secret realm. Because of this, he didn't collect a lot of plants and animals. Now that he could move alone, he naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. He began to collect all kinds of plants in the space. This was also one of the reasons why Xiao Hai wanted to move alone. After leaving the giant tree's territory, Xiao Hai became more careful. He didn't fly in the sky, instead, he flew about a meter above the ground. This made it easier for him to collect plants. At the same time, he wouldn't fly in the sky and become an obvious target. As Xiao Hai flew forward, he communicated with the plants around him. At the same time, he also exchanged energy with them. Plant masters were the best friends of plants. This saying was true. Xiao Hai communicated with the plants around him and exchanged energy with them. The plants immediately treated Xiao Hai as one of their own. Whatever Xiao Hai asked them, they would tell him everything they knew. This was especially true for the grasses. The grasses were originally Xiao Hai's plant souls. This made it easier for Xiao Hai to communicate with the grasses. The plants in this world were too far away, making it difficult to communicate with them. Only the grasses were an exception. This was because grasses were almost everywhere. They could connect almost all the land in the secret realm together. If a small tree knew something, then all the grasses would know about it. Therefore, it was best to get information from these grasses. Xiao Hai had neglected these grasses before. After all, the grasses weren't very helpful to Xiao Hai. And now that Xiao Hai's strength was getting stronger, he rarely used plants to help him fight. Therefore, he didn't communicate with the grasses for a while. This time, when he communicated with the grasses, the familiar feeling immediately returned. Xiao Hai finally got the information he needed. At the same time, he also discovered that he had underestimated the grasses. The grass might not be able to fight, but their vitality was very tenacious. Moreover, their communication ability was top-notch. In the past, the advantage of the grass in this aspect wasn't very obvious in the Soul Realm. After all, there were too many people in the Soul Realm, and there was already a civilization there. In a place where humans lived, the amount of grass naturally wasn't as much as in the wild. Therefore, there was a certain degree of difficulty in acquiring information from the grass. There were some things that couldn't be asked because the grass didn't know. Therefore, Xiao Hai usually relied on other plants to obtain information. There weren't many times when he really needed to use the grass. But it was different here. There were fewer people in the secret realm, but there were more animals and plants. Not to mention the animals, there were too many plants here. Moreover, plants had the characteristic of growing wildly when they come in contact with water. Even in Xiao Hai's base, the underground plants were cleaned up and paved with stone slabs. But every time it rained, the base would be cleaned up, not to mention those places that didn't have a base. Moreover, Xiao Hai also discovered that the plants in the secret realm were more intelligent than those in the spiritual realm. It can also be said that the plants in the secret realm seemed to have evolved once again. For Xiao Hai, this was a great thing. He could communicate with any plant, especially the grass. In the secret realm, grass could be found everywhere. Even in the base, grass could be found in the cracks of the stone slabs. Therefore, as long as Xiao Hai communicated with the grass, he would be able to know everything. Xiao Hai suddenly discovered that as long as he communicated with the grass, then he would be able to monitor every place in the secret realm. This was really amazing. After thinking about this, Xiao Hai couldn't help but stop. Then he focused on communicating with the grass. At the same time, he was also exchanging energy with the grass. In this place, he could exchange as much energy as he wanted with the grass. This was because the amount of grass here was too much. No matter how much energy he exchanged, there wouldn't be any problems. In the process of exchanging energy with little grass, the natural energy inside Xiao Hai's body was also increasing crazily. Even if the nature palace transformed the natural energy into a higher grade, the amount of natural energy inside Xiao Hai's body was still increasing. Fortunately, this natural energy could also be transformed into other types of energy inside the space. Because of this, Xiao Hai wasn't afraid that the energy inside the space would be out of balance. Xiao Hai also understood that no matter how many types of energy were inside the space, natural energy was the foundation of all of them. It was just like destruction energy. What was destruction energy for? It was for the sake of rebirth. Therefore, strictly speaking, destruction energy was also a type of natural energy. Because of this, natural energy could be transformed into destruction energy. Natural energy can make all living things grow. And when all living things grow, they would slowly form civilization. Because of this, the power of civilization could also be said to be born from natural energy. Because of this, natural energy was the foundation of all kinds of energy. After an unknown amount of time, Zhao Hai finally stopped exchanging energy with the grass. It wasn't that he didn't want to exchange, it was just that the grass didn't need to exchange with him. At the same time, Zhao Hai discovered that the natural energy inside the space had increased by 100 times compared to before. Moreover, this natural energy was of a higher grade. Zhao Hai let out a long breath. Just as he was about to talk to the grass, he suddenly froze. He was stunned by the situation inside his head. This was because an image appeared in his mind. Although this image wasn't three-dimensional, it was just like a flat map. However, it was still very big. This image was similar to a crouching cow. In this image, there were some mountains and rivers. Zhao Hai immediately knew that this image was a map of the secret realm. Although this map wasn't complete, he was afraid that 90% of the secret realm's land was already in his mind. Zhao Hai was in a daze. He couldn't understand why such an image would appear in his mind. But soon, Zhao Hai understood that this should be the result of exchanging energy with the grass. This image should be transmitted to him by the grass. When Zhao Hai saw this image, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. Now that he has this map, it would be very beneficial for his future operations. He can use this terrain to plan his next move. For him, this was definitely a good thing. Soon, Zhao Hai discovered that the image in his mind was changing. It became more three-dimensional and more complete. Zhao Hai knew that this wasn't due to the grass, but rather the biological brain. The biological brain's powerful planning ability turned a flat map into a three-dimensional one. This was a good thing for Zhao Hai. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't stop. Not only did he not stop, but he also started to communicate with the grass. Then he asked the grass which forces were present in various parts of the secret realm. This way, he could slowly complete the entire map. Needless to say, after listening to the grass, Zhao Hai's map became even more complete. There were more wild beasts in various parts of the secret realm. Moreover, these wild beasts were all known by the grass. Moreover, they were all told to Zhao Hai. Then, Zhao Hai marked these places on the map. Zhao Hai had already forgotten about the time. He didn't know how long it had been since he exchanged energy with the grass. When he finally let out a long breath and stopped communicating with the grass, Zhao Hai asked the tree next to him about the time. The tree actually told Zhao Hai that more than 10 days had passed. This made Zhao Hai quite surprised. However, Zhao Hai immediately checked the map to see if there was a suitable place for the novice to train. After looking around, he really found such a place. It was a newly established wild beast tribe. The beasts there weren't very strong. Moreover, it wasn't very far from where Zhao Hai was. Naturally, if Zhao Hai wanted to find it himself, not to mention 10 days, even if he was given 10 more days, he still wouldn't be able to find it. This was because the place was quite remote. Moreover, it wasn't on the route that Zhao Hai had planned. It wouldn't be easy for Zhao Hai to find it. Now that he had the map, Zhao Hai wanted to take a look. He wanted to verify if his map was good or not. If his map was good, then it would be much more convenient for people to move around in the future. Zhao flew towards his target. It took him more than 2 hours to get there, and that was only because he knew the way, so he could fly directly to his target. After flying for more than 2 hours, Zhao Hai finally arrived at the place he was looking for. It was a small mountain. This mountain wasn't very big, and was considered a lone peak. However, because the surrounding terrain was relatively flat, it could be considered a relatively dangerous place. And now, this place has been conquered by a group of wild beasts, and the leader of this group of wild beasts is a brown panda. This brown bear is huge in size and has infinite strength. It has a lot of different kinds of wild beasts under its command, and there are thousands of them. Of course, if all the wild beasts around it are counted, then the number of wild beasts that this brown bear can control is probably more than 10,000. This time, Zhao Hai's target was the brown bear. Although there were many wild beasts there, they weren't very strong. Furthermore, this was a newly established territory, and there weren't many strong wild beasts. As such, it was the most suitable place for those consolidating equipment stage cultivators to cultivate. Zhao Hai stopped about 100 li away from the small mountain. It wasn't that he didn't want to walk closer to the small mountain, but that if he walked closer, he would have to walk out of the forest and into a relatively flat grassland. Furthermore, this 100 li area had no barriers, and it would be difficult to walk over without being discovered by the wild beasts. As such, he could only stop for now. After stopping, Zhao looked around, then his body moved. He drilled straight into the earth, and then from the earth, he felt his way towards the hill. This small mountain was not more than 1,000 meters high, and it was very steep. The entire small mountain was divided into 5 peaks, standing there like 5 fingers. It was very strange. After Zhao Hai entered the small mountain, he observed it carefully. This small mountain wasn't small, but compared to the mountains that Zhao Hai had seen in the secret realm before, it was considered small. Currently, there were many wild beasts roaming around the small mountain. These wild beasts ranged from herbivores to carnivores. The ones that Zhao Hai saw the most were a type of wild beast that looked like rabbits, and the ones that looked like pheasants. There were many of these wild beasts, but Zhao Hai knew that these wild beasts didn't have much combat power, and were at the bottom of the food chain in the secret realm. Previously, Zhao Hai had calculated the number of wild beasts in the small mountain. There were thousands of wild beasts that could fight here, and these rabbits and pheasants were just being kept here as food. In addition to these wild rabbits and pheasants, there were also wild goats, wild horses, wild donkeys, wild buffaloes, wild boars, wild wolves, jackals, leopards, tigers, black bears, and brown pandas, which were relatively larger in size. Zhao Hai was very clear that these large beasts could also fight. Although the wild goats and horses were herbivores, their combat power wasn't weak. Take the wild goats, for example, they were very strong. Moreover, they were very aggressive. Even if a tiger was hit by a wild goat, it would still suffer heavy injuries. Among these wild beasts, the wild goats were considered relatively weak in combat. However, as Zhao Hai had seen, the wild beasts in this small mountain weren't very strong. Among them, the wild beasts that could fight were mostly wild goats, wild horses, wild donkeys, wild cows, and wild boars. As for the stronger wild wolves, leopards, tigers, and black bears, there were fewer of them. It could be said that this was the best place for consolidated equipment stage martial artists to cultivate. They could fight with these wild beasts to improve their strength, and they didn't have to worry about losing too much. In short, Zhao Hai was very satisfied with this training ground. Tang Fei led his subordinates as they walked around the city. He could feel the gazes of the people around him. They seemed to be filled with hostility. To be honest, Tang Fei has never encountered such a situation before. He was a student of the Sacred Institute. In the past, people of his status would line the streets to welcome him. Even the city lord of a city-state would be polite to him. Hostility? How could that be? Who would dare to be hostile to the people of the sacred court? Were they tired of living? But now, the situation had changed. This time, Tang Fei came out of the sacred court in order to investigate the Che clan. The destruction of the Che clan was very important news for the sacred court. However, the sacred court still thought that this was an opportunity to show their strength to the other city-states in the spirit weapon realm. They also hoped that this method would let the other city-states know of the sacred court's strength and make them listen to them. But it was clear that the sacred court had miscalculated this time. They thought that this was an opportunity, but they didn't think that the other city-states in the spirit weapon realm would think that the Che clan's matter was done by the sacred court. Now that the Che clan's actions were like a demonstration, it would be strange if the other city-states would give them a good face. At this time, nobody knew about this. The sacred court had also made a very wrong judgment. Tang Fei also noticed this point. He discovered that no matter which city he went to, the people there would be indifferent towards them. They even had hostility towards them. This made Tang Fei puzzled, but at the same time, he also felt incomparable anger. What was their status? They were people of the sacred court. As a member of the sacred court, they had never been treated like this. Therefore, when Tang Fei and the others investigated the Che clan's matter, they were very overbearing and rude. This made the other city-states hate them even more. At this time, the city that Tang Fei was in was called Puha City. Puha City was the capital city of Puha City. Puha City was only a medium-sized city-state. Actually, Tang Fei didn't need to come to such a city-state. This was because the people of Puha City had enmity with the Che clan. They didn't have the strength to deal with the Che clan. However, Tang Fei and the others still came. This time, they wanted to show the attitude of the sacred court. Naturally, they wouldn't let Puha City go. Tang Fei's face was gloomy as he walked through the city. His eyes were like an eagle as he kept looking at the civilians. These civilians didn't have much reaction to them. They just looked at the group of people who came with an aggressive aura. They looked at them curiously. However, when these gazes fell into Tang Fei's eyes, they were filled with hostility. This made Tang Fei's expression even more gloomy. It can be said that Tang Fei was thinking too much. Why would these civilians care about the life and death of the Che clan? Why would they care about the conflict between the city-state and the sacred court? After many years of war, the people of the spiritual weapon realm had already lost their loyalty to their country. Aside from the Wyvern City and the Lost Soul City, the civilians of the other city-states didn't have any sense of loyalty. In their opinion, even if their city-state was destroyed, it was just a change of ruler. It had nothing to do with them. Naturally, there were a lot of city-states that wanted the Lost Soul City to rule over them. They also wanted to live like the Lost Soul City. However, Tang Fei, who had been treated with disdain these days, was completely unaware of this situation. When he saw the civilians looking at them, he thought that they were hostile towards them. It can be said that people like Tang Fei who didn't know about the suffering of the civilians had a big deviation in their judgment. And this deviation was often fatal. Tang Fei's group had a total of 50 people. They were all elites of the Sacred Academy. Their families were all in the Sacred Academy. They were the successors that were specially trained by the Sacred Academy. If there were no accidents, these people would become teachers of the Sacred Academy in the future. They would become the backbone of the major families of the Sacred Academy. In the Sacred Academy, they would be regarded as important people. People like them could be said to have a smooth journey since childhood. How could they know the thoughts of the commoners of the spiritual weapon world? Therefore, it was reasonable for Tang Fei to make such a wrong judgment. At this time, a child suddenly appeared in front of Tang Fei's group. This child wasn't very old, only 6 or 7 years old. He was wearing old clothes. At a glance, one could tell that he was a child from a poor family. The reason why he suddenly ran out was because he was chasing a small ball made of bamboo. This small ball was very old, but it was the child's favorite toy. The child didn't notice Tang Fei's group at all. In his little head, there was only his ball. Because of this, when his ball rolled out, he directly chased after it. The bead rolled on the stone path. However, the stone path hadn't been repaired for many years. There were also many holes on it. The bead bounced forward and finally hit a stone. Then it changed direction and rolled towards Tang Fei's group. Naturally, the child also chased after it. Coincidentally, the bamboo ball rolled to Tang Fei's feet. At the same time, the child also chased after it. The child only had the bamboo ball in his eyes. Naturally, he didn't notice Tang Fei's expression. Because of this, he threw himself on the bamboo ball and hugged it. Naturally, his dirty little hands touched Tang Fei's robe. Tang Fei was already angry. Now that he saw that his beautiful robe was dirted by a child, he couldn't help but get angry. He kicked the child with all his strength and sent him flying. At the same time, he scolded, "Where did this little bastard come from? You dirted my robe." Tang Fei didn't think about whether the child could withstand his kick. In his eyes, the child was just a commoner, an ant-like existence. How could he put him in his eyes? However, the child who was kicked away by him flew 7 to 8 meters away and fell to the ground. His head was bleeding and blood was spurting out of his mouth. He was exhaling more than he was inhaling. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to survive. Tang Fei's actions were seen by everyone in the surroundings. Everyone stared blankly at Tang Fei. One must know that this kind of thing hadn't happened in Puha City for a long time. This was because all the city-states had opened transmission formations to the Lost Soul City-state. A lot of commoners had fled to the Lost Soul City-state. The city-states were afraid that too many commoners would flee and affect their rule. Therefore, they made their officials, nobles, and soldiers restrain themselves. Nobody dared to casually kill commoners. However, Tang Fei didn't know about this. He had done this kind of thing before. In his opinion, what was so great about killing a commoner? Who would dare to criticize him? Because of this, he didn't think that he did anything wrong. When the commoners saw that the child was kicked to death, their expressions changed. Then they looked at Tang Fei and the others angrily. However, Tang Fei and the others didn't think they were in the wrong. Tang Fei even scolded the child he kicked to death. The people around him comforted him and told him to calm down, but no one gave the dead child a second glance. At this moment, a heart-wrenching cry was heard. Then, a woman ran out like a madwoman, knelt beside the child's corpse, and wailed. When Tang Fei saw the woman's appearance, he couldn't help but coldly snort. He simply ignored the woman and led the people of the holy court forward. In his opinion, although he kicked the child to death, he didn't do anything to the woman. He didn't pursue the crime of dirtying her clothes. This was already a great kindness. As for the dead child, he completely deserved it. He didn't care about it at all. But when he arrived at the woman's side, the crying woman threw herself in front of Tang Fei and hugged his thigh. Then she loudly said, "Give me back my child, give me back my child, my son." A commoner woman, although she could do some heavy work and had a little bit of strength, her strength was nothing compared to a warrior. It can be said that she couldn't hurt Tang Fei at all. However, Tang Fei was angered by the woman, he shook his legs and kicked the woman a few meters away. Seeing that she wouldn't survive, Tang Fei coldly snorted and said, "Lowly commoner, you dare to touch this young master? You deserve to die." Tang Fei's body trembled as he looked at Tang Fei and said, "Lowly commoner, you dare touch this young master?" In such a short period of time, because of a stain on his body, 2 lives were lost in his hands. The surrounding commoners were shocked, then they became angry. The commoners gathered around and loudly reprimanded Tang Fei and the others. Commoners like them didn't have a large social circle, so they knew the mother and son. When they saw their neighbors die here, they were incomparably angry. Naturally, they would come forward to reprimand Tang Fei and the others. However, Tang Fei's heart was filled with anger. Moreover, he felt that he was insulted. When did these ant-like commoners dare to reprimand him? This made Tang Fei furious. Then he took out his long sword and without saying a word, he swung it towards the commoners. Several of the commoners around him were chopped to death by him. When the people around Tang Fei saw that Tang Fei was about to make a move, they didn't hold back and directly took out their weapons. After a wave of attacks, the civilians surrounding them were immediately cut down. Almost all of the people who were cut down were dead. The surrounding civilians were startled. Then, they immediately cried and ran in all directions. They weren't warriors, and they didn't have the courage to face death. Therefore, when they encountered such a situation, the first thing they thought of was to run. When Tang Fei and the others saw the commoners running away, they didn't chase after them. Instead, they looked around and coldly snorted, "These lowly commoners don't know the immensity of heaven and earth if we don't kill them. They actually dared to surround us, they're really courting death." At this time, several people quickly ran over. When they saw the situation around them and the corpses on the ground, their expressions couldn't help but change. Their complexion couldn't help but turn pale. The leader of the group looked at Tang Fei and the others and said, "Everyone, what's going on here? Are you here to investigate the Che family's matter? Why are you killing people in Puha City for no reason?" These people were ordinary city soldiers. They were here to monitor Tang Fei and the others. However, they couldn't blatantly monitor them. Because of this, they weren't able to arrive immediately. When they arrived, the matter was already over. It only took a few minutes, but dozens of people were already dead. This showed how unscrupulous Tang Fei and the others were. When Tang Fei heard this, he couldn't help but coldly snort and said, "Those lowly commoners dared to surround us. What's so strange about them being killed by us? What do you mean by this? Do you want to punish me for my crimes?" When the leader saw Tang Fei's fearless appearance, he couldn't help but feel hatred in his heart. However, he also knew that this matter wasn't something he could handle. Therefore, he turned to Tang Fei and the others and said, "This one doesn't dare to punish you for your crimes. However, since you kill people on the street, the impact of this matter would be great. I ask you to return to the city lord's mansion first. If you have anything to say, you can talk to the city lord." When Tang Fei heard this, he couldn't help but coldly snort. He also knew that it wasn't suitable for them to stay on the street. Although they killed a few commoners, nobody could punish them for their crimes. However, this matter wouldn't be good if it was spread out. It was better for them to leave as soon as possible. Because of this, he didn't say anything else. Instead, he led the people of the holy court and arrogantly walked towards the city lord's mansion. That person looked at Tang Fei and the others and couldn't help but grit his teeth. All of them were from Puha City and had some feelings for the people of Puha City. Now that Tang Fei and the others had killed people in the streets of Puha City and didn't care about it, how could that person not be angry? However, he also knew that Tang Fei and the others weren't people he could afford to offend. This matter should be handed over to the higher-ups to deal with. Therefore, he could only arrange for people to deal with the corpses and clean up the street. At the same time, he sent people back to the city lord's mansion to report what happened on the street. Before long, Tang Fei and the others returned to the city lord's mansion. At this time, the city lord of Puha City, Lu Jinyan, also received the news about this matter. When he saw that Tang Fei and the others killed a mother and a son because of such a trivial matter, Lu Jinyan's face couldn't help but turn ashen. He didn't think that Tang Fei and the others would be so arrogant. This was Puha City, his city. And Tang Fei, a mere captain of the holy court, dared to be so arrogant. What did they do to the laws of Puha City? What did they do to Lu Jinyan? How could Lu Jinyan not be angry? How could he not be angry? At this time, Tang Fei and the others also returned to the city lord's mansion. As soon as they arrived, Lu Jinyan immediately invited Tang Fei and the others to the conference hall of Puha City. At the same time, all the higher-ups of Puha City were present. Lu Jinyan looked at the arrogant Tang Fei, his eyes flashing coldly. He said in a deep voice, "Mr. Tang, you were sent by the Sacred Academy to investigate the death of the Che family. Our Puha City has been cooperating with you. Why did you kill the civilians of Puha City today? This doesn't seem to be justifiable." Tang Fei looked at Lu Jinyan and coldly snorted, "What's wrong with killing a few civilians? They dared to be rude to me, so what if I killed them? Does Lord Lu still want to punish me for my crimes?" Lu Jinyan looked at Tang Fei, the coldness in his eyes intensified. He looked at Tang Fei and said, "Mr. Tang, aren't you afraid of going too far? No matter what, this is my Puha City state, not your sacred institute. If you casually kill people here, how do you expect my Puha City state to deal with you? Well, since Mr. Tang said so, then I won't dare to keep Mr. Tang here. Mr. Tang, please leave the Puha City state immediately. If Mr. Tang doesn't leave within 3 days, then don't blame me for being impolite. If Mr. Tang still dares to act recklessly after leaving the Puha City state, then I won't be polite either. Although I have always respected the teachers of the Holy Institute, but I don't dare to keep Mr. Tang here." Tang Fei's expression changed. He didn't think that Lu Jinfeng would dare to say this. Who were they? They were people from the Sacred Academy. Now Lu Jinyan dared to drive them away? Wasn't he afraid of offending the Sacred Academy? How dare he? Tang Fei looked at Lu Jinyan with a cold face and said, "Lord Lu, you have to think carefully. Do you really want to drive us away? Don't you think the Sacred Academy will blame you?" Lu Jinyan looked at Tang Fei and coldly said, "How can the Sacred Academy blame me for this matter? The Sacred Institute is a place to educate people, but the Sacred Institute has never taught people to kill innocent people. I would like to ask the Sacred Institute how they will deal with this matter." Tang Fei's expression became even colder. He looked at Lu Jinyan and said in a deep voice, "Is Lord Lu serious?" Lu Jinyan looked at Tang Fei and said, "Really? Mister, please leave. If you don't leave Puha City within 3 days, don't blame me for being impolite. Come, send Mr. Tang out." Tang Fei looked deeply at Lu Jinyan, then he coldly snorted and turned around to leave the hall. Lu Jinyan looked at Tang Fei's back, his eyes were filled with killing intent. He was very clear that he had thoroughly offended Tang Fei this time. If Tang Fei and the others were to return to the sacred court alive, then Tang Fei's family would certainly go all out to deal with them. But if they weren't allowed to return to the sacred court alive, then there would be trouble. The people of the sacred court would certainly know that Lu Jinyan had a grudge against Tang Fei and the others. They would certainly suspect Lu Jinyan and the others. After thinking about this, Lu Jinyan couldn't help but frown. Then he said in a deep voice, "Send my order, monitor Tang Fei and the others until they leave Puha City. At the same time, pay attention to their whereabouts. Also, tell the people at the transmission formation to pay attention to them." Someone immediately complied and went to pass the order. The reason why Lu Jinyan gave such an order was because he already wanted to kill Tang Fei and the others. Naturally, he wouldn't kill Tang Fei and the others in his own city. He wanted to know where Tang Fei and the others went. Then he would send people to kill Tang Fei and the others in other people's territory. Even if something happened to Tang Fei and the others, he could say that it had nothing to do with him. Even if the sacred court really dared to deal with him, he wouldn't be afraid. After all the city-states in the spiritual weapon realm didn't have a good impression of the sacred court. If the sacred court really dared to come, then it would certainly arouse the disgust of all the city-states. At that time, the other city-states would also make things difficult for the sacred court. It wouldn't be easy for the sacred court to destroy Puha City. At this time, Tang Fei was very angry. He never thought that one day, he would be driven out of a city-state. But now that it happened, how could he not be angry? Tang Fei's face was ashen. When he returned to his residence, the people who came with him immediately surrounded him. Everyone looked at Tang Fei. They could see that Tang Fei's expression wasn't good, so they didn't dare to ask anything. They just looked at Tang Fei. Tang Fei looked at them, then he coldly snorted and said, "Pack your things, we'll leave Puha City immediately." When these people heard this, they couldn't help but stare. Then their expressions changed. These people weren't fools. When they heard Tang Fei's words, they knew that they had been driven out of the city. This made their expressions turn ugly. They didn't think that they would have a day like this. Tang Fei's words made them stare blankly. Then their expressions changed. Tang Fei looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, don't be angry. It's useless to be angry here. After all, this is still Puha City. If we really make a scene and force Lu Jinyan, then we'll be in danger. Let's leave this place first. Once we return to the Holy Court, it won't be too late to deal with Lu Jinyan." These people weren't idiots. They nodded and quickly packed their things. Before long, they were done. Then one of them looked at Tang Fei and said, "Brother Tang, should we return to the courtyard immediately?" Tang Fei's eyes flashed with a cold light as he said, "No, we won't return to the courtyard. This time, we're going to the Lost Soul City. The reason why we're in this situation is all because of the crane grasses. Moreover, the crane grasses are from the Lost Soul City. We're going to the Lost Soul City to investigate the cause of the Che family's death. After we arrive, we'll send the cause of the Che family's death to the Lost Soul City. I want to see what they'll do." When everyone heard Tang Fei, they couldn't help but stare. Then one of them carefully said, "Brother Tang, if we really do that, wouldn't the Lost Soul City get angry and directly kill us?" Tang Fei coldly smiled and said, "Don't worry, they wouldn't dare. Unless they want to immediately go to war with the Holy Court, they wouldn't dare do anything to us. This time, we're going to the Lost Soul City. Let's see what they can do to us." When everyone heard Tang Fei, they couldn't help but get excited. Everyone's eyes lit up as they followed Tang Fei out. As soon as Tang Fei and the others came out of the room, they could feel countless gazes locked onto them. Tang Fei knew that these people were sent by Lu Jinyan to watch them. If they made any movements, these people would certainly make a move. Even if they didn't kill them, they would at least capture them. But this time, the number of people that came out was too small. It was impossible for them to be a match for these people. In order to avoid being humiliated, Tang Fei coldly snorted before he led the group towards the transmission formation. Soon, they arrived at the teleportation array. Then, they told the person in charge of the teleportation array that they wanted to go to the Lost Soul City state. The person in charge of the teleportation array didn't stop them and activated the teleportation array. In a flash of white light, Tang Fei and the others disappeared. When Tang Fei and the others left, someone immediately told Lu Jinyan where they went. When Lu Jinyan heard that Tang Fei and the others went to the Lost Soul City, he couldn't help but stare for a moment. Then he immediately understood Tang Fei's thoughts and couldn't help but coldly snort. He was very clear that the people of the Lost Soul City weren't afraid of the Sacred Court. The spiritual weapon realm had already formed a secret alliance in order to deal with the Sacred Court. And one of the important members of this alliance was the Lost Soul City. It would be strange if the Lost Soul City were to be polite to Tang Fei and the others. Now, Lu Jinyan wanted to know how the people of the Lost Soul City would deal with Tang Fei and the others. At this time, a white light flashed as Tang Fei and the others appeared on the transmission formation. But when they appeared, they couldn't help but stare. This was because there was a group of soldiers standing in front of him. The leader of this group was a burly man with 2 sledgehammers hanging on his back. This burly man was fully clad in armor as he coldly looked at Tang Fei. Tang Fei looked at the burly man and said, "This one is Tang Fei. I was ordered by the Sacred Court to investigate the death of the Che clan. Who are you? Why are you stopping us?" The burly man looked at Tang Fei and coldly snorted, "This one is Stonehammer. I was ordered by the city lord to tell you that the Lost Soul City doesn't welcome butchers like you. I ask you to leave immediately." When Tang Fei heard Stonehammer's name, he immediately knew who Stonehammer was. His eyes couldn't help but flash with a cold light. This was because he knew that Stonehammer wasn't Crane Field's servant. He was the one who followed Crane Field to kill the people of the Sacred Court, causing the Sacred Court to fall to its current state. Therefore, when they heard Stonehammer's name, they couldn't help but be filled with killing intent as they looked at Stonehammer and said, "You're Stonehammer? Do you really dare to stop us? Could it be that the Lost Soul City has some unspeakable matter? Is the death of the Che clan related to you?" Stonehammer looked at Tang Fei and coldly said, "Whether the death of the Che clan is related to us or not isn't up to you to decide. What right does your Sacred Court have to investigate our Lost Soul City? Who gave you the right to do so? Moreover, you actually killed civilians in the streets of Puha City. Our Lost Soul City has already determined that you are dangerous people who might endanger the safety of our citizens. Therefore, the Lost Soul City doesn't welcome you. I ask you to leave immediately." Hearing Stonehammer, Tang Fei's expression couldn't help but change. Then he looked at Stonehammer and said, "Your city lord? Call your city lord out, I want to ask him face to face." Stonehammer looked at Tang Fei and coldly smiled, "Who are you? You actually want to see our city lord? You're just a small captain of the Sacred Court. What qualifications do you have to see our city lord? Please leave immediately. If you don't choose to go there, then we'll send you back to the Sacred Court in 10 minutes. Tang Fei's expression changed. His eyes flashed coldly as he looked at Stonehammer and said, "And if we don't leave? Do you really dare to make a move against us?" Stonehammer laughed and said, "You don't want to leave? Ha ha ha, it's better if you don't leave. We'll capture you and send you back to the Sacred Court. I want to see how the Sacred Court will react when the time comes." When Tang Fei heard Shi Chui's words, his expression completely changed. With a flash of white light, Tang Fei and the others appeared in Yalong City. They had no choice, the Lost Soul City state wouldn't let them enter, so they could only return to Yalong City. Although Tang Fei said before that Stonehammer wouldn't do anything to him, when Stonehammer said that he would capture them and hand them over to the Holy Court, Tang Fei didn't dare to take this risk. This was because he was afraid. Of course, Tang Fei was afraid. But if he was captured by Stonehammer and handed over to the Holy Court, then regardless of what Stonehammer and the others would do, or how the Holy Court would retaliate against the Lost Soul City state, Tang Fei and the others would be punished. Tang Fei wasn't an idiot, he was just too proud. He was also very clear about the subtle relationship between the Holy Court and the other city-states. At this time, the other city-states no longer listened to the Holy Court. If they were captured by the Lost Soul City state and sent back to the Holy Court, then the Holy Court's prestige would suffer another blow. At that time, no one would listen to the Holy Court, and the situation would worsen. And those who caused the situation to worsen, the Holy Court wouldn't let them off. Because of this, Tang Fei didn't dare to take this risk. If the Lost Soul City state sent someone to guard the transmission formation, then Tang Fei might still dare to take the risk. This was because he was still very confident in the Holy Court. He believed that the Lost Soul City-State wouldn't easily go to war with the Holy Court. Therefore, the Lost Soul City-State wouldn't dare to do anything to them. However, when Tang Fei discovered that his opponent was Stonehammer, he didn't dare to act recklessly. This was because he knew that the Sacred Court and Stonehammer had a huge grudge against each other. He still thought that Stonehammer's master was Crane-Gru. He also knew that Crane-Gru had died in the secret realm. Moreover, the reason why Crane-Gru was able to enter the secret realm was because of the Sacred Court. Nobody can guarantee that Stonehammer wouldn't take this opportunity to deal with them. He might even provoke a war between the Sacred Court and the Lost Soul City in order to avenge Crane-Gru. Because of this consideration, Tang Fei didn't dare to make a move. In the end, Tang Fei decided to go to the Lesser Dragon City-State. This was because they came out of the Holy Court in the name of finding the Che family's murderer. And since the Che family was a family of the Lesser Dragon City-State, even if the other city-states didn't welcome them, the Lesser Dragon City-State wouldn't drive them out. Because of this, Tang Fei and the others decided to go to the Lesser Dragon City-State. Indeed, Tang Fei's choice this time was correct. The people of the Lesser Dragon City had no way to drive them away. However, the people of the Lesser Dragon City weren't necessarily enthusiastic about them. Compared to the people of the Lost Soul City, their attitude was much better. Tang Fei and the others looked depressed as they found a place to stay in the city. Then they sent people to see the great clans of the Lesser Dragon City-State. They wanted to gain the support of the great clans. At the same time, they also wanted to say some bad things about the Lost Soul City-State. They wanted to make the Lesser Dragon City-State think that the Che family's matter was caused by the Lost Soul City-State. Tang Fei and the others had already prepared an excuse. Since the Lost Soul City-State didn't allow them to investigate, then there must be a problem. Unfortunately, Tang Fei and the others' visit to the great clans wasn't very successful. Besides some clans who had a good relationship with the Holy Court, the other clans avoided them. Some clans even said unpleasant things about them. Tang Fei and the others had never been treated like this before. This made them angry, but they had no other choice. If it was before, then they would have already turned around and left. Then they would have the Holy Court deal with the clans that dared to give them a hard time. But unfortunately, they couldn't do this now. This was because the relationship between the Holy Court and the other city-states was too subtle. The other city-states were already standing on the opposite side of the Holy Court. If Tang Fei and the others dared to make trouble in the Lesser Dragon City-State, then they would be in trouble. Because of this, Tang Fei and the others could only sulk in the Lesser Dragon City-State. At the same time, they sent people back to the Holy Court to ask for instructions on what to do next. While Tang Fei and the others were depressed, two people thought that an opportunity had come. One of them was Lu Jinyan. Lu Jinyan wanted to kill Tang Fei and the others. At the same time, he also received news that the Lost Soul City didn't even let Tang Fei and the others enter before they were driven away. Naturally, he felt very happy. However, he didn't give up on killing Tang Fei and the others. On the contrary, he thought that Tang Fei and the others going to the Lesser Dragon City-State was an opportunity for him. The Lesser Dragon City-State was too big, and its influence was too complicated. Although the Lesser Dragon City-State was still there, everyone in the Spirit Weapon Realm knew that the City Lord's family had already lost control of the Lesser Dragon City-State. Now, the ones in charge of the Lesser Dragon City-State were the great clans. However, these great clans weren't necessarily monolithic. For the sake of benefits, they were divided into several factions. It can be said that they were as incompatible as fire and water. To be honest, when the Che family was attacked, the first thing that the people of the Lesser Dragon City-State suspected was that it was done by other clans. But then they knew that it was impossible. This was because no clan had the strength to destroy the Che family. Otherwise, they would have already done it. Finally, they locked their sights on the Holy Court. Because of this, the Lesser Dragon City-State could be said to be very chaotic. Moreover, the clans in the Lesser Dragon City-State were already suspicious of Tang Fei and the others. If they killed Tang Fei and the others in the Lesser Dragon City-State, then the Holy Court wouldn't be the first to suspect them. Because of this, Lu Jinyan thought that this was an opportunity to kill Tang Fei and the others. Another person who thought that this was an opportunity was none other than the current ruler of the Lost Soul City, Feng Lihua. Before Zhao Hai returned to the secret realm, he gave Feng Lihua an order to act freely when the time comes. And now, Feng Lihua thought that the time had come. Her reason was similar to Lu Jinyan's. They both thought that killing Tang Fei and the others in the Lesser Dragon City-State would further intensify the conflict between the Lesser Dragon City-State and the Holy Court. It might even intensify the conflict between the Lesser Dragon City-State and the Holy Court. For the Lost Soul City, this was definitely good news. The reason why Stonemer and the others treated Tang Fei and the others so harshly was partly because Feng Lihua wanted to show her position to the other city-states. They wanted to let the other city-states know that they weren't afraid of the Holy Court. They didn't need to give the Holy Court any face. Feng Lihua's move was right. This time, the other city-states were very disgusted with the investigation team sent by the Holy Court. But what Lu Jinyan and Feng Lihua did made the other city-states feel relieved. At the same time, the last bit of fear they had towards the Holy Court disappeared. After driving Tang Fei and the others away, Feng Lihua wanted to deal with them. This was because Feng Lihua had already received the news when Tang Fei and the others killed people on the street. Feng Lihua also made some preparations. Later on, when the spies used the transmission formation to send news that Tang Fei and the others were about to be driven away, Feng Lihua immediately had Stonemer and the others block all the transmission formations. Because she didn't know which transmission formation Tang Fei and the others would go to, Feng Lihua closed most of the transmission formations in the Lost Soul City. Only the transmission formations in the major cities were still open. And these transmission formations were guarded by people. Since Tang Fei and the others wanted to come to the Lost Soul City, they naturally had to go to the capital city first. Therefore, they appeared in Spirit Snake City and met Stonemer. Feng Lihua drove Tang Fei's group away and didn't have any conflict with them. Firstly, she wanted to know their whereabouts. Secondly, she wanted to reduce the suspicion on herself. This was because she already wanted to eliminate Tang Fei's group. However, she couldn't let herself become the prime suspect. They didn't let Tang Fei enter the city. Even if Tang Fei's group was killed, the Sacred Institute would investigate and say that they didn't let Tang Fei enter the city. In other words, they had the upper hand in this matter. Since they had the upper hand, they wouldn't make a move against Tang Fei's group. Therefore, the one who dealt with Tang Fei's group must be someone else. A lot of people had this idea. Because of this, Feng Lihua made Stonemer do this. This way, their suspicion would be reduced. And with the support of the Puha city, Feng Lihua wasn't afraid that the Holy Court would be the first to suspect them. Now that Tang Fei and the others went to the Lesser Dragon City, this was good news for Feng Lihua. Feng Lihua also knew about the chaos in the Lesser Dragon City. So just like Lu Jinyan, she also thought that this was a good opportunity. Because of this, she was prepared to make a move against Tang Fei and the others. But before making a move, Feng Lihua sent a letter to Zhao Hai as usual. She wanted to ask Zhao Hai what to do. Unfortunately, when she sent the letter, Zhao Hai was in the wilderness making a map of the secret realm. He wasn't in the mood to pay attention to the letter. Therefore, Feng Lihua didn't receive any instructions. Without any instructions, Feng Lihua hesitated. Because without Zhao Hai's instructions, she wouldn't be able to mobilize the people in the secret realm to deal with Tang Fei and the others. In other words, Feng Lihua couldn't mobilize Wen Hai and the others. Since she couldn't mobilize Wen Hai and the others, she could only rely on the people in the Lost Soul City. But in Feng Lihua's opinion, these people weren't enough. Because of this, Feng Lihua suppressed her temper. She wanted to wait for a while and see what Tang Fei and the others would do. As long as Tang Fei and the others didn't return to the Holy Court, then she would still have a chance to deal with them. Because of this, although Feng Lihua made some preparations, she didn't really make a move. Contrary to Feng Lihua, at this time, Lu Jinyan was already preparing to take action. Puha city-state was only a small city-state, but this small city-state also had a lot of experts. There were more than 100 Void Realm experts. Lu Jinyan had already prepared all of Puha city-state's forces to attack Tang Fei and the others. In Lu Jinyan's view, they were very likely to succeed because Tang Fei and the others weren't very strong. He believed that this was the best opportunity. Tang Fei and the others weren't having a hard time right now. After all, there were still some clans in the Lesser Dragon City who were close to the Sacred Academy. They had no choice but to be close to the Sacred Academy. This was because these clans were very close to the Sacred Academy in the past. They had long been branded with the Sacred Academy's label. Even if they didn't want to be close to the Sacred Academy, it was impossible for them to distance themselves from it. In fact, there were many clans like this in the other city-states. However, these clans had been suppressed by the other city-states. The situation in the other city-states was different from the Lesser Dragon City. In the other city-states, the strength of the other city-states was still very strong. When they found out that the Sacred Academy didn't dare to deal with them, they naturally wanted to remove the spies that the Sacred Academy left in their city-states. Otherwise, when the Sacred Academy got the chance to deal with them in the future, those spies would become dangerous characters. However, the Lesser Dragon City was different. The city lord of the Lesser Dragon City was weak and incompetent. The entire Lesser Dragon City was under the control of a large clan. The clans that were close to the Sacred Academy were also large clans in the Lesser Dragon City. They weren't weak either. Therefore, even if the other clans in the Lesser Dragon City wanted to deal with them, they wouldn't be able to. On the contrary, the Che family that was destroyed by Zhao Hai was the vanguard of the opposition against the Sacred Academy. Because of this, when the Che family was destroyed, everyone immediately thought that the Sacred Academy was the one who did it. After all, the Sacred Academy was the most suspicious. Zhao Hai and the others didn't know the reason behind the destruction of the Che family. However, no matter how the other clans reacted, Tang Fei and the others in the Lesser Dragon City didn't make things difficult for them. To be honest, although the other city-states no longer listened to the Sacred Academy, they were still in a situation where both sides were afraid of each other. Because of the Sacred Academy's prestige, the other city-states didn't dare to confront the Sacred Academy head-on. However, the Sacred Academy was afraid that once they made a move, the other city-states would immediately join forces to deal with them. Although the Sacred Academy had a lot of experts, if the other city-states were to join forces, they would also have a lot of experts. In addition, they also had a lot of ordinary soldiers. If they really fought with the Sacred Academy would certainly suffer. It was this subtle mentality that caused the Sacred Court to be at a loss of what to do. This was why they made several wrong decisions, causing the city lords of the various city-states in the spirit weapon world to be even more disgusted with the Sacred Court. Although Tang Fei and the others stayed in the Lesser Dragon City, they didn't do nothing. They had already sent letters to the various city-states telling them that they were going to investigate the Che family's matter. They wanted the city-states to cooperate with them. Tang Fei and the others were in the Lesser Dragon City. The reason why Tang Fei and the others did this was because they wanted to test the other city-states first. They wanted to see how the other city-states would react to their investigation. If they agreed, then they would go. If they didn't, then they wouldn't go. Otherwise, if they were kicked out like the Lost Soul city-states, then they wouldn't have any face left. Tang Fei felt very aggrieved at this time. In the past, when they went to a city-state, the city lords would be very polite to them. Not to mention that they didn't even dare to breathe loudly in front of them, at the very least, they would still give them face. But now, when they went to a city-state, they were afraid of being kicked out. This was something that they didn't even think about before. Tang Fei looked at the sky outside. It was already late, but he still couldn't sleep. This time, when he came out of the Sacred Court, he could clearly feel the change in the attitude of the various city-states towards the Sacred Court. This made him even more worried. Tang Fei was a member of the Tang family, so he knew the true situation of the Sacred Court. Although the Sacred Court seems to have a lot of people and a lot of experts, in fact, the Sacred Court didn't have as many experts as one would imagine. Although the Sacred Court has been using the resources from the Secret Realm to cultivate their own people, these people could only reach the Skywave level at most. Wanting to enter the River Break level from the Skywave level was very difficult. Because of this, there weren't many River Break level experts in the Sacred Court. And some of the big city-states in the Spirit Weapon realm also had their own River Break level experts. These River Break level experts didn't necessarily have a close relationship with the Sacred Court. If they had a close relationship with the Sacred Court, then the Sacred Court would have already unified the Spirit Weapon realm. It wouldn't have allowed the spirit weapon realm to be in chaos. And this time, because of Zhao Hai's matter, the people of the various city-states suddenly stopped paying attention to the sacred court. This wasn't just a serious challenge to the sacred court's prestige, it was also a signal that the sacred court was about to lose control over the various city-states. If one were to say that there weren't any river break level experts behind this, then nobody would believe it. In this case, they needed to be even more careful. This was because if they were to act recklessly, then they might become a fuse that would cause the sacred court and the various city-states to have no room to maneuver. Tang Fei didn't think about this before. But after experiencing what happened in Puha City and Lost Soul City, Tang Fei clearly felt this point. He was prepared to return to the sacred court and immediately report this matter to the higher-ups so that the sacred court could prepare for it. But at this time, Tang Fei suddenly heard the sound of wind breaking. While Tang Fei was stunned, he suddenly discovered that several people had rushed in from outside their courtyard. These people were all wearing black clothes and had weapons in their hands. But looking at their backs, these people weren't weak. Upon seeing these people, Tang Fei's expression couldn't help but change. He immediately shouted, "Enemy attack!" But just as he finished shouting, a sharp arrow shot straight at him. Tang Fei moved his body and dodged the arrow. He turned around and ran into the house. He didn't bring his weapon out, so he had to go into the house to get it. At this point, the black-clad men who had charged into the courtyard had already started attacking the rest of the team. Although there were a few Void Dance stage powerhouses with Tang Fei, the rest of them were not at the Void Dance stage, but at the consolidating equipment stage. How could these people possibly withstand the attacks of those Void Dance stage powerhouses? In just a short while, out of the 50-man team, nearly 30 of them had been killed, and the rest were all heavily injured. Tang Fei was also injured, but he was still desperately waving the weapon in his hand to block the enemy's attack. At this time, a few more screams sounded. Tang Fei didn't need to look to know that his people must have been killed again. Thinking of this, Tang Fei couldn't help but be filled with killing intent, and the long sword in his hand danced even faster. However, the difference in strength wasn't something that could be made up for with rage. In less than an hour, Tang Fei and the others were all killed. And right after Tang Fei and the others were killed, the black-clothed men immediately took advantage of the night and rushed out of the city, disappearing into the woods outside the city. At this time, the Lesser Dragon City was still in chaos. No one knew what had happened. Some families who had a good relationship with Tang Fei wanted to rescue them, but their reinforcements were delayed. When they finally arrived at the place where Tang Fei's team lived, they found that Tang Fei's team was already dead. As soon as they saw Tang Fei's team dead, those families who were close to the Holy Academy complained in their hearts. They knew Tang Fei's identity. Tang Fei was a core disciple of the Tang family of the Holy Academy. Although the Tang family of the Holy Academy sounded similar to the Dongfeng family, in fact, it was very different. The biggest difference was that the current dean of the Holy Academy was surnamed Tang. Those who weren't close to the Holy Academy wouldn't know about this news. However, those who were close to the Holy Academy were very clear about this news. Although the dean hadn't announced his name for many years, the people of the Holy Academy still knew that the dean was from the Tang family. But now, a disciple of the Tang family, Tang Fei, suddenly died in the Lesser Dragon City. Moreover, they still didn't know who the enemy was. How could they not complain about this? Afterward, the Lesser Dragon City was immediately sealed off. However, because of the interference of the families who were against the Holy Academy, the sealing of the city was very slow. By the time the city was sealed off, those people had already run out of the city. The next morning, the news of Tang Fei's death spread throughout the continent. This caused an uproar in the continent. Everyone was guessing who did this and why they did it. At this time, Lu Jinyan and the others had already returned to Puha City. At the same time, Lu Jinyan appeared in front of the public to show his presence. Although the people of the various city-states knew that Tang Fei and the others were killed, what was strange was that they were only surprised for a moment before they went silent. It was as if this matter had never happened. After the Holy Academy heard this news, they were furious. They immediately sent people to the Lesser Dragon City to investigate the cause of Tang Fei's death. This time, they were serious. Not to mention that Tang Fei was a core disciple of the dean's family, just the death of Tang Fei and the others would have an impact on the Holy Academy. Nobody dared to underestimate this matter. No matter what Tang Fei and the others had done in the spiritual weapon world, they had always represented the sacred court. Now that they were killed without any reason, wasn't this a slap in the face? How could the people of the sacred court take this lying down? In an instant, the sacred court sent several experts into the spiritual weapon world to investigate this matter. When Feng Liwa heard this news, she was startled. She didn't think that someone would have the same idea as her. Moreover, they had already done it. Feng Liwa immediately began to think about the impact this matter would have on the Lost Soul City. She discovered that this matter was already out of her control. She immediately wrote a letter to Zhao Hai. At this time, Zhao Hai finally finished his investigation and returned to the base. Upon seeing Zhao Hai's return, Wen Hai and the others let out a long breath. They were worried sick these past few days. Although they knew about Zhao Hai's strength, they were still worried. This was because Zhao Hai had been gone for too long. Upon seeing Zhao Hai return, Wen Hai immediately went to greet him. He complained to Zhao Hai, "Boss, what did you do? Why were you gone for so long? We were worried sick. You should go and see little Liang. Little Liang has been listless these past few days. He's even eating less now." Upon hearing Wen Hai, Zhao Hai stared for a moment before he quickly walked towards the cave. While walking, he said to Wen Hai, "I went out to draw a map. At the same time, I also wanted to find a better place to train. I finally found it. However, it's a bit far from here, so it took me some time. Alright, you guys go and do your work. We'll talk about this later. I'll go and see little Liang first." "Right, how is little Liang now? Can he walk steadily?" Wen Hai immediately replied, "Boss, you can rest assured. Although little Liang has been depressed these past few days, he's still doing well. Now, not only can he walk, he can even run and jump. But because he can't see, he's still not used to running and jumping. However, he's already doing very well." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, I got it. You can go and do your work." After he said that, Zhao Hai entered the cave. However, Wen Hai didn't leave. He followed Zhao Hai and said, "Boss, we received 2 letters in the past 2 days. They were sent from the Lost Soul City. The second letter was just received. You should go and take a look. It might be something important." Zhao Hai stared for a moment, then he nodded and said, "Alright, I'll go now." While saying that, he went to his cave and opened the door before going inside. When Zhao Hai entered the cave, he saw Che Xiaoliang rushing over and hugging him. Zhao Hai also hugged Che Xiaoliang as he chuckled and said, "What's wrong, little Liang? Did you miss me?" "It's alright, I'm back now." As he said that, he patted Che Xiaoliang's back. Che Xiaoliang held on to Zhao Hai tightly, as if he was afraid that Zhao Hai would leave him. Looking at Che Xiaoliang's appearance, Zhao Hai secretly sighed. He knew how Che Xiaoliang felt. He had suffered a lot, and no one had ever been good to him. Now that he was good to Che Xiaoliang regarded him as a family member. Moreover, Che Xiaoliang's feelings were very fragile. After being away for a long time, he felt like he had been abandoned. So now that he saw Zhao Hai come back, Che Xiaoliang had such a big reaction. Zhao Hai comforted Che Xiaoliang a few more times before Che Xiaoliang slowly let go. Zhao Hai patted Che Xiaoliang's head and smiled, "How was it? Did you practice seriously while I was gone?" Che Xiaoliang immediately nodded, then he pulled Zhao Hai out. Although Zhao Hai wanted to see what the letter was, he still let Che Xiaoliang pull him out. He knew that these things weren't urgent. It wouldn't be too late to read the letter after seeing Che Xiaoliang practice. Zhao Hai followed Che Xiaoliang out of the cave. Along the way, Zhao Hai didn't lead Che Xiaoliang. Instead, it was Che Xiaoliang who led him. Zhao Hai discovered that Che Xiaoliang seemed to be very familiar with the path. He didn't make any mistakes along the way, it was as if he was following the path. This made Zhao Hai a bit surprised. Before long, Zhao Hai and Che Xiaoliang arrived outside the cave. Che Xiaoliang let go of Zhao Hai's hand and began to run around the base. Although he was still a bit cautious, it could be seen that his legs had completely recovered. After running for a while, Che Xiaoliang returned to Zhao Hai's side. Zhao Hai looked at Xiaoliang. Although he didn't know how Xiaoliang did it, he was still able to walk freely in the base. One must know that Xiaoliang's memory was very good. Zhao Hai looked at Xiaoliang and said, "Good, very good. Xiaoliang, I didn't expect you to progress this fast. Let's go back. You don't need to practice walking anymore. Starting tomorrow, I'll teach you how to cultivate and communicate with plants. You'll be my first disciple." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Xiaoliang suddenly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai saw Xiaoliang's appearance, he knew that Xiaoliang was performing the apprenticeship ceremony. He helped Xiaoliang up and said, "All right, we don't need these formalities between us. Since I, Zhao Hai, said that I'll accept you as my disciple, then you are my disciple. Let's go, let's go." Xiaoliang stood up and followed Zhao Hai into the room. At this time, when Wen Hai and the others also saw Zhao Hai and Xiaoliang's actions, their eyes couldn't help but turn red. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would accept Xiaoliang as his disciple. In their opinion, Xiaoliang had no chance to become an expert. This was because he had been injured and was still disabled. Most importantly, he had already passed the best age for cultivation. Generally speaking, one should start to build a foundation before the age of 10. Naturally, this foundation didn't necessarily mean that one needed to learn how to cultivate energy. In fact, most warriors wouldn't cultivate energy before the age of 10. This was because at that time, their meridians weren't fully developed. They couldn't be impacted by energy, otherwise, they would suffer from internal injuries. They might even suffer from qi deviation and become crippled. However, before the age of 10, they could open up their meridians and bones, making their bodies stronger. This would be very beneficial for their future cultivation. As for Xiaoliang, he had met with an accident when he was very young, and he had never gone through any sort of training before. After he was 10 years old, he had never learned any sort of energy cultivation method. As such, his meridians were much thinner than most people's, and in truth, he was no longer suited for cultivation. Even if he did, he would never reach the consolidating equipment stage. When Wen Hai and the others knew about Zhao Hai's strength, they had already touched the edge of the breaking river stage, so they were very clear that with Zhao Hai's strength, he could definitely become a breaking river stage master. It was just that Zhao Hai had been suppressing his own energy and didn't break through. Although they didn't know why Zhao Hai did this, when Wen Hai and the others knew that Zhao Hai's strength was unfathomable. People like Zhao Hai, under normal circumstances, cherished their reputation very much. They were also very careful when accepting disciples. Otherwise, in the future, people would say that they were strong, but their disciples were weak. That would not be good for their reputation. Therefore, experts like Zhao Hai would not casually accept disciples. This was related to their reputation. Zhao Hai was a very powerful expert, so he would not casually accept disciples. This was related to their reputation. For people like Xiaoliang, it was even more impossible for an expert to accept him as a disciple. This was because he already had hope. If he was accepted as a disciple, it would definitely make those experts lose face. However, Zhao Hai accepted Xiaoliang as a disciple. This was beyond Wen Hai and the others' expectations. However, at the same time, they were also very touched. In their opinion, Zhao Hai did this for Xiaoliang's face. Zhao Hai did this for his brother. How could they not be touched? When Wen Hai immediately returned to his room and sent a letter to Xiaoliang, telling him that Zhao Hai had accepted Xiaoliang as a disciple. After that, he went to Zhao Hai's room. After Zhao Hai led Xiaoliang back to his room, he looked at Xiaoliang and said, "Xiaoliang, you should rest. Tomorrow, I'll teach you cultivation. You might have to suffer a lot, you need to be mentally prepared." Xiaoliang nodded with a firm expression on his face. Although Xiaoliang was very young, he had been begging for food all these years. He was very clear about the matters of the continent. He knew that he was a soul implant and wasn't suitable for cultivation. Now that he was old and disabled, Zhao Hai still wanted to accept him as a disciple. He was very grateful. As for suffering, Xiaoliang wasn't afraid of it at all. When he was less than 10 years old, his legs were broken, his eyes were blinded, and he became mute. Others simply couldn't imagine the suffering he went through. Jiao Hai patted Xiaoyang's head. Then he sat down and picked up the 2 letters that Feng Lihua gave him. After reading the first letter, Jiao Hai put it down. Then he picked up the second letter. After reading it, he stared. He didn't think that there would be people in the spiritual weapon realm who would dare to make a move against the people of the sacred court. This was something that Jiao Hai didn't expect. Jiao Hai thought for a moment before he picked up a pen and wrote a letter to Feng Lihua. Then he sent it out through his transmission formation and adjusted the coordinates before sending it out. At this time, Feng Lihua was having a headache. This was because she heard that the sacred court was preparing to send people to investigate the situation in the city. After all, the city had a conflict with Tang Fei before. Therefore, the sacred court would definitely come and investigate. However, Feng Lihua wasn't afraid of the sacred court's investigation. What she was worried about was whether or not the sacred court should investigate. In the past, they didn't even allow Tang Fei and the others to enter the city. Now that Tang Fei and the others died, the matter had become big. If they continue to block the sacred court and prevent the sacred court from entering the city, then they would become the biggest suspect. When the time comes, the sacred court would think that they were the murderers. Even if they weren't, the sacred court would still go all out to deal with them. It wouldn't be for Tang Fei's death, but for the sacred court's reputation. At this time, Feng Lihua was afraid that Jiao Hai wouldn't reply to her letter in a few days. Then she would be in trouble. This was because if this matter wasn't handled well, then it would cause a direct conflict with the sacred court. The conflict might even become bigger. At this time, the transmission formation in Feng Lihua's room suddenly lit up. Then a letter appeared in the transmission formation. Upon seeing the letter, Feng Lihua's eyes couldn't help but light up. Then she immediately took out the letter and read it carefully. Upon seeing the contents of the letter, Feng Lihua couldn't help but let out a long breath. Then she said, "Go and invite Mr. Shichui over." Naturally, someone outside the door complied and went to invite Shichui. Before long, Shichui arrived at Feng Lihua's study. Upon seeing Shichui, Feng Lihua pointed to a chair and said, "Mister, please take a seat. The young master has sent a letter." Then she handed the letter over to Shichui. After Shichui received Feng Lihua's letter, he carefully read it. Then he put down the letter and nodded, "All right, I know what to do. Let me handle this matter." Feng Lihua nodded, then she said, "Then I'll have to trouble Mr. Shichui nodded. Then he stood up and cupped his fist towards Feng Lihua before turning around to leave. Feng Lihua looked at Shichui's back and let out a long breath. Tangshi was the captain of the investigation team sent by the Sacred Academy. However, his investigation team was different from Tang Fei's. His investigation team was composed of 100 people, all of whom were Void Realm experts. Their fighting strength was very formidable. Tangshi's investigation team was different from Tang Fei's investigation team. Tangshi's investigation team was composed of 100 people. Tangshi was standing on the transmission formation. He looked at the others and said, "This time, everyone needs to be prepared. If a fight breaks out, don't be afraid of them. Don't hold back. But unless it's absolutely necessary, don't make a move. After all, that place is still under the protection of the secret realm. If we make a move, the secret realm would lose face." The people behind him nodded. Soon after, the teleportation array flashed with white light. In the next moment, they appeared at the teleportation array in Spirit Snake City. When the white light disappeared and they could clearly see the situation around them, they discovered that the teleportation array had been surrounded by people with soldiers. Among those people, the leader was Shichui. Tangshi looked at Shichui and said, "Mr. Shichui, we came this time to investigate the death of the Sacred Court's investigation team as well as the extermination of the Che family. Does Mr. want to stop us?" Shichui looked at Tangshi and said in a deep voice, "The City Lord has personally ordered that the investigation team of the Holy Academy can investigate in the Lost Soul City, but they must be accompanied by people from the Lost Soul City. At the same time, the investigation team of the Holy Academy is not allowed to harass civilians. In the absence of conclusive evidence, they are not allowed to casually attack people in the Lost Soul City. If they find any suspicious people, they will be arrested by the Lost Soul City. After interrogating them, they will be judged according to the rules and laws of the Lost Soul City. If you don't agree, you can go back. If you don't agree, then you can go back. Upon hearing Xianxia, Tangsher's expression couldn't help but change. He already knew that the people from the Lost Soul City wouldn't welcome them. He was already prepared to be driven away. If the people from the Lost Soul City really wanted to drive them away, then they could make a move. This was because they were in the right. They could use this opportunity to teach the people from the Lost Soul City a lesson. But now, he was in a difficult position. This was because the Lost Soul City allowed them to enter. However, there were also various restrictions. If you don't respect them, then you're not in the right. If you respect them, then you can only follow the rules of the Lost Soul City. Let's not talk about whether they would be able to find anything by following the rules of the Lost Soul City. Doing this was tantamount to setting a precedent. In the future, when the Sacred Court goes to other cities to investigate, they would have to follow the other party's rules. Then why would the Sacred Court send people to investigate? They could just listen to the other party's report. This would further weaken the influence of the Sacred Court on the spiritual weapon realm. Fierce. Tangsher immediately understood what the other party was trying to do. He didn't expect the other party to be so difficult to deal with. The other party was using an open scheme. He was placing the choices in front of you and letting you choose for yourself. No matter if you chose to obey or not, the other party would be the one taking advantage in the end. This was the first time Tangsher had encountered such a situation. Tangsher glanced at Stonehammer and said in a solemn voice, "Isn't the request that you all put forward too harsh? What if we don't respect them?" Stonehammer didn't budge as he looked at Tangsher and said, "If you don't respect us, then please leave." Tangsher narrowed his eyes, then he looked at Stonehammer and said, "Do you know why we're here? Are you the one who killed Tang Fei? So you don't want us to investigate?" Stonehammer looked at Tangsher, then he sneered and said, "Do you think we are? When did the Holy Court become the ruler of this world? Let me tell you, the City Lord has given his orders. Either you follow our rules or you scram. You can choose. Do you still want to use the Holy Court to pressure us? Alright, you can make your move." My master entered the secret realm and died inside. I'm not afraid to tell you that I'm the only one here today. There are 100 of you here, all of you are at the Void Realm. With just you, you can control Spirit Snake City. But you need to think about the consequences. When Tangsher heard Stonehammer, he couldn't help but stare. Then his eyes opened wide as he looked at Stonehammer with a cold glint in his eyes. After taking a few deep breaths, Tangsher finally let out a long breath and said, "Alright, the Lost Soul City is really powerful. We're willing to follow your orders." Stonehammer looked at Tangsher, then he suddenly smiled and said, "I don't know if we're strong or not, but I can see that you're quite strong. Hee, since Mr. has agreed to follow our Lost Soul City State's plan, then that's for the best. We've already arranged accommodations for everyone, please come with me." Then Stonehammer moved to the side and made a gesture. Tangsher looked at Stonehammer's appearance, his expression couldn't help but turn gloomy. He was really angry, but he couldn't let it out right now. However, he had already thought about it. After arriving at the Lost Soul City, he would send 1 or 2 people outside to investigate. He didn't believe that the Lost Soul City was completely fine. Even if there was no problem, he would still be able to investigate. When the time comes, he would make the Lost Soul City look good. Before long, Stonehammer led Tangsher and the others to a large courtyard. The courtyard's walls were very high and looked very sturdy. It was unknown where this place used to be. Stonehammer walked towards the courtyard's gate. The gate was made of iron as thick as a child's arm. It looked very heavy. Upon seeing this, Tangsher's expression couldn't help but change. He suddenly thought of a place, it was the prison. Xianxia led Tangsher and the others to the courtyard. Tangsher looked at the courtyard, then he turned to Xianxia and said, "Where is this place?" Stonehammer smiled and said, "This place, it's a good place. This place used to be our Lost Soul City's military camp, but it's not anymore. This place is now the most famous hotel in the Lost Soul City. The City Lord personally named this place, the Coiled Dragon Hotel. Don't look at its appearance, it's very comfortable inside." Then Stonehammer opened the gate and made an inviting gesture to Tangsher and the others. Tangsher and the others coldly snorted and then walked inside. Stonehammer also followed them. Before long, the group entered the courtyard. Upon entering the courtyard, Xianxia and the others couldn't help but stare. When they saw the courtyard, they thought that it was a prison. The hotel that Stonehammer mentioned wasn't a lie. But now that they entered the courtyard, they felt that it was different. The courtyard was really beautiful, there were all kinds of plants growing everywhere. Moreover, there were also fake mountains and flowing water. There were also beautiful houses in the courtyard. It was impossible for this place to be a prison. Upon seeing the environment, Xianxia couldn't help but feel relieved. His expression relaxed as he turned to Stonehammer and said, "Thank you, mister. I didn't expect mister to arrange such a place for us. I'm very grateful." Stonehammer smiled and said, "There's no need for that. Our city lord said that everyone here has worked hard to investigate this case, so it's only right for everyone to have a good rest." "Right, because I'm afraid that everyone would have something to discuss. I didn't arrange anyone to serve everyone here. However, everything is available. If you don't want to be served, then I won't send anyone here. If you need someone to serve you, then I'll send someone here immediately." Xianxia shook his head and said, "No need, we can still take care of ourselves." "Thank you, mister." Stonehammer smiled and said, "Mister is too polite. If there's nothing else, then I'll take my leave first. Tomorrow, I'll look for mister and accompany you in your investigation." "Right, I forgot to tell mister that you don't have a pass to the Lost Soul City. So after you arrive here, it's best if you don't go out. Otherwise, if something happens, then the Lost Soul City won't be responsible." Xianxia's good mood suddenly turned bad. He turned to Stonehammer and said, "Mister, what do you mean?" Stonehammer looked at Xianxia, then he smiled faintly and said, "It's exactly what I said." Then he turned around and left the courtyard. Then he waved his hand as the iron gate of the courtyard slammed shut. 2 soldiers stood in front of the gate, making it look like a prison. Xianxia's face paled as he looked at Stonehammer. He didn't expect Stonehammer to do this. This wasn't just a warning, it was also a threat. What Xianxia didn't know was that this coiled dragon inn was actually a prison in the past. Moreover, it was the most famous prison in the Lost Soul City. The prisoners here were all serious criminals, and these criminals were experts. After the war between the city-states, a city-state was defeated. However, the experts of the city-state weren't killed, but they didn't surrender. In the end, they were captured and imprisoned here. At that time, this place was called the Coiled Dragon Prison. At that time, the environment of the Coiled Dragon Prison wasn't as good as it is now. Later on, Xianxia unified the Lost Soul City. All the experts of the city-state became his slaves, so the Coiled Dragon Prison became useless. Xianxia thought that it would be a waste to keep ordinary prisoners here. Later on, he thought of a way to change the Coiled Dragon Prison into the Coiled Dragon Inn. This was because Xianxia knew that people were curious. Some unusual things could attract people. Because of this, Xianxia changed the prison into a hotel. Moreover, the interior was very beautiful. The Coiled Dragon Inn was now very famous in the Lost Soul City. It wasn't a place that ordinary people could afford to live in. This time, it was vacated by Stonehammer and the others in order to give Xianxia and the others a place to live. The environment here was indeed very good. However, this place used to be a prison. After changing the inn, some of the prison's layout didn't change. For example, the outer walls of the prison, the iron gates, the large stones on the ground, and the plants that grew on top of the stones. Moreover, the stones were 1 meter thick. Now that Xianxia and the others were living in the Coiled Dragon Inn, as long as the iron gates were closed, they would be able to leave by climbing over the walls. Now that they were monitoring the outside, they were under the control of Stonehammer and the others. Even a fly would be discovered, let alone a living person. Xianxia also discovered that he made a mistake this time. The Lost Soul City wasn't polite to them at all. It was as if they weren't afraid of the Sacred Institute. A person beside Xianxia couldn't help but ask, "Brother Tang, what should we do now? Those fellows won't keep us here forever, right?" Xianxia took a deep breath and said, "I don't think so. There must be something going on with the Lost Soul City state. Otherwise, they wouldn't treat us like this. Strange, very strange. Their hostility towards the Sacred Institute is too big. What's going on here?" Xianxia nodded and said, yes. The person said, Brother Tang, do you think it's because of the crane field grass? I heard that the crane field grass was an important person in the Lost Soul City. He had a very good relationship with the city lord. Now that the crane field grass died in the secret realm, this stonemer should be the servant of the crane field grass. It's normal for them to have such a reaction. Xianxia nodded, then he said, Little Five, I know what you're talking about. I just want to know if Little Fei's death has anything to do with the Lost Soul City. Little Five thought for a moment, then he said, Brother Tang, to be honest, I don't think that this matter was done by the Lost Soul City. Little Fei went to the Lost Soul City before, but at that time, he didn't even enter the city. It can be said that the Lost Soul City didn't give Little Fei any face. Because of this, they have no reason to kill Little Fei. Although the Lost Soul City has a grudge with the Sacred Court, Little Fei doesn't represent the Sacred Court. The Lost Soul City also knows that killing Little Fei would be useless. Instead, it would bring them a lot of trouble. Cranefield grass caused a huge ruckus, even killing a few river-breaking realm experts. In the end, he still went to the secret realm to accept his death. Because of this, I think that the Lost Soul City doesn't want to be enemies with the secret realm. In this case, they wouldn't make a move against Little Fei. The reason why they made things difficult for us and Little Fei is just to make us look bad, to make the Sacred Court lose face. I don't believe that they were the ones who killed Little Fei. Xianxia listened to Little Five's words and nodded. Xianxia quietly listened to Zhao Hai's words. He waited for Zhao Hai to finish before he nodded and said, Right, what you said makes sense. It seems like we made a mistake in coming to Lost Soul City. However, we can't just leave like this. I've heard people say that Lost Soul City is a good place, but I didn't believe it. Now that we have the opportunity, I want to see if Lost Soul City is really as good as they say. We'll wait here for a few days and see what they do. If they didn't do it, then we'll just have to endure a little bit of anger. I can still take it. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Yes, what you said makes sense. It seems like we made a mistake in coming to Lost Soul City. Little Five opened his mouth and said, This is Brother Tang. If it were the other captains, then they might have already started fighting. If we fight here, then it would be even more troublesome. Although the Lost Soul City has gone overboard, the current situation in the continent isn't good. No matter who is at fault, if we make a move, then those people would blame it on us. When that time comes, it would be even more troublesome. Xianxia nodded. He looked up at the sky and said in a deep voice, It will be over. It will definitely be over. Everything that we have suffered today, we will remember. Sooner or later, I will make you pay with interest. When Shichui returned to the city lord's mansion, he immediately went to the study room. When he arrived at the door, he didn't knock and just pushed the door open. After entering the room, he immediately cupped his fist and said, Young master, everything has been arranged. There were no books. The one sitting in the study room was Zhao Hai. Feng Lihua was standing beside Zhao Hai, looking like a guard. What Stonemer did before was all Zhao Hai's orders. Zhao Hai also knew that the team sent by the Holy Academy wouldn't be simple. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to return and take charge of the team. Originally, he wanted to teach Xianxia cultivation, but now he can only put that aside. However, he still taught Xianxia some basic things. He wanted Xianxia to try and communicate with the plants. In any case, there were a lot of plants in the base, so he didn't need to go out. He could just directly communicate with the plants. Zhao Hai looked at Shichui and said, All right, it's fine as long as it's arranged. Tomorrow, be polite to them. Take them around the city and don't make them look bad. After all, we're not ready to fight the Holy Court yet. Shichui nodded and said, Yes, young master. I understand. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, As for monitoring the people inside the Holy Court, we must not relax. We must not let them go out without permission. If they are found out, then don't be polite. You can make a move on them. If you don't kill them, then just injure them. Shichui nodded, he understood what Zhao Hai meant. Then Zhao Hai turned to Feng Lihua and said, What about Tang Fei? Who did it? Why do they seem to be more anxious than us? Feng Lihua replied, There's no clue yet. The situation in the Lesser Dragon City is too complicated. On the surface, it seems like the Sacred Institute has the upper hand. This is because the destruction of the Che family has greatly affected the Anti-Sacred Institute. However, the recent actions of the Sacred Institute have made people dislike the Sacred Institute. Therefore, the strength of the Sacred Institute has been evened out. However, the ones who attacked Tang Fei and the others don't seem to be the Anti-Sacred Institute clans. They don't need to do this at all, the gains don't make up for the losses. As for whether it was done by outsiders, it's hard to say. Zhao Hai nodded, then he smiled faintly and said, "Interesting, very interesting. Hee, it seems like the current situation of the Holy Courtyard isn't good. We need to find a way to add fuel to the fire when necessary. Alright, I'll leave the matters here to you. I'll go back and rest first. If there's anything important in the next few days, come and find me. If there's nothing important, you can handle it." Feng Lihua nodded. Zhao Hai stood up and walked outside. Before long, he returned to his residence. His residence was also in the city lord's mansion. It had a small courtyard. This small courtyard was very inconspicuous. Even people who came to the city lord's mansion wouldn't think that it was Zhao Hai's residence. After Zhao Hai returned to the small courtyard, he called Stonemer and the others over. He chatted with them for a while and asked them about the situation in the Lost Soul City. Only then did he have them go down. After Stonemer and the others went down, Zhao Hai opened the space and released some insects. Some of these insects flew in the sky while some walked on the ground. All of them were sent to the Coiled Dragon Hotel by Zhao Hai. The greenery of the Coiled Dragon Hotel was very good. However, this was the spirit weapon realm. The plants of the spirit weapon realm didn't have any source of soul force. They couldn't help Zhao Hai monitor these people. However, since Zhao Hai released the insects from his space, he could monitor the entire Coiled Dragon Hotel. For people like Xianxia and the others, it was impossible for them to pay attention to these insects. The next morning, Xianxia and the others woke up early and ate their breakfast. Stonemer wasn't wrong, all the necessities here were very complete. Because of this, eating and drinking wasn't a problem at all. Xianxia ate while thinking about things. At this time, Little Five opened his mouth and said, "Brother Tang, do you think that Stonemer will come today?" Xianxia put down his bowl, then he narrowed his eyes and said, he will definitely come. They don't want to lose face with us right now. If that's the case, then they would have to go through the motions. Let's just wait. Little Five nodded. At this time, footsteps could be heard, followed by a voice, "So you're eating breakfast. I've been neglectful. It seems like I came too early." Xianxia and the others looked up and saw Shi Chui. Xianxia didn't think that Shi Chui would come this early. He thought that Shi Chui would drag it out. Xianxia looked at Shi Chui and said, "Mister, you came too early." Stonemer smiled faintly and said, "It's not that early. This is the busiest time in the Lost Soul City. Most people have already started working." Xianxia didn't say anything, he just stood up and looked at Stonemer and said, "Where does Mr. want us to investigate today?" Stonemer smiled and said, "Today, we'll investigate Spirit Snake City first before going to other cities. What does Mr. Tang think about this?" Stonemer wanted to see what Xianxia would do. To be honest, Xianxia didn't move last night. This was something that Stonemer didn't expect. Now, Stonemer couldn't figure out what Xianxia wanted to do. Xianxia shook his head and said, "Mr. can make the decision. I don't have any objections." This answer was something that Stonemer didn't expect. Stonemer looked at Zhao Hai and nodded, "That's for the best. Then I'll make the arrangements." Then he turned around and left the room to make arrangements. At the same time, he had someone inform Zhao Hai about this. Before long, Xianxia and the others finished their breakfast. Then Stonemer led Xianxia and the others out of the inn and onto the street. This time, they didn't ride a horse nor did they take a carriage. They just walked forward. There were a lot of them, including Stonemer and the others, there were more than 100 of them. With so many people walking on the street, it was very eye-catching. However, the people quickly saw Stonemer. Some of them immediately greeted him. These people were ordinary people in the city. However, Stonemer had a lot of opportunities to go out and do things recently. Therefore, many people knew him. Stonemer also smiled and greeted these people. He knew that Zhao Hai was very good to ordinary people. Naturally, they didn't look down on ordinary people. Therefore, they greeted these people. On the other hand, Xianxia and the others were looking at these people. At the same time, they were also looking at the situation in Spirit Snake City. In the past, Xianxia and the others hadn't been to the Lost Soul City. However, they had heard a lot of rumors about this place. Before the Lost Soul City was unified, this place was a barren wasteland. It was said that the people here lived very hard lives. Later on, when the Lost Soul City was unified, some people said that this place was a paradise. People lived and worked in peace. Moreover, the old were taken care of, the young were educated, and the sick were treated. However, Xianxia and the others didn't believe it. They hadn't been to the Lost Soul City before, but they had heard about the situation in the Lost Soul City. There were countless forces and people living here. How could such a place become a paradise? If that was the case, then paradise would be everywhere. However, it didn't take long before they discovered something wrong. There were too many disabled people in the Lost Soul City. Moreover, Xianxia and the others could see that these disabled people were injured on the battlefield. In other words, they used to be soldiers and went to the battlefield. In the end, they were disabled and returned home. In other city-states, soldiers who retired due to their disability wouldn't have a good life. Many of them were even worse off. Even if they were seen on the streets, they would still be seen as beggars. However, things were different in the Lost Soul City. Although these injured soldiers were disabled, they still had things to do. Although their clothes weren't very bright, they were still neat and tidy. Moreover, they were in good spirits. They didn't give off the feeling of being a disabled person. This made Xianxia and the others surprised. Stonehammer didn't care about them. Instead, he led Xianxia and the others to walk around the city. From time to time, he would introduce them to the city's situation. This didn't seem like an investigation at all, it was more like a tour. Xianxia and the others didn't have any hope for this investigation. Therefore, Stonehammer's reaction was within their expectations. Now that they were relaxed, they began to tour the Lost Soul City. The Spirit Snake City was a big city, but compared to a big city like the Lesser Dragon City, it was still lacking. Although a day's time wasn't enough for 10 people to visit this place, it was more than enough for them to see everything. At noon, Stonehammer also invited Xianxia and the others to eat at a restaurant in the city. When night fell, Xianxia and the others were sent back to the Coiled Dragon Inn. Before Stonehammer sent them back, he already invited them to eat outside. Therefore, Xianxia and the others didn't have anything to do when they returned to the Coiled Dragon Inn. However, Xianxia and the others didn't enter their rooms. Instead, they led everyone to the artificial lake in the inn. The lake wasn't very big, but it had running water. On the side of the lake, there were also a few small plazas where people could move around. There were also a lot of wooden chairs, and the scenery was very good. Xianxia led everyone to the side of the lake. Then he turned his head to look at everyone and said, "Everyone, today we visited the Spirit Snake City. What do you think?" Everyone was silent for a moment. It was clear that everyone was thinking about what they saw and heard in the Spirit Snake City. After some time, Little Five opened his mouth and said, "Brother Tang, to be honest, I was very surprised today. I didn't think that the Lost Soul City would be like this. I didn't see a single beggar here. Moreover, the children are really going to school. The disabled are also working, and the elderly are also doing things that they can do. Looking at the people's clothes and faces, I can see that they are living a good life. At least compared to other cities, the life here is much better." Xianxia nodded, then he said, "What else? What do you think?" Someone opened his mouth and said, "Brother Tang, I can see that there are a lot of shops in the city. It seems like they aren't that bad compared to the Lesser Dragon City. However, the Lesser Dragon City is a big city, it's much bigger than the Spirit Snake City. It's not easy for the Spirit Snake City to be able to do this." Xianxia nodded and didn't say anything. Then another person opened his mouth and said, "Brother Tang, I've paid attention to the soldiers in the city. There are almost no soldiers in the city, only soldiers at the gate. However, these soldiers don't seem to be in charge of collecting taxes, they're just guarding the gate. These soldiers aren't very strong, but their equipment is very good. Most importantly, their training is very good. I've observed these soldiers for nearly half an hour without moving. This is very rare. I haven't seen such soldiers in other cities. Xianxia nodded, then he sighed and said, "What everyone said is very good. Now I can confirm that although the rumors about the Lost Soul City are somewhat exaggerated, they aren't too far from the truth. The Lost Soul City doesn't seem to be lacking in money. Otherwise, they wouldn't have arranged work for the disabled and the elderly. There are a lot of shops in the city, which means that the people here are very wealthy. Otherwise, if you open a shop and no one goes in to buy things, then you would have to close it down. Also, the soldiers' equipment is very good, their weapons should contain gold. Moreover, their training should also be very good. The military rules should also be very strict. From this point, it can be seen that the soldiers' fighting strength shouldn't be weak. Besides these, there's also the attitude of the people here towards the officials." After saying this, Xianxia paused for a moment, then he looked at everyone and said, "Stonehammer's status in the Lost Soul City is certainly not low. However, such a person isn't scary in the eyes of the commoners. There are so many people greeting and talking to him, this is really surprising. I don't know if you've noticed the situation in the other cities, but when the commoners see the officials, they either seem to be afraid, hateful, indifferent, or even numb. This is completely different from the attitude of the commoners towards the officials in the Lost Soul City." Everyone thought back to what Xianxia said. The people of the other city-states didn't have a good attitude towards the officials. Only the Lost Soul City-state was an exception. Xianxia said, "What does this mean?" "This means that the commoners are very supportive of these officials. This means that Zhao Hai has complete control over the city. Anyone who wants to attack the city would no longer be an enemy of Zhao Hai, but an enemy of the entire city. This is the most terrifying thing. If you want to deal with the city, then just relying on Zhao Hai wouldn't be enough. Relying on the great clans wouldn't be enough. Unless you have the approval of the commoners, then you wouldn't be able to conquer the city." Zhao Hai's expression was very serious, but he didn't understand why Zhao Hai didn't say anything. He didn't say anything. Xianxia and the others slowly walked forward with Stonehammer by their side. Xianxia looked at the surroundings. It has been half a month since he arrived at the city. During this time, he had seen all the major cities in the city. To be honest, he didn't think that the city would be like this. This really surprised him. At this time, the entire Lost Soul City-state was filled with vitality. This was completely different from the other city-states. What surprised people the most was that the people here were very wealthy. What was even more unbelievable was that most of the things in the Lost Soul City-state were produced by the people here. This was too surprising. In the past, the Lost Soul City was very barren. There was almost nothing produced here. Aside from some special herbs, people didn't care about anything in the Lost Soul City. But now, things were different. Bewitching Soul City was able to make a lot of things, from clothes to weapons. They also managed to unify the export of medicinal herbs. Because of this, the Bewitching Soul City should be very rich. This made Xianxia even more curious about Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was very strange, he wasn't greedy at all. He seemed to be a cultivation madman. He threw the matters of Lost Soul City to a woman while he went into seclusion. He only appeared a few times a year. Zhao Hai was a very strange person. He wasn't greedy at all, he wasn't greedy at all. To be honest, it wasn't that the people of the city didn't think that Zhao Hai and Cranafly Field might be the same person. However, they quickly rejected this idea. This was because Zhao Hai was a tall and sturdy man while Cranafly Field was an ordinary person. On the other hand, Zhao Hai was a soul transplant while Cranafly Field was a book soul transplant. Besides being from the city, the two didn't seem to have anything in common. Moreover, Cranafly Field had died in the secret realm while Zhao Hai was still alive. Most importantly, after Cranafly Field entered the secret realm, Zhao Hai had appeared several times. Because of this, they had completely ruled out the idea that the two were the same person. However, there was one thing that Xianxia was certain of, and that was that Zhao Hai was very strong. He also asked Stonehammer some questions about Cranafly Field. Cranafly Field was Zhao Hai's subordinate. If Cranafly Field was this strong, then how strong would Zhao Hai be? This was hard to say. Naturally, the biggest harvest of this trip was the current situation of the city. Xianxia discovered that it wasn't a good idea for the Sacred Academy to make a move on the city. This was because the people of the city were too united. The people of the city were very united, they were also very supportive of Zhao Hai. Dealing with Zhao Hai was equal to dealing with the entire city. In this case, it would be even more difficult for the Sacred Academy to deal with the city compared to the inferior Dragon City. Although the inferior Dragon City was the largest city in the continent, it was currently in a state of disunity. Moreover, the Sacred Academy had people who could cooperate with them. Because of this, it wouldn't be very difficult for them to deal with the inferior Dragon City. However, dealing with the city of the Bewildering City was completely different. To deal with the city of the Bewildering City, one must be prepared to deal with everyone in the city. Would you rather attack a pile of sand or a piece of iron? The answer was very obvious. Although they didn't find anything during this time, Xianxia believed that as long as he got this information, everything would be worth it. Now that he had to leave the city of the Bewildering City, to be honest, he was reluctant to part with it. The most important thing was that the atmosphere of the city of the Bewildering City was very good. He could clearly feel the exuberant vitality of the city. It can be said that the city of the Bewildering City surpassed the Sacred Academy in this regard. The Sacred Institute had existed for a long time. Everything had its own rules, and some of these rules were very ancient. Everyone who came to the Sacred Institute would have to follow these rules. However, these rules were very gloomy, giving people a very depressing feeling. It was like an old man, he might be wise and far-sighted, but he didn't have the spirit to make progress. However, Xianxia knew that he couldn't stay. He was a person of the Sacred Academy and would always be one. On the other hand, the city of the Bewildering City was an enemy of the Sacred Academy. Perhaps one day in the future, the city of the Bewildering City would confront the Sacred Academy. At that time, Xianxia would have to face the people of the city. Of the Bewildering City. Stonehammer has been paying attention to Xianxia's expression. He had been living outside for a long time and had learned how to read people's expressions. Therefore, when he saw Xianxia's expression, he knew that Xianxia's malice towards them had decreased a lot. Although he didn't know why, Stonehammer was still very happy. Zhao Hai said that they didn't want to be enemies with the Sacred Academy right now because they needed time. Therefore, they needed to eliminate Xianxia's hostility towards the city of the Bewildering City. Because of this, Stonehammer was very polite to Xianxia and the others. He prepared food and drinks for them, and they were all of the best quality. It can be said that although Xianxia and the others were being monitored, Stonehammer still took good care of them. Now that Xianxia's hostility towards him had decreased a lot, Stonehammer was naturally happy. At the very least, his painstaking efforts weren't in vain. Before long, the group arrived at Spirit Snake City's transmission formation. The transmission formation had already been prepared. Stonehammer sent Xianxia to the transmission formation. Then he cupped his fist towards Xianxia and smiled faintly, "Mr. Tang, we'll meet again someday. This time, we didn't receive you well when you came to the Bewildering City. I hope that you can forgive us. If you don't come with a mission next time and instead come to the city to play, then I'll certainly welcome you." Xianxia also cupped his fist towards Stonehammer, then he smiled faintly and said, "Then it's settled. I hope that the next time we come, we can change to another hotel. Although the Coiled Dragon Hotel is good, it still feels like a prison." Chui laughed and said, "This Coiled Dragon Inn used to be a prison, but now it's the most popular inn in the entire Lost Soul City. We've lost a lot of gold coins because of you, Mr. Tang." Xianxia cupped his fist and said, "Then I'll have to thank you. We'll meet again someday." Stonehammer also cupped his fist and said, "We'll meet again someday." Then a white light flashed as Xianxia and the others disappeared from the transmission formation. Then Stonehammer returned to the city lord's mansion. When he arrived at the mansion, Stonehammer knew that Zhao Hai had already returned to the secret realm. Zhao Hai didn't stay in the Bewildering City for the past few days. He would return to the city at night and return to the secret realm during the day. He had already started teaching Xianxia how to cultivate, so naturally, he couldn't not show up. However, Zhao Hai still hasn't taught Xianxia how to cultivate natural energy. This was because he was quite busy these days. Moreover, he was afraid that something might happen in the Bewildering City. Because of this, he didn't teach Xiaoyang how to cultivate natural energy. Instead, he just let him try to communicate with plants. This was a test to see Xiaoyang's talent in plant cultivation. As a soul transplant master, he was naturally close to plants. Even if he didn't cultivate natural energy, he could still try to communicate with plants. If he could communicate with plants without natural energy, then this person's talent would definitely be at the peak of plant cultivation. Zhao Hai wanted to see Xiaoyang's talent. Contrary to Zhao Hai's expectations, Xiaoyang's talent seemed to be very good. Although he couldn't speak and couldn't see, when he communicated with plants, his expression would change. In other words, he could communicate with plants. This was absolutely amazing. This made Zhao Hai feel pleasantly surprised. After sending Tangshi and the others away, Zhao Hai knew that there wouldn't be any problems in the bewildering city for a while. Therefore, he directly returned to the secret realm. After leaving the room with the transmission formation, Zhao Hai scanned his room with his spiritual force. However, he didn't find Xiaoyang. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but smile. Then he directly walked out of the cave. Just as he arrived outside the cave, Zhao Hai stared. This was because he saw Xiaoyang standing there talking to Wen Hai. And not far in front of him, Xiaoyang had his hand on a tree with a calm expression on his face. Beside Xiaoyang were several people that Zhao Hai hadn't seen before. At this time, Wen Hai and the others also heard footsteps. They turned their heads and saw Zhao Hai. Wen Hai immediately turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Boss, you're back." Just as his voice fell, a figure rushed out and hugged Zhao Hai. The person who rushed out was Xiaoyang. Zhao Hai looked at Xiaoyang and patted his head. Then he smiled and said, "Good, your big brother is here. You didn't forget your homework. Good, go play. I have something to say to your big brother." Xiaoyang nodded. Then he turned around and walked towards the tree. Then he placed his hand on the tree. At this time, Xiaoyang arrived at Zhao Hai's side. His eyes were red as he cupped his fist and said, "Leader, I won't say any words of thanks. From today onwards, this Xiaoyang's life is yours. If you tell me to go east, then I will definitely go west." Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai looked at Xiaoyang and smiled. Then he patted Xiaoyang's shoulder and said, "All right, we're brothers. There's no need to be so polite. Why don't you introduce these brothers to me?" Then Zhao Hai's gaze fell onto the strangers. Xiaoyang quickly replied, "Right, look at me. I forgot. Boss, this is brother Qin Feng. He's from the 5th stronghold. At the same time, he's also a member of the Qin family." Then Xiaoyang introduced the strangers to Zhao Hai. The strangers also cupped their fists to Zhao Hai. It seems like they respected Zhao Hai very much. Zhao Hai looked at them and couldn't help but smile faintly as he said, "Everyone, there's no need to be so polite. We're all brothers. I'll arrange for you to go home as soon as possible. But this time, I can't let you stay with your families for too long. I'm sorry." Qin Feng immediately cupped his fist to Zhao Hai and said, "Boss, you're too polite. Old Che has already told us about the matters of the base. We're all aware of what you've done for us. We're all willing to follow boss's orders." Qin Feng was expressing his loyalty. When he heard Xiaoyang's words, he didn't believe it at first. But later on, he completely believed it. Therefore, he followed Xiaoyang to the base. But after arriving at the base, Qin Feng discovered that Xiaoyang wasn't lying at all. Not only did he not exaggerate, on the contrary, he was being conservative. This was because the base was too good. Although they haven't been here for a long time, Qin Feng could see that the people in the base were very respectful towards Zhao Hai. And with Xiaoyang's introduction, Qin Feng's impression of Zhao Hai was very good. Moreover, Qin Feng and the others were also very emotional people. They were very respectful towards Zhao Hai. After all, this base was built by Zhao Hai. They couldn't help but respect Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai heard Qin Feng, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "All right, there's no need to be so polite. Come, let's sit down and talk. Old Wen, have someone prepare some food and wine. We'll drink some later. To be honest, there's no point in returning to the spirit weapon realm. It's dark and uncomfortable. Most importantly, we can't find anyone to drink with. It's boring. Xiaoguang laughed and said, "It's a pity that I have to go back today. I can't accompany you to drink. But old Qin can. His alcohol tolerance is very good." When Zhao Hai heard Xiaoguang, he immediately became happy and said, "Is that so? That's great. Ha ha ha. Old Qin, let's drink a few more cups today." Qin Feng smiled and said, "I'll definitely keep you company. But boss, you have to prepare more wine. Otherwise, when we drink, we'll drink all the wine. That would be boring." "Ha ha ha, don't worry. As long as the water doesn't dry up, I'll always have wine. I'll definitely have a good drink later. By the way, old Che, why haven't I heard any news about Boss Ho and the others? What are they doing?" "Boss, Big Brother Ho and Second Brother Ho have been trying to contact people recently. However, their identities are a little special. Because they need to return to the spirit weapon world sometimes, they haven't been able to contact anyone. Furthermore, they are currently trying to find a way to mingle with those fellows from the Holy Academy sect. Therefore, they have to keep a distance from us. That's why they don't dare to contact us. Well, if you have the chance, tell them to be careful. It's not a big deal if they can't find the news of the Holy Academy faction. As long as we have enough strength, we can deal with them even if we don't have their news." "Yes, boss, I'll keep it in mind. But old Ho is smart, he should be fine. With his means, it's absolutely no problem to scare those guys from the Sacred Academy faction. You can rest assured." "Well, do as you see fit. By the way, there's one more thing. It's about little Liang. You should have heard from Old One that I have accepted little Liang as my disciple. How about it? Do you agree?" "Yes, I won't object. Boss, I'll leave little Liang to you." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Che Xiaoliang who was calmly touching a tree. Che Xiaoliang let out a long breath and said, "Xiaoliang is a genius. As long as we can get rid of his poison, his progress would certainly be very fast. Especially in the secret realm, his cultivation speed would be very fast." Che Xiaoliang nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Che Xiaoliang is a genius." Che Xiaoguang looked at Che Xiaoliang and said, "As long as he can be detoxified, I won't ask for anything else. Boss, to be honest, I'm already very happy to see little Liang like this." Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, "How can a disciple of this Zhao Hai only learn how to cultivate? Just wait, his achievements will be limitless." "Alright, let's not talk about this. In the coming days, the Lost Soul City and the Sacred Academy should be relatively peaceful. Old Qin, you're from Puha City, so when you go back, you should remind your family to pay attention. Puha City offended the Sacred Academy some time ago. A team from the Sacred Academy killed some civilians in Puha City and was driven out. Not long after, that team was killed in Lesser Dragon City. Although we can't be sure that this matter was done by Puha City, the Sacred Academy might vent their anger on ordinary cities. When the time comes, your family might be in danger, so you should remind them." When Qin Feng heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he couldn't help but ask, "Puha City-State is just a small city-state. Who gave them the courage to be rude to the people of the Holy Court?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't say anything. On the other hand, Che Xiaoguang knew what was going on, so he smiled and said, "Their courage was given to them by Boss. You should also know why Boss entered the Sacred Academy. Hee, Boss dealt with the Sacred Academy in the past. This made the other cities in the spiritual weapon realm see hope. Because of this, they started to oppose the Sacred Academy. But because of some things, the other cities in the spiritual weapon realm don't really care about the Sacred Academy anymore. Moreover, the Sacred Academy still doesn't dare to deal with them." Qin Feng stared, then he asked, "How can this be? Why doesn't the Sacred Academy dare to move? They don't know about our matters. In their opinion, the secret realm should be safe. Why don't they dare to make a move on those people?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Now that the other cities have joined forces, the Sacred Academy is just pulling one hair and affecting the entire city. If they really dare to deal with the city, then it would cause a backlash from the other cities. The Sacred Academy wouldn't be able to withstand this backlash, so they didn't dare to act recklessly." Qin Feng nodded, then he said, "All right, when I return home, I'll tell my family. But I don't think there will be any problems. Even if the Sacred Academy thinks that I'm dead, the Secret Realm will still protect my family for 10 years. Therefore, if the Sacred Academy and Puha City were to fight, then my family shouldn't have any problems." Zhao Hai nodded, "Yes, it's unlikely that something will happen. But if we act in the future, then we can't say for sure. Therefore, when you go home this time, you need to have your family cooperate with the people of Lost Soul City. When the time comes, your family can immediately evacuate to Lost Soul City." Zhao Hai nodded, "Yes, it's unlikely that something will happen." Qin Feng nodded. Zhao Hai looked at the sky and said, "Let's go and have a drink. Little Liang, let's go back and eat." Che Xiaoliang let go of his hand and followed Zhao Hai to the dining hall. After eating, Che Xiaoliang reluctantly left the base. At the same time, Wen Hai also arranged a place for Qin Feng and the others to stay. On the other hand, Zhao Hai returned to his room while Che Xiaoliang returned to his room. After Zhao Hai had Che Xiaoliang sit down, he directly said, "Xiaoliang, I've been busy for the past few days, so I wasn't able to properly teach you cultivation. I had you communicate with plants because I wanted to see your talent as a plant master. I didn't expect your talent to be so good. Then from today onwards, I'll formally teach you the cultivation method of plant master." Che Xiaoliang listened with a serious expression. When Zhao Hai finished, he nodded, his expression became even more serious. Zhao Hai looked at Che Xiaoliang and couldn't help but smile. Then he said, "The energy that plant masters cultivate is called natural energy." What is natural energy? Natural energy is the energy that exists in the world. The world that we live in is nature, and natural energy is all the energy in the world. Whether it's air, water, or stones, all of them have energy. However, their energy isn't suitable for people to cultivate. It's very difficult for us to even sense this energy. However, there's one kind of natural energy that we plant masters can easily sense. This energy is the energy of plants. We plant masters mainly cultivate the energy of plants. At this point, Zhao Hai paused for a moment, then he looked at Che Xiaoliang and said, "Other warriors, no matter what kind of energy they practice plundering other energies for their own use. But we plant masters are different. The natural energy that we practice is very gentle. It can even be said that natural energy isn't suitable for fighting, it's more suitable for healing and detoxification." Che Xiaoliang nodded, then he said, "But we plant masters are different." Zhao Hai looked at Che Xiaoliang. Che Xiaoliang listened very seriously, he didn't look disappointed at all. This made Zhao Hai feel relieved. He was afraid that Che Xiaoliang was still a child and would feel disgusted when he heard that natural energy wasn't suitable for fighting. Seeing that Che Xiaoliang didn't have any reaction, Zhao Hai continued, "Not only can natural energy heal people, it can also heal plants. Moreover, it can also help us plant masters communicate with plants. For us plant masters, plants are our best friends. We can't do without them when we cultivate, we can't do without them when we fight. Even our weapons are best made of plants, this is because plants are the most suitable weapons for us plant masters." At this point, Zhao Hai let out a long breath, then he continued, "There are two ways to cultivate natural energy. One is to rely on our own cultivation. We circulate the natural energy inside our body and absorb the energy that exists everywhere in the world. This way, we can strengthen our own natural energy. The other way is to exchange natural energy. Plants have a lot of natural energy inside their bodies. Some of this energy can be easily absorbed by plants, but some of it can't be absorbed by the plants. After a long time, the plants would be unable to absorb too much of the natural energy inside their bodies. At that time, the plants would die. But we can help them while we cultivate." Che Xiaoliang was still listening seriously. Although he couldn't speak and couldn't see, he still remembered every word that Zhao Hai said in his heart. Zhao Hai looked at Che Xiaoliang, then he smiled faintly and said, "The natural energy that we plant masters cultivate can be easily absorbed by plants. In this case, we plants can use the natural energy in our bodies to exchange for the natural energy that the plants can't absorb. The plants can absorb the natural energy that we can easily absorb, giving them vitality. In return, we can obtain the energy inside the plants, making our energy even more formidable. This is the main method that we plant masters use to cultivate. What Zhao Hai was teaching Xiaoyang were the most basic things of a plant master. If one were in the soul realm, as long as one started to learn, they would know about these things. But in the spirit weapon realm, there was no such profession as a plant master. Therefore, if Zhao Hai wanted to teach Xiaoyang, he would have to start from the basics. After Zhao Hai finished talking about these basic things, Zhao Hai turned to Xiaoyang and said, "Xiaoyang, what I've told you are the most basic things. You must firmly remember them in your heart and never forget them. Do you understand?" Xiaoyang immediately nodded. He wasn't stupid, in fact, he was very smart. Although Zhao Hai talked about a lot of things, he still remembered them all. Zhao Hai looked at Xiaoyang's nod, then he continued, "Next, I'll teach you the cultivation method of natural energy. The natural energy cultivation method that I learned is called the thorny vine method. It's one of the few natural energy cultivation methods that has relatively strong attack power. Next, I'll inject a trace of natural energy into your body and let it circulate naturally. You must remember this circulation route and cultivate well." Xiaoyang nodded, then Zhao Hai slowly put his hand on Xiaoyang's shoulder. Then he separated a trace of natural energy and sent it into Xiaoyang's body. Under normal circumstances, masters would rarely use this method to teach their disciples. They would let their disciples cultivate on their own. This way, their disciples would be able to remember and not make any mistakes. However, Xiaoyang was different. When Xiaoyang was young, he didn't learn a lot about cultivation like a normal person. Therefore, it wasn't easy to lay a foundation for Xiaoyang. Zhao Hai could only use this method. The reason why ordinary warriors didn't dare to use this method to teach their disciples was because they couldn't control their own energy very well. Once their energy entered another person's body, it wouldn't take long before it went out of their control. At that time, the energy that was no longer under their control would run amok in the other person's body. Not only would the other person not know the cultivation path, but on the contrary, it would also cause the other person to be seriously injured. But Zhao Hai was different. When Zhao Hai sent his energy into Xiaoyang's body, he could completely control his own energy and form a circulation in Xiaoyang's body. This way, Xiaoyang would be able to learn the cultivation method of the thorny vine method. Moreover, the energy that Zhao Hai sent into Xiaoyang's body wasn't ordinary energy, but a higher level of natural energy. This natural energy was much more advanced compared to the natural energy in the soul realm. This would be very beneficial for Xiaoyang's future cultivation. Zhao Hai let his natural energy circulate in Xiaoyang's body. After that, he received his own natural energy. Xiaoyang was still controlling the energy and circulating it in his body. This meant that he had already started cultivating. Looking at Xiaoyang's appearance, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. He was very satisfied with Xiaoyang. Although Xiaoyang couldn't see anything yet, he was very smart. As long as he was given some time, he would definitely shine. Zhao Hai was confident in this. On the other hand, Xiaoyang was very happy. He could clearly feel that the energy was circulating in his body. Along with the circulation of this energy, a trace of external energy slowly entered his body, increasing the strength in his body little by little. At the same time, Xiaoyang also felt that along with the circulation of this energy, his throat was getting more and more comfortable. His eyes were also getting more and more comfortable. He could clearly feel the itchy feeling, but this feeling was getting more and more comfortable. It was a very good feeling. Not knowing how many times the energy circulated, Xiaoyang suddenly felt that his meridians were slightly swollen. He immediately stopped. Although he hadn't learned about cultivation before, he had heard about it. He knew that he couldn't continue cultivating, otherwise, it would only harm his body. Xiaoyang slowly opened his eyes. Although he couldn't see anything, he still habitually closed his eyes when he slept. This time, Xiaoyang opened his eyes just like before. But when he opened his eyes, Xiaoyang was startled. This was because he felt that his eyes were unprecedentedly relaxed. Moreover, there seemed to be a faint light in front of him. Xiaoyang sat there in a daze, his eyes staring straight ahead. At this time, a voice was heard, "What's wrong? Do you feel light in front of you?" Xiaoyang stared, then he immediately turned his head towards the direction of the voice. He saw a dark figure, but he couldn't see who it was. However, Xiaoliang knew that this person was his master, Zhao Hai. Zhao looked at Xiaoliang and smiled faintly. You've been practicing for a while now, so you shouldn't be able to practice anymore. Right now, your eyes can only see a glimmer of light because the poison in your eyes and throat has been removed. Tomorrow, you can practice again until it's completely removed. As for how long it will take to remove the poison, it's really hard to say. But I believe that within a month, all of the poison will be removed. This will allow your eyes to slowly adapt to the light, and at the same time, you can also slowly practice your pronunciation. Xiaoliang, go outside and have a look, and let your eyes adapt to the light. Xiaoliang nodded excitedly, then he stood up and walked outside. Before long, he left the cave and looked around. Although he could only see a little bit of light, he was still very happy. The next morning, Xiaoliang woke up early. Then he followed Zhao Hai out of the cave. After exercising his body, they went back to the dining hall to eat. After eating, Zhao Hai took Xiaoliang to the forest on the edge of the base. He had Xiaoliang cultivate natural energy in the forest. Relatively speaking, natural energy in the forest was more lively. Xiaoliang cultivating natural energy in the forest was very beneficial for him. When Xiaoliang's meridian started to swell, he immediately stopped. Then Zhao Hai told him about the things that he needed to pay attention to when cultivating as a plant master. At the same time, he also told him about the concept of the soul object space. After Zhao Hai finished talking, he led Xiaoliang back to the base. At this time, Wen Hai and the others also started to practice. Zhao Hai and Xiaoliang sat on the side. Xiaoliang's eyes could see a lot more today compared to yesterday, but he still couldn't see people clearly. After Wen Hai and the others practiced the time formation for a while, they stopped to rest. Wen Hai and the others also went to Zhao Hai and Xiaoliang's side. Wen Hai turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Boss, it's been a long time. Should we go to the Spirit Snake Valley again?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment, then he nodded and said, "We should go again. It's about time." "Alright, we'll go tomorrow." Wen Hai and the others cheered. To be honest, compared to this kind of boring cultivation, Wen Hai and the others would rather go to the Spirit Snake Valley and fight with the poisonous snakes. At this time, Wen Hai unintentionally looked at Xiaoliang. He suddenly discovered that Xiaoliang's lifeless eyes seemed to be brighter than before. They also seemed to be more lively. In the past, because Xiaoliang couldn't see, his eyes didn't move. His eyeballs looked dead. But now, not only were his eyes bright, they were also more lively. This discovery made Wen Hai stare. Then he looked at Xiaoliang and discovered that Xiaoliang's eyes were indeed different from before. This made Wen Hai startled. He looked at Xiaoliang and said, "Boss, Xiaoliang's eyes seem to be different from yesterday." Xiaoliang nodded and said, "Boss, Xiaoliang's eyes seem to be different from yesterday." Looking at Wen Hai, Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to be so careful. Little Liang has been cultivating since yesterday afternoon. The cultivation method that I taught him is different from yours. This method can slowly detoxify the poison in his eyes and throat. Later on, little Liang will be able to see and speak." Wen Hai nodded and said, "That's right." When Wen Hai and the others heard Zhao Hai, they were startled. Then they cheered. Wen Hai and the others were very fond of Xiaoliang. First, it was because Xiaoliang was Xiaoguang's younger brother. Second, it was because Xiaoliang had suffered a lot. They sympathized with him. Third, it was because Xiaoliang was very strong. To be honest, after Wen Hai and the others heard about Xiaoliang's suffering, they were very surprised. They didn't think that if they were in Xiaoliang's position, they would have died a long time ago. Because of this, Wen Hai and the others were very concerned about Xiaoliang's situation. In particular, Xiaoliang's eyes and his throat had become a sore point for Wen Hai and the others. Now that they saw that Xiaoliang had hope of recovering, everyone was very happy. One by one, they came forward and patted Xiaoliang's shoulder and patted his head. Each and every one of them was very happy. Xiaoliang could also feel everyone's mood. He was also very happy, a happy smile was hanging on his face. After everyone was happy, Wen Hai immediately sent a letter to Xiaoguang. Jiao Hai also led Xiaoliang back to their cave. After sitting down, Jiao Hai looked at Xiaoliang and said, Xiaoliang, we'll be going out tomorrow, so we might come back at night. Practice according to what I taught you today. Don't be anxious, as long as you feel your meridian swell, stop immediately. Cultivation isn't something that can be done overnight. If you're too anxious, you might suffer from qi deviation, and then you'll be finished. We plant masters don't need to be anxious, we only need to be in contact with plants for a long time and exchange energy with them to speed up our cultivation. Tomorrow, after you finish your practice, just like before, you need to communicate with the plants, understand? Xiaoliang nodded. Do you understand? Xiaoliang nodded. Jiao Hai smiled faintly and said, all right, you should rest as well. When your eyes are completely healed, I'll teach you some offensive skills. Xiaoliang nodded, then he lay down on the bed and rested. The next morning, Jiao Hai and the others woke up early. Then Jiao Hai greeted the other people in the base before leaving with Wen Hai and the others. First, they used the transmission formation to go to the 12th foothold. They didn't go directly to the 12th foothold. Instead, they went to the forest where the 12th foothold was located. Fortunately, although the 12th foothold was destroyed, there weren't any vipers left to guard it. Jiao Hai looked at the destroyed stronghold, then he smiled faintly and said, it seems like the vipers of the Spirit Snake Valley were very angry. Look, all the houses in the stronghold have been destroyed. Fortunately, we destroyed the transmission formation in advance. Otherwise, those vipers might have used it to directly attack the stronghold. What do you think would happen if those vipers suddenly used the transmission formation to attack the stronghold? Jiao Hai smiled faintly and said, it seems like the vipers of the Spirit Snake Valley are very angry. Look, all the houses in the stronghold have been destroyed. When Wen Hai heard what Jiao said, he couldn't help but laugh. Their expressions will certainly be very interesting. They will definitely think that we are dead. Maybe they will choose some unlucky people and send them to the 12th stronghold. Of course, it's also possible that they will give up on the 12th stronghold. Tang Ming replied, I think it's more likely that the stronghold would give up on the 12th stronghold. Now that the relationship between the Sacred Academy and the other city-states is very stiff, I'm afraid that the Sacred Academy wouldn't be able to send more people to the secret realm in a short time. At the same time, the stronghold wouldn't have enough manpower to send to the stronghold. When the time comes, giving up on the stronghold would be the best choice. Jiao Hai nodded, then he said, after we go back, contact Boss Ho and see if they can get information about the headquarters. Just like old Tang said, the headquarters doesn't have enough manpower right now, so they can't support the 12th foothold. However, if the situation in the Holy Courtyard gets too tense, then they might send people from the secret realm. When that time comes, they might send people to the 12th foothold and have the people here return to the headquarters. If that's the case, then we need to know about it first. Otherwise, I'm afraid it would be very troublesome. Tang Ming nodded and said, all right, after we go back, I'll contact Boss Ho and the others. Old Che also said that Boss Ho is thinking of ways to infiltrate the Sacred Academy. When we get in touch with them, we should be careful. I think it's better to wait until the evening to send them a letter. That way, the chances of us being discovered would be much lower. Jiao Hai nodded and said, I'm quite relieved when Boss Ho does things. You can contact him. Alright, there's nothing to see here. Let's go to Spirit Snake Valley and use the transmission formation. We'll be 20 li away from Spirit Snake Valley. Then we'll kill our way into Spirit Snake Valley. Spirit Snake Valley should have made some preparations by now. Their hidden positions should be quite far away. They must be very careful. Everyone nodded. Then they changed the coordinates of the transmission formation. A white light flashed as the group disappeared from the stronghold. In the next moment, they appeared 20 li away from the Spirit Snake Valley. As soon as Jiao Hai and the others appeared, Jiao Hai immediately contacted the surrounding plants. Then he immediately said, get into formation, there are poisonous snakes from the Spirit Snake Valley nearby. Take the antidote pills. Everyone immediately arranged themselves in a magic cube formation and then took the antidote. Jiao Hai led everyone forward, but before they could reach the Spirit Snake Valley, a group of vipers flew straight out of the valley. Seeing this, Jiao Hai immediately said, circle formation, defend. Following Zhao Hai's command, everyone immediately formed a circle formation and stopped moving. Zhao Hai's eyes lit up as he saw this. At this time, the poisonous snakes had already rushed to Zhao Hai's side. However, they didn't stop and directly attacked Zhao Hai's group. Zhao Hai and the others formed a circle formation in order to defend. They weren't in a hurry to attack. However, even if they were to defend today, they were still under a lot of pressure. This was because there were too many poisonous snakes attacking them today. They were surrounded by poisonous snakes. As long as they weren't careful, they would be bitten. Naturally, the bites of these poisonous snakes were nothing to Zhao Hai and the others. This was because Zhao Hai's antidote pills could make them immune to most types of snake venom. Therefore, the bites of these poisonous snakes weren't a threat to them. However, among these poisonous snakes, there were some that were very large. Not only were their defensive capabilities amazing, their offensive capabilities were also very strong. If Zhao Hai and the others wanted to block these poisonous snakes, it wouldn't be easy. When Zhao Hai saw this situation, he knew that they couldn't go on like this. Otherwise, they would be in more and more danger. Zhao Hai immediately said, "Retreat slowly." Along with Zhao Hai's command, everyone retreated while fighting. Zhao Hai's face was calm. He was paying attention to the poisonous snakes. He noticed that behind these poisonous snakes, there were a few different snakes. These snakes didn't participate in the attack, they were just looking at Zhao Hai and the others with their cold eyes. Zhao Hai knew that these snakes were the commanders of these snakes. He didn't think that these snakes would be this strong. In such a short time, they were able to find their weakness and think of a way to deal with them. It can be said that Zhao Hai and the others didn't have any weaknesses in using the cube formation. However, Zhao Hai and the others had an innate weakness, and that was their small numbers. These poisonous snakes have been entrenched in the Spirit Snake Valley for many years. In the end, nobody knew how many of them there were. In any case, there were a lot of them. And this time, the Spirit Snake Valley wanted to use their advantage to deal with Zhao Hai and the others. They wanted to use their advantage in numbers to deal with Zhao Hai and the others. They wanted to eliminate Zhao Hai and the others in one fell swoop. Upon seeing this situation, Zhao Hai immediately said, "Change positions." The people inside immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. They immediately changed positions with Zhao Hai. Then Zhao Hai changed positions a few more times before entering the middle of the circle. Then the golden book appeared in Zhao Hai's hand. Zhao Hai's mind moved as he opened the golden book. Then a flute appeared beside Zhao Hai. When the flute appeared, the melodious sound of the flute immediately spread throughout the battlefield. The sound of the flute wasn't very loud, nor was it very intense. However, when the sound of the flute came out, the attacks of the snakes slowed down. Many of the small snakes stopped. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai immediately said, quickly retreat." When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they immediately rushed out of the encirclement. Their speed was very fast. However, there were still a lot of snakes that didn't move. This was because the sound of the flute was still there. It seemed like they were listening to the sound of the flute. Before long, Zhao Hai's group rushed out of the encirclement. At this time, a few hissing sounds were heard. When these hissing sounds were heard, the motionless snakes seemed to have woken up. Then they rushed towards Zhao Hai's group. But at this time, Zhao Hai's group had already rushed out of the encirclement. Then Zhao Hai immediately ordered everyone to form a cone formation and fly away. This time, he didn't act as the tip of the cone formation, he stayed behind to cover the rear. As Zhao Hai's golden book continued to flip, all kinds of attacks flew out. Various formations appeared in front of Zhao Hai, blocking the pursuit of the snakes. Once they got rid of the snakes, they immediately activated the transmission formation and returned to the base. Upon arriving at the base, Zhao Hai immediately arranged for everyone to start treating their injuries. When they saw it, they were shocked. Everyone who attacked this time was injured. Besides Zhao Hai, no one else was unscathed. All of them were bitten by the snakes. Some of them were seriously injured. For those who were seriously injured, Zhao Hai immediately treated them. As for those who were lightly injured, they just needed to take some medicine. It can be said that Zhao Hai's base already had the embryonic form of a cultivation sect. It was different from Wenhai's warrior cultivation sect. Cultivators generally only needed pills to treat their injuries. Warriors, on the other hand, needed doctors to treat their injuries. At this time, Zhao Hai's base only needed pills to treat injuries, unless it was a serious injury. Although Zhao Hai's group suffered a loss this time, they didn't die. Moreover, they killed a lot of snakes. It could be considered a great victory. Because of this, after returning to the base, everyone wasn't disappointed. On the contrary, they were very happy. They were very clear that if Zhao Hai wasn't here, they would have been annihilated if they were to encounter such an attack. In the end, only a few dozen of them would have been able to escape back to the main camp. It could be said that they would have been able to escape unscathed. However, because there were too many injured people, after they returned, the base was still busy for a while before all the people were treated. After everyone was treated, Zhao Hai, Wen Hai, and the others gathered in the dining hall. Someone immediately served them food and wine. Everyone ate and drank while talking about today's battle. Zhao Hai took a sip of wine, then he looked at everyone and said, "What do you think about today's battle?" At this time, when Wen Hai had just put down his glass, he let out a sigh and said, "My thoughts are that our numbers are still too small. If we had more people, then we wouldn't be in such a difficult situation. We're just too weak. If we were stronger, then we wouldn't have been able to use those poisonous snakes." Zhao Hai didn't say anything, he just turned his head to look at the others. Tang Ming looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Boss, I think that although the cube formation is very powerful, it can sometimes restrict people. Just like you, you're much stronger than us. If you weren't in the cube formation and attacked them alone, then you might have achieved a better result." Tang Ming nodded and said, "You're right." Zhao Hai nodded, then he smiled faintly and said, "Yes, old Tang. You finally found the problem. In fact, it's not just me, you're also the same. Your strength is definitely not that little. But inside the cube formation, in order for the formation to function normally, you can't use 100% of your strength. For us, this is definitely a waste." Everyone nodded as well. They were all veteran skydance experts. At this time, they were already half a step into the river break realm. Their strength wasn't just what they showed. But because they had to ensure the cube formation's operation, they could only use half of their strength. For Zhao Hai and the others, this was a waste. Zhao Hai looked at them, then he smiled faintly and said, "How about it? Do you want to go there again and deal with those venomous snakes?" Upon hearing Zhao Hai, everyone stared. Then their eyes couldn't help but light up. To be honest, Zhao Hai's proposal was very attractive. At least, it was very attractive to them. Zhao Hai looked at them, then he smiled faintly and said, "You want to go, right? Then let's go. You're now half a step into the river break realm. You should need to fight like this. Moreover, those snakes wouldn't expect us to go back so quickly. But you should also pay attention, don't get entangled with them. If you get entangled, then it would be troublesome." Everyone nodded. Zhao Hai raised his glass and drank it in one gulp. Then he turned his head to the others and said, "Let's go, we'll go now." After he said that, Zhao Hai placed his glass down. Then a white light flashed as he disappeared. Wen Hai and the others immediately followed. In the blink of an eye, there was no one left in the dining hall. Just as Zhao Hai thought, the snakes didn't expect Zhao Hai and the others to come back so quickly. Moreover, there were only a few of them. Zhao Hai and the others weren't polite. Each of them displayed their abilities and directly attacked the snakes. Because they were few in number, they were very flexible. And with the addition of the fact that they were experts, they could attack separately. Because of this, the snakes couldn't do anything to them. Zhao Hai and the others killed and injured a lot of snakes. When most of the snakes arrived, they left and reactivated the transmission formation to return to the dining hall. Although they were few in number, no one was injured. When they returned to the dining hall, they saw that the dishes were still there. Everyone couldn't help but laugh as they ate and drank. After eating, Zhao Hai returned to his room. When he arrived, he saw that Xianxia wasn't there. Zhao Hai looked at the time outside and saw that it was only afternoon. Obviously, Xianxia went out to cultivate. Zhao Hai didn't care about him. He was very happy that Xianxia was cultivating so seriously. Zhao Hai laid on the bed and rested for a while. When the sky was about to turn dark, Xiaoliang returned to the cave. When Zhao Hai saw Xiaoliang, he smiled and said, "Xiaoliang, how was your cultivation today?" Xiaoliang nodded, then he opened his mouth and made two sounds. His voice wasn't very loud, but it sounded a bit hoarse. But when Zhao heard this, he immediately became happy. "Good, very good. Xiaoliang, it seems like your voice is getting better and better. After some time, you will be able to speak. Good, very good. Later on, if you practice like this, you will be able to completely recover." Xiaoliang nodded happily. He also felt that he was going to get better soon. When Xianxia returned to the holy court, he immediately went to see the dean. The dean was very fond of Xianxia. Because Xianxia was the most outstanding member of the Tang family's younger generation, the dean immediately summoned Xianxia. When Xianxia arrived at the dean's room, he immediately gave the dean a salute and said, "I have seen the ancestor. Your great-great-grandson, Xianxia, kowtows to you." The dean smiled and said, "All right, there's no need to be so polite. Sit down. I heard that you went to the Lost Soul City. How was it? Did you see anything?" Xianxia replied, "Ancestor, I was just about to tell you about this matter. After we arrived at the city, we were constantly being watched. We didn't have any chance to act alone. Moreover, people have been leading us around the city, but we couldn't find anything at all. However, I think that Tang Fei's death has nothing to do with the city." Xianxia nodded and said, "That's right, I'm just about to tell you." When the dean heard Xianxia, he stared, then he looked at Xianxia and said, "Oh? Why do you say that?" Xianxia replied, "Ancestor, this is what your grandson thinks. Although the Lost Soul City has always been disrespectful to the Holy Court, aside from the conflict with the Wen family and the Dongfeng family, they didn't directly clash with us. The reason why they dealt with the Wen family and the Dongfeng family was because the Wen family wanted to deal with them. Moreover, the Holy Court sent Crane Tian to the secret realm. Crane Tian also went there and died. From this point, it can be seen that they don't want to directly clash with the Holy Court." The dean frowned and said, "But they didn't let Little Fei enter the Lost Soul City. What's wrong with him? Isn't this showing a strong hostility towards the Holy Court?" Xianxia replied, "It's precisely because the Lost Hun City State didn't allow Little Fei's group to enter the Lost Hun City State that I don't think they are Little Fei's murderers. Since they didn't allow Little Fei to enter the Lost Hun City State, it means that they already had a conflict with Little Fei. Now that Little Fei is dead, even if they weren't the primary suspects, they would still be suspected by us. Therefore, it's impossible for them to kill Little Fei at this time, it wouldn't do them any good. As for their hostility towards us, it should be related to the empty field grasses. The Lost Hun City State doesn't seem to have a river-breaking realm expert, but the empty field grasses might be a river-breaking realm expert. Besides the empty field grasses, the Lost Hun City State only has their city lord. But now that the empty field grasses died in the secret realm because of us, they naturally wouldn't have any good feelings towards us." The dean frowned and said, "Academy, what do you mean? Do you think that the Holy Court wants to have a good relationship with the Lost Soul City?" Xianxia smiled bitterly and said, "Ancestor misunderstood. It's impossible for the Holy Court to have a good relationship with the Lost Soul City, we also don't have the opportunity to do so. What I mean is that if the Holy Court wants to deal with the Lost Soul City, then it's best if we don't target them. This is because we would suffer a big loss if we do." Xianxia's words attracted the dean's attention. The dean looked at Xianxia and said, "Oh, why do you say that? Could it be that the Lost Soul City has some other experts?" Xianxia shook his head and said, "There aren't any experts in the city, but the strength of the city cannot be underestimated. Most importantly, the citizens of the city support Zhao Hai. If we want to deal with the city, we would certainly be opposed by the citizens. They would fully support Zhao Hai in his war against us, which would be very disadvantageous for us." Xianxia shook his head and said, "I don't think that there are any experts in the city." The dean stared, then he looked at Xianxia and said, "Oh? There's such a thing? Why do the commoners support Zhao Hai so much?" Xianxia told the dean about what he saw and heard in the Lost Soul City. After Xianxia finished, the dean looked at Xianxia and said, "Little Tang, is what you said true? Is the Lost Soul City really like this? Did they deliberately put on a play to deceive you?" Xianxia shook his head and said, "That's impossible. When I visited the city, I paid special attention to the alleys that people rarely use. However, the alleys were the same as the streets outside, they were very clean. Moreover, there are a lot of shops in the city. If the people there don't live a good life, then they wouldn't have so many shops. Therefore, I believe that what I saw was the real situation of the city." Xianxia shook his head and said, "That's impossible." The dean let out a long breath, then he slowly closed his eyes. After some time, he said, "It seems like now isn't the best time to deal with the Lost Soul City. Did you see Xiaohai when you went to the Lost Soul City?" Xianxia shook his head and said, "I didn't. I heard that Xiaohai is in seclusion. The reason why Stonemer and the others are monitoring us is because Xiaohai gave them an order." The dean said, "It seems like we can't deal with Xiaohai in a hurry. At this time, the other cities are still disgusted with the Sacred Academy. If we deal with Xiaohai at this time, then it might cause the other cities to be dissatisfied." Xianxia looked at the dean and said, "Ancestor, I think that it's not as simple as the other cities being dissatisfied with us. Rather, all the other cities are hostile towards us." When the dean heard this, he looked at Xianxia and said, "All of them are hostile towards us?" "That's right. If they weren't hostile towards us, then they wouldn't have suppressed the families that we support. It seems like we've gone overboard in the past. We need to pay more attention in the future. Alright, Pete, you can go back. I already know about the Lost Soul City, you don't need to worry." When Xianxia saw the dean's expression, he knew that the dean didn't want to listen to him. He could only stand up and give the dean a salute before turning around and leaving. Xianxia exited the dean's room and let out a long sigh. He then walked back to his house. Actually, he still had something to say to the dean today. He felt that the disgust of the various city-states in the spirit weapon world towards the sacred court had already reached a certain level. The situation was much more serious than what the dean had imagined. However, Xianxia didn't take this matter to heart. In his opinion, although the other cities were dissatisfied with the Sacred Academy, they didn't have the guts to go to war with the Sacred Academy. However, Xianxia was one of the few people in the Sacred Academy who was clear-headed when it came to dealing with the Lost Soul City. This was because he knew that this wasn't the best time to attack the Lost Soul City. This was because if they attacked the Lost Soul City, not only would they have to face the dissatisfaction of the people in the city, they would also have to face the pressure of the Mystic Realm. Although the Mystic Realm came from the Sacred Academy, it was still relatively independent. However, the elders of the Mystic Realm were still very close to the Sacred Academy. Moreover, the Mystic Realm needed the support of the Sacred Academy. Because of this, the Mystic Realm was very polite to the Sacred Academy, they even helped the Sacred Academy in dealing with people. But at the same time, it was impossible for the Secret Realm to completely listen to the Sacred Court. If the Sacred Court went too far, then the people in the Secret Realm wouldn't listen to it. Just like if the Sacred Court wanted to wage war against the Lost Soul City, then the people in the Secret Realm would certainly stop it. This was because the Secret Realm was able to guarantee the safety of the families of the people in the Secret Realm. They were risking their lives in the Secret Realm in order to protect their families. If the Secret Realm didn't respect this agreement, then the people in the Secret Realm would know what would happen in the Secret Realm. It was precisely because of these reasons that Xianxia believed that they shouldn't make a move on the City of Lost Souls right now. It would be best to wait until 10 years later when the Mystic Realm would no longer protect the City of Lost Souls. At that time, it would be best to make a move. The reason why Xianxia was afraid that the Sacred Court would deal with the Lost Hun City-State was because of the Lost Hun City-State. In the eyes of many people, the reason why the relationship between the Sacred Court and the other city-states was so stiff was because of the Lost Hun City-State. As long as the Sacred Court dealt with the Lost Hun City-State, then they would think of ways to teach the other city-states a lesson. Then nobody would dare to challenge the Sacred Court. The reason why Xianxia went to the Lost Soul City to investigate Tang Fei's matter was because he wanted to stir up trouble. He wanted the Lost Soul City to take the initiative to go to war with the Sacred Academy. This way, the Mystic Realm wouldn't be able to make a move. The Mystic Realm promised to protect the safety of those who entered the Mystic Realm, as well as their family members. However, if their family members took the initiative to provoke the enemy, then the Mystic Realm would only mediate between them. They wouldn't easily act, otherwise, wouldn't they be used by others? Xianxia's initial idea was very simple. He wanted to go to the Lost Soul City to look for trouble. It would be best if the people in the Lost Soul City took the initiative to attack them. This way, they would have an excuse to deal with the Lost Soul City. Even if they couldn't destroy the Lost Soul City, they would still teach them a lesson. When the time comes, even if the people in the mystic realm knew about it, it wouldn't be a big deal. Once the people in the mystic realm mediate, then they would have taught the Lost Soul City a lesson. This would be enough to set an example for the other city-states to see that this was the consequence of offending the Sacred Academy. However, after seeing the situation in the Lost Soul City, Xianxia believed that there was a problem with the Sacred Academy's choice this time. The Lost Soul City wasn't easy to deal with. If they really dared to use force against the Lost Soul City, then they wouldn't be able to obtain any benefits. They might even lose face. If that's the case, then not only would the Sacred Academy fail to set an example, they would also lose face. If that's the case, then the other city-states wouldn't listen to the Sacred Academy's words. What Xianxia really cared about was this matter. He was afraid that attacking the Lost Soul City would have the opposite effect. Then all of the Sacred Academy's calculations would be in vain. Even if the Sacred Academy could use other methods to restore their influence, they would still need to put in a lot of effort. Xianxia didn't think that the Sacred Academy had already lost its influence in the spirit weapon realm. It had even reached the point where people hated it. The reason why Xianxia and the others had this idea was because they believed that what the Sacred Academy did to the spirit weapon realm was the right thing to do. The spirit weapon realm should be grateful to the Sacred Academy. Just like an evil person, he never thought that what he did was bad. He also didn't think that he had enemies, he thought that he was very likable. It can be said that the Holy Court made a strategic mistake. They completely misjudged the situation of the spirit weapon realm. And this mistake would cause them to make more mistakes in the future. And this was exactly what Zhao Hai wanted to see. Since Zhao Hai and the others went to attack the Spirit Snake Valley, they had been resting in the base for several days. During these days, Zhao Hai and the others didn't train. This was because in the previous operation, everyone was injured. Some of them were seriously injured. If it weren't for Zhao Hai, then even if they didn't die, they would still be crippled. Fortunately, Zhao Hai was there. Zhao Hai's medical expertise wasn't much, and with the help of natural energy as well as various herbs, their injuries were under control. Although they couldn't be healed immediately, it wasn't a problem. As for the others, their injuries weren't heavy. In 7 days, they were already healed. But what made Zhao Hai surprised was that when Wen Hai and the others felt that they were about to make a breakthrough. What they needed now was an opportunity. However, one shouldn't underestimate this opportunity. A lot of warriors were stuck at this opportunity. At most, they would be stuck for a few years. Zhao Hai didn't chase after Wen Hai and the others. Wen Hai and the others were different. Zhao Hai could suppress his own energy and store it in his space. In any case, his space was very big, and it wouldn't be enough. However, Wen Hai and the others couldn't. Their space certainly wasn't as big as Zhao Hai's. They didn't know how to compress their own energy. Because of this, as long as they have the opportunity, they would certainly become a breaking river realm expert. They wouldn't be like Zhao Hai who had to suppress his own cultivation. These days, Xiaoyang's progress was very fast. Although he hadn't started to exchange energy with the plants, the natural energy in his body had increased a lot. Moreover, his ability to communicate with plants had also increased a lot. Most importantly, his eyes and voice had improved a lot. At this point, he could already see people and adapt to light very well. Although his voice hadn't yet reached the level where he could speak, he was now able to make sounds. Moreover, whether it was a loud voice or a soft voice, he was able to change the syllables. It can be said that if he was given some time, he would certainly be able to speak. Zhao Hai wasn't prepared to go to the Spirit Snake Valley for some time. They had attacked the valley twice in a row, so the snakes would certainly be alerted. If they were to go, then they would really be courting death. Zhao Hai was certain that the snakes he saw last time were different. They didn't attack and were instead commanding from the rear. They weren't the Snake Kings of the Spirit Snake Valley. There must be a more powerful Snake King in the Spirit Snake Valley. If they were to go to the Spirit Snake Valley, then they might attract the attention of the Snake King. At that time, they would be in big trouble. Even if they had the Snake King, they would still suffer casualties. Therefore, Zhao Hai was prepared to be honest for a while. It just so happened that the people sent to the secret realm by the Lost Soul City were about to arrive. This allowed Zhao Hai and the others to focus their energy on training the newcomers. In addition to this matter, there was also another matter, and that was the matter of Qin Feng and the others returning home. The Lost Soul City had already made arrangements, so Qin Feng and the others would be able to return home in the near future. Regarding this matter, it wasn't the first time that the Lost Soul City had done this. It can be said that they were very familiar with this matter. Time passed by, and in a blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Those who were injured had already recovered, so Zhao Hai didn't need to worry about them. It was rare for him to wake up late. When he woke up, he discovered that Xianxia was no longer in the cave. Zhao Hai knew that Xianxia had left, but he didn't think about it at that time. Xianxia didn't disturb him and directly left the cave to cultivate outside. After washing up, Zhao Hai went to the dining hall. At this time, Wen Hai and the others had already eaten. Therefore, aside from the chefs, there was no one else in the dining hall. When the chefs saw that Zhao Hai had arrived, they immediately stood up and gave Zhao Hai a salute. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "I woke up late today, bring me breakfast." The dishes in the dining hall were generally the same. Only when everyone was eating together would the dishes be changed. Otherwise, all the dishes would be the same. Every once in a while, the menu would be changed. Even Zhao Hai didn't do anything special. This didn't mean that Zhao Hai couldn't do anything special. With Zhao Hai's current prestige, nobody would dare to say anything if he did something special in the base. However, Zhao Hai didn't like to do this. Moreover, the base's food itself was very good. There was no need to do anything special. After eating breakfast, Zhao Hai didn't leave the cave. Instead, he went to the forging room. The forging room was still very busy. Now, the room had been enlarged a lot. The entire room was divided into 20 groups. Although they were working at the same time, everything seemed to be in order. At this time, everyone in the base had changed their weapons. Among the 20 groups, only 5 groups were still forging weapons. These weapons were mainly used as backup weapons. The other 15 groups were all making defensive equipment. The defensive equipment that Zhao Hai made for everyone was different. For those who used long weapons, Zhao Hai made them mainly fish-scale armors. As for those who used short weapons, Zhao Hai made them plate armors and small shields. These armors weren't easy to make. This was because the armors needed to be reinforced with formations. Additionally, there were also places that needed to be covered with beast skins. Because of this, the progress wasn't very fast. Zhao Hai didn't care about these things. It didn't matter if the speed was a bit slow. As long as the armors were made well, it was fine. With these armors, their fighting strength would be greatly improved. After looking at the forging room, Zhao Hai discovered that the people in the forging room were doing very well. Although they weren't very fast in arranging the magic formation on the armor, they were already able to arrange the magic formation inside the armor. After some time, they should be able to do it even faster. Zhao Hai looked at the progress of the armors and discovered that there was nothing he could do to help. Therefore, he didn't plan to stay in the forging room, there was no need for him to do so. After coming out of the forging room, Zhao Hai saw that Wen Hai and the others were still training. However, Wen Hai and the other experts were now completely separated from those who had just entered the Sky Dance realm. Their training had also changed. For those who had just entered the Sky Dance realm, their training was still focused on the cube formation. However, they were now completely familiar with the cube formation. Therefore, they had a lot of free time to practice on their own. On the other hand, Wen Hai and the others were currently comprehending. They were already close to reaching the Broken River level. What they lacked was some comprehension. At this time, Zhao Hai hoped that they could reach the Broken River level as soon as possible. Zhao Hai looked at Wen Hai and the others who were sitting cross-legged under the tree. He couldn't help but walk over. Wen Hai and the others also felt someone walking over. When they opened their eyes, they discovered that it was Zhao Hai. They quickly stood up. When Wen Hai looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Boss, you woke up late today? What happened? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Zhao Hai shook his head and smiled. "I'm fine, you don't have to worry about me. I've been taking care of the wounded for a while now, so I was a bit tired. You don't have to think about cultivation every day, breaking through and so on. I think you need to relax a bit." Zhao Hai shook his head and smiled. "I'm fine, you don't have to worry about me." When Wen Hai and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but smile bitterly. Naturally, they knew that they needed to relax. However, they couldn't do so. They knew that if they could reach the Broken River level, it would mean a lot to the people from the Sacred Academy. It was precisely because of this that they couldn't relax. Zhao Hai looked at Wen Hai and the others and knew what they were thinking. Zhao Hai looked at Wen Hai and the others and said, "Let's go back to the spirit weapon realm. If you really break through to River Break here, then you might cause a huge commotion. If that happens, the 8 elders might find out. Then we'll be in big trouble. I think we should return to the spirit weapon realm." It just so happens that the base in the Lost Soul Mountains was left behind by the Heavenly Sword Empire. It's deep in the mountains, far away from the city. Therefore, we need to go into seclusion for a while. When the time comes, we might get a surprise. What do you think? What do you think? As soon as Wen Hai and the others heard Zhao Hai, their eyes lit up. Then they nodded. When Wen Hai said, "All right, we'll listen to the boss." "But boss, do you want to come with us?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'll go with you. It just so happens that I want to take little Liang back to the spiritual weapon realm. After all, the spiritual weapon realm is where he was born. He will have a lot of opportunities to go back in the future. I want him to adapt to the environment there." When Wen Hai didn't object to Zhao Hai's words. No matter what, Xianxia was born in the spiritual weapon realm. He should adapt to the environment there as soon as possible. This was because Xianxia would be returning to the spiritual weapon realm many times in the future. If he couldn't adapt to the environment, then it wouldn't be good for him. Seeing that no one responded, Zhao Hai immediately turned to Wen Hai and said, "All right, everyone get ready. Send a letter to Old Che and Boss Ho. Tell them that we'll be returning to the spiritual weapon realm for a while. Don't contact us during this time. If there's anything important, you can send a letter to the base and then have the people in the base pass the letter to us." The group nodded before turning around to leave. On the other hand, Zhao Hai headed outside the base. After arriving outside the base, Zhao Hai immediately saw Xianxia sitting under a tree. Xianxia had already finished his cultivation and was currently communicating with a tree. When he heard Zhao Hai's footsteps, he immediately opened his eyes and stood up. Although his eyes hadn't fully recovered, he could still vaguely see people. Moreover, his intuition was much sharper than ordinary people. Therefore, he was already certain that the person who came was Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai discovered that Xianxia's spiritual force seemed to be stronger than ordinary people. This was very beneficial for learning to be a plant master, and it was even more beneficial for communicating with plants. In Zhao Hai's opinion, there were 2 reasons why Xianxia's spiritual force was stronger than ordinary people. One was because he had suffered for so many years, and in the face of so many hardships, Xianxia was still able to persevere and survive. This made his spiritual force stronger than others. The second reason was because he couldn't see and speak. This made his hearing much sharper than ordinary people. In this case, it also stimulated his spiritual force, making his spiritual force much stronger than ordinary people. However, Zhao Hai didn't think about teaching Xianxia the spiritual force cultivation method. He knew that now wasn't the time. He had to wait until Xianxia learned martial arts. When Xianxia was older and more mature, then it wouldn't be too late to learn the spiritual force cultivation method. This was because the spiritual force cultivation method was too dangerous. If it wasn't handled well, then it would lead to chi deviation. And the consequences of chi deviation were very dangerous. If it was light, then it would turn into an idiot. If it was heavy, then it would lead to death. Zhao Hai looked at Xiaoyang's appearance and smiled. "Xiaoyang, I'm preparing to go back to the spirit weapon realm with Old Wen. We'll be staying there for a while. You should also prepare to go back with us. No matter what, you're still a person from the spirit weapon realm. You need to adapt to the environment there as soon as possible. Xianxia stared, then he nodded and followed Zhao Hai back to the base. After arriving at the base, Zhao Hai immediately called some people over and had them manage the base first. At the same time, he followed Wen Hai and the others back to the Lost Soul Mountain through the transmission formation. There were still people guarding the base, the people guarding it were Mr. Insect and the others. These people were Zhao Hai's slaves. Leaving them here to guard the base made Zhao Hai feel relieved. Naturally, Mr. Insect and the others weren't just guarding the base. Every once in a while, they would also go to the secret realm to cultivate. For Mr. Insect and the others, this was definitely good news. To be honest, after staying in the secret realm for a while, they weren't able to adapt to the environment of the spirit weapon realm. When Mr. Insect saw that Zhao Hai and the others had returned, he immediately went to greet them. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Arrange a place for them to stay." Mr. Insect and the others nodded and then immediately went to arrange things. This base was a huge military fortress that could house 100,000 people. Moreover, the building was very sturdy. Although it hadn't been taken care of for many years, there weren't many places that were damaged. When Mr. Insect and the others arrived, they received orders from Zhao Hai to clean up the place. Because of this, Mr. Insect and the others worked very hard. The base was very clean, all the rooms were regularly cleaned. When Zhao Hai and the others arrived, they could directly move in. The light in the base wasn't very good. There weren't many plants here in the first place. It was fine during the day, but at night, the light was really bad. However, it had improved a lot now. At the very least, it was much better than when Zhao Hai first arrived. After everyone settled down, Zhao Hai led them around the base. Naturally, he didn't say that he came to the spirit weapon realm through the transmission formation. He only said that when he was training in the Lost Mountain Range, he inadvertently found this base. It was also here that he obtained some of the Heavenly Sword Empire's inheritances, allowing him to have his current achievements. Wen Hai and the others completely believed Zhao Hai's words. This was because there were many legends about the Heavenly Sword Empire in the spirit weapon realm. As for why the Heavenly Sword Empire disintegrated overnight, no one knew. It had always been a mystery. But no matter what, the Heavenly Sword Empire was the most glorious period of the spirit weapon realm. The current spirit weapon realm simply couldn't compare to the Heavenly Sword Empire. Wen Hai and the others had long discovered that Zhao Hai's cultivation method and fighting method were very different from the current spirit weapon realm in many aspects. They had always been puzzled about where Zhao Hai learned these skills from. When they heard Zhao Hai's words, they naturally believed that Zhao Hai learned all of these skills from the Heavenly Sword Empire's inheritances. Naturally, the doubts in their hearts were solved. In the next few days, Wen Hai and the others weren't in a hurry to cultivate. Instead, under Zhao Hai's lead, they walked around the Lost Mountain Range. From time to time, they would bring back some wild animals. Zhao Hai also brought Xianxia along with him. After Xianxia arrived at the spirit weapon realm, his cultivation speed slowed down. However, his detoxification speed became faster. This made Zhao Hai a little surprised. Xianxia's eyes were almost completely healed, and his throat was also almost healed. Xianxia had already started to practice speaking. One day, Zhao Hai and the others came back from hunting. When they returned to the base, Mr. Insect and the others immediately set up a fire and prepared to barbecue. Wen Hai sighed and said, "To be honest, when I first entered the secret realm, I always felt that the secret realm was very good. During the day, it was bright and warm. At night, it was dark. When the weather was good, the night in the secret realm was even brighter than the day in the spirit weapon realm. At that time, I really didn't want to return to the spirit weapon realm. But the more time I spent in the secret realm, the more I thought about the spirit weapon realm. Although there are some bad things here, I still think about it. It's really strange." Tang Ming smiled faintly and said, "What's so strange about it? I also feel that I want to come here. I believe that a lot of people have the same idea. This might be one of the main reasons why we oppose the sacred court." When Wen Hai nodded, then he let out a long breath and said, "Right, if the sacred court allows us to go home and see our families, then I think that there wouldn't be so many people in the secret realm who oppose the sacred court." Perhaps everyone would live like this for the rest of their lives. Who knows when they would die in the secret realm? However, no one would rebel against the sacred court. After all, the sacred court has educated us, we are very grateful. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, that's impossible. The sacred court won't allow you to go home. If you go to the sacred court, then don't think about coming out alive. This is because there are too many benefits involved. If the sacred court wants to monopolize the secret realm, then they wouldn't let you out. Otherwise, the sacred court wouldn't have been able to influence so many city-states in the spirit weapon realm. When Wenhai nodded and said, right, benefits. Who would have thought that the sacred court would act high and mighty in front of the outside world, as if they don't care about fame and fortune? To be honest, after thinking about it, we were bitterly disappointed. Tang Ming nodded, then he said, right, benefits. The benefits in the secret realm are too great. With such great benefits, everyone would want to take it for themselves. When Wenhai looked at the sky and muttered, for their benefits, how many brothers died in the secret realm? Some of them didn't even have their bones left. How pitiful, how hateful. Zhao Hai naturally understood what Wenhai meant. When Wenhai said that he was pitiful for his brothers who died. But when he said hateful, he hated the sacred court. If the sacred court didn't send them to the secret realm, then even if their achievements weren't high, they wouldn't have died. Tang Ming drank a mouthful of wine, then he said, it's useless to say that. Now that we're prepared, we'll certainly have the opportunity to avenge our brothers. I believe that we will. Zhao Hai looked at Tang Ming and smiled, I also believe that the spirit weapon realm belonged to the sacred court. But from now on, the spirit weapon realm and the secret realm belong to us brothers. Right, from now on, the spirit weapon realm and the secret realm will belong to us brothers. When Wenhai, Tang Ming, and the others heard Zhao Hai, they felt their blood boiling. Then they raised their wine glasses and said loudly. Then they drank the wine in one gulp. But at this time, they suddenly felt the energy in their bodies churning, just like boiling water. When Wenhai and the others stared, then they couldn't help but be happy. When Wenhai immediately turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, Boss, I'm about to advance. I'll be going into seclusion first. But what Wenhai didn't expect was that as soon as he said this, someone else also said the same thing. When Wenhai stared, then he turned his head and saw that the one who said this was Tang Ming and the others. This time, there were a total of 5 people who came with Zhao Hai. These 5 people were very strong before, they had already taken half a step into the river-breaking realm. Now that Zhao Hai led them out, they didn't expect that because of their excitement, they would advance at the same time. This was absolutely unprecedented. Zhao Hai looked at their appearance, then he couldn't help but laugh and said, go quickly. Leave this place to me. I guarantee that no one will disturb you. When Wenhai and the others nodded, then they turned around and walked towards their rooms. Their rooms were quite far apart from each other. This was because they were very clear that they needed an absolutely quiet environment when they were advancing. If there were other people living around them, then they might be disturbed while they were advancing. That would be troublesome. If they didn't handle it well, then they might go berserk. After they left, Xianxia, who had been sitting beside Zhao Hai, suddenly said, Master, they won't, something, happen, right? Xianxia had already learned how to speak, but he still couldn't speak fluently. Other than the word master, when he spoke other words, he usually spoke slowly. It was precisely because of this that he rarely spoke. However, Zhao Hai wanted him to speak more. In Zhao Hai's opinion, Xianxia couldn't speak well because he hadn't spoken for a long time. Therefore, he needed to practice speaking. Only by practicing would he be able to speak well. Zhao Hai smiled and said, it's all right, they have already accumulated enough. It's just that there are still some knots in their hearts that haven't been untied. Now that they've spoken, and with the help of the wine, their knots have been untied. Naturally, they can advance. Moreover, their advancement will be very smooth. Xianxia nodded and didn't speak. His eyes were basically healed, but because he had been poisoned for a long time, his eye function had been damaged to a certain extent. Therefore, his eyes were still worse than ordinary people. However, as long as he works hard in the future, his strength would increase, and the natural energy in his body would be able to repair his eyes. He believed that his eyes would be completely restored in the future. Zhao Hai looked at Xiaoliang, then he smiled faintly and said, Xiaoliang, you need to work hard in the future. This way, you'll be able to speak more smoothly. Do you understand? Xiaoliang nodded, then he immediately said, I understand, master. Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned his head to look at Wenhai's room. Then he took a roasted game and ate it. Xiaoliang naturally wouldn't be polite, he also took a roasted game and ate it. At this time, bursts of energy came from Wenhai's room. This energy was very violent, as if it was out of control. However, Zhao Hai didn't make a move. He knew that this was a necessary process for a breakthrough. As long as they passed through this stage, then Wenhai and the others would be able to advance to the next level. At this time, Wenhai and the others were also working hard to control the violent energy in their bodies. They were rushing towards the last stage. Time and time again, their spiritual force was being consumed very quickly, making it harder and harder for them to control their energy. However, Wenhai and the others didn't give up. This was because they knew that if they missed this opportunity, then they would never have another chance in the future. Overthrowing the Holy Court, the spiritual weapon realm, and the secret realm would all be theirs. If they missed this opportunity, then all of their previous ideas and slogans would be empty words. Therefore, they were also doing their best, they even had the determination to succeed or die trying. Although Zhao Hai was sitting there and eating game, he was still very concerned about Wenhai and the other's situation. If Wenhai and the other's situation was really out of control, then Zhao Hai would immediately make a move. He would rather make Wenhai and the others lose the opportunity to advance to the breaking river level than to let them die. Zhao Hai was very clear that if one were to suffer from qi deviation during a breakthrough, then there would be no possibility of survival. During the breakthrough, the energy would be the most violent. Once they suffer from qi deviation, then they would immediately suffer a backlash. He's afraid that they would be burned to ashes in the blink of an eye. Because of this, Zhao Hai couldn't let anything happen to them. Boom. 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 5 consecutive sounds came from Wenhai's room. Zhao Hai looked over and saw 5 white lights shooting up into the sky. Then these 5 white lights turned into 5 huge weapons. These 5 weapons were the souls of Wenhai and the others. Then the white lights slowly faded away until they completely disappeared. The rooms of Wenhai and the others returned to normal. There was no sound at all. Zhao Hai looked at the 5 rooms with a smile on his face. Now he could finally rest assured. Wenhai and the others had succeeded. They had successfully advanced to the river-breaking level. The reason why they didn't come out was because they had just advanced and needed to stabilize their cultivation. Xiaoliang looked at the commotion caused by Wenhai and the others. He was dumbfounded. He didn't think that Wenhai and the others would make such a big commotion when they advanced. Zhao Hai turned his head to look at Xiaoliang. Then he smiled faintly and said, How is it, Xiaoliang? Isn't it beautiful? Fortunately, this place is in the depths of the Lost Soul Mountain. If they were in any other place, then they might be discovered. It's even worse in the secret realm. If they were to make such a big move, then they might be discovered by the elders. Those elders are also at the breaking river level. Our base isn't very far from the main camp. Those elders are all at the breaking river level, and their strength is incomparably formidable. Who knows if they would discover that Wenhai and the others have advanced. If they do, then it would be troublesome. Although Wenhai and the others have advanced, their strength is still far from those elders who have been cultivating for who knows how long. Liang nodded. To be honest, he was really scared. When the white light rose, he felt an incomparably powerful aura pressing down on him. He almost knelt on the ground. That kind of pressure only appeared for a moment before it immediately disappeared. Only then did he manage to hold on. However, Xiaoliang knew that the pressure wasn't withdrawn by Wenhai and the others. This was because Wenhai and the others were consolidating their cultivation. It was impossible for them to withdraw the pressure. The reason why the pressure disappeared wasn't because of Wenhai and the others, but because of Zhao Hai. That's right, it was because of Zhao Hai. When the pressure came, Zhao Hai didn't move at all. When Xiaoliang couldn't bear the pressure, Zhao Hai gently waved his hand, causing the pressure to disappear. Xianxia noticed Zhao Hai's action. Otherwise, he would have thought that the pressure disappeared on its own. After Zhao Hai finished eating the meat in his hand, he drank a glass of wine. Then he let out a long breath and said, "Good, good. Now we finally have a breaking river expert. Although it's not high, it's enough to protect ourselves." Ha ha ha. Very good, very good. Xianxia looked at Zhao Hai and didn't say anything. His face also showed a smile. He could clearly feel Zhao Hai's excitement. He was also happy for Zhao Hai. The two sat there and waited for 2 hours. Then when Hai and the others came out of their rooms one after another, they slowly walked towards the bonfire and then cupped their fists towards Zhao Hai and said, "Boss, we succeeded." Although this sentence was very simple, it wasn't simple at all to say it at this time. Zhao Hai looked at them and knew what they were thinking. The reason why when Hai and the others saluted Zhao Hai was because they wanted to show that although they were breaking river experts, they were still Zhao Hai's subordinates. They would still listen to Zhao Hai's words. Zhao Hai looked at them, then he laughed and said, "Good, very good. Come, sit down and drink. Let's drink to our heart's content. You haven't eaten the game yet. Come, have a taste." When Hai and the others looked at each other. Then they sat down and ate the game. After eating a few mouthfuls, they simultaneously raised their glasses and toasted Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at them, then he also raised his glass and said, "You've become breaking river experts, so we have some confidence. However, we can't act recklessly right now. You should know that there are 8 elders in the secret realm. And these 8 elders became breaking river experts before you. Who knows how many years they have been there? If you fight recklessly, you won't be their opponent. Therefore, you mustn't be arrogant. You are the biggest reliance of the Sacred Academy faction. Do you understand?" When Hai nodded and said, "Don't worry, boss. We'll listen to you." Zhao Hai nodded, then he raised his glass and drained it. When Hai and the others did the same, they also drained their glasses. Then Zhao Hai placed his glass down and said, "We return to the spiritual weapon realm this time because you were about to break through. Now that you've succeeded, we should return." When Hai looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Boss, what's next? What do you plan to do next?" Zhao Hai said, "We'll be resting for a while. First, we'll let you stabilize your cultivation. Second, we'll wait for the forging room to finish making defensive equipment. This will increase everyone's defensive capabilities. Then we'll move our troops to the Spirit Serpent Valley." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, when Hai and the others were stunned. Then they became happy. When Hai looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Boss, are we really going to move our troops to the Spirit Serpent Valley?" Zhao Hai said, "Of course. But we'll have to wait until your cultivation stabilizes. Once your cultivation stabilizes, we'll move our troops to the Spirit Serpent Valley. These past few years, the Spirit Serpent Valley has attacked the 12th stronghold. Before, we didn't have the strength, but now that we do, why wouldn't we retaliate? If it's possible, we'll destroy the Spirit Serpent Valley." When Hai and the others loudly cheered. They had a deep hatred for those beasts. Now that Zhao Hai said that they would move out of the Spirit Serpent Valley, they were naturally happy. Zhao Hai's face was calm. He looked at when Hai and the others and said, "The reason why I want to move our troops to the Spirit Serpent Valley is mainly to train you. Don't underestimate the Spirit Serpent Valley. Even if you're now river-breaking level experts, we still have to be careful. The Spirit Serpent Valley is definitely not simple." When Hai and the others responded. However, how much they understood, Zhao Hai didn't know. In fact, this was also the reason why Zhao Hai wanted to move his troops to the Spirit Serpent Valley. Zhao Hai was sure that the Spirit Serpent Valley was definitely not simple. Just relying on the 5 of them who had just entered the river-breaking level, wanting to destroy the Spirit Serpent Valley was impossible. However, Zhao Hai had to do this. This was because he discovered that when Hai and the others were now a little arrogant. Although when Hai and the others still respected him, and they didn't show any signs of looking down on everything, Zhao Hai could still see from their eyes that they were a little arrogant. They believed that they were now river-breaking level experts, and that they didn't need to be afraid of any enemy. They believed that they could defeat any enemy. Although they didn't say these words, their eyes revealed it. Zhao Hai wanted to use this opportunity to attack the Spirit Serpent Valley to dampen the spirit of Wen Hai and the others. He wanted to let them know how high the sky was, and how deep the earth was. When the time comes for them to face the enemy, they would definitely suffer. This night, Zhao Hai and Wen Hai drank a lot of wine. They drank almost all of the wine in the base before returning to their rooms to rest. The next morning, everyone woke up. Then they directly sat on the transmission formation and returned to the base. Everything in the base was normal. Che Xiaoguang and Old Ho didn't send any messages. It seems like the headquarters didn't know about their movements. Zhao Hai felt relieved. After having Wen and the others return to their rooms to practice, Zhao Hai took Che Xiaoyang to the woods. The two went under a big tree and sat down. Zhao Hai looked at Che Xiaoyang and smiled faintly. Xiaoyang, your eyes have recovered. As long as you practice diligently, you'll be able to speak better. Now, I should teach you something else. This time, I'll teach you how to exchange energy with plants in order to help you practice. Che Xiaoyang nodded and said. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Che Xiaoyang's eyes couldn't help but light up. He immediately said, Master, can I learn now? Che Xiaoyang was still speaking slowly, but it was much better than before. Che Xiaoyang still listened to Zhao Hai's words. When Zhao Hai told him to speak more, Che Xiaoyang spoke more. But what can he do if nobody spoke to him? He was talking to him, so people's language skills were improving very quickly. However, Che Xiaoyang still felt that there were two things that he needed to do. First, he needed to learn martial skills. Second, he needed to learn how to exchange energy with plants in order to increase his strength. Now that he heard that Zhao Hai wanted to teach him how to exchange energy with plants, he was very happy. This was something that he had been looking forward to for a long time. Zhao Hai looked at Che Xiaoyang's expression, then he smiled and said, Of course it's true. This is an important part of our plant master cultivation. Naturally, I'll teach you. Once you learn this method, you'll be invincible in the forest. Plant masters also have a saying that when we're in the forest, we're invincible. There are 3 reasons why we plant masters are so strong in the forest. First, we can communicate with plant masters and have them help us inquire about information. This way, we can keep track of the enemy's movements while the enemy has no way to discover us. This is equal to being in an invincible position. However, most plant masters can only communicate with plants within a few miles of their surroundings and ask them to help them inquire about information. Second, we can have plants help us fight. I will teach you this later. Third, we can replenish our energy in the forest at any time without needing to meditate. It can be said that in the forest, we never need to worry about energy. This is why they say that in the forest, plant masters are invincible. Che Xiaoyang's eyes lit up as he looked at Zhao Hai. He didn't think that a plant master would be this powerful. One must know that there were trees everywhere in the secret realm. Plant masters were invincible in the forest? Didn't that mean that plant masters were invincible in the secret realm? Zhao Hai looked at Che Xiaoyang and smiled, then he said, We plant masters are indeed very powerful in the secret realm. However, because the plants in the spirit weapon realm don't have the power of the soul source, we plant masters would be weakened in the spirit weapon realm. Actually, Xiaoyang, I still hope that you can learn body cultivation while studying plant master. Body cultivation is the most difficult way to cultivate, but after cultivating it, the requirements for the environment would be very low. In other words, you can be in any environment and your strength wouldn't be weakened. I'm also a body cultivator. Master, I also want to become a body cultivator. Although Che Xiaoyang's speech was slow, he was very firm in expressing his intentions. Looking at Che Xiaoyang, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Good. As long as you can bear the hardships, Master can teach you everything. Che Xiaoyang nodded excitedly. Then Zhao Hai said, Exchanging energy with plants is actually very simple. Xiaoyang, you've been cultivating for a long time. You should be able to feel your soul space, right? Che Xiaoyang nodded excitedly. Che Xiaoyang nodded, of course he could feel his soul object space. If he couldn't feel his soul object space, then it couldn't be considered cultivation. Zhao Hai said, Once you feel your soul object space, then you can communicate with plants and have them send natural energy that they don't need into your soul object space. At the same time, you can give them natural energy that they can digest. Pay attention, don't exchange too much at once, you mustn't exceed the capacity of your soul object space. After you've transferred the energy that the plants can't digest into your soul object space, you can then return it to the plants. You can also keep a portion of this energy, and the portion that you keep will be your reward. It can be said that this method of energy exchange is like us plant masters helping the plants process the energy that they can't absorb and then receive a certain reward. Don't take too much, about 1% is enough. Do you understand? Xianxia stared, he didn't think that the so-called energy exchange would be like this. He looked at Zhao Hai in confusion and said, Master, why don't I keep some more energy? Zhao Hai replied, we can't keep too much energy, because if we do, then we'll just be doing business with the plants. Plant masters and plants will always be friends. We chat with the plants, exchange energy with them, and receive a certain amount of reward. This way, the plants will treat us as friends. Even a plant master like me wouldn't let ordinary plants help us in battle. This is because ordinary plants are too weak. When fighting with people, they might get damaged. This is something that we plant masters don't like to see. You must remember, never treat plants as your tools, you must treat them as your friends, understood? Xianxia immediately nodded and said, understood, master. Zhao Hai nodded, then he pointed to the tree next to Xianxia and said, come, try to exchange energy with this tree. Before you do, you need to tell it that you'll leave some of your energy behind. Go. Xianxia nodded, then he pointed at the tree and said, alright, try to exchange energy with this tree. Xianxia nodded, then he walked to the tree and reached out his hand to touch it. Then he slowly communicated with the tree. After some time, Xianxia's body emitted green light. Then the green light returned to the tree. Then Xianxia opened his eyes, his face filled with excitement. Looking at Xianxia's expression, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, alright, don't be too excited. This is just a normal exchange of energy. Although your natural energy didn't increase by a lot, you need to remember that you can't rush your cultivation. You need to take it slow. Xianxia nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai saw Xianxia's expression, he immediately knew what he was thinking. Zhao Hai smiled and said, do you still want to exchange energy with the tree? Go, you can exchange, but don't do that. Every day, you need to cultivate, because the energy that you exchange isn't something that you cultivate yourself. You might not be able to control it, so you need to spend some time polishing the energy so that you can completely control it. From now on, you'll be cultivating energy in the morning. In the afternoon, I'll be teaching you ordinary martial skills. Once you have a certain foundation in martial skills, I'll be teaching you body cultivation methods. Xianxia nodded, then he began to exchange energy with the tree. This was also understandable. Since his soul space wasn't big enough, it was impossible for him to exchange all the energy that he couldn't absorb from the tree. Therefore, he could only do it bit by bit. Zhao Hai looked at Xianxia and smiled, alright, you can cultivate here. I'll be heading back to the base. Xianxia nodded and didn't say anything. Then Zhao Hai turned around and returned to the base. Everything was normal in the base. Everyone's training mood was even higher because Wen Hai and the others had already become breaking river experts. This made these people even more excited. They all saw hope. They hoped that one day, they could also become breaking river experts. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and couldn't help but smile. To be honest, these people weren't weak. As long as they had enough resources, they would certainly become river-breaking realm experts. It's just that the Sacred Court didn't have that many resources before. Although the Sacred Court discovered the secret realm and sent people here, they didn't control it. Moreover, they were fighting with the beasts. Additionally, the people who arrived at the secret realm found out that they were working for the Sacred Court without getting any benefits. Because of this, their enthusiasm for work was very low. Because of this, the Sacred Court didn't harvest a lot of things every year. But now, the people in the base were very clear that all of their harvest was for themselves. Naturally, they would work very hard. Because of this, the base didn't lack resources. Jiao Hai didn't watch everyone cultivate. He returned to the cave and greeted the chefs. He told them to deliver food to Wen Hai and the others in the next few days. However, they shouldn't disturb their cultivation. After arranging this, Jiao Hai returned to his room and directly contacted Stonemer and the others. He wanted to ask Stonemer about the sacred court's recent movements in the spiritual weapon realm. Stonemer told Jiao Hai that the sacred court didn't make any movements in the spiritual weapon realm. Everything was normal. This made Jiao Hai surprised. However, he still asked Stonemer and the others to pay attention to the sacred court's reaction. After dealing with some matters in the Lost Soul City, it was almost noon. Jiao Hai went to the dining hall to eat. When he was about to finish eating, Xianxia also returned. After eating some food, he followed Jiao Hai back to his room to rest. After resting for about an hour, Jiao Hai got up and led Xianxia outside. The martial skills that Jiao Hai wanted to teach Xianxia were very simple. He also started from the most basic things, just like what Hu Yuan taught him. Martial skills were the foundation of a person, this was something that everyone knew. Therefore, when Jiao Hai taught Xianxia these things, nobody objected. Nobody came to disturb the two. This day, Xianxia was very tired. However, he was also very happy. This was because he learned a lot of things. On the other hand, when Wen Hai and the others didn't leave their rooms. They didn't even eat the food that was delivered to them. When Jiao Hai saw this situation, he finally thought of a way. He was going to refine some fasting pills for Wen Hai and the others. These fasting pills weren't very useful. After eating one, they would feel full. Moreover, they wouldn't feel hungry for a few days. Naturally, the most important thing was that these fasting pills can provide enough nutrition. Even if they don't eat, it wouldn't cause any harm to the body. The reason why Jiao Hai didn't refine these fasting pills before was because there was no need to. Refining a fasting pill wasn't an easy task. It required a lot of herbs, but it wasn't very useful. Therefore, he didn't refine any fasting pills. In the next few days, the base was very calm. When Wen Hai and the others didn't leave their rooms. However, they all took the fasting pills. On the other hand, Xianxia was still studying the things that Jiao Hai taught him. He was very diligent. Jiao Hai also saw Xianxia's efforts. To be honest, he was very satisfied with Xianxia's performance. Because of Xianxia's age, if he didn't work hard, then his achievements wouldn't be very high. There was a good saying, master leads the way, but cultivation depends on the person. Jiao Hai was definitely a top-notch teacher. However, if a disciple didn't work hard, then their achievements wouldn't be very high. With Xianxia working so hard, Jiao Hai was very happy to see him succeed. However, Jiao Hai still didn't teach Xianxia a body cultivation technique. Xianxia's body was too weak these past few years. If he were to be taught a body cultivation technique now, then it would only be harmful to Xianxia. For 7 days, when Wen Hai and the others stayed in their rooms to practice. They didn't come out at all. However, because each of them took a fasting pill, Jiao Hai didn't have to worry about them. After 7 days, when Wen Hai and the others came out one after another. When they came out, they immediately went to see Jiao Hai. At this time, Jiao Hai was dealing with the affairs of the Lost Soul City. Although Feng Lihua's management of the city was very good, there were still some other city-states that they couldn't handle. They needed to ask for Jiao Hai's opinion. Although the spirit weapon realm looked calm on the surface, it was actually surging like a storm. All the city-states were staring at the Holy Court, waiting to see what they would do next. Now that the Anti-Holy Court Alliance was officially established, there were a lot of city-states participating. Even those who didn't participate didn't have a good impression of the Holy Court. When Jiao Hai saw Wen Hai and the others arrive, he immediately smiled and said, "You're out. Have a seat, how do you feel?" When Wen Hai smiled and said, "Boss, I feel very good. Our condition has stabilized. When do you think we should make a move against the Spirit Snake Valley?" Jiao Hai smiled and said, "Don't worry, your condition has stabilized. However, the others still need to prepare. Moreover, once you make a move, the powerful vipers of the Spirit Snake Valley would make a move. Even if we deal with the Spirit Snake Valley, we wouldn't necessarily be able to gain an advantage. Right now, we're in the forging room making protective gear for everyone. Once the protective gear is done and everyone gets used to it, we can make a move. Wen Wenhai nodded. Then he looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression and said, "Boss, you can clearly reach the broken river level, but why haven't you? You seem to be suppressing your cultivation? Why?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Of course I'm suppressing my cultivation. Do you think that reaching the broken river level is that good? After so many years, how many times have you seen the broken river level experts make a move? All the broken river level experts should have a rule that they can't casually make a move. Moreover, I'm afraid that there's an organization that manages them. Otherwise, if the broken river level experts can casually make a move, then wouldn't the entire world be in chaos? You might have entered the broken river level, but don't forget that you're currently in the secret realm. If you were in the spirit weapon realm, then it wouldn't take long before the other broken river level experts know about you. At that time, you would be managed by them. If you want to make a move or move naturally like now, then it would be very difficult." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Wen Wenhai and the others were stunned. Then Wen Wenhai's expression changed. Wen Wenhai was puzzled as he asked, "Boss, why did you let us enter the broken river level?" Zhao Hai rolled his eyes and said, "Can I not let you enter the broken river level? Are you able to suppress your own cultivation? Do you think that suppressing your own cultivation base is a simple matter? If I didn't suppress my cultivation, then why do you think I killed 3 broken river level experts in the spirit weapon realm? Your cultivation method is different from mine. I can suppress my cultivation, but you can't. Therefore, as long as the time is right, you must become a broken river level expert. This cannot be delayed. Otherwise, it would only be harmful to you." Wen Wenhai and the others nodded. Then Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled, "All right, let's not talk about those useless things. After a while, when everyone has changed into protective gear, we'll directly attack Spirit Snake Valley. I want to see how many powerful snakes there are in the valley." Right, although you're now at river breaking level, you still can't ignore the matters of the base. First, select some people with similar strength. When we attack Spirit Snake Valley, we can have them leave the cube formation and fight the snakes alone. This can also be considered as a trial for them. You can choose the candidates. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, let's not talk about those useless things. You can choose which one to use." Wen Wenhai and the others nodded. They didn't object to Zhao Hai's words. On the contrary, they were in agreement. At this time, there were too few broken river level experts in the base. Although Wen Wenhai and the others were proud, they knew that with their current strength, it was impossible for them to deal with the Sacred Institute. They needed to wait. On this day, Zhao Hai woke up early in the morning and received a message from Shi Chue. The Lost Soul City had already prepared the candidates to be sent to the secret territory. These people had all reached the consolidating equipment stage, and were just in time to be sent to the secret territory for training. As soon as he saw the news, Zhao Hai immediately went to look for Wen Wenhai and the others. Wen Wenhai and the others quickly arrived at Zhao Hai's room. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "The Lost Soul City has already prepared everything. Today, they will send the consolidating equipment stage people to the secret territory. The first batch will not be many, only about 200 people. Everyone, prepare yourselves." As soon as they heard Zhao Hai's words, Wen Wenhai and the others immediately nodded in agreement. They were very clear that these people were the new blood of the base, and they had to be properly trained. Zhao Hai looked at Wen Wenhai and the others and said, "When they arrive, they will first train here for a period of time, then send them to the testing grounds that I have chosen. We will set up a stronghold there for them to test their skills. However, we will need someone to oversee it. How about this, old Tang, you go and oversee the place, and bring some people there as well. Watch over them and let them test their skills properly." Tang Ming nodded and said, "All right, don't worry boss. Just leave it to me." Zhao Hai nodded and looked at the time, saying, "Let's get everyone ready. Those people are coming, we will go and receive them." The few of them nodded in agreement, and when Wen Hai and the others went out to make the arrangements. As for Zhao Hai and the others, they went to the teleportation point, waiting for the Lost Soul City to send the people over. Zhao Hai and the others did not have to wait for long. In less than half an hour, the teleportation point flashed with a white light, and nearly 100 people appeared in the teleportation point. The leader was Tai Qiu. As soon as Tai Qiu saw Zhao Hai, he immediately bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, the people have been brought over." Zhao Hai nodded and looked at the people who had arrived. They were all dressed in martial attire, and they all had weapons in their hands. Furthermore, it was obvious that they were all from the Lost Soul City's army. Each of them stood there with their backs straight, with the aura of a soldier. Most of these people were trained by Zhao Hai. After establishing the Lost Soul City, Zhao Hai directly reorganized the army. The army was retrained, and those who weren't suitable to be soldiers were also retired. In the spirit weapon realm, the other city-states were worried about the recruitment of soldiers. Many city-states wanted to strengthen themselves or force people to become soldiers. However, the Lost Soul City was different. In the Lost Soul City, everyone wanted to become a soldier. However, becoming a soldier wasn't easy. This was because the treatment of being a soldier was the best in the Lost Soul City. Every month, they would receive money, and they would also be able to learn better cultivation methods. Because of this, everyone in the Lost Soul City wanted to become a soldier. However, in the Lost Soul City, every time they recruited soldiers, the requirements were very strict. There were all kinds of tests. Because of this, the number of soldiers in the Lost Soul City wasn't a lot. However, all of the soldiers could be called elites. In the City of Bewilderment, ordinary people would also receive some military training. Once you perform well in the training, you would be specially recruited into the army. As long as you enter the army, you wouldn't have to worry about making a living for the rest of your life. The army would support you for the rest of your life. Even if you retire in the future, you could directly become an official in the City of Bewilderment. It could be said that you were a carp leaping over the dragon gate. This situation would never occur in other city-states. This was because in other city-states, wars would often occur. Being a soldier meant that you would participate in the war, which meant death. If you die in the war, then your family would be treated well. In fact, in other city-states, if you were a soldier, then your family wouldn't receive any compensation if you die in the war. Zhao Hai looked at the soldiers, then he nodded with satisfaction and said, "Good, take them out first." Tai Qiu nodded, then he led the people out of the cave. Just as they left, a white light flashed on the transmission formation. Then another group of people appeared on the transmission formation. This time, the 200 people were all inside the secret realm. Zhao Hai led the people out of the cave. The 200 people immediately stood in formation. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Everyone pay attention. From today onwards, you will be training here. Don't ask too many questions. If you should know, then I will tell you. If you don't, then I won't tell you. Understood?" The soldiers simultaneously replied, "Understood, sir." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned his head to Wen Hai and said, "Old Wen, are you ready? Have you chosen the people who will be training them?" Wen Hai replied, "I've already chosen." Then Wen Hai turned his head to the people beside him and said, "You guys, you'll be their instructors." The people nodded before they stepped forward. Zhao Hai looked at them, then he turned his head to the soldiers and said, "They will be your instructors for the time being. You need to learn what they teach you. When they say that your training is complete, then you can proceed to the next stage of the trial." The soldiers shouted at the same time, "Greetings, instructor." The group of people didn't encounter such a situation, but they still immediately calmed down. Then one of them said, "All right, then I'll explain the contents of your training." Zhao Hai looked at them and didn't say anything. Then he turned his head to Wen Hai and said, "All right, let's go back. We'll leave this place to them." When Wen Hai didn't say anything, then he turned his head and followed Zhao Hai back to the cave. Tai Qiu also followed behind. After Zhao Hai and the others returned to their room, Zhao Hai looked at Wen Hai and said, "In a while, you'll arrange a place for them to live. When you think that their training is good, then tell me and I'll send them to the trial. But we can't be idle these days, we'll be sending troops to the Spirit Snake Valley." When Wen Hai nodded and said, "Rest assured, leave it to me." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned his head to Tang Ming and said, "Old Tang, I'll take you to the new trial tomorrow. Then we'll choose a location and establish a base. Tai Qiu, you and Old Tang will go together. Taiqiao nodded, and Tang Ming didn't object. When it was time for lunch, Wen Hai assigned rooms to everyone. Of course, it was impossible for each person to have a room. That way, there would be too many rooms. There were still some empty rooms in the camp, but those rooms could accommodate 5 people each. Wen Hai didn't say anything, but he didn't say anything. He didn't say anything. He didn't say anything, but he didn't say anything. After assigning the rooms to the people, Zhao Hai and the others went to do their own things. Zhao Hai's main task right now was to teach Xianxia cultivation. The next morning, after Zhao Hai and the others had their breakfast, Zhao Hai led Tang Ming and Taiqiao to the trial site he chose. Naturally, they didn't go directly to the hill, instead, they went to the woods not far from the hill. When the group came out of the woods, Zhao Hai pointed at the hill and said, "Do you see it? It's that small mountain. That's the place I've chosen for our trial. I don't know where that place is, but it's now occupied by a powerful brown bear. He's the king of the mountain and has a group of wild beasts as his subordinates. It's a newly built small forbidden area. It's best if we don't use it as our trial ground." Tang Ming nodded, then he said, "Boss, give the hill a name. This way, it'll be easier to call it that way." Zhao Hai thought for a moment, then he said, "I think we should call it Brown Bear Mountain. In any case, it's occupied by a brown bear. Our stronghold should be in the woods. Brown Bear Mountain is surrounded by grasslands, it's a flat land. There's no way to build a base there." Tang Ming nodded and said, "Right, this place isn't suitable for building a base. Boss, there's a water source here. Let's build the base near a water source." Zhao Hai nodded, then he led the two to a small river. This river was only a few meters wide and wasn't very deep. However, the water was very clear, one could drink it directly. The taste wasn't bad. Moreover, the surroundings were very flat, it's possible to build a base there. Tang Ming looked around, then he nodded with satisfaction and said, "Boss, the base you chose is very good. It's really good to build a base here, but we're still lacking some stones." Zhao smiled faintly. "What's wrong with that? Those 200 people will be here for training. When they come here, each of them will carry a stone so that they can build a base. As for houses, after cutting down the trees here, we should be able to build some tree houses that people can live in." Zhao smiled. "That's right." Zhao smiled. "That's right." Tang Ming thought for a moment, then he nodded and said, "All right, we'll listen to boss. This is our first stronghold. Boss, do you want to give it a name?" When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "To be honest, I don't know how to name this place. Let's just call it Brown Bear Base. We don't just want to build a stronghold here, we want to build a base." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Tang Ming nodded and said, "All right, let's call it Brown Bear Base. Boss, let's go back. We still need to prepare for the attack on the Spirit Snake Valley. This time, the attack on the Spirit Snake Valley will definitely be a big battle. We need to be fully prepared." Zhao Hai nodded, then he smiled and said, "All right, let's go back. Iron Dragon, you'll follow us in the attack on the Spirit Snake Valley." Iron Dragon naturally wouldn't oppose. The 3 of them activated the transmission formation and returned to the base. In the next few days, aside from the new soldiers and their instructors, everyone was preparing for the attack on the Spirit Snake Valley. Everyone was very excited. This was because they finally had a breaking river expert participating in this operation. The other people in the base were also feeling proud. In their minds, with Wen Hai and the other breaking river experts, attacking the Spirit Snake Valley wouldn't be a difficult matter. Zhao Hai had already noticed this point. It was precisely because of this that he was anxious to deal with the Spirit Snake Valley. Zhao Hai was very clear that the Spirit Snake Valley wasn't easy to deal with. This time, he wanted to make everyone suffer a loss. He wanted them to understand that they shouldn't think that they were invincible just because they had a breaking river expert. A white light flashed as the figures of Zhao Hai and the others appeared in the forest. 20 li away was the Spirit Snake Valley. Zhao Hai and the others' third attack on the Spirit Snake Valley had finally begun. Zhao Hai looked at the direction of the Spirit Snake Valley and said, "Get into formation, we've been discovered." Those who weren't very strong immediately formed a cube formation. Zhao Hai, Wen Hai, and the others, as well as those who were selected by Wen and the others to have the potential to reach river-breaking realm, were all selected. They were preparing to attack the Spirit Snake Valley's vipers alone. Sure enough, the vipers had already discovered Zhao Hai and the others. Just as Zhao Hai and the others formed a cube formation, the vipers flew out from the Spirit Snake Valley. Zhao Hai turned his head to look at Wen and the others. Wen and the others understood what Zhao Hai meant, so they immediately released their auras. This was a tacit understanding between humans and beasts. Generally, river-breaking realm experts wouldn't participate in a battle. If a river-breaking realm expert were to participate, then the other party must know about it. Otherwise, the other party would go all out to deal with you, and would directly kill you. This was the same for both humans and beasts. When Wen and the others released their auras in order to tell the people of the Spirit Snake Valley that they had experts coming. If they wanted to fight with them, then it would be best for them to send their own experts. Sure enough, when Wen and the others released their auras, the vipers of the Spirit Snake Valley stopped. Then a dragon's roar was heard from the Spirit Snake Valley as several vipers came out. These vipers were bigger than any vipers that Zhao Hai and the others had seen before. Moreover, their bodies were completely black, with only a single golden horn on their heads. Zhao Hai looked at them and saw that there were a total of 7 of these black vipers. When the black vipers appeared, the viper army immediately pressed towards Zhao Hai and the others. The distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. Just as the two sides were about to collide, Zhao Hai, Wen and the other river-breaking realm experts immediately flew to the side. The black dragons also flew to the side. As for the other vipers, they immediately began to attack the cube formation. Naturally, those who were selected by Wen and had the potential to reach river-breaking realm weren't spared by the vipers. Naturally, Zhao Hai and the others weren't idle. The 7 black vipers directly attacked Zhao Hai and the others. These 7 black vipers weren't simple. Their auras were the same as Wen and the others. With just a glance, one could see that they were also at the river breaking realm. Each of these black vipers was about 30 meters long. The diameter of their bodies was about 5 meters. Their bodies were covered with black scales that flashed with a faint light. The horns on their heads were like spears. At this time, Wen and the others were naturally wearing armor. The weapons in their hands were all magic artifacts. They directly rushed towards the black vipers. Zhao Hai wasn't idle either. A flail appeared in his hand as he went straight towards a black viper. When the black viper saw Zhao Hai rushing towards it, it couldn't help but be absent-minded. The viper could see that Zhao Hai was a sky dance realm expert while the black viper was at the river-breaking realm. Logically speaking, Zhao Hai shouldn't be here. He shouldn't be participating in their battle. But in this case, Zhao Hai actually took the initiative to attack. This was too surprising. However, when an expert makes a move, the black viper didn't dare to underestimate Zhao Hai. This was because Zhao Hai's strength was very great. Moreover, the flail in his hand wasn't simple. Besides the horns on its head, the black viper didn't dare to let Zhao Hai touch it. This was because it discovered that if it let Zhao Hai touch other parts of its body, then it would certainly be injured. The black viper wasn't stupid. Therefore, it didn't dare to let Zhao Hai touch other parts of its body. Zhao Hai was entangled with the black viper. As for Wen and the others, each of them was facing a black viper. However, there was still a black viper on the side waiting for an opportunity to move. This caused Wen and the others to be distracted. With this distraction, they naturally fell into a disadvantageous position. Zhao Hai also noticed the situation on Wen Hai's side. His mind moved as he spread the flail in his hand and covered the other black viper. It was a single-headed black viper with 2 river-breaking realm heads. Although Zhao Hai fell into a disadvantageous position, his offense wasn't enough. However, his defense wasn't a problem. At the same time, without the black viper glaring at them from the side, Wen and the others also let go of their hands and feet. They were evenly matched with the black viper in front of them. No one could do anything to the other. However, as time passed, Wen and the others slowly felt that their strength was falling short of their desire. After all, they had just entered the river-breaking realm not long ago. On the other hand, the 7 black vipers had been in the same realm for a long time. The energy they had accumulated was more than Wen Hai and the others. In addition, the 7 black vipers were also very strong. Because of this, Wen Hai and the others slowly fell into a disadvantageous position. But this time, they didn't have the opportunity to turn the tables. Zhao Hai has been paying attention to the situation on their side. At the same time, he was also paying attention to the situation on the cube formation. The cube formation was now on the verge of collapsing. This was because the Viper's attacks were too fierce. Although they hadn't died yet, the cube formation's speed had slowed down. This meant that they were tired. When Zhao Hai saw this situation, he knew that he couldn't wait any longer. He was afraid that he would be in danger if he waited any longer. Upon thinking of this, Zhao Hai's mind moved as a golden giant appeared around him. This time, the golden giant also had a flail in its hand. The flail in the golden giant's hand continuously moved, forcing the black vipers to retreat. When the 7 black vipers retreated, Zhao Hai immediately shouted, "Retreat." He didn't need to say too many words, just one word was enough. Wen Hai and the others immediately understood the meaning behind Zhao Hai's words. They immediately retreated to the cube formation along with the experts they selected. Together, they protected the cube formation as it slowly retreated. Only Zhao Hai was there to deal with the attack of the 7 black vipers. It must be said that with Zhao Hai's strength, it was impossible for him to deal with the 7 black vipers alone. However, this time, Zhao Hai didn't want to kill the 7 black vipers, nor did he want to fight them. What he wanted to do now was to entangle the 7 black vipers. Because of this, he used his movement technique and managed to entangle the 7 black vipers. At the same time, under the cover of Wen Hai and the others, the cube formation finally retreated. It flew directly towards the distance at a very fast speed. When Zhao Hai saw this, his mind immediately moved. Then his figure disappeared from the 7 black vipers. In the next moment, he appeared behind the cube formation. Then he immediately shouted, "Run, don't worry about me." Wen Hai and the others were also stunned by Zhao Hai's move. However, they immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. Their figures moved as they quickly flew towards the distance. At the same time, the golden book appeared in Zhao Hai's hand. Then various formations and spells spread out as they rushed towards the snakes. Even the 7 black vipers were blocked by the golden men that Zhao Hai released. Before long, when Wen Hai and the others arrived at a safe place, they immediately activated the transmission formation and returned to the base. After blocking the vipers for a while, Zhao Hai teleported several times and completely disappeared from the viper's sight. Then he activated the transmission formation and returned to the base. When Zhao Hai returned to the base, he discovered that Wen Hai and the others were treating the wounded. This time, there were a lot of injured people, especially those who were selected by Wen Hai and the others. They were likely to become Broken River Realm experts. Their injuries were very serious. If they didn't get close to the cube formation, then they would have been finished. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't just stand by and watch. He directly took action and treated those people. After treating their wounds, Zhao Hai and the others let out a long breath. During this process, the new soldiers from the Lost Soul City also came to help. At the same time, these people's faces were filled with shock. It should be known that these people were only at the Consolidated Equipment realm. In their opinion, except for some of them who came from the Lost Soul City to serve Zhao Hai and the others, the rest of the people in the base were all at the Void realm. With such strength, they could definitely become an overlord in the spiritual weapon world. Not to mention that they also had 5 Broken River Realm experts. If these 5 Broken River Realm experts were included, they could totally rule a huge city-state. However, these people only went out for about 4 hours, and when they came back, all of them were injured. Even the few Broken River Realm powerhouses were injured. To be honest, this was really too scary in their eyes. After Zhao Hai treated the injured, he turned to the others and said, "Alright, you can take a break today. Now, you should know how dangerous this place is. I can tell you that you can lose your life here at any time. If you choose to leave now, I will arrange for someone to send you back to the Lost Soul City. After you return, as long as you don't talk about what happened here, no one will find trouble with you." However, if you choose to stay, you must be prepared to lose your life at any time. Make your own choice. After saying that, he led Wen Hai and the others back to his room. After sitting down in his room, Zhao Hai looked at Wen Hai and the others who had ugly expressions. He smiled faintly and said, "What's wrong? Why are your expressions so ugly? Are you hurt?" Wen Hai and the others looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Wen Hai let out a long sigh and said, "Originally, we thought that after becoming a Broken River Realm expert, we would be invincible. Previously, you told us not to be arrogant, that even if we were at the Broken River Realm, we would not be invincible. We did not listen to you at all, thinking that you were just exaggerating. Who would have thought that we would almost suffer a huge loss in our first operation? If it wasn't for you bringing up the rear at the end, we might not have been able to make it back. Sigh, we thought too simply of ourselves and thought too highly of ourselves." Tang Ming and the others also had bitter smiles on their faces. They nodded in agreement with Wen Hai's words. This time, they had been too arrogant and had underestimated their enemy. Zhao Hai looked at their appearance, then he smiled faintly and said, "All right, don't act like that. It's all right. Yes, you've become a river-breaking level expert. But at the same time, our enemy also has a river-breaking level expert. If it was before, then we simply wouldn't be able to force them out. But now, the enemy has sent out 7 river-breaking level experts. This is definitely an improvement. Naturally, there's another important point. We need to re-evaluate the situation of the Spirit Serpent Valley. This time, the enemy sent out 7 river-breaking level serpent beasts. Is it possible that they have a river-breaking level serpent beasts? If so, then we need to think about it carefully." Everyone nodded. To be honest, the strength of the Spirit Serpent Valley was indeed beyond their expectations. They didn't think that the Spirit Serpent Valley would have so many river-breaking level serpent beasts. And this was what made them puzzled. Foothold number 12 was built by a river-breaking level powerhouse, and it was built in the middle of the 3 Forbidden Lands. Logically speaking, with the strength of the 3 Forbidden Lands, it was not difficult to destroy that river-breaking level powerhouse. However, the 3 Forbidden Lands allowed him to build a foothold. "Wasn't this too strange?" Zhao Hai said in a serious tone. "I heard that after beasts reach river-breaking grade, they will slowly take on human form. Even if they are different from humans, they will still have some human characteristics. However, the snakes that appeared today didn't have such a situation. Does this mean that they have more powerful experts that have yet to appear?" Zhao Hai nodded. "That's right." When Wen Hai and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then Wen Hai's complexion changed as he said, "There's such a possibility. If the Spirit Serpent Valley has such strength, then the Iron Tree Mountain and the 100 Beast Peak should have similar strength. In other words, those 2 factions have the same amount of experts. I really can't think of why those beasts would allow the Sacred Court to establish a stronghold here. Moreover, they only sent ordinary beasts to attack the stronghold while their experts rarely made a move. I don't think that the Sacred Court has reached an agreement with those beasts. If you want them to reach an agreement with you, then you need to have that kind of strength. Without strength, would they agree to an agreement with you? They would have already killed you." Everyone nodded. Zhao Hai thought for a moment, then he said, "It's not impossible. Just like us, the place we occupy isn't small, and we don't have to worry about being attacked. Perhaps the original location of the headquarters was because there weren't any strong forces that could go against them. That's why the headquarters was established." Wen Hai thought for a moment before he nodded and said, "That's possible. Anyway, we're doing very well right now. Although we can't do anything to the 3 forbidden areas, we're more than capable of protecting ourselves." "Boss, what should we do next?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Let's train the newcomers first. We'll talk about it after we train them." Wen Hai looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Boss, what's the situation with the Lost Soul City? Is there anything that we can help with? If there is, you don't need to be polite. Just tell us. In any case, we can be considered as people of the Lost Soul City." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right, it's possible that something will happen. The Lost Soul City is preparing to expand." When Wen Hai and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then they were all overjoyed. When Wenhai looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Boss, is the Lost Soul City really going to expand? When will it happen? At this time, can we transfer troops from the Lost Soul City to the Lost Soul City?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "The expansion of the Lost Soul City state doesn't need to use force. There are several cities near the Lost Soul City state that have recently decided to join the Lost Soul City state and become its subordinate cities. This is also a kind of expansion. But as long as we intimidate them, we don't need to use force." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "The Lost Soul City state doesn't need to use force." When Wenhai and the others stared, they didn't think that the Lost Soul City would expand like this. This was a novel idea. However, they couldn't help but laugh. They weren't children who didn't understand anything. What about those cities voluntarily leaving their original cities and joining the Lost Soul City? These words were meant for outsiders to hear. It seems like the Lost Soul City had already begun to infiltrate those cities. Now that the time has come, they decided to have those cities join the Lost Soul City. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled faintly. "What's wrong? You don't believe me?" "Haha, actually, I feel that this is not bad. If the people of those cities join the Lost Soul City state, they can enjoy the same treatment as the people of the Lost Soul City state. Wouldn't that be better than their original city state?" Tang Ming nodded and said, "That's true. To be honest, when I went to Lost Soul City to buy things, I was really shocked by the treatment there. The lives of the commoners are too good. Not to mention now, even during the Heavenly Sword Empire, I don't think I've heard of such a good thing." Tang Ming nodded and said, "That's true." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's easy to do things with money. Actually, the initial investment in the Lost Soul City state was a lot. But as time went by, it gradually reached a balance of income and expenditure. Every year, there would still be a surplus. However, the initial investment wasn't something that many people could afford. Fortunately, I obtained some treasures from the Heavenly Sword Empire. Otherwise, the Lost Soul City state wouldn't have reached this level." When Wenhai nodded and said, "It's really amazing. Maybe some great clans can also take out a lot of money, they might even have more than boss. However, they never thought of using that money on ordinary people. Like the ordinary people of the Lost Soul City, they wouldn't invest in them, they would just keep on asking." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "You're right." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Forget it, don't worry about it. I'll just take care of Lost Soul City." "Right, you should seize the time to cultivate. I'm planning to refine some pills for you to take. This way, you can increase your strength as soon as possible." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right." Naturally, when Wenhai and the others wouldn't oppose. When Wenhai looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Boss, how do you cultivate? You haven't reached river-breaking realm, yet you're able to fight evenly with a river-breaking realm expert. You can even entangle several river-breaking realm experts by yourself. Do you have any secret techniques?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I don't have any secret techniques, but I do have some movement techniques. I have a very mystical movement technique. This movement technique is based on formations. It's very useful in group battles. I can entangle a dozen people at the same time. Naturally, I can only entangle them, it's impossible for me to kill them." When Wenhai and the others heard Zhao Hai, their eyes lit up. Each and every one of them looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at them and knew what they were thinking. He smiled faintly and said, "Do you want to learn my movement technique? I can teach you, but before that, you have to learn how to use spirit arrays. You can't just learn one spirit array, you have to learn multiple spirit arrays, because this movement technique is based on the changes in spirit arrays." When Wenhai and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but smile bitterly. They had also come in contact with formations. Therefore, they knew that formations weren't easy to learn. Formations can be said to be broad and profound. Wanting to learn was easier said than done. They couldn't help but feel discouraged. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled, "Let's go, we'll go out and practice." Then he stood up and walked outside. When Wenhai and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but be happy. They also wanted to see how mystical Zhao Hai's movement technique was. Before, they were in a hurry to leave the Spirit Serpent Valley. Therefore, they didn't pay attention to Zhao Hai's movement technique. Now, they can finally see Xiao Hai's romance of the heavens. The group quickly arrived outside and then flew up. Their actions made the people in the base stare. They didn't know what they were doing. But soon, they discovered that Wen Hai and the others had surrounded Xiao Hai. Everyone was puzzled as they looked at them and began to discuss. Xiao Hai looked at Wen Hai and the others and said, "My movement technique comes from the transformations of formations. If you don't learn the transformations of formations, then you won't be able to understand my movement technique. My movement technique can be the transformations of formations, but it can also be the transformations of formations. It can be said that there are infinite variations. Today, we'll practice a couple of moves. You can attack me. This time, I'll use the transformations of formations to fight against you." Wen Hai nodded and said, "You're right." Upon hearing Xiao Hai, Wen Hai and the others nodded. Then their figures moved as they rushed towards Xiao Hai. On the other hand, Xiao Hai's figure moved. In an instant, 5 Xiao Hais appeared. These 5 Xiao Hais used 5 different techniques to attack Wen Hai and the others. Wen Hai and the others didn't expect Xiao Hai's attack to be this fierce. They stared blankly. They thought that Xiao Hai's 5 figures would have 4 illusory figures and one of them would be the real body. Because of this, they wanted to attack and break the 4 illusory figures. This way, they would be able to threaten Xiao Hai. But when they attacked, they found out that this wasn't the case. Every one of Xiao's figures seemed to be real, and every attack was real. If they didn't go all out to deal with it, they might suffer a loss. The people in the base also knew that they were testing their moves. To be honest, many of them haven't seen Xiao Hai's full strength before. Although they fought several times before, they were either busy fighting or Xiao Hai was fighting alongside them. They simply didn't see any special moves from Xiao Hai. Now that Wen Hai and the others were facing 1 against 5, the people in the base discovered that Xiao Hai was actually this strong. This was beyond their expectations. After the 6 of them exchanged a few dozen moves, Wen Hai and the others suddenly discovered that Xiao Hai had disappeared. When they looked again, they discovered that Xiao Hai was already outside the circle. The group sucked in a breath of cold air. They looked at Xiao Hai with shock. Xiao Hai looked at them and smiled faintly. "Are you surprised?" "Hee, there's no need to be so surprised. The movement technique I just used was based on the teleportation formation. You feel like you're fighting against 5 of me at the same time, but that's not the case. I used the teleportation formation's talisman to achieve the goal of rapid movement. In fact, you're still fighting against me. It's just that I used my movement technique to give you the illusion that this is just one of my movement techniques. Every formation has its own movement technique, so if you want to learn my movement technique, you'll have to learn the formation first. Even if you only learn one formation, you'll have to learn it thoroughly." After he said that, Xiao Hai turned to the others in the base and said, "You can also learn it. This set of movement techniques can be used in the air as well as on the ground. Even if you only learn one set, it would still be very useful. However, even if you want to learn one set, I'm afraid that it would take you a long time to learn it. No matter who it is, as long as you're good at formations, then you can come and learn from me." When the group heard Xiao Hai, they were stunned. Then they all cheered. Xiao Hai's figure moved and landed on the ground. Then he led Wen Hai and the others back to the cave. After arriving at the cave, Xiao Hai looked at the group and said, "In a few days, I will teach you the principles of transmission formations and all kinds of formation symbols. You can learn them first. As long as you learn them, I will teach you the movement technique." Xiao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Wen Hai and the others nodded gratefully. Xiao Hai looked at them and smiled faintly. "Tomorrow, I'll make a few simple spell books. I'll put them in the square so that everyone can learn them. If they can learn them, then their strength can be improved. At the very least, they'll have one more life-saving method." Wen Hai nodded gratefully. Wen Hai kept his fist towards Xiao Hai and said, "Leader, thank you. Only you would teach us this technique. If someone else had this technique, they wouldn't have been able to keep it secret." "Thank you." Xiao Hai nodded and said, "You're right." Xiao Hai waved his hand and said, "There's no need to be so polite. We're all brothers, there's no need to be so polite. Alright, you can go back and rest." I'll be refining pills in the next few days as well as making the book. There will be a lot of things to do, so I'll leave the base to you. Wen Wenhai and the others bowed towards Zhao Hai and said, "Yes, leader. Then we'll be taking our leave." Then they turned around and left. They didn't have any arrogance left. They now understood the gap between themselves and Zhao Hai. They were far worse than Zhao Hai. The arrogance they had after becoming a breaking river expert had completely disappeared. Zhao Hai looked at Wen Wenhai and the others leaving. Then he smiled faintly and began to prepare the book. Before long, Che Xiaoliang returned to the room. Zhao Hai looked at Che Xiaoliang and smiled. "Xiaoliang, you're back? How was your cultivation today?" Che Xiaoliang nodded and said, "Very good. Master, you don't need to worry." Che Xiaoliang's speech was now much smoother than before. Although his speech speed was still a bit slow, he wasn't like before, where he would speak word by word. However, Che Xiaoliang had a hesitant look on his face. Zhao Hai looked at him and knew what he wanted to say. He smiled and said, "What's wrong? Are you thinking about what I just said, about teaching everyone movement techniques?" End of chapter 3702. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.